climate, because we know that day-to-day weather is variable and day-to-day climate is variable. And these were developed even before, the climate really started warming. So they were used for kind of growing purposes and energy purposes. It was a good baseline for everybody to operate from. And they're updated every 10 years, and they're obviously still updated every 10 years. So we got the 91 to 2020 normals a couple months ago. And what they're showing, unsurprisingly, is warmer temperatures. So when you shift that baseline and you have those decades where it has been warmer, it shows up in the averages. But then we're seeing some parts of the country get wetter, including coastal North Carolina, but some parts of the country get drier. We're seeing a massive drought out in the Western US where I used to live, but also Western North Carolina shows up as dry in the new normals. So we're seeing some in-state variability as well.
I see Scotty already scrambling at the keys, going pull numbers. Yeah, so one thing that we're working on at the State Climate Office, which I think is super cool with this conversation, Kathy, is a new climate trends analysis tool. And I've been poking around at it the past few days, and it is really interesting to see how parts of the Carolinas, despite how incredibly wet it has felt, there are parts of the Carolinas that have actually gotten drier, and a significant trend towards dryness over the last 30 to 50 years, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, one of the fun things and tough things about working in North Carolina is that our terrain is so variable. So even without a changing climate, the fun fact that Lake Toxaway is the wettest spot in the state and Asheville's the driest spot, and they're so close to each other. We have all this internal variability going on within the state. And then obviously we've got our tropical systems. We get the direct hits on the coast in the east, but then we get these remnants that creep up from the Gulf hits in Western North Carolina. And we saw it last year kind of come at us from both ways.
Yeah, I think many parts of West North Carolina are still recovering in a way from 2018. And that was an incredibly wet year. And it did set the stage for a series of wet months going through the rest of 2018, 2019, 2020. It just felt like it wouldn't let up there for a while. And now we find ourselves in a bit of a drier pattern. I think Mount Mitchell is actually having its driest year to date on record, which is pretty unusual considering they had 50 inches by this time in 2018.
Yeah, it's amazing. We came off North Carolina's second wettest year on record in 2020. We had this really wet winter in Raleigh-Durham. It was the second wettest on record. Then we went to the driest spring at Raleigh-Durham Airport. And then the first 10 days of June have been extremely wet. So these swings between very wet and very dry, and farmers are telling us it's too wet to plant. And then when I can get in and plant, the soils are too dry and my crops are being compromised. So it's a big conundrum.
Well, while we're on that topic, we, as of this taping in mid-June, you were talking about how dry it's been, especially in Eastern North Carolina. As a climatologist, I guess drought is one of your biggest things you have to monitor for the state, and probably one of the most dangerous things, not only because of, we could lose water resources, but also a lot of agriculture in the state of North Carolina. So if you don't mind, could you tell us a little bit about drought and why it's important that we don't get in that condition as we have here currently? And I guess 2016 was the last drought that we saw here in the Carolinas. So drought's not a good thing. I know people complain about it raining all the time, but we actually do need some rain from week to week.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So really, a lot of my background is in drought. I was in Oregon for 10 years, and I was our drought person in Oregon, and we had our drought of record in 2015. Since then, there's now been 2 more droughts of record, but almost no snowpack throughout the winter, and that's how the West gets its water supply. So I learned a whole lot about why drought matters to people, who needs the water, when people need water at different times, how different groups compete for water. It's incredibly fraught, and water is something that we all need to live. We can't just get by without it. So when I got here, I started poking around on what are the droughts of record that I need to know. What's the 2015 drought in North Carolina? And it's obviously 2007. And it's scary when you learn that towns were close to running out of water. So Durham had less than 100 days of water supply. The city of Atlanta, this is a big southeast drought, had water restrictions in place. Falls Lake in Raleigh, it did not look like a lake at that point. So we have droughts in the Southeast US, obviously, even if it's kind of not like the arid West. And, here we see more of these flash drought situations, which is what I would define what happened from winter to spring to kind of what's happening now in the summer. Really, really wet to really dry, flipping back and forth between these extremes. Whereas in the West, we've seen on the drought monitor that drought evolve over the past few months. And here, we grow a lot of crops in North Carolina. I just looked this up today. I don't remember why, but North Carolina is number 9 for crop growing expenditures in the country. So we still grow a lot of the country's food. We need water, obviously, to live. And some of the towns in North Carolina in the past few weeks issued some voluntary restrictions. So they weren't required, but maybe people should start to think about saving some water.
That also kind of leads into a tool that I use a lot from your website, and that's the Fire Danger, which I really enjoy that product and so glad that it's available. But those drought conditions also can lead to wildfires. And thankfully, during this drought spell, I don't recall of any major events happening. So correct me if I'm wrong with that, but I think we relatively got lucky during this dry span that we've not seen big fire events.
Yeah, and people ask me what are the climate and weather events that keep me up at night. 2016 fire, like what happened in Gatlinburg, keeps me up at night. People dying in a fire that kind of just exploded in a very dry year. We didn't have any fires that I know of in the past few weeks, but certainly the fire danger increases in these hot, dry periods.
Yeah, it absolutely does. 2016 was a harrowing experience for those of us who live in the western part of the state, and as well as everyone who was involved in emergency management, the climatology office. It was not a good year. It was not a good fall. How about that?
All right, well, that does it for part 1 of our conversation with Dr. Kathy Dello, the state climatologist from the state of North Carolina. To hear part 2, it's available for free. Find the Carolina Weather Group wherever you get audio podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever that might be. We're going to talk more about wildfires. We're also going to talk about a study they're doing to understand the urban heat island effect that so many of our metropolitan areas see. That's available right now. Carolina Weather Group audio podcast, wherever you get your audio podcast. We'll see you over on those platforms. But for now, from Charlotte, I'm James Brierton. See you again in just a few moments. Good evening from Charlotte. It is June the 17th, 2020. I'm James Brierton. Did you get a chance to see the sun today at all? Maybe kind of, sort of. We have been cut off from the rest of the world. No, I'm not talking coronavirus. I'm talking about this low pressure that has just parked over the Carolinas today. It's very pretty on this satellite image that our friend Brad Panovich captured. You can see it there just spinning out over like Fayetteville, Fort Bragg, between Charlotte and Raleigh. Just spinning and spinning and spinning, but that just socked us in with clouds. I did see just a little bit of sun today here in Charlotte before the sun went down, and that was a nice change of pace after a couple days of cloudy and cold weather. All right, this week we are talking the PGA Tour, which has resumed and is in Hilton Head, South Carolina for the RBC Heritage. Kicks off tomorrow after a couple of practice rounds. I'm holding here the weather forecast from their on-site meteorologist, Stuart Williams. This is what we call a tease. I'll have this for you coming up. What we're going to get to first is a piece of tape that has been very patiently waiting in the wings. So Stuart sat down with the Carolina Weather Group in February to record an interview that at the time we thought was going to air alongside the Wells Fargo Championship here in Charlotte. Well, as you now know, that never happened, and other PGA Tour events were canceled. They are now resuming operations without fans and will be playing in Hilton Head, South Carolina. So we are very excited to be able to bring this piece of tape to you. This is a premiere of a new episode. You've never seen this interview before, despite the fact that it was recorded in February, but I felt that I needed to explain to you that it was recorded in a time where I could still get a haircut, and where the picture of snow over Scotty Powell's shoulder made sense, and all the references to fans attending the event also made sense back just a few months ago. So without further ado, we'll get on over to this, and then coming up later on in the program, about 30 minutes from now, we'll get a check of your weather headlines this week, including that PGA Tour forecast, an update on Sharpie Gate, and we'll take a look at the tropics as well, too. But without further ado, here is our interview with Stuart Williams, the on-site meteorologist for the PGA Tour, and he'll tell us a little bit about the company he works for as well.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we present Mr. Stuart Williams, meteorologist for the PGA Tour, which is a really cool job that I would love to have. As a big golf fan, I think it's a really unique job that Stuart has, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about that tonight and let us know what all his duties are as he travels across the PGA Tour. And we'd love for you to interact with us tonight. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to drop them on the social media platforms, and we'll address those. And we'll let Stuart give out some of his social media information towards the end of the interview tonight. That way, if you want to follow him on Twitter, you can do that, or just get more information. So we appreciate having Stuart with us tonight. Stuart, welcome back to the show. I know we had you on a couple of years ago, fellow North Carolinian, and it's great to have you with us tonight. Glad to see that you're actually home and not out on the road right now. So for those who may be introduced to you for the first time, tell us a little bit about you. I know you live here in North Carolina. You went to school here in North Carolina, so kind of give us a brief background about who you are.
Yeah, I grew up in Winston-Salem. I currently live in High Point, North Carolina. And I got my meteorology degree from UNC Asheville, so I was actually there from 1988 to 92. So that kind of dates myself there. So 50 years old now, so I'm getting older. But after that, I started working for a company called Mobile Weather, and we started doing golf tournaments, weather for golf tournaments. So it started like with the Crosby Celebrity Tournament there in Winston, and the Vantage Championship, which was a Champions Tour event in Winston. And after that I was interning then at that time when we started those, probably about 91 or so. And then as I graduated, we kind of formed a company called Mobile Weather, and we started doing more and more golf tournaments. So individual tournaments would hire us. And then from there in 1995, we signed a full-time contract with the PGA Tour doing all their events. So, and it just kept snowballing from there. And then, so I was working with a company then called Mobile Weather. And so we were doing golf tournaments. I was traveling all over the country. And then in 2005, I started working for DTN. And ever since then, I've been with DTN, and we just keep growing and doing more and more events. So, you know, we have all the PGA Tour, Champions Tour, Korn Ferry Tour. We do the LPGA. We do the PGA of America, which includes the PGA Championship, Ryder Cup, Senior PGA, and some of their smaller events. And we do quite a few international events for IMG. We do a lot of Asian tour tournaments in China and Taiwan and that kind of thing. So, you know, we do over 150 events a year now, so it's quite busy.
Well, sort of. I know you're not the only one. I mean, that's a lot of traveling. So,
yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your team. How many meteorologists do you guys have? Is it just you that goes out to a tournament, or is there kind of a team aspect for you guys?
Yeah.
How's that going?
Yeah, we've got we've got 7 or 8 guys that travel all the time, and we usually just send one person to each tournament or event that we cover. You know, because we also do outdoor concerts, and we do some other events like that we have a meteorologist go to and that help out. But there's one guy per tournament, and so basically, on the PGA Tour or any golf tournament or any outdoor event that we do, lightning is the number one concern. So that's why a meteorologist is on site. we set up an electric field mill. We have 2 laptop computers that have obviously the Doppler radar, lightning detection. We have a mix of VISLA's National Lightning Detection Network, and and so all that data that we get in-house, we have all the computer models that we look at, the NAM, the Euro, the GFS, all those. So everything's in-house, and we sector where we're going to go, and we can make custom products for ourselves and that kind of thing. So we make our own forecast on site. So using all that technology, as an official comes in wondering what the weather is, if we do see a threat, we see a storm developing, the officials can come in, we can show them exactly on the screen what is happening, and based on what we're showing them and what our opinions are, what's going to happen, then the officials can make very good decisions of, okay, when do we need to stop? And then once we do that, especially on the PGA Tour, they have LED boards across the golf course. They'll put weather warning signs up. The officials will blow horns to the players, signaling that it's a dangerous situation. So then the players will get moved off to evacuation vans and cars and that kind of thing, and they're brought to the clubhouse. And so hopefully, if we do our job correctly, then we've given enough time to where people can get back to the buses and hopefully back to their cars, because not everybody has a clubhouse pass. So they can't all get indoors to safety, so we got to get a lot of them back to their cars. So it's a big machine, it's a big operation, but it's most tournaments, I'd say every tournament has an evacuation plan, emergency plan. So it works pretty well. And then the big question is, once we have stopped play, when do we go back and start playing? When is it safe to go back out? So that's when we help big time, as far as, okay, we think this storm is going to be out of here at such and such time. And then they can open up the practice facilities again, let the players warm back up, and then we'll get them back out to the golf course and start playing again.
Stuart, that kind of rings a bell here in Charleston at Bulls Bay, the tournament last year. LPGA, lightning hit a tree. Someone went under the tree, and it's a serious situation with these thunderstorms and in these golf tournaments. How much collaboration do you guys have with the local National Weather Service, especially in big events like this?
In the last few years, there's been a little bit more collaboration because, with Homeland Security and a lot of these big, government agencies and everything, a lot of these agencies are using golf tournaments as their training grounds for big events and things like that. So I know down at the RBC Heritage down in Hilton Head, the FBI shows up and all the government agencies, the Weather Service, and so they do a lot of practice at that event, since it's such a large event. And so I do coordinate with the Weather Service there. We'll talk what we're thinking, and kind of bounce off ideas off each other. But for the most part, I'll maybe read a forecast discussion or something like that from the Weather Service. But like I said, having everything in-house, all of our own computer models and that kind of thing, we basically do our own thing, to be honest with you, make our own forecast. Because I think in a lot of ways, sometimes we do a better job because we know what golf wants and we know what golf needs. So we know what they're looking for as far as a forecast goes. Whereas the Weather Service, they may be a little more general because they have a bigger area to cover. So for example, for us, wind forecasts are very big at the golf tournaments because that plays a huge role on how the golf course is going to be set up each day. So we concentrate a lot on wind, and so we try to be very accurate in that department, where you may see a weather forecast from the Weather Service that says winds are 5 to 10. Well, okay, that's kind of general. We try to be more exact than that, where our forecast will say maybe we have a westerly wind, like on the coast there. Maybe you have a drainage wind in the morning off the land, and then we'll get the sea breeze at 1 o'clock, and it's going to shift out of the south or southeast or whatever, and it's going to be 10 to 15 at that point. A lot of times the Weather Service really doesn't break it down like that. So, we try to be more specific of what's going to happen at the golf course so they can plan how they're going to set the golf course up. So that's some of the things that I think we do a better job at than TV or weather service being more general.
Stuart, let's play. Let's hope we're not forecasting too far in the future. We have a Wells Fargo Championship coming up in Charlotte, the Wyndham Championship in Greensboro. Let's say that you're there forecasting and you see it could be a potential stormy day. You know that there's going to be thunderstorms moving into the air. What is it? Kind of give us what you do the morning of. Kind of give us a play-by-play of what that setup looks like if you see it's going to be a stormy afternoon or something in these tournaments.
Well, let's say the first tee time is 7 a.m. Okay, that's usually when most tournaments start, 7 in the morning, and I'm usually there probably about 5:30 in the morning because I'm looking at weather data, looking at the latest stuff, making my forecasts and getting that out and distributed, uploaded to the player page, that kind of thing. And so we also have radios that we communicate to the officials with. So every morning I'll go into the rules office and tell the guys as they head out to set the golf course up what I think the winds are going to be that day, and then what time I think the best chances of us getting a thunderstorm. And so if you take a North Carolina tournament, typically what happens is, as you'll know, Scotty, and they'll start in the mountains. They'll bubble up in the mountains about midday, early afternoon, and then as they get going, they'll roll off into the Piedmont, and then they'll usually make it to Greensboro or Charlotte by 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon, depending on how fast they move and what the scenario is. So, so I'll tell the officials that morning, hey, I think we're going to see storms probably anywhere from that 3 to 7 range. And then that'll give them an idea when they need to start paying attention, so to speak. So as we go through the morning there, I'll keep looking at the new data, see if there's anything we need to update. And then obviously I keep watching the screens. I'll have the radars going and that kind of thing. And then as soon as I see something that has a potential of getting to us, that's when I'll get on the radio and tell the officials, hey, I'm seeing some thunderstorms over, let's say, Yadkinville, and they're going to be moving across Winston and the Greensboro here in the next hour and a half. So that'll give them the heads up that, hey, I'm starting to see some stuff that could impact us here in the next hour or two. And so that's when we'll start putting on the LED boards. There's a weather policy that runs and things that say, hey, inclement weather is possible, please pay attention, that kind of thing. And then as the storm keeps moving closer, then I keep updating the officials. And then when I think is within, less than an hour, usually the head rules official, which would be Mark Russell or Slugger White, who are in charge of the competition, basically, they'll come into my office. I show them exactly what's happening. And then we try to give at least 30 minutes notice before the storm's going to hit the golf course so that we can blow the horns and give enough time for people to start trickling out and get the players in. And then obviously, as the storm gets closer, hopefully we've gotten everybody off the golf course, and then the storm will hit. And then, like I said, then we have the conversations. When do you think it's going to be out of here? When is it safe to resume? And so they'll already start making the plans on when that gets out of there, when we're going to let them to go back out and warm up on the range and then get them back out on the golf course. So, it's kind of a lengthy process, but as with weather, you guys, we have thunderstorms that can pop up right on top of you. So that's why we also have an electric field mill that we set up on site that measures the electrical charge. And so if we're seeing something develop real close to us, hasn't produced lightning yet, and we're wondering, is it going to, that electric field mill gives us the heads up that, hey, charges are building. And also looking on the radar, you look at the cloud tops. You kind of know what those cloud tops keep growing, and you know what the freezing level is. And when it gets a certain height above that freezing level, that's when you start seeing the lightning. So using all those things together, using all those things together, we can get a good idea that, hey, this cell will probably going to produce lightning. So that electric field mill is crucial in that aspect. So it may give us 10 or 15 minutes that we wouldn't have had if you waited for the first lightning bolt to come out. So, we may only have 10 or 15 minutes to get them off, but that's still better than having no warning and all of a sudden there's a lightning bolt. So Yeah, technology plays a huge role.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the Best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
fascinating. I didn't realize that much went into it. That's pretty sophisticated and really good coverage on your part.
Stuart, once y'all blow the horn, this is kind of going back a few minutes, but once y'all blow the horn to warn there's a tornado or tornado warning storm or even a severe thunderstorm on its way, the players, they're coming off the course, but for bystanders that are sitting alongside the course or even in the stands, is there a safe place for them to go?
Unless you have a clubhouse pass, and generally no. So, if you're having a severe weather event, obviously you don't want to keep them in the tents and the skyboxes because those are temporary structures and big lightning rods as well, just, with the poles and everything. So, we try to get people to go back to their cars, go back to the buses, get back to their cars. But, it doesn't always happen that way. There's always stragglers. There's people that try to hide and wait it out. And because, as soon as we start back play, then they can run out and get a good spot on 18 or whatever. And they're in a good spot to get a good position to watch golf again. But, it happens. We put weather warning signs up. We do the best we can. The PGA Tour and all these events try to do the best they can to get people to leave. But, there's always a few stragglers that always try to stand under a tree. And, it's not recommended, but it definitely it happens.
No, I was just going to say that I'm sure that's a problem at a lot of these outdoor sporting events, whether it be air shows, I would imagine, have a big problem with that, or even like you mentioned earlier, concerts. I think it was just last year we saw some video went viral of a concert tent just taking off and downdraft, outflow wind of a tornado, thunderstorm. There's my brain. That seems like a real problem.
Yeah, it is, and there's a lot of outdoor festivals and concerts and stuff that don't have a meteorologist, and the people in charge really don't know weather. So I think that's when you have more of the mistakes made or decision making, not poor decision making, when those things happen. So, fortunately for us and my company I work for, DTN, we do a lot of consultation. We have a lot of customers that call in and get opinion from a meteorologist. So I think it's getting better and better as far as people hiring meteorologists or at least weather companies to help them out and make good decisions. And like for me, on the on-site business, actually have a meteorologist at your site it's expensive. You got to pay for hotel rooms and airline tickets and ship equipment and plus have the meteorologist there. So that's kind of a hard thing for some organizations to pay that kind of money to have somebody there. But once you have that meteorologist there that's on site, they see how it works and how it takes the pressure off them making these decisions. And it actually pays for itself, to be honest with you, to make good decisions. But, like I said, if you don't have the money, a lot of these organizations just don't have the budget for it. Hey, at least they can still hire a company like mine and have a consultation where they can call in, so it definitely makes a difference.
Definitely so. Able to do that for Speedway Motorsports Incorporated. It definitely, I tell them, I'll worry about the weather. You guys worry about running the event. And it's just, I think it's a peace of mind for those folks.
Well, I say it all the time myself is I'll tell you when you need to worry.
Yeah. I'll do the worrying for you.
Exactly. I'll tell you when you need to worry. So,
I want to get back to what you mentioned about winds, right? So we talk about wind size, right? And we get into the nitty gritty of it, right? So you're talking about sea breezes, you're talking about things at the coastline, even inland, where you can have wind shifting or building, stronger pressure gradient, higher winds from certain directions. Do you get into the science of saying, you look at the course, you look at the direction of wind, the dominant direction of wind for the day, and the speeds? Do you talk about which links are going to be more difficult than others? When you look at long-range trajectory shots or higher iron shots, do you speak about look for a lean to the left or hooking or anything like that when you get into the wind forecast?
Yeah, the rules officials, the guys that are setting up the golf course, they're the ones that's more concerned with which holes are going to play. Let's just say we have on hole number 1, we have a strong south wind and it's blowing, 15 to 20 miles per hour. Well, if it's blowing from behind them, then a lot of times what they'll do is they'll move the tee blocks back so that hole plays longer. And then on the next hole, maybe it's going the opposite direction. Now it's in the player's face when they tee off. So they may move those tee blocks up so it plays shorter. That way they're trying to keep everything moving, but they're also trying to make it not hard, but they're trying to make it fair too. Not necessarily hard, but fair, and keep things moving. So, crosswinds play a big role, especially near the greens, where if there's a lake or a big sand trap or something that's on the right side and it's blowing from left to right, well, they may put that hole location more towards the left side of the green, so guys aren't dumping in the lake the whole time trying to get it to the hole. That's so all those strategies play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind direction definitely is important. How strong the wind is.
So they're actually changing distances and layout.
Absolutely. So we have 18 holes. And all through that golf course, it's going to be in their face or behind them, left to right, right to left. So all those things play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind definitely is a major impact on golf tournaments. So.
Very interesting. Very neat. Scotty, go ahead.
Yeah, Stuart, in some circumstances, I know we saw the Masters had some severe weather roll through back in 2019. When we see these big severe weather events, you guys, I'm sure, coordinate with the course, with the tour, with the TV networks, and kind of make the best plans. Is that right?
Yeah, try to do what's right. You don't want to get anybody hurt. And if there's a high risk for severe weather, i.e. tornadoes or even, just strong straight line wind and storms, we may go early, 2 tees early on the weekend or a day on the weekend to avoid some of that severe weather that we think is going to happen in the afternoon. So, the tour is aware of that, and they'll try to make accommodations to maybe avoid some of that to keep people safe and get the round in. Because the tour has a policy that we'll play on Monday to complete 72 holes. 72 holes is a must. They want to get every round in. So so we will do that on Sundays a lot of time to try to get everything completed and so we don't have to go into Monday. But for the most part, if it's a 30-40% chance of a thunderstorm day, then they're not likely going to change anything. It's just we're going to play golf and hopefully, that scattered thunderstorm will stay away from us. But if we do get hit and we don't finish, well, we'll be back Monday morning. So that's how it works.
I know another element that is tricky for you guys, especially on the West Coast swing early in the season, is fog. Seeing lots of fog delays and even some cancellations of round because of visibility. Talk to us a little bit about forecasting fog.
Yeah, it's tough, man. That marine layer out there, and what most people don't realize in California, the Pacific Ocean out there gets the Aleutian Current, which is very cold. It's cold water, and so fog forms on it quite a bit. So when we get out there, a lot of the things that we look for is the offshore flow, and we love it when there's offshore flow because it pushes that marine layer way out in the ocean and skies stay clear at the golf course. Well, the thing that I've learned forecasting the weather out there, as soon as that pressure gradient starts going neutral, that's usually when the marine layer fog will move in. And so I've seen it. We had it this year at Torrey Pines at the Farmers Insurance Open. One day the fog rolled in early in the morning, and it stuck around till about 9:30 in the morning. So we had to delay for a couple hours, and then the sun finally ate through it and broke it apart, and it pushed offshore. So, it's a tough thing because with fog, you just don't know how long it's going to stick around. How thick it's going to be. We get the marine layer out there too. Sometimes it lifts and it's just a cloud deck and you're fine. It's just a cloudy day. But at Torrey Pines, we do have some elevation. I think we're up at 400 or 500 feet there. And So if it lifts up to 500 feet, we're in the cloud and we get socked in, and then obviously you go other places along the coast there that's not elevated, and it's fine. So it's definitely tough, but something we deal with, and we just try to help the best we can with that. So
I know we're getting late on the interview. Fun question here: any favorite PGA Tour stops, and any of the PGA Tour players really weather savvy that we might not know about?
Well, I mean, favorite weather stops. I mean, as far as any tournaments go, Hilton Head's a big favorite of mine. Any Hawaii tournament's great. Pebble Beach is awesome if the weather's good. Same thing with Torrey Pines in California. So yeah, we go to some great places. I mean, this past year I went to Japan and South Korea. I went to Shanghai, China, and this year, later in the year, I'm going to Australia. So yeah, I mean, we go to some great places and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, it's good.
I was going to say, you have to go to these areas and actually learn the weather in these areas. You probably would have to understand it before you even go.
Yeah, believe it or not, I mean, everywhere I go, I start paying attention to where I'm going a month or two ahead of time. So I know when I get there what's been happening. So you kind of got a feel for what's been going on. So, I've already been keeping tabs for the next couple of weeks when I go to Tucson and California again. And, and then obviously long term, you kind of looking, I've got Florida lurking in March. I'm going down to Florida. So you definitely keep up with what's going on and what's been happening. So you know kind of what to expect going into it. So it's definitely harder in Japan and Korea and some of these places where, maybe the radar data is not as timely, or you don't have all the good data you have here in the U.S. You still have some data, but maybe not quite as good as some of the things you're used to using. So, and, forecasting wind and things like that gets a little more difficult, some of these spots. So, but still, us being there is still better than, for the tour and some of these tournaments, having us there is still better than not having us there, where they would just be guessing. So, we do the best we can, and they know it's not the U.S. and it's not quite as good, but it's still we still send our electric field mill over there, and we still have that and the detection network and that kind of thing. So,
oh, wow, I bet that's interesting transporting that equipment across seas to foreign country.
Yeah, the tour sends a lot of containers and things, so it goes on with a lot of the scoreboards and that kind of stuff. So it helps.
One more question from me is as far as golf and the weather. Talk about course saturation. We're talking about frost in the morning, dew on the grass, dew points, humidity, right? How does it factor in your forecast for when the starting time is? Does that sometimes get pumped up because of the ground's just wet and needs time to dry out, or?
Well, obviously, if it's totally saturated, there's the rules of golf dictate what we can do as far as playing golf on a saturated golf course. So if there's still some standing water or some real wet areas, the tour a lot of time will institute a policy of lift, clean, in place, where they can get relief maybe from some of those spots to a drier area that's not any closer to the hole, but they get some relief. And then they can pick up mud on their ball, so they can pick the ball up and wipe the mud off and place it back down and then hit it. So that helps us out quite a bit. But if we still have water running down the fairways, or there's puddles on the greens, and you can't put the ball through a puddle, so then obviously we can't play in those conditions. But golf courses are made to drain, so typically once the standing water is gone, then they institute that policy of maybe lift, clean, in place. That way we can still play and not be stopped under the rules of golf. So as far as frost goes, we do try to do frost forecasts. It does come into play a lot of times when we're in the desert of Arizona in February and March, because it can get really cold there in the mornings and then warm up pretty quickly for the mid to late morning. So we try to help them out with frost forecasts. obviously, you got to just wait for it to melt before you can get on there because you don't want to kill the grass stepping on it. So usually frost delays are not that long. They're usually 30 minutes to an hour, and then we can get out there and play. As far as late in the year, a lot of places where we go is Florida and the Southeast and that kind of thing. So typically, we don't deal with frost too much in the fall, but definitely early in the year.
Well, Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate it, and glad that we could catch you while you're here at home. And we wish you the best of luck as you travel out to all these cool destinations, and hopefully you'll have some good weather. If folks want to follow along, do you have a social media account or something you'd like to promote?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at PGAWXMAN and the number 1. So it's PGAWXMan1 on Twitter. And I'm on Facebook, just Stuart Williams. You'll just have to find me on that. But that's the only 2 social medias that I'm on. Yeah, Twitter, definitely follow me. And you can see what the forecasts are, what's going on at these tournaments that we're doing and these other events. So.
And the weather's bad and you're at that tournament, just go find Stuart. You can blame him for it.
Yeah, that's right.
Stuart, thank you so much for joining us tonight. As always, we appreciate your time and glad to catch up with you, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Scotty, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun, and hopefully we can do it more often.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you back for another episode next week.
All right, and that is our interview with Stuart Williams, DTN meteorologist who goes to all the PGA Tour events and provides them on-location weather support. That interview, again, was recorded in February for what we thought was going to coincide with a premiere for the Wells Fargo Championship in Charlotte. This week, the PGA Tour is back in action. They are at the RBC Heritage event in Hilton Head, South Carolina. From Charlotte, I am James Brierton. We will see you back here next week. We will leave you, I'm hoping. I'm trying to pull up a camera in Hilton Head, South Carolina to take a look at conditions there right now. It's not coming up. Go figure. But you'll have to trust us that Stuart's forecast says it won't be all too shabby. And here it is, a look from the Salty Dog there in Hilton Head, South Carolina. Again, I'm James Brierton, Charlotte. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night. When we found ourselves doing severe weather coverage for Brunswick, Columbus counties along the coastal areas of North Carolina, just outside the Wilmington area, what we didn't know until after the fact was that we were tracking a EF3 tornado. This is a absolute monster of a tornado that impacted that area and unfortunately did result in some deaths. 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken, as well as 10 injuries. We got some new video today when North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper visited the communities hardest hit, and I want to allow the panel some time to talk about this, because this in and of itself would be a very big news story for us here in the Carolinas and on this show. And it's just yet, unfortunately, another piece of a very busy weather week that has been playing out. But you can see here the communities still trying to clean up after this storm rolled on through. Let me pop up again for you if I can, and I'm going to ask our group to kind of weigh in on it well too. Is, we look at radar scope imagery from that night. You can see it there on the right-hand side of your screen, the velocity, the measuring of the winds in the atmosphere circling here where the tornado crosses Highway 17, where some of this video was captured just outside Ocean Isle, and then continues for about 25 miles, going 45, 50 miles an hour, at times almost trying to outrun the polygon. The Weather Service working very hard to keep this very fast-moving supercell inside that tornado-warned polygon to try to give people as much lead time as possible. Brad, let me bring you back in. I know you had just finished the 11 o'clock news, but I saw you tweeting about this. What were you thinking at 11:45 at night when you were looking at this on radar?
So I had seen that storm offshore in the special marine warning because I was impressed with the signature, but wasn't thinking much about it. Went on to finishing up some emails, and I have all alerts turned on for North and South Carolina. So I heard the tornado warning pop up on my computer, and I looked down, and I was like, "Holy cow!" Right away, I was like, I could see the debris signature, and I knew it was bad. And then immediately, with some of my emergency manager contacts, started getting messages about, some serious damage and, requests for search and rescue crews. So I knew it was pretty bad. And when I looked quickly at the map, I knew that area quite well. I actually played that golf course several times. Tiger's Eyes right there, Ocean Isle. It's a beautiful area. So I'm very familiar with that. And I knew, hearing the damage reports, those weren't small homes. Those were well-built, I wouldn't say mansions. Those are nice houses. So for those to be leveled and destroyed, I knew it was a significant hurricane tornado. I'm thinking of hurricane because that area was hurt by Isaias as well, almost the exact same location. But what was interesting is, that was EF3. That's the only second EF3 I could find in the database in the month of February in North Carolina's history. The other one was in 1971. So EF3 tornado in the month of February is incredibly rare for North Carolina, and in that area, period, any time of the year.
Brad,
yeah, I have to echo. I was going to say I was asleep when this happened. When I woke up in the morning, I saw your text in our internal chat. But along with Brad, I've played golf at this golf course that actually got hit, and vacation, there a lot. And like Brad said, it's a well-built community. I mean, these homes were well-built, and to see the video of just some of these just being completely demolished just shows you the sheer size and strength of this tornado. And, it was a nocturnal tornado again, at 11:45 on a February evening, something you just don't really anticipate. So the loss of life is never good. And just our thoughts and prayers go out to those folks. But just seeing some of the damage out there, you could tell it was a pretty massive tornado.
Yeah, I'm like you, Scotty. I slept through this too. And the very next morning, I woke up and saw that there had been a big tornado from browsing through Twitter. And so I went and downloaded the old the radar scans from the archive and went to look at what the radar looked like. And when I saw that debris signature, I thought, oh, my God, that had to have been a really bad tornado. Debris was lofted up to something like 22,000 feet. Is that right?
22, 25. It was up there. It got sucked right up into the updraft. It was pretty impressive.
Right. Yeah. When you see debris lofted that high, you're dealing with a pretty substantial tornado, and in this case, at EF3. And that's what it looked like. It could have been just looking at the radar.
Yeah, that's a tough warning scenario. The Weather Service, did the best job they could, but nocturnal February, I think that these coastal communities have it tough because I was talking to another group about this today. The special marine warnings, we're talking about water spouts in rotation. But who on the coast is looking at special marine warnings off the coast? If that was a polygon for a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning to a county to your south and east, you're probably a little bit more aware. But when they're special marine warnings, you're probably not even thinking twice about it.
Right. And even if there is a water spout, you think, oh, well, it's going to last 100 yards inland at most. But this is a little different. This was, I think this was supercellular in nature. And when you get that kind of situation, you get a water spout from that. It's going to keep going inland and a long way sometimes.
I remember when we were streaming this, just looking at it going, this is textbook. You could see the hook echo. You could see it on velocity, 160 mile per hour winds. Christian Morgan, WFMY in Greensboro. I want to ask you for your advice for folks who hopefully never find themselves in this situation. But if you find yourself in any tornado polygon, what do you do, especially if it's midnight?
Yeah, guys, I was kind of watching this all unfold, kind of like Frank said. I just happened to log on to Twitter to just kind of see what folks were saying and kind of check out some different things about our upcoming storm this week. And I noticed all of these radar scans and started to notice and realize that, we were dealing with something pretty serious down in the coastal region of North Carolina there. And what I was saying on Twitter, I wasn't an active meteorologist following it along in those areas, but I was saying, if you have family and you have friends that in this area Who cares if you got to wake them up? Call them until they wake up and let them know what is going on, that they have to find somewhere safe to get.
And we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
We say it all the time, and it kind of gets drowned out, and people kind of put it in the back of their minds. But really, you got to find that most inner room in your home. If you have a basement, that's the safest thing to do, away from doors and windows. And people say, well, I'm in the next room over. Is that okay? And I'm in the closet in the bedroom that has windows in it. No, it's not okay, because especially in a situation like this with such a dangerous tornado, I mean, we see picture after picture after picture of whether it's branches or whether it's beams from houses flying around. They can pierce right through walls and right through doors, and they can come into those rooms and into those areas. So the most inner room in your home, away from doors and windows. If you have a basement, that's the best. And one thing that we always try to say on the air in a tornado warning situation is take shoes with you, take a helmet with you. And people think that sounds crazy at first, but if something comes through the door or something comes through the wall, if you've got a helmet on, just like riding a bike, if you fall off and you have a helmet on, you're going to be that much more protected. And shoes, people say, well, I'm in the home. Well, if you have debris in the next room over and you come out to survey that once things are over, there's no telling what you could step on. So a helmet, glasses, safety goggles, shoes, if you have those things and take them with you, you're that much more prepared and that much more ready in a situation like that.
Hey, Christian, I think you guys did the story today. Wasn't there someone whose home was damaged by the ice storm and went down to their beach house because of the damage and then was impacted by the tornado?
Yeah, that is a series of really bad luck. They left here, their home was damaged on Saturday with the ice. And so they went to their beach house. I think they left earlier this week to kind of get away while crews were cleaning up their yard, and then found themselves in that situation the other night. And it's like, what do you do at that point? And I think, if I remember right, I didn't watch the story in full detail yet, but if I remember right, I still think some of the family was either en route or was going to be traveling down to the beach house later. And so they had a really hard time getting in contact with those folks. And that, of course, is scary in itself when you're in one place going somewhere to be safe and your other family and your other party there knows what's happening and they can't get a hold of you. It's really, really sad.
That is absolutely incredible. That story had
another thing worth mentioning.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, another thing worth mentioning with all that Christian said earlier, do these things that you can do in advance. Decide where to go when the sky's blue. Make the plans on that day. Share them with your family. Make sure everyone knows where to go, so that when the tornado warning is issued, you can just do that and not have to think about what to do. You just do what you've decided to do, and it saves you time. That way, if you don't get a lot of lead time, and sometimes you don't, then you know what to do and you can do it and get there faster, and having less lead time matters less.
Yeah, that lead time is so critical, and the Weather Service does as best of a job as they can, and it's frankly a really good job, and it's improving each and every year to give people more and more lead time. But, an excellent amount of lead time is, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, and in this case, it might have been even less because of how fast this cell was moving.
Yeah. And another thing, I'm just reviewing the radar again right now, and I just noticed why this was kind of sneaky. I understand why it is. The radar near Charlotte, it looks like it has some obstructions to the radar beam to the southwest. And that was clouding what was going on with this storm. And it made it that much more difficult for the Weather Service to warn, because it was kind of in a dead spot for radar. And it just approached from the southwest, and the thing was over Sunset Beach before they realized what was going on, I think.
Yeah, I'll just do a shameless plug here. If you're interested in this, we're going to do a show with Gannon Medwick. He had a really good write-up today about the situation. So, a lot of weird things going on at that time. So sorry about that shameless plug, James. Back to you.
No, I'm glad you actually. That's more late breaking news, because I know you had reached out to him there at WECT to find out if he would come on and talk to us. So I think those are all valid points. And Frank brought something up that I think in hindsight, more people are learning about. I think the folks in that area may have already known about it. So I think there is some hindsight review analysis going on, I will say one of the things that I think was a silver lining saving grace is that this supercell, this tornado, passed just to the side of the radar. If it had gone over the radar, we could have lost eyes on the whole cell for the rest of the night, which I think would have introduced a whole other level of an issue. Certainly.
Yeah, just under 3 miles. If it had been just under 3 miles farther east.
So we mentioned that Governor Roy Cooper went down to survey the damage today and to meet with folks who were impacted by this tornado firsthand. And amongst some of the video that was fed back, we have about 2 or 3 minutes here where the governor is talking to 2 homeowners who were inside of their home when this tornado approached. You're going to hear them talk about the amount of lead time they had, or what frankly was a very small amount of awareness and lead time for them by the time they realized something was wrong, and what position that left them in, and how they ultimately rode this storm out inside of their home. It's a miracle. It's miraculous. It's heartbreaking. It's inspirational. It's a whole palette of emotions. Now, because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the microphones are a little bit further away than they would be ideally. And I'm letting you know that because the first rule of broadcast is always good audio. And you can hear them here, but especially if you're listening on our podcast, I want you to just stick this out with us and take a listen to the conversation the governor is having here with these homeowners. It's an incredible story.
They won't invade your space here, but I thought I'd just come over and just see things.
Hello, Governor, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys doing?
We're alive.
The fact that we're alive is a big positive. I know that's something to be thankful for these days.
Yep.
So we're thinking about you and hope that everything can be put back together. So sorry about the loss of life here.
Yeah.
Tragic.
That's our greatest fortune. That was not us.
Right.
This is sticks and bricks. They can be replaced.
So is this your house?
Yes.
And so were you guys home?
Oh, yeah. We were in this under the curtain.
So what happened? How did you guys, where were you?
I was in bed and I heard the hail, and at that point I said it's time to get up. And by the time I turned my back, the doors came in and hit me in the back and knocked me down to the sofa, to the bed. And that's probably the only thing that helped me survive, being knocked down. So, oh yeah, well you heard the hail. The amount of time between the hail hitting and the noise of the wind was instantaneous. There was no
I couldn't tell you what to say. I was on the living room sofa, and as soon as the hail cracked the first piece of glass, I ducked, and the whole back of the house flew in. And I went for a ride. Fortunately.
So how far were you carried? Where were you?
I was in the great room. The entire back of the house flew in. This wall here, I'm on the other side of it. Buried under everything else. And I'm sure the only thing that saved my life is our porch furniture is teak. And then one chair blew in on me like a TP tent. So everything falling and throwing landed on that and not directly on me. And I swear that's the only reason I'm here.
That is amazing. Were either of you injured?
Minor
scratches.
I had to get
a couple of stitches.
But considering, no, was the answer. Bumps and bruises by comparison.
Well, you have an amazing attitude about all of this. It's got to be devastating to lose your home like this.
It's devastating, but you got to maintain a positive attitude. So
we're here. We have something to deal with. There are others across the street and across the golf course that don't have that good fortune.
Do you have a place to stay?
We do.
Yes. The neighbors here are families. The generous, phenomenal offers have been endless. So.
Yeah, we have a place to stay. There are several people that had empty homes because they're not full-time residents. They offered the homes to us. I've had offers from New Jersey to Florida to help. So we've been fortunate.
Absolutely an incredible story. Those folks, as they expressed, lucky to be alive. Again, 2 fatalities, 10 injuries, and as you can see, multiple homes damaged by this EF3 tornado there in Brunswick County, North Carolina. We will have more, as Scotty mentioned, on future shows here on the Carolina Weather Group, talking more about an event that is clearly going to be now marked on our calendars and our history books. 160 mile per hour winds. That is practically unheard of in this part of the country.
Welcome, everyone, to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue part 2 with the Weather Channel's Jim Cantore.
So I think to talk to you, Jim, and not bring up the famous commercial of you going to the beach and playing beach volleyball and going to different places, and the crowds run away from you, and you're like, "What? I'm just here to go to the beach," which is an amazing commercial. I think it's a fun kind of
that was pretty brilliant.
Time for all of us. So kind of in the sense of that commercial and kind of how we know you. How are the actual kind of emotions and reactions of communities when you do show up and they do see you? Is there sometimes some mixed emotions, or is it usually kind of just people are excited to be meeting you and in an area that is going to be on TV, or is it more of a thing where people are kind of sometimes a little bummed?
No, to me, it's both. To be honest with you, Dan, I mean, it's really both because, I mean, obviously during hurricane season when I show up, it's not going to be good. I mean, the good news with Sally, I'm like, don't worry, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be moving after my shots. We've been moving every day, so this is no different. Till we finally wound up in Pensacola, but some people are still excited to come out. Their town's getting some attention. I've been doing this a while now, so people have kind of grown up, just kind of getting used to, if there's going to be a big weather story, Jim's more than likely going to come to town. So if it like I've always said, if it creates the awareness and it has people react in a way that they protect themselves and their family, then great, mission accomplished. So I still kind of get both ends of the spectrum. I mean, I told you one time, I can't remember which storm it was, but I think I was going to North Carolina. I mean, this lady literally, she saw me on the plane. She hollered at me. She told me it was my fault. In front of everybody on the plane. I was just like, okay. But yeah, so you run the gamut. That was probably the most extreme right there.
And there's whole, I'm sure you've probably seen them or ran across them, but there's Facebook groups devoted to Where's Jim Cantore? I don't know if you've seen that, but there's a
Facebook page, right?
That's right. And they post pictures of what they think is you, what certain like storm chaser cars or Weather Channel cars. And they'll say, he's now been spotted at Sunset Beach. And then, it's got hundreds and thousands of members.
So for the record, guys, do you know how many bald, short Italian men exist in this world? A lot. And I'm just one of them. Okay, so yeah, I get spotted a lot in places. I'm like, and I sometimes I read those in my Twitter, and I'm just like, I'm sitting right here at my house looking at this, and who is playing me, or who do they think is me? So it's cool. I mean, in a way, it's kind of cool because I never in my wildest dreams thought that a guy that just wanted to get the forecast right would be, somebody who developed a Facebook page for. So I mean, it's kind of fun when I can play along, I will. But like I said, at the end of the day, if it helps people get ready and creates an awareness, then mission accomplished. Mission accomplished.
All the memes that come out of that, I'll read you one. I sent.
Oh, dude, the memes! Oh my God!
Oh man, the one that I thought was kind of funny. I sent this directly to you because it was right in the middle, right when the COVID was just, the fear was so high at one point. And I said, if Southerners don't seem too worried about this coronavirus still, it's because we have been conditioned to believe that we likely don't need to be concerned unless or until this man shows up, and it has a picture of you. So.
I mean, yeah, they seem to get better every year. So it's like I said, it's very humbling. It's nice to be a meme.
I like your attitude. I like your attitude on it a lot. I mean, the idea is if you can bring attention in a positive light to the storm, then you're doing a good thing no matter what, and that's great.
It's really weird. Bobby Labonte is a friend of mine, and I remember when he was telling me a story about the ESPYs. where he was in the back room with Tiger Woods, and he was, they were both just kind of like, "Are you here for this?" "Yeah, we're here for this." I mean, when you don't really want to be in the limelight. Sometimes when you're in the limelight, you don't really want to be in the limelight. It's not what you strive for. It's not. You don't wake up in the morning and say, "Oh gosh, what can I do to make myself more in the limelight today?" I mean, that's just really not. I mean, Bobby is a fantastic race car driver. He won a championship. That's all he wanted to do. Tiger is a phenomenal golfer. All he wants to do is play excellent golf. And now, as you saw from this weekend, his son can play pretty good as well. It's just I think that the true professionals, the notoriety that comes along with them is just kind of an after effect. But I do think you also have to embrace it. You can't ignore it. You have to embrace it, because I'll never forget the time as a kid I got a chance to meet Reggie Jackson. As you guys know, I'm a huge Yankees fan. And I got a chance to get an autograph from him. I stood in line just like everybody else. They used to have this big thing in Atlanta called the Super Show, which was everything and anything to do with sports. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, Reggie's signing for Upper Deck. I got to go get Reggie." So I had my baseball, and I stood in line just like everybody else. So when I finally got up there, which was, probably 45 minutes, I was like, "Oh my gosh, I handed my baseball. I said, "Mr. Jackson, what a pleasure to meet you. I mean, you've been you've just been my hero. You took the Yankees to a world championship." And he turns around and looks at his publicist or whatever. He goes, "Hey, how much time we got left here?" 15 minutes. "All right, here you go." And he handed the ball to me. It was just kind of, I don't know. It just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. I just never forgot it. And I'm not Reggie Jackson, but the people that want to meet you and want to come out and talk to you, I think you owe them a little bit of your time, because you've been given this gift, and it's there to share. And that's really how I feel about it. But I'll never forget that experience, and I always go back to it. And look at, I can't say that Reggie didn't have another thing to do. I can't blame him for that, but I just never forgot that reaction, how disappointed I was. Now, if I'm out to dinner with my girlfriend, or if I'm with my kids and we're talking and having a good time, and if you want to come up and talk about climate change or what we should do about NextRad, I'm like, "Hey, can we save this for another time?" Pick your times when you approach people. That would be my best advice to other folks out there. But I'm happy to talk to you. I am a true weather geek. I love talking about it. I'll give you my opinion. Sometimes it's going to be good. Sometimes it's going to be bad. Sometimes it's going to be right. Sometimes it's going to be wrong. But that's me in a nutshell.
Speaking of NextRad, could you talk to those folks in Washington and get us a radar in Charlotte?
Yeah, I mean, I look at, if we wait around for phased array, we're gonna have more tornadoes missed. We're gonna have more gaps. They told us not to really talk about this, but now that I'm on with you guys, yeah, let's fill the holes. Let's fill the gaps. Long overdue. I mean, we got a nice system down now, and I know this data needs a lot of maintenance, and it's very, very expensive. And if that's the case, then come up with a great, new phased array, and let's roll that out. Let's just roll out phased array. But until we get there, let's fix the stuff that we got. Maybe add a few mobile radars here and there to fill in the gaps, especially when you're talking about large metropolitan areas and cities. I mean, at this point, the NWS radar, the guys that are operating the radar and monitoring the radar, they know where the gaps are. They've been doing it for years. I mean, it's not like they're just coming out with this out of nowhere. So, yeah, I'm pro filling the gaps all the way. Do it. It's long overdue, guys. It's long overdue.
So I have just one follow-up question here about how you deliver your message and the best way you can kind of connect with your viewers and stuff. So really, in a perfect world of your day-to-day, big storm comes around or whatnot, would you rather spend more time actually kind of doing on-camera storm action coverage where you're in the heart of the storm, or would you rather spend more time kind of in some instances being from a safe location where you can spend better time broadcasting, have clearer messages, and work more on the communication side?
So studio versus non-studio, I think that's what you're asking me, right? I mean, I like a mix. I've got to have a blend because I still need, like when I was told I was going to go out to the snow the other day, I was like elated because A, it wasn't a hurricane, and B, it was just, I just love getting out in it because here you are, you spend all this time looking at model data and this, that, and the other thing, and reading this and reading that, but you to go out and experience it, and then to kind of bring it home to the viewers, that's the win. That's the home run. I don't want to live in the field, and I don't want to live in the studio. I got to have a blend of both, and hopefully I'll be able to carry that to the end of the career. But it is getting exhausting out there. I won't lie. When you go through an eye wall, guys, and then you got to get up the next morning and do it, kind of tell everybody what happened. It's tiring. The adrenaline takes you through the event, and then after that, the tiredness and the lack of adrenaline. I mean, you got to find it from somewhere else. But you still got to put together 2 words in a sentence. So that's how that's going. What's going on, Pete?
Hey, what's going on, Jim? How you doing?
Good, man.
So to kind of piggyback off of that question, take us through your workday at the Weather Channel, from when you wake up to when you leave the Weather Channel for the day.
So AMHQ is the show I'm on, 7 to 10 in the morning. Get up about 4:15, come down to this very computer that I'm on, jump on it, see what's going on. Like I said, Twitter is nice not only for us to communicate with each other in the enterprise, but also it kind of helps me centrally get my thoughts together. What do I really want to say about this? What do I think about it? And I can put it down right there and go from there, because more than likely I'm going to be talking about one or more of those things when I get to the Weather Channel. So, I'll get in about an hour before my show. I'll slap a little powder on, put my mic on, go meet with my weather producer, talk about any interviews that are coming up with my show producer, and boom, here we go for 3 hours. Strap in and enjoy the ride, and be ready for whatever Stephanie has to throw at you, because it's usually something you didn't expect. But it's great. She makes it fun. She really does. She makes the whole 3 hours go by. I mean, when her, Jen, and I aren't there together, it's definitely different. And that's not to say other people aren't talented, because Felicia and Tevin and Jordan and Chris, those guys are all incredibly talented. But it's just we've been working together so long now. We kind of got this little routine. We kind of know each other's quirks and things like that. So it's very fun. After the show, we have a meeting at 10:30. A call in, kind of talk about the evening show, Mike's show, Bettis' show, and then what's going to happen the next morning, who we may have as guests and things like that. And that is my day.
And tell us, like, behind the scenes, who's in the studio during the show, and how many people are working on the show every day.
So in the studio, it's either 2 or 3 talent. Sometimes they'll have somebody from home. Like if Steph or Jen are on the road and they just get back, they will have them home for a couple of days. Again, this is all about a part of the COVID thing. It's been weird. I've actually been lucky because when I've come back from the field, it's been a Friday. So I just go into my weekend and I just come back into the studio. I think I'm the only guy who doesn't have a home studio. I said, look, I will come in. I have no problem in coming in. They have me in this area where nobody's around. I have my own desk. It's literally yards and yards away from anybody else. So I'm nowhere near anybody. And it's literally as soon as you walk in the door. There's a couple floor directors, 2 weather producers in the studio, but we're all spread apart. I mean, that studio that we have downstairs that we're doing the immersive reality on is huge. It's kind of like a half a gym, if that gives you an idea of the size. So ceiling wise and width wise. So we just have everybody spaced out perfectly. And, a lot of the cameras are run from inside the production booth, so they can run those from upstairs with the joystick. So we don't need people down there moving cameras, even though sometimes you have to move some of the cameras. It's really the jib operator who's got to move this big jib and this big teleprompter so that we're out on the new augmented reality set. That's got to be there for you. But let me tell you something, guys. As you get older, that prompter doesn't change size. It's still the same old TV, 15-inch TV. So you're kind of like, why is that thing way far away? Why can't I see that? It doesn't get any easier to read, is my point. So that's really been the biggest change.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, Will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Versus just ad lib, especially with video and stuff like that. And you're kind of bridging different things together. That's what it looks like in the studio. It's cool. It's really cool. I enjoy it. I really do. Guys, it's still a thrill to get up in the morning and go to work every day. It is. And I don't even consider it a job. It's still fun. It's still fun to look at the weather and get it right. It really is.
That immersive reality technology that you were talking about, I know we discussed it last year, but 12 months later, I'm still fascinated by it, as many others are. Tell us about some of the challenges of working with a piece of technology that's maybe new.
Well, so remember I just said this is like the size of a small basketball court, or half a basketball court. So with prompters way over here and monitors way over there that can't get close to you, some of the data on the graphics is really hard to read. So when we walk along and we see those little candlesticks there with the high and the low and the precip, one of them looks like a little crystal ball. So I can't see those numbers unless I'm looking at a monitor. And sometimes that monitor is just far enough away where I can't quite read that number. So if I don't preview those graphics first, it's definitely an beep moment out there and sometimes I'll turn the wrong way because you're so far away, you forget which side it's actually on in the real world. So it still takes some getting used to, and I'm absolutely not as comfortable as I am with a telestrator and a monitor in front of me or right next to me where I can touch it. So I'm out in no man's land, really.
Well, another one of the neat things you've been a part of at the Weather Channel is the local on the 8s. Your voice is on there. Tell us a little bit about that process and how cool it is to be that person.
So local on the 8s. Oh my gosh, when did I do that now? Maybe 10 years ago. But it took about 18 hours to record all. I mean, you have to record each number. There's different phrases that are coded. And so they put those codes together based on the forecast, right? And so partly cloudy will come up with winds increasing to 25 miles per hour. Those are two different things that I would record. I don't record all that in one thing. But so I thought, oh my gosh, so I get a chance to do this now. I'm going to be fancy with it. I'm going to like, if it's 108 degrees, I'm going to like really, it's 108 degrees. Heat index, 108. Wind chill, minus 55. So I went through and I did all that. And, that was about 3 hours worth of recording. And so then they got back to me and said, Jim, you can't really do that. You need to be kind of monotone here because we're going to marry all these different phrases and words and numbers together based on code. And you can't like be way up here and then but winds will be calm. Winds are 0 to 10 miles an hour. So it just won't sound right. So you need to be so I had to go and record all that again. But so much for trying to be different, right? So that's the story behind your local forecast. Well, and it's crazy, dude, because when I here I am with my mask going through an airport, and somebody will look at me, and they'll be like, "I know who you are. I know I recognize that voice, and I know it's from the local forecast." So not even being able to see my face, just from the local forecast, I get recognized now. It's great.
Well, it sure sounds a lot better than it used to before that.
Yeah, well, it's HD. It's got a little bit more resonance to it, reverb to it. And yeah, it's not the National Weather Service radio, that's for sure.
Well, Jim, I had a question about what it's like to do your road trips. You've already talked about this a good bit, and we know that no two road trips are alike for sure, especially when some are go to severe weather events, some go to hurricanes, some go to winter storms. Right. But what is a typical road trip like for you? What's the advanced planning like? What's it
Frank,
like to actually cover it?
Yeah, the hardest thing for me is that I want the ball when the game's on the line. Okay, so what that means is in the morning before I travel, I don't like if we have a pending hurricane, I don't want to not be on the air. I want to be able to go in there and talk about it. But that becomes a very long day, okay? Because you're up early, you're in doing your thing, and then you've got to go home. You either have to pack if you hadn't the night before, and then, you know, travel to the airport and go through that whole rigmarole, and then get to your location. Like I told you guys earlier about the logistics, you got to make sure all those logistics line up. I mean, if that's going to be your spot that you're going to broadcast from, is your cameraman going to be dry? You know, are you going to be able to be out in the worst of it without drowning yourself and your vehicles and things like that? All those things come into play. And so now here we are at 6 o'clock at night after starting at 4:15 in the morning without stopping. And it just becomes an incredibly long day. So when it's just a travel day, which is rare, it's like getting ready for the game. You know, you got to pack, you got to have the equipment, you got to execute when you get out there. So you just kind of gradually ramp up and get to your location. And there is kind of a, between all of our teams out there, like, okay, who's going to get the best location? Who's going to be able to get the best shot? And so there's a little bit of that sportsmanship going on out there between us meteorologists. And I mean, we all want the best shot. We all want, the best TV for people. We don't want to have something happen to anybody or happen to us. That's not what I'm saying. But we want to have the best looking shot out there. But you just don't show up and that happens. There's a lot of logistics that go involved in that. You got to talk to the hotel managers. You got to make sure that you can actually broadcast here. Can we open this door during the storm? Can we get this AC power plugged in? Those kind of things. Can we get this room on this side of the hotel? Blah, blah. All those kind of things come into play. And if you've worked the morning and it's like, let's say it's a Thursday and you've been doing this all week, you're pretty tired by the time you roll into Friday, and you're going to work the weekend because that's when, the storm's coming in. So let's see, what I think I pulled 14 days was the longest stretch, 14 or 15 days this year. It was a long stretch.
And how much downtime do you need to rest after something like that?
Well, that depends on who's out and who's not. I mean, we're pretty much running a lean, mean fighting machine right now. And if somebody's they do a great job of honoring PTO and vacation time here. And if somebody's off, sometimes I got to come back the next day, and it's tough. That sometimes winds up being the toughest day of all, is the day you got to come back in studio. The adrenaline's gone. You still have memories of what just happened and the hardship out there that was produced by a hurricane or a tornado. And you gotta find a way, man. You got to find a way to ramp it up, because as Al Roker always tells everybody, he goes, the worst thing in TV you could ever do is be boring. That's the worst thing you can ever do on TV is be boring.
Absolutely. Your passion has to come out no matter what.
Yep.
So, Jim, you started at the Weather Channel right out of school. So tell us how you got the job and talk about the demo tape you sent in.
Well, I never even sent it in.
Oh.
So that's the I never applied to the Weather Channel. The guy who was in charge at the time, his name's Ray Bann. A friend of his apparently was doing a research project. They were researching where broadcast meteorologists were coming from. So there was a whole bunch of schools with this big reel of all these different broadcast meteorologists. So Linden and Penn State and Florida State and Mississippi State. And I was on that reel for whatever reason. And so Ray was I guess he was watching that tape, or he got a hold of that tape, and he said, "Oh, this guy looks interesting," and they contacted me. They got a hold of me that way. And I was up, like I said, it was July. I was painting the building. I was up on the scaffolding, and my brother hollers up. He goes, "Hey, the Weather Channel wants to interview you. You got to go home and call them." I'm like, "Oh, wow. That's cool." Because we had just gotten them on cable in White River Junction, Vermont, back in '86. So I remember seeing Gay Dawson and Bill Schubert and Bill Keneally and Mark Mancuso and John Hope and Will Annan and all those guys and Bruce Edwards. So it was interesting because I went down there for an interview, and a couple of them were there. I got to meet a couple of them, and I was a little bit starstruck, frankly, because I have been watching these guys on TV, and they're doing what I want to do. So I had a great interview with Ray, and I had no idea what was going to happen. Got back, and a couple of days later he called and he says, "You got the job. You got the job. When can you start? Can you be down here in a week?" And I said, "Yeah." I drive into Vermont to Atlanta. No air conditioning. It was a little Mercury Capri with a T-top. And like an idiot, I go down there during the worst heat wave in North Carolina that year. It's 106 degrees. I'm just like ready to faint. I couldn't drink enough Gatorade. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. Instead of driving at night like I should have done, right? Hello. Anyway, so I got my first experience with Southern heat, and I couldn't really, for the first 4 years down there, I was like, I got to get out of here. I can't stand this heat and humidity. I was sweating when I got out of the shower. I mean, it was awful. It was awful. So finally, I got acclimated. About 7 years in, playing softball, just the honeysuckle, the southern nights, the humidity. So I really started falling in love with it. Now at 56, I'm too cold. It's too cold outside for me in Georgia right now. So I'm ready for Florida, South Florida.
Speaking of that, what's left? Well, I mean, what's left for you to do or you want to do before you retire? I mean, it's been a great weather career at the Weather Channel, but anything left on the bucket list that you've not been able to get to yet?
Yes, there is. I've never done a blizzard in North Dakota. I've got to do one. That's the only state I haven't been in for something for the Weather Channel. So I've got to do a blizzard in North Dakota. I would love to do a Westpac typhoon. Okay, I really would. I would love to do one. Maybe do what was a hurricane in the Atlantic, ramming into the UK or Ireland or something like that. I mean, that would be just to kind of experience weather in different parts of the world. Antarctica, this iceberg that's supposed to crash into that island down there. How cool would that be to broadcast live on that iceberg? Right? It's the size of Puerto Rico and it's shaped like Jamaica or something. I mean, it's crazy. Just those kind of things. I mean, I like voicing over storm stories, but I liked doing Cantore stories better. I mean, this is really I've been blessed, man. I got to see a lot of the world. I got to work with NBC Sports during the Olympics. I mean, I got to work out with Al Michaels, who also always called me Dr. Doom. I mean, it was just really cool. I've just had some really cool experiences. But honestly, I'd like my goal, God willing, is I can get 40 years in broadcasting, and that's okay. Maybe I'll be done after that. So that date would be July 15th, 2026.
So approaching that, we're almost 5 years. We had a colleague of yours on, Tom Nizzle. He has a mountain. Yeah, he has a cabin up here on Rome Mountain. So we talked to Tom a lot. So what does retirement look like for you? You going to move into the mountains? You said South Florida just a little bit ago. What's it look like after TV life?
Yeah, I mean, I love the lake. I love the mountains. It's really an extension of the area I grew up. Think about, right? It's Southern Appalachia versus Northern Appalachia. So I certainly see myself, and I'm a small town kid, guys. I'm not a big city kid by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe split where I live between Florida and North Georgia. I don't know. Maybe open a nursery. Maybe open some kind of small business. I love doing landscaping. I really do. I enjoy yard work. Maybe I won't in 5, 6, 10 years from now, but who knows? Honestly, I really don't know where it's going to take me. But getting up at the hours I get up and doing that 5 days a week, and sometimes, going through the weekends and working 13, 14 straight. It takes its toll on you. It really does. I'm blessed with a lot of days off as a broadcaster, more than I would think a local market has. So I'm blessed with that, but it still takes its toll on you, man. It really does. So we'll see. Nothing's in pen right now.
Well, as we near the end of this podcast episode, we always kind of want to ask a few little silly questions to finish things up and to keep it light. before we call it a night. So first and foremost, we'll try some information out of you. I know that you guys probably have some fancy weather models and weather model providers at the Weather Channel, but do you have a favorite mainstream weather model site to use?
Oh gosh, I mean, first of all, Maui's a genius, sometimes to his own detriment. I mean, but I love the two websites he's designed. Levi does a fantastic job with Tropical Tidbits. I don't know the guys that are in charge of Pivotal Weather, but I think they've done a great job. Weather Nerds, there's just so many. I mean, Weather Tap. I still go back to Weather Tap, look at the radar, especially now that they've changed the radar site. But anyway, I mean, it's still. WSI Energy Cast is still one that we can access too. So there's dude, it's endless. I have literally 60 tabs open. 60 tabs. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I totally get that. I think I think I have probably somewhere around there, 60 to 80 bookmarks. Just
So I'm not alone here. Good. Oh, thank God.
No, you're not alone by any means, and especially when you have hurricane updates when. We all know the madness of how often those models update. So which site you're going to is really important. So yeah, they're lined up across the top. They're just lined up, endless. I guess I'll take the second one here. And favorite weather apps. Do you have any favorites? I mean, I know all of us use Radar Scope.
Yeah, I mean that's it.
But is that your favorite one?
That's my go-to. I mean, when everything's on the line, or if you want to see a storm that's gone tornado warned for yourself and make your own opinion on it. It's definitely Radar Scope. I actually wish I bought that company back when it was for sale, because oh my gosh, they're just doing great things. It's just consistent. It's always there for you. They're always upgrading it, always doing tweaks to it. There's different levels that you can obviously purchase, different subscriptions and things like that. So that is my absolute go-to. I love Storm. That's a good one. Anything that puts down the center point of the cone with the cities on it, I'm in favor of. Because then I get to see, where if I'm out in the field and I'm not sitting by a computer, I can get a quick look at, okay, well, where they move, how do they move the cone with with the 11 o'clock or the 5 o'clock advisory, whatever, and I can get an idea of where I may need to position myself down the road in the eye wall.
What about weather movies? The good, the bad, the ugly in the weather movie industry. And there's probably more bad and ugly than good, but what are your favorites and least favorites?
For weather movie, my favorite tornado is still The Wizard of Oz. I won't lie. To be able to create that, as hokey as it was back in the 1930s, and have it look, like a roping out tornado in the plains, it was just amazing to me.
I feel the same way about that. I mean, it seemed like you look back and you're talking 1930s, film industry, and you're like, man, they actually did a pretty good job on that.
Right.
I mean, if they did one thing really that kind of, gave you some goosebumps, right? When you were a kid watching that. I mean, that was pretty intense.
I remember I met Bill Paxton when he did the first Twister, because they premiered it in Atlanta. And I remember seeing him again at a Kentucky Derby that I was doing for NBC Sports. And he was telling me that they were talking about a Twister 2. Now, granted, he's not around to do it, which is incredibly sad. And he was the movie, in my opinion, but that's just me. Would I like to see another Twister out there? Sure. Because when you think of how many young people it influenced to get into our enterprise and maybe have a better understanding for what we do or look into what we do, I don't think you can lose from that. So I'd love to see another Twister.
I agree. I don't think Sharknado cuts that.
No, I didn't bring that up. I'm always a glass half full kind of guy. I didn't want to bash anybody, but that was a little ridiculous.
Well, this last question, and promise it's not loaded. Do you listen to podcasts?
I'm not gonna put my career in jeopardy on this answer. Right.
Exactly. Good. Do you listen to podcasts? And if you do you have a weather podcast that you enjoy listening to?
Marshall does some good stuff with our Weather Geeks podcast, and occasionally I'll listen to his stuff. Of course, you guys, come on, you're killing it right now. Jennifer Watson, and occasionally she'll jump into a weather podcast as well. Weather Brains has always been great, and I know it's nice when you know the people that you're talking to a little bit, so you kind of know what to expect. Guys, honestly, anytime that we can educate people that are either interested in meteorology or even our own people that people probably didn't know the Reggie Jackson story before I brought it up tonight. And whether that furthers your weather education or not, no, but it's just something, if you've been watching me for a good chunk of my years, you know what is behind me when people come up to me in the field, kind of how I react now. So yeah, I mean, and I think it's good for the enterprise. It's just all good. It's good to talk about things. You know what? Sometimes subjects aren't great. The radar things is a touchy subject, right? I mean, but we got to talk about it because radar save lives. Early warning save lives. We know that. So
yeah, it is. It's definitely another fun topic just because I think I can only speak to Evan and Peter, at least on our panel right here. We are avid TikTok followers, and I've seen you appear in a few TikToks with Stephanie.
That's all Stephanie. That's all Stephanie. Trust me. That's it's funny. She goes, Cantore, just do this with me. Come on, just do it. And Steph just has a way to kind of beg you to do what she asks you to do, what she wants you to do. So you did, and I'm like, you know what? Why not? I mean, it's just like, what the hell? I don't want to be a total bore. So I'll jump in and usually make a fool out of myself. But you know what? I'm okay with that. Yeah. I'm okay. I can still sleep at night, and it's all good. So.
All right. Well, my last question for you, and let's take weather out of it because I know you've made many trips to North and South Carolina. Yeah. Top 5 destinations to visit in the Carolinas. I mean, I know you've been in the Carolinas covering winter weather, tropical weather, but if you're just coming on vacation to North and South Carolina, what'd be your top 5 spots to visit?
Oh man. Well, I love, first of all, Greenville. Greenville is my number one. I mean,
it's a hidden gem. Nobody knows about it.
If I had to retire in Greenville, I would do it.
Yes.
Okay. Greenville, South Carolina. Love it. Absolutely love everything about that city. I got a lot of good friends up there too. So their Euphoria Festival they do every year is second to none. But behind that is Charleston. I love Charleston. It's the charm of that city, just being down in there, being in the thick of it, the history, the weather history. I mean, everything. It's just absolutely beautiful. Wilmington. I've seen them get the crap kicked out of them and come back and be this wonderful, wonderful town. I love Asheville. The Grove Park Inn. I've been there for the gingerbread contest. I mean, that is just unbelievable. It's just a beautiful historic place. The Biltmore, obviously, up there. I mean, holy cow. Gosh, where else have I been in the Carolina? I think it was Winston-Salem. Maybe, or was it Hickory? I can't remember. I got a friend that I went. They had just like refurbished the downtown. I can't remember which one it was in, which one I was in, but I thought that was a pretty cool place.
I live close to Hickory, and it's recently been redone. So
there was Hickory.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
you're kind of like, what? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? All right, who did I offend on this answer?
No,
you didn't offend anybody. You get your martial arts training here in Charleston. We all know that.
Yeah, you did great. I'm in agreement with you on Charleston. It's my favorite place to go.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And
Jay loves it too, right?
Greenville's number 1. Charleston's number 2. It really is that, just like that.
I tell people, I say downtown Greenville is the most underrated place to visit. It's a beautiful spot. Not a lot of people go. I mean, you can go out on a nice Friday or Saturday night and go eat dinner, welcome the river. It's a beautiful spot.
Like I said, if somebody said, all right, Jim, you have to leave Atlanta, you have to go somewhere else, where would it be? It would be Greenville, South Carolina.
I know our buddy Wes Grimes, who actually submitted a question earlier. He loved when you visited Boone a couple of years ago during the big snowstorm. And
oh my God, that was awesome.
I know Boone loves you, so if you ever make it back up there, I know you'll have a lot of folks and friends up in the Boone area. So.
By the way, the Boone stick is still around. Apparently, it's in my producer's Steve Pederak's office. I'm like, dude, you got to bring the Boone stick back out. I've never pushed so many cars out of the snow in my entire life than in Boone, North Carolina.
Well, I will tell you this from a guy, Evan and myself living in Western North Carolina. We definitely hope we can copy that sometime soon because we're in our snow drought. That was the last time we had measurable snow here outside of the mountains. Was that storm?
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Tough with La Nina, but we'll see. Especially strong, if we get a strong La Nina. But it's an active pattern, dude, and we got the negative NAO, so you may get a little bonus out of that. We'll see.
I'm afraid more ice than anything. That's my concern this year.
Yeah, that's
the models keep head faking though. They keep wanting to bring the AO back positive again, but it keeps not happening. And again,
well, we all know how those forecasts go sometimes.
Right.
we've all been disappointed a few times. Look at that NAO. It's going to go so negative. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, Jim, we certainly appreciate your time. We want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And for those who are listening to the podcast, I'm sure they're probably following you on Twitter, on social media, but if they can't, or if they're not, how can they do that?
So at Jim Cantore is my Twitter. I don't do Facebook, but my tweets go to Facebook. At Instagram, at Jim Cantore on Instagram. That's more of my personal life than sometimes I'll throw some weather on there. I have been lately, but that's personal's Instagram and weather is mostly Twitter. And that's me, man.
We appreciate your time, and thank you guys for watching tonight. Yeah. We hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you back soon here on the Carolina Weather Group.
Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks for having me.
It is September 15th, 2021. I'm James Brierton, live in Charlotte, North Carolina. We have our Carolina Weather Group panel with us tonight, and we are talking about the SpaceX launch just within the hour. You may have seen SpaceX launching from Kennedy Space Center, their first, anyone's first, all-civilian launch to space in the Inspiration 4 mission. We're going to show it to you in just a moment, that SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon spacecraft launching from the historic Launch Complex 39A there in Kennedy Space Center. But the thing I'm really super excited about, and I know these guys are too, is we have photos and videos from you across the Carolinas showing us what it looked like here at home in the eastern sky for many of you, especially along the coast, but not for all of you, because as we take a live look at radar, you can see we've got scattered rain, some heavy, a little thunderstorm activity as well out there, in addition to some clouds, and that ruined the show for many of us here in Charlotte, in Morganton, North Carolina, where Scotty Powell is. But Jared's going to show us some of that video that some of you did manage to take in just a moment. So if you would like to share with us, you can tweet to us right now at Carolina WX Group on Twitter. It's Carolina WX Group on Twitter. You can find us on Facebook as well, too. And we'll take a look at some of those coming up, and we'll hear from these guys in just a moment. But let's get right to it, guys. Let's roll that tape and look here, the final moments of countdown from Kennedy Space Center in Florida just an hour ago.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Go Falcon. Godspeed Inspiration 4.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Vehicles pitching downrange. Gauge on propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds. Callouts indicate nominal. Historic mission flaying the Inspiration 4 crew. Onboard Dragon and Falcon 9. Great view of the crew in the council. We're into the throttle down, into the throttle bucket.
Stage 1, throttle down.
Throttling down in preparation for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. A minute in the flight.
9 is supersonic. Stage 1, throttle up.
We're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Copy,
We're
one
throttled
Bravo.
back up, and 1 Bravo, the call out from space. That's one of the abort sequences. That is a nominal call. Everything continues to be good. Looks like a smooth ride for the crew.
And you can see them giving the thumbs up there. That is for quote-unquote regular people. They are certainly well-trained, knowledgeable, and experts, but they are not military. They are not NASA. And they're not really, really rich guys who own their own space company. So what is exciting about this is that it is the first step towards one day launching us regular people into space. Although, I don't know, guys, I don't see in my lifetime me being able to get to space affordably, but it is really cool. This is all automated. They have to push, as I understand, close to no buttons, and they're just driving this thing from California. But here in the Carolinas, folks like you at home were able to see this. Let's bring in Jared Smith. He is the keeper of the photos and videos tonight, so keep them coming. We'll look for your live comments in chat, but Jared, what are people showing us?
Yeah, we got lucky here in Charleston. Really along the entire South Carolina coast, we actually had, it was kind of funny. James and I, we were talking on the phone earlier. I was like, man, I don't feel good about this because we had some showers coming in not too long ago. And I was like, man, I don't know if we're going to get a good look at this. But as it turned out, we got lucky in the Charleston area. And we'll take my screen share here. And this one comes to us from Emily Koppel. Her father, Michael Koppel, took these photos on Kiowa Island. Is like, is this a SpaceX launch? Yep, absolutely. And some really cool shots. You can see, you can just see that trail there. And the SpaceX rockets just put on such a great show. And I got to tell you, looking inside that SpaceX rocket, it's got to be really good that they're not flying on everything that's something that's built by the lowest bidder. I'm sure that it just looks really, really nice in there. And that is the way that I would want to go to space. It looks like they had a really smooth ride, as James said, and I'm really excited about that. So yeah, so this is what it looked like from the ground. This is from Emily. Thank you, Emily. At Total Return on Twitter got a really cool video here. Thought it was a UFO. Nope, it's an IFO. It's an identified flying object. We know exactly what this is, and put this, get this going. Allegedly, we were going to try and get this going. Okay.
It would be scary if you didn't know what it was or what was happening.
Well, I mean, there's some people who didn't know what was happening. All right, so we're going to fake this. We're going to, for some reason, it's not playing. So I'm just going to drag my my scroll wheel here. But you can kind of you get the gist. This thing was hauling butt. Spacecraft are they've got to move very quickly to achieve that escape velocity and get out of our way. And then Christian Morgan, Scotty, he's vacationing in Myrtle Beach. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's in North Myrtle Beach this week. So
yep. Christian Morgan from WFMY. Yeah, he got a really cool shot here. And then the other cool thing is that we had an ISS pass about 3 minutes after that. The International Space Station came by about 3 minutes afterward. So Skywatchers got one, lucky, and two, a heck of a show tonight. Courtesy of the United States Space Program, cooperation with our international partners, and Elon Musk. So this is just a few of them. If you go off on Twitter, the videos are everywhere right now. Yeah, it was really cool. It was really neat. Just before we went on, Dave Williams at Channel 4 here, WCIV, he was able to catch not only the liftoff, but also the return. Because remember, the Dragon And we haven't cleared it, so I'm not running it. They literally just before we got on here. But the Dragon rocket, as we all know, it comes back to Earth. It's complete. It's a totally reusable system, and so you can. So we apparently were able to see the landing too. So that is pretty cool.
That is pretty.
We haven't mentioned yet one of the folks going into space. Christopher Simbrowski is actually a North Carolina native. Grew up in Kannapolis, North Carolina. So
really,
so he was one of the 4 members on the crew tonight. Went to school in Kannapolis. Grew up throughout his high school years, and then moved off. But a North Carolina native on the spaceship tonight.
And they are no stranger to things going fast in Kannapolis. So that is
that's right.
Probably the fastest a Kannapolis native has ever traveled. So
he's got Dale Earnhardt beat by a couple of miles an hour.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Scotty just passed this one along to me. This is so cool. This is a 30-second exposure.
Look at that. Look at that trail. Look at that tail there.
Yeah, so cool.
And I feel Steve is a reporter at WBTV, and he's from my hometown, so we talk a lot. And he's been down there all week, and he's like, I've just been wanting to get one great sunset photo while I'm at the beach this week, and he hasn't been able to get it, but I think this makes up for that. So
I'm so glad you brought sunset up, because as I understand it, it's actually the setting sun that makes this possible, because it's backlighting it. I'm going to go to Dan in a moment for a little bit more science behind how that light works, but they actually had an angle of this from space. Take a look at what the sunset looks like from space shortly after takeoff.
There on your screen, you can see a sunrise horizon there with planet Earth just behind the glowing MVAC engine.
Okay, I stand corrected. That was the sunrise as they made it around the globe, but still really, really cool. And Dan, you weren't able to capture this rocket launch, but you're no stranger to capturing rocket launches. As we know, you caught one for us here on the Carolina Weather Group from the Outer Banks when this rocket took off from Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. So you're no stranger to this beautiful photography. What is it like, Dan, to see something like this and be able to capture it with your camera?
Right. Yeah, it must be pretty exciting having, for those who had a good view of it tonight. When you see this going through the sky, it seems surreal. You're watching something that is kind of going against the direction of anything that you would normally see in the night sky, and it's moving upwards, and it definitely doesn't look like anything else you've ever seen. So kind of a real interesting experience that connects us to these kind of greater human aspirations and things that we've been able to do that are bigger than just being on the surface of planet Earth. So you kind of feel all that in that moment, and it definitely sinks in.
I was trying to explain that to my 3-year-old. The concept of leaving Earth. If you're watching at home right now on our live broadcast here on Facebook, YouTube with Carolina WeatherNet, use that live chat box. We want to hear what your thoughts are on a launch like this, or if you could ever afford a ride to space, would you go? Very, very cool, exciting stuff out there. There's also, of course, they bring an object with them, a zero-G indicator. We've seen some of these in the past. I think it was a dinosaur previously. Well, tonight, their special zero-G indicator has a special meaning. Take a listen.
Oh, we can see the zero-G indicator floating around.
And it looks like it is a little golden retriever.
Oh, like the golden retriever assistance dogs at St. Jude Children's Hospital. That is apropos.
And they are doing a fundraiser tonight for St. Jude's on their YouTube page that SpaceX was launching tonight's stream on. So that was some synergy that they brought together. More of these very exciting space photos to get to, including some fresh video from our pal Brad Panovich, who is in Florida in Disney, vacationing in Orlando. And we're going to run this. It's classic Disney, guys. Besides it being a little windy, you can hear like the theme park music playing in the background. Nice. But you can also hear Brad's raw excitement, him, his kids, his family. Take a listen.
Yep, there it is. There it is.
Where's the sun?
Look.
So cool.
And Jared, you were talking about the separation and the returning of the booster. Brad's got a view of that too. Take a look; it's really cool.
Oh, it just separated. There, now see that vapor trail? Now you'll see the booster rocket come back down. Watch. Look at that. That's that shockwave. It's the separation. There's the booster. It's coming back. Now watch, the booster will actually come back and land.
I'm sorry, I just love the music.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty good bop.
Yeah. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me, Jared, of your panelist playlist that we did this summer on our Spotify feed.
It does have a little bit of a local on the 8s flavor to it. Currently, the temperature is. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
reminds me of your TikToks.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. For those of you who are watching and who are not aware, I have found the retro weather channel niche on TikTok.
Yes.
And it's, quite frankly, it is the energy I feel like that we all need in the year of our Lord 2021. with all these things going on in the world. Sometimes you just need an old school orange local forecast. So, but yeah, that was. It's just so cool to see normals. I think that's the thing. These are not like these are not like your typical, the right stuff kind of things. These are people just having fun, and the technology has evolved so much where it's not such a manual process, as you mentioned. They didn't really have a lot to do. And the user interfaces on the SpaceX on the SpaceX rockets are, just that alone looks really cool. So probably very user friendly and easy to use. You basically you would hope, right?
Tech support.
Well, you do. It's called Houston, right? Or
California.
Yeah. I guess it wouldn't be Houston in this case. Somebody yelling for Houston is like, no, we're not here. But no, it was really cool to see. This is going to be a memorable 3 days for this crew, and I hope they enjoy. I hope they're soaking in every minute of it.
They get 15 laps around the Earth for the next 3 days. I think if I got that right.
Mm-hmm.
So while you're stuck at work tomorrow, just think about them.
Mm-hmm. And they are orbiting. The other thing too is that they are orbiting higher than the International Space Station.
That's wow.
So they are
actual space, not what.
Oh yeah, kind of. Yeah. They have been added to the astronaut registry. The crew of these 4 have been added as people who have legitimately flown into space. So, right. Something tells me right now Jeff Bezos is on the ground in his cowboy boots, saying, "I wish that was me."
Speaking of that, Jared, I've been quiet because I seen something on Twitter this week, and I was trying to scroll to it, and I finally found it. Talking about all this, NASA has selected Falcon Heavy to launch GOES-U in 2024. So, talking about space, here's our next GOES satellite that's going to be released, or I guess flown up into space in 2024. So, just to kind of chime in, this is the weather effect of it.
Yeah.
As well as we're going to get more GOES satellite data, and we all like that. So,
GOES-T is the last one that's going to launch on an Atlas rocket, and GOES-T launches in January 2022. That is going to replace GOES-S, aka GOES-17, in the GOES-West position. So they don't have to deal with that loop heat pipe anomaly anymore, where they're losing water vapor data. So one more ride for GOES on the Atlas, and then as Scotty mentioned here, we're going to go SpaceX for that.
And of course, it's worth mentioning that SpaceX right now is the only way that American astronauts can launch to the International Space Station from American soil. So I know there are a couple different companies out there who are all competing in this new version of the space race, but
Mm-hmm.
Boy, SpaceX is really good at grabbing those headlines, guys.
Well, when you're first to market, I mean, that's that. If there's one thing about SpaceX is the legacy of who runs SpaceX. I mean, Elon Musk, he came into this mainly because of PayPal. So he knows what it takes to build a product that ships. Sometimes.
And for anyone who claims they don't use PayPal, but you use Venmo, you're using
PayPal. Yeah.
Just like Instagram is Facebook.
Yeah. But so, yeah, I mean, so you have this really cool ingenuity. And I know that the people there have put in just intense, long hours to get to this point. And I'm sure that they absolutely love, I would hope anyway, that they absolutely love seeing the fruits of their labor go up and come down and land like a James Bond movie, like every time. I can't get over it.
So normal. The fact that when we first went to space, everyone stopped, everyone watched it. Even shuttle launches used to be carried on the networks, and it was a thing to view. And now I'm putting it on my phone while giving the kid a bath or doing something else. It's really cool and impressive, but it's almost normal now. I don't know if that's good or bad.
In a way, this is what they were aiming for with the shuttle program, if you think about it. Because the shuttle program, the intent behind the shuttle program was to launch that thing like 12 times a year, something like that. Just have constant space exploration. Obviously, it didn't work out that way. It ended up being far too expensive, and in a couple cases, far too dangerous. But the that was the idea behind the shuttle program. But now, as it turns out, the shuttle program maybe was just a little ahead of its time. Turns out that the standard rocket model actually can be very reusable, even more reusable than the space shuttle, because the space shuttle would jettison the fuel tank, and that would burn up, and then you would have the boosters would come back, but that fuel tank, that huge orange fuel tank, that would burn up. So that was a lot of there's still plenty of waste with that. So I mean, it's really cool. I'm glad that we're getting to see this.
Anybody want to take a gander without opening the link of how much it's going to cost to ship GoZU into space? How much do you think it costs?
I'm deciding millions or billions.
I was a little taken back. It wasn't as much as I thought it would be. $152.5 million, which I would thought would be more than that. I would thought at least $500,000 or something, but not that 152 million is chump change or anything, but I thought it might be a little bit more than that. So
yeah. Well, to Jared's point, yeah.
Reusability. Economies of scale.
That's how you win contracts too.
That's right.
Well, very cool stuff. Dan, we hope the next time the clouds don't ruin our fun so we can get you back out there.
That's right. Yeah. And if you're, someone at home and you want to kind of capture this thing the next time we have a good launch, just, a couple things to keep an eye on are the visible satellite. If you have the ability to either look at your local forecast or just look at a visible satellite map, you can see which clouds are coming in. And then, of course, try and film with a steady hand. You can get your hands on a camera that has a telephoto lens. That's helpful as well. And but otherwise, hopefully we'll get another shot at seeing one of these soon.
Tips from the expert. I love it. We'll keep an eye on what they've got coming out of Florida. But, of course, we're really falling in love this year with wallops in Virginia as well, too, especially if you're in like eastern North Carolina. It's right there for you. Well, that does it for this exciting live edition of the Carolina Weather Group. Thanks for joining us. We will have updates on the tropics on Facebook, on YouTube. So be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell, sign up. I don't know, whatever you got to do, sign a blood oath. So you get all the updates from us here at the Carolina Weather Group. And if you do find us on Spotify, then you can check out our panelist playlist. We're, of course, happy to have you listen to our audio podcast wherever you listen to audio podcasts. But Spotify had this cool feature where we could play songs and music. And so we did a special series this summer called Panelist Playlist. And if you want to take a listen to it, head on over to the Carolina Weather Group on Spotify. Look for the episodes that have the little music notes at the end of them. And you can be listening to some smooth Weather Channel local on the 8's jazz with your host, Jared Smith. and Tim Pounds. So be sure to check that out. I'm James Brierton. On behalf of Scotty, Jared, and Dan, thanks for joining us. And here again, the Rocket Launch.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Go Falcon. Godspeed inspiration forward.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Vehicles pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight we have a very special guest with us. Former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate is joining us. And Craig, we welcome you to the show. We're happy to have you this evening. Appreciate you wanting to spend some time with us to talk all things weather. You've experienced a lot from your journey in Florida to all the way up into Washington, D.C., being the FEMA Administrator. So we look forward to hearing your conversations tonight. For those who are watching, feel free to follow along with us on social media. Tell us what you think about the show. Let us know if you have any comments. So, Craig, welcome to the show. Our first question to our guests who've never been on is, what is your weather journey? Do you have a weather story? But I'm just going to ask you, what is your journey? I know you started off in Florida where a lot of weather affects you, but did you have a little bit of a weather bug growing up, or was it all in emergency management?
No, I can remember as a kid, you used to get the hurricane tracking maps at the grocery store, and there'd be storms out there, and you'd turn on the NOAA weather radio and wait for the tropical forecast to come through, and you'd listen and get the coordinates and chart the map where the storm was, well before the internet and a lot of other tools that we just take for granted.
With that, a young age, living in Florida, always keeping your eyes on the tropics. Tell us about your journey through emergency management. I know we were talking a little bit off air. You started in a county and then kind of worked your way up. So tell us a little bit about that journey.
Well, my first experience with a hurricane, I was actually a paramedic here in my home county, Alachua County, Gainesville, Florida, where the University of Florida's at, with Hurricane Elena come buzzing through the Gulf of Mexico, and I was on duty for that shift. And we dealt with a storm that couldn't make up its mind and set off the coast for several days before it left. But I started out in 1987, moving from fire rescue to emergency management. Did that. Gainesville, sitting in the north part of the state, we get everything from severe thunderstorms is when we tend to see our most damaging storms. And so we would get every couple of springs, tornadoes moving through, straight line winds, stuff like that. Went to the state of Florida, dealt with a lot of weather-related events, but most notably the 04 hurricane seasons. And then I went to FEMA. And again, a lot of what FEMA responds to is weather-related disasters. A lot of flooding, tornadoes, Tuscaloosa, Joplin, hurricanes, most notably was Superstorm Sandy. So pretty much throughout my career in emergency management, probably more than anything else, has been weather-related hazards.
Tell us a little bit about emergency management and FEMA and how they work together to mitigate after serious storms and other types of disasters.
Well, the first thing I think people need to understand that the reason we have emergency management in the first place is the org chart of government is not built for disasters. And that's true at the local, state, and federal level. So what's happened in the late 70s was the National Government Association began to realize that every one of these big events was almost reinventing wheels. It was never clear who the federal agencies were, what the roles were. It constantly changed. And that really drove the formation of FEMA under a reorganization order that President Carter issued. But the relationship is the way states are set up is they're the primary response to all disasters. Depending upon how that state's organized, generally our first line is local governments, mutual aid, state mutual aid with the federal government in case of FEMA, supporting governors. So every time I hear somebody saying, well, FEMA ought to be in charge, I remind folks our government's actually a federal government where states have the primary role in domestic emergencies with the federal government supporting them. And I like to point out that if FEMA was in charge of everything, it would have been hard to imagine an agency that could have responded to all the disasters that we saw during my term there without the leadership role of the governors, because FEMA just couldn't have handled all that. It really is this idea that all disasters are local. It doesn't mean we're abandoning everybody, but there are key roles and responsibilities. But like I like to tell people, when the disaster hits, we all work as one team.
And so, Craig, how hands-on were you with some of these departments, like the Storm Prediction Center, the National Hurricane Center?
Well, I'll give you an example. Both at the state of Florida and at FEMA, our practice was when we had storm threats, we would have the National Hurricane Center, Storm Prediction Center. Sometimes, once we saw the rainfall forecast, Weather Prediction Center, relevant river forecast, and the affected National Weather Service offices all on those briefings. And I think, one of the things that I found when I got to FEMA was they were only talking to the Hurricane Center. And I'm like, you guys do realize there are other hazards, that there are forecast centers that deal with that. And the Weather Service in general, I think, really appreciated the fact that they finally had somebody that understood that the Hurricane Center isn't the only products that are being issued during these storm threats, and that, if we were seeing a significant flood risk from heavy rainfall, having the Weather Prediction Center now talking about that and amplifying that message.
What do you envision a response might look like to a hurricane in the age of coronavirus?
If you listen to what Mike said, and you go back several years ago and listen to him talking about hurricanes, he said the same thing. We've always recommended that people evacuate their friends and families, hotels and motels, and shelters as a last resort. So I think I'm less concerned about that messaging as the messaging we've been hearing, that people have been told to stay home, socially isolate, the risk of COVID, and not understand that if you're in an evacuation zone, you still need to evacuate. I think it gives more emphasis to the fact that we've always said friends and families are a much better option than shelters, that you don't have to go hundreds of miles. You just need to get inland, away from the storm surge areas. And the other message, which is kind of a tricky one, is particularly in Florida, we've seen a lot of evacuations that aren't in evacuation zones. Essentially, people are trying to run away from the storm itself versus the storm surge. And Florida is trying to do some messaging around that, of know your zone, know your home. That if you're not in an evacuation zone and your home's relatively in good shape, built to current codes, to consider staying home and putting up your shelters and riding the storm out. Again, reducing the number of people evacuate. But the biggest thing I'm telling people about this hurricane season is, if you're in an evacuation zone, your plan is to evacuate, COVID or no COVID. And about the only real additions you need to make is add masks, hand sanitizer, disinfectants, and wipes to your go kits.
If you could find the disinfecting wipes. If anybody finds them, let me know. I will trade you toilet paper. I've got that, plenty of it.
What is your idea of what the plan is going to be for the rollout from emergency management perspective on shelters?
Well, the Red Cross and FEMA and the national organizations, volunteer organizations acting in disasters, have a website. It's the National Mass Care Strategy website, where they've been updating information on mass feeding, congregate and non-congregate care shelter. Well, I'm an emergency manager. Congregate, non-congregate, what does that mean? Congregate care is your traditional mass care shelters where they're looking at how to screen, maintain social distancing, and minimize the spread of COVID in those shelters. But the other thing is looking at more utilization of hotels and motels, dorms, other spaces that usually weren't going to be picked for shelters. And I think there's an opportunity here. Everybody keeps telling me how hard it's going to be. And I'm like going, well, last time I checked, most hotels and motels are not really doing well. And FEMA will reimburse if you put people in hotels and motels. And I hear how hard it is to plan, but the reality is we have a lot of capacity, particularly in my home state of Florida, to put people up in hotels and motels. And FEMA will reimburse for that under protective measures. So we're still going to need mass care shelters. There's good information out there. It's updated fairly frequently as we learn more about COVID, and now that we're seeing cases increase. But the alternatives are, do you really want people not to evacuate because they're so fearful they have nowhere to go? Or do you prepare the shelters and understand that you're going to have to manage that with COVID and take the steps to minimize the spread?
Craig, the current administrator to FEMA, testified earlier today before Congress. We're taping this, but today, earlier on the 22nd of July, you had an opportunity as well to provide some feedback to members of Congress. What did you tell them about what you're seeing in the state of the ongoing coronavirus response?
Well, I think, again, my emphasis was on evacuations. We need to be clear about that and not mix messages with talking about how dangerous and confusing and everything else it's going to be, and really focusing on when you're in the storm surge area, that's the primary threat. We need to evacuate, and we need to acknowledge COVID, but we shouldn't use COVID as a reason not to evacuate. So we need to clear that communication up. But secondly, we know that moving people is a vector, and everybody talks about evacuations. I said, well, the other problem is going to be on the response. We're still going to need to move utility crews. We're still going to need to move search and rescue crews. But if you think about a lot of these disasters, we see a lot of volunteers moving. And that may not be our best tool. And everybody says, well, what are you going to do? I says, well, I don't know about you, but we got pretty high unemployment rates right now in Florida. So my question is, and having done this for a long time, there's not that much that requires people to have extensive training to be able to help in a disaster. And again, it's reimbursable. Why don't we hire people and put them to work locally? We've already seen this with COVID in states where local governments had actually hired restaurants to cook and prepare meals under contracts to feed people that were shut in or isolated or couldn't get to stuff. And again, I don't ever want to say we don't use volunteers, but I also think with the unemployment rates we have, particularly in the hospitality industry, I think there's opportunities to employ those folks during disasters to minimize the amount of people we have to bring in from outside of a community, but more importantly, start putting money back into the economy.
So let me ask you this one, Craig, because in your experience in not only preparing or helping communities prepare for disasters, but helping them afterwards too, I'm curious where your expertise and your opinion lies on the whole question of schools. Do you have an opinion or thought on whether kids should be going back to the classroom at this point?
This is going to be a hard one because I always like to talk about big numbers. Everybody said, well, there's little risk. Kids don't generally get that sick. We need to get the economy going. We need to get kids back in school. It's important for development. And I'm like, nobody's really answering this question. If the rate at which kids get sick and potentially the rate at which kids have serious complications or deaths are even like small percentages, like less than 0.1%, you're talking about thousands of children going back to school. Those are real people, and those are real numbers. And I don't think we have a good answer for that. I also think that there is opportunities to look at how we go back to the classroom setting. Everything from a lot of schools don't have enough room to do social distancing. So what if we split the day in half and we split the school up where half the school goes in the morning, half the classes go in the afternoon? What if we started doing more classrooms, weather permitting, outside? And again, because we're learning more about this is airborne and why masks are so critical in minimizing spread, How is that going to all happen? And I'm not sure we have enough answers, because in Florida, some of the schools will open up, in the middle of August. So I think it would be prudent to think this through, get some consensus on ways to do this. And again, I just don't think saying you're going to open schools is the answer. But I also don't think that keeping schools closed indefinitely is going to work either.
Shifting gears a little bit, you're passionate about the resilience divide. I see this here in Charleston a lot, where we have, sunny day flooding, and it often affects places that are less affluent than places that are more affluent. A lot of the more affluent places are getting, they're getting some of the things like check valves. They're getting a seawall at the battery. But meanwhile, at the corner of Haygood and Fishburne, where there's low-income housing, you see at 6.8 feet tides, you start to see the creek overflow and start flowing across the road there. Several, we had 80-something coastal flood events last year. So let's talk a little bit about that resilience divide and how we can maybe bridge that.
Well, the resilience divide is really how I'm trying to talk about the current process of using cost-benefit analysis to make decisions about investing in mitigation and building projects, particularly for future climate impacts, as well as the existing impacts we're already seeing. And so much emphasis is on how many tax dollars we save. You probably heard this, that for every dollar we invest, we save anywhere from $4 to $9. And so if you're looking at dollars, you'll actually save more money the more valuable the homes are that you're trying to protect. And lower income homes, working class communities, don't score as well. So the bias, I don't think, was intended to short the most vulnerable communities, but by only looking at the cost benefit analysis of dollars saved versus dollars invested, we're going to see that divide go towards the more affluent communities, particularly those that can afford the cost share match of, in many cases, a minimum of 25% against the federal dollars. And I think we need to broaden the definition of cost-benefit analysis to actually talk about the functional impacts to families and communities, not just to dollars saved on property.
Jared, I want to take what you just said and talk about Charleston and the resilience divide and just roll that into talking about climate change and climate change adaptation. Craig, what does that look like from a FEMA standpoint?
Climate's already changed. I think one of the problems we have is we keep talking about climate change as something that's going to occur in the future. And quite honestly, that's the way we talked about it in the majority of the Obama administration, was something that we were going to deal with in the future. But when Sandy hit, President Obama, and we'd already seen a lot of tornado and flooding activity and a pace that we'd not seen before. And we kept getting these record-setting events, which I remind people, if it's record-setting, we've never measured it before. And these weren't just isolated incidents. It was like a drumbeat. And the president said something that really, I think, shaped where we were going to go at FEMA. He says, the discussion about climate change is over. We need to start talking about climate adaptation. And the problem is our infrastructure was built for the past century of weather-related events. And climate is changing faster than our ability to keep up with infrastructure, to keep up with the improvements needed. And this is why I think it's so important as we talk about federal investments, big infrastructure, federal highway bill, HUD dollars, the alphabet soup of funding, including the FEMA disaster dollars. We have got to move away from building to our last 100 years worth of weather data and start building the future risk. And I think there are more and more people that get that we can't keep building the way we've been building if we're going to survive. But I think there's some urgency that, as much as people talk about reducing greenhouse gases, on our end of the spectrum, I think the change has already happened and we're not going back anytime soon. So adapting to what's happened, particularly our coastal communities, areas subject to flooding, we know that the extreme rainfall events is one of the clearest signals we've seen in the last decade from climate impacts. And we are way behind on both identifying, mapping, and explaining that risk, and then making the investments to start bending that curve.
And I want to kind of back up a step in keeping that same direction. We talked about Horry County. We talked about some of these areas that have been hit very hard by the watershed events from the hurricanes that have hit. Over time, things have built up, Matthew, and so on and so forth. Things have just gotten worse and worse over time. So these property values are down, and we get back to the resiliency divide and demographics. And so what is being done to help those that are less fortunate in the lower income or the lower value homes, per se, that can't get back the dollars that they put into their home, ones that that's their total investment. And then others they're getting funded for their properties, whereas these folks over here are not. Where is this going to be bridged at some point in the future? What's the plan for that?
It hasn't, and that's one of the reasons I think we need to draw attention to it. The Miami Herald ran an article a couple of months ago that looked at the National Flood Insurance Program, their buyout program, where they go in and buy homes out that are repetitive loss. And they found that there was a definite bias that a lot of that money went to the wealthier counties, not necessarily the most vulnerable communities. And I think that's why we need to talk about the resiliency divide. We need to get Congress to get behind this and really look at funding an adequate buyout program and focusing on the vulnerable populations, not just the property values or the cost savings that we may see in more affluent properties.
How in tune is Washington to how weather affects people? We live here in the Carolinas, the Charlotte metropolitan area, Winston-Salem, Greensboro. Over 2 million people live in that general area, and there's no adequate radar coverage to detect tornadoes, flash flooding. We hear these stories of folks who are continuing to have homes flooded, and they're not really getting the attention we need. Is this something that the Washington culture, the senators, the House of Representatives, they kind of push the weather and what it does off to the side? I know everything should be focused on, but do you think sometimes weather and their issues kind of get pushed to the side a little bit?
A little bit. The only time they get serious about weather is when there's a catastrophic failure in their district. I mean, think about it. The Weather Service couldn't even get a supercomputer to run better models until after Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy showed how inadequate their computational powers were. So unfortunately, everything from getting WSR-88s, which was the result of several airplane crashes due to microshear, to the latest funding for the Weather Service in this Superstorm Sandy stimulus package, Washington tends to be reactive, and so until a member gets hit in their district, then it becomes a big issue. But overall, most people treat the weather, and again, it was always amazing to me, members of Congress that thought you could defund the Weather Service because you had other private meteorologists issuing forecasts, and the Weather Service shouldn't be competing with them. And they actually were promoting defunding the Weather Service and letting other organizations do it.
Craig, do you think we have a radar crisis on the horizon?
I think if we're serious about being able to rapidly detect fast-moving tornadoes, particularly now the warning systems have caught up with the forecasting. Just having better resolution on forecast, but we can't tell people more precisely, I don't think would have been a good match. But if you think about it now, we're moving away from county-wide warnings to polygons. We now have, with the weather, the wireless emergency alerts, the better ability to geocode cell phones, and now moving past the original 120 characters to start including links in that, we can actually now issue across cell phones more detailed warnings from the Weather Service than their current technology can really do, and they've been migrating that way. So now they can do polygon warnings, yet they're still basing it upon radar technology that will miss part of that. There's still gaps in that coverage, and everybody forgets, unless you're in severe storm mode, those things are scanning. Everything you're seeing is delayed. It's not what's actually happening. So, we've seen this before where the tornadoes will actually drop, hit, and pop back up before the radar completes its circle and it gets the updated forecast information. So by the time you see a hook echo, it's already done its business and dropped back in the sky.
Well, Craig, I want to transition us away from this last topic, and as we're kind of running short on time here, talk about something that is near and dear to all of our hearts here at the Carolina Weather Group, the Waffle House Index. That's something that we've talked about before. We had the PR director, Pat Warner from Waffle House, on last year in 2019 to discuss what exactly it is from the Waffle House perspective, but I'd like to hear about it from the FEMA perspective and how the Waffle House Index works its way all the way up to the president.
Well, FEMA will tell you that the Waffle House Index really isn't their index, and that was just me trying to be folksy. But it actually started in Hurricane Charlie. I'd been out on several disasters, and the thing I could just it was just accepted was if there was anything open, it was going to be a Waffle House. But in Charlie, we had gone down to Charlotte County, and I ended up staying.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
We get up around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, try to find something to eat. We'd spend the rest of the day working. And, we're doing 18-hour days, so if you didn't get breakfast, you may not eat. The first morning we get up, we were down near Fort Myers. We had to get on the interstate and head south because there was nothing open where we were at. And the first thing we get to is Waffle House. We go in, sit down, and this lady comes out with a mimeograph menu. You're so used to the big plastic menus. I already knew what I was going to order. But she says, the only thing we have is on this. And that was like, well, okay. And so we ordered, but, we got coffee, we got our eggs, we got a good breakfast. But it wasn't everything you would normally expect there. Next morning, we get up, and the actual interchange we're at now, Waffle House was now open. Went in there, same deal, mimeograph menu. So the folks I was with, Ben Nelson, who was our state meteorologist in 2004, he's now with the Jacksonville Weather Service office as a forecaster there. And at that time, Major Tad Warfel, now Colonel Warfel with the Florida National Guard, with me. And we were color coding the counties after Charlie, red, yellow, and green, using a stoplight to show indicators, EOC activation, search and rescue, schools, stuff like that. And they put into the slide deck the Waffle House Index. And that's where it came from. Green was open with a full menu, yellow was open with a limited menu, and red was closed. And I guess it would have stopped there, except we had changed how we operated in Florida. We weren't waiting for the counties to do assessments to say they needed help after these hurricanes, because I kept asking, well, why don't we just respond like it's bad? We'll get there faster, and if they don't need us, we'll go home quicker. Well, the question was, if you're responding out on the Panhandle, like with Hurricane Ivan, and you're driving out I-10, and literally we were going right as soon as the hurricane force winds passed, I told guys, we're going to be safe, but we ain't going to stay dry. We're not waiting for blue skies. So we were going right as the storm was moving out. And the question was, where do you stop? And that was kind of how the Waffle House Index got used. If you got there and the Waffle House was open, it ain't bad. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is open, but they got a mimeograph menu, well, we're dealing with power outages. We probably got a lot of mass care issues. But for the search and rescue teams, don't stop. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is closed, that's going to be pretty bad. Go to work. And it just kind of became the shorthand. In Florida, it seemed like all these hurricanes going across the interstate, the Waffle House was a pretty good indicator of what was happening. And the other thing, because we never really talked to the Waffle House, about them getting open and all the stuff they do to stay open. It was just our shorthand for where do we stop and go to work when we're driving in the areas, because you'll start seeing damages 100 miles out with a hurricane, but that's not where the impacts are the worst. And so it just became a shorthand for us of, where do you go to work in a hurricane?
So I got to ask, Craig, what's your go-to meal at Waffle House? I mean,
New York strip steaks. I like the steak and eggs, scrambled eggs, hash browns, scattered and smothered, black coffee.
And if you're on the limited menu, what do you go with?
Scrambled eggs, omelets, whatever they got. I'm not picky if they got a limited menu. But generally they'd have eggs and bacon, stuff like that. The funniest thing was when I was in Joplin. We got out there. I was actually on the West Coast, had to fly back into Joplin, got there late at night. We did a whole bunch of interviews the next day. I've been running on about 3 hours sleep in about 48 hours. It's now about 6 p.m. We're heading back to our hotel for the first time. And there's a Starbucks, and all these cars are parked around the Starbucks. I'm like, hey, guys, just pull in. I need a coffee. And we pull into the Starbucks. It's closed. We couldn't figure out why all the cars were there. Then we realized they didn't turn their Wi-Fi off. So folks in Joplin they were just trying to get connections were circled around there. So we went back to our hotel. There's a Waffle House right there. I'm like, we're going in there. I know they got coffee. And sure enough, you go into the Waffle House, they got coffee because they're pouring bottled water into the coffee makers. Because all of Joplin was under boiled water orders. But Starbucks was closed, Wi-Fi was on. Waffle House, they're just pouring bottled water in those coffee makers making coffee. So I got my coffee.
So, switching gears, Craig, I wanted to ask you, are there any memorable moments that stick out in your mind while you worked at FEMA? For example, the 2011 tornado outbreak in Alabama or Superstorm Sandy, anything like that?
Yeah, it was the Tuscaloosa tornado outbreaks was pretty impressive. And again, we came into Birmingham, picked up a Black Hawk, and I was flying up to the northern part of the state. And I don't think people realize how bad the northern tier of the Alabama counties got hammered. TVA had major transmission lines ripped out. We went to one town. They were basically lost everything. They had brought a command post from the southern counties. They used to go the other way during hurricanes. They'd all go south. But that thing, everybody from the south was going north. And they literally had 911 in this mobile command post, and they were dispatching. And everything, all their equipment was lined up on the side of the road because the station was just gone. And I remember, the president was coming in. He gets on, how bad it is. I'm trying to describe it, but it really was. It was hard to describe. He got there, he saw it, and that kind of came shorthand. So Joplin happens, and I'm on the ground in Joplin. I get the same call. He's going to come in a couple of days. He was always very respectful that he didn't want to get there when it would interfere with the response because he knew what happens when he comes in as far as security and stuff like that. But he didn't want to wait too late. So it was always, the governor, working with the governor, working with local officials, and essentially, my recommendation. So he's calling me about Joplin, and he's going, how is it? And I says, it's worse than Tuscaloosa. And he's like, worse? And I have to say, Joplin, as far as total devastation, is the first time I've seen total devastation. When you were down where that hospital was, think about a tornado that's powerful enough to rotate a steel frame building and actually turn it. Literally the area a mile wide, close to 10 miles long, varying in width. Anything in there was totally destroyed. Anything outside of it pretty quickly got to the point where you didn't even know a tornado had hit. And I just remember that, describing it to him, and he's going, how bad is it? I says, worse than Tuscaloosa. And he was just taken aback because the impacts in Tuscaloosa were pretty dramatic. And I'm like, yeah, it's worse here in Joplin.
Well, Craig, one last question, kind of a fun question. You kind of, a little bit discussed it just a few seconds ago. You and President Obama, Vice President Cheney, you're sitting around. Did y'all ever talk about weather? Weather's a thing that a lot of people talk about. Did you guys just ever, talk about the weather, what's going on?
No, but, between I went out on a couple of disasters with Vice President Biden, and I remember going up into Scranton, Pennsylvania. And it was really funny because he's like, Craig, these are my people. And I knew he was from the area, but I didn't realize that, people on the street knew Joe and called him that. I'm like, Mr. Vice President. They're going, hey, Joe, how's your, I haven't seen you. And Joe would be going, how's your grandfather, your dad, cousin, uncle? He knew people. So that was the thing that really struck me about Vice President Biden was in a lot of these communities we go into, he had a very personal connection, and particularly in that part of the country, they knew he was from there. They knew the families. They knew each other. President Obama, I remember two things. One, I was meeting him down in New Orleans. It was the anniversary of Katrina, and he's asking me how it's going. I said, well, we got hurricanes in the Pacific, hurricanes in the Atlantic, and fires in between. And he just looks at me and says, you're a smart ass. I'm like, hey, I'm just reporting what's happening. But the other cool thing about the president was I was told early on that they wanted me to wear my logo wear when I was at the White House during disasters. So during Matthew, I'm giving a briefing to the president in the Oval Office, wearing khakis and my FEMA logo shirt and my FEMA windbreaker, and everybody else is in suits. And there's this great picture of the president. I'm sitting next to the president wearing my blazer and my logo wear. Everybody else in suits for the briefing. And people said, how do you get away from that? Everybody else dressed up to go in there says, they basically told me to look like I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. So I wore what I wore when I was at FEMA headquarters when I went to the White House to brief. In fact, if I was wearing a suit, they'd always, look at me kind of excused. I said, hey, this is camouflage. When I'm wearing a suit, I just blend in with everybody else running around with a White House badge.
We certainly enjoyed having you. If you have a website, social media that account or anything like that our listeners and people who are viewing this can follow, how can they do that?
Well, I tweet a little bit. I guess that's, you should be aware of that. So
that's how we met, yes.
No, I'll tweet it, Facebook it, and LinkedIn it. Again, I've seen you guys out there. I've just, thrilled to be invited.
Hey,
now I feel like I made it. I've been on the weather group,
Well, we appreciate your time, and again,
I just send Marshall Shepard an email that says, I've been on your podcast, but it wasn't half as much fun as the
Craig, thank you for being with us tonight. Interesting conversation, and folks, again, it's very important to know the risk as we enter the COVID season or the hurricane season mixed in with the COVID, and hopefully you'll take Craig's advice as you prepare. So until next time, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you back here on the Carolina Weather. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. An exciting show to talk about emergency management and weather and how the two kind of atmospheres come together. Pardon my pun there, but how they work together. The weather community and the emergency management community work together to make sure you all, either if you live in a big city or a small city, are prepared for severe weather, winter weather, whatever the case may be. Joining us tonight is a familiar face if you've been a longtime Carolina Weather Group fan, Miss Ashley Morris, Emergency Management Planner for Baltimore County in Baltimore, Maryland. So last we had Ashley on. She was in Texas, so she's moved closer to us. So that way, if we ever travel, we don't have to go out to Texas. We can just go up to Maryland. So Ashley, welcome back to the show. And we also have with us Felix Nance, who is the emergency manager for the city of Hominy, Oklahoma, just outside of Tulsa. So Felix and Ashley, welcome to the show. We're going to kind of give you Ashley, I know you've probably already answered this question a long time ago, but we'll give you the opportunity to answer again. It's a question we always start off our shows with. How did you get hooked up into this weather community, emergency management community? What kind of hooked you into wanting to choose this profession? So Ashley, I'll let you start, and then we'll let Felix follow up.
Sure. So I grew up being infatuated with weather, and really I got stuck in a thunderstorm when I was 6 or 7 years old and really scared. And my dad's friend who was with me, because we were outside, actually taught me how to count the seconds between the lightning and the thunder to kind of try to calm me down because I was just sitting there crying. And so after that, I remember just doing that during every single New Mexico thunderstorm that came around. And I would buy storm books, and I was just fascinated by weather. And so originally I wanted to do meteorology and do National Weather Service forecasting. And I went to Texas Tech University with that intent. So I got a bachelor's in geophysics and atmospheric science, and then got up into grad school. Have always been very passionate about kind of the warning systems and the watches and warnings part of weather. And so I kind of stumbled upon emergency management and found out that emergency management is really the field that we're able to make evacuation decisions and do a lot of that public safety stuff, which is what really fueled a lot of my passion with weather safety earlier. And so very much an emergency manager, but very much a weather enthusiast, but also have that background too, to where I can actually do weather forecasting for my office and provide a little bit of SME on the weather side.
I got into it 12 years ago when I worked for the Red Cross, first job at a high school, and I was an emergency services specialist. Of course, one of the things Red Cross is known for is responding to disasters, and that's how I got interested in the weather back in the days of the weather wire, back when weather information came in on a teletype at something like 40 words a minute. So that was back very old school stuff, and it's just stuck. I've stayed with it. Been a Skywarn spotter. It's just a natural progression, actually, from that point on.
Questions for both of you here. I want to ask exactly what your role is like and your day-to-day life. What is the typical day in the life of an emergency manager?
So it kind of depends on your location, your position, and what you're kind of designated to do. So as emergency managers, we're in the art of doing disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation for either a city, county, state, or the federal through FEMA. So from a local emergency management perspective, I've done 4 years in city and county emergency management. And so ours is very localized and hyper-focused on neighborhoods, communities, and things like that. And so a part of my role has been a majority of my career participating in writing emergency response plans, creating a lot of partnerships with like public safety, police, fire, EMS, dispatch, public works, and all the other agencies in our government who would help us respond to disaster, getting everyone in a room to do disaster scenarios, exercises, things like that, and then doing a lot of community engagement, outreach, messaging, trying to get people to be aware of what our risks are and what we kind of expect of them during disaster. And then a very small amount of our time is usually doing response. Obviously, if we had severe weather coming into the area, if we had a big impactful storm, or like the past entire year where we've been responding to a pandemic or some other kind of thing, that's kind of what that looks like. So we kind of have a blue sky day and a gray sky day where we're either doing a lot of planning and just preparations, or we're actually responding, working with partners, making decisions, and providing resources to the public during the incident.
Very well put. It depends on the size of your community and your staff. In my case, I'm a one-man shop, so I'm doing a little bit of all of it. I'm kind of a generalist, and so it tends to keep one very busy. And as Ashley said, we've dealt with the pandemic situation since March the 6th of last year in my shop on a daily basis, as well as all the other the disasters within the disaster within the disaster. It's been nonstop, and tends to keep one busy. Unfortunately, that does tend to limit some of your planning time. So you have to limit your planning to a lot of the special events that go on. And in a small community like ours, a special event may be something as simple, if you will, as a Christmas parade or a festival at the lake, or it may be something much more involved. But ours are generally pretty small, but they also involve a lot of our community, so it does keep us busy.
Kind of staying on the topic of, I guess at this point, the differences between, being in a more rural area versus being in a bigger city. So you explained you kind of wear a lot of different hats there, Felix, and you're kind of generalist. When a disaster response or emergency response actually happens, can you kind of tell us a little bit more about how that works in those scenarios, who you turn to, and the process there?
When you're a small community like ours, and let me give you a little quick lay of the land. Osage County is the largest county in the state of Oklahoma, larger than the state of Delaware, 2,400 square miles. We have the County Emergency Management Office that has a staff of 2. We have the Osage Nation, an Indian tribe, which has a staff of 2, and myself. So basically there's 5 of us in the county. And we kind of work together to make things happen because we can't be everywhere all the time. So it's not terribly uncommon for me to go to another city to assist or to assist the county because of the lay of the land and the lack of personnel. You're dealing with mutual aid situations on a regular basis where you have the county has 57 volunteer fire departments. So you start, you get out of a wildfire, you're making notes and not necessarily just how many trucks, where they're from. It's a conglomerate affair, and it works pretty well because everybody works together, and that's the key. So you're drilling, you're practicing. The blue sky days are the days you make the big progress because that's when you make the connection.
Ashley, can you talk to us a little bit about how that works out kind of in a bigger city scenario? when an actual disaster or emergency happens, how is that delegated? And what's the response like?
Yeah, so I'm lucky I have the background of both. So I came out of a tiny place out in Texas, and then I came over and did 9 months with Fairfax County before I just took this position. And so one of the biggest differences in kind of that would be your resources. So it was exactly what Felix was saying. Resources. Big cities, we have usually a bigger tax base. We usually have better funding, better things like that. And so when you have that, your capacity to respond is a lot bigger. You don't have as many mutual aid needs or community needs. We can usually throw money or resources or whatever we need at it. And so something interesting about Fairfax was that we would have severe weather setups where in Texas, I would be a little concerned. I'd probably kind of do like a light EOC activation, or maybe I would just sit in the EOC just in case we got severe weather. And in Fairfax, you would think you would do that because you have a huge population. But because your police, your fire, and a lot of your public safety is so massive and they have so many resources, it takes a lot for them to get tapped out. So we would have those squall lines with the trees down and stuff, but it wasn't a problem for Fairfax because we have massive amounts of department resources. And so that was something that I had to learn that was a lot different, just having those resources and those needs to actually be able to respond.
Ashley, kind of piggybacking on that, Maryland's it's a pretty extensive urban area. Does your like territory go out to like Catonsville and Ellicott City where we see that major flooding over there, or do you handle that as well?
We do from a first response perspective. So we do have like regional teams doing like swift water rescue, things like that. And so like our fire departments, even in the state, are very well linked to where they can deploy and do that mutual aid like they need to. From OEM and from Baltimore County, so I'm kind of back in one of those smaller roles being with the county. We're just establishing our program. So it's me as a planner and then a couple of fire personnel. And so depending on what the threat is and depending on what the threat would be to my county, we would probably sit back and make sure that Baltimore County would be okay. And then if they needed OEM support, we definitely would offer that. Luckily, we have a great state emergency management agency that keeps us all connected. We have EMAC, which is the emergency management agency compact where they send out a mutual aid and things like that. And so we have an ability in the state to help each other when we need to.
Now enter the COVID-19, right? So we're getting the next topic here. Obviously, we're going to have to, ask about, the challenges, right? So 2020, you had a whole nother set of challenges every EMS entity across the country had to deal with. Now you've got social distancing and all kinds of things that you have to deal with. So I'll let you go first, Ashley, on what your efforts are, what in Baltimore, how you handle COVID-19, how you handle disasters with that layer of complexity.
Yeah, so I'll speak again kind of on Fairfax County. So we're a bigger jurisdiction. We have a pretty big public health, and it is a county public health agency where that's a lot different from other counties in Virginia because they actually have a state program. So we have state public health and a county. So we were able to have more county resources to throw at it. Because it is a disease or an epidemic or pandemic, that's all going to be related to public health. So they're going to be the lead agency. As OEM, we're just offering our support. So, we run logistics, maybe ordering PPE, maybe doing any other kind of needs. They needed a lot of testing site materials like tents, tables, and that stuff. So OEM played a really big role in setting up logistics for the EOC and actually ordering and deploying the stuff based on their needs. We would help them with planning efforts. Obviously, they are the subject matter experts, though, so they would lead a lot of what the plan would look like, but we would help kind of support that and offer them staff, offer them really whatever they needed. It was very interesting with Fairfax because, like I said, we were very big. Even our OEM was 20 people. And so we had a huge capability and a huge amount of people to where we could spread people out. We had a ton of different NGOs or nonprofits that would actually plug in and help us with food donations, mask donations, and doing a lot of the other needs that we might have for our residents. And so it really has been an all community effort from everybody responding to this. And it's really important, too, because Fairfax is 1.2 million people. And so it's a massive county.
Well, it's pretty much the same as Ashley, but some of the interesting things. We had a lot of PPE come in for the schools. We've got 12 school districts in those separate school districts in Osage County. We had a 6-county area that got together at a pod, picked up all the stuff for the local Osage County, brought it back to Hominy and sorted it here, and then distributed it to the schools. So there's an awful lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that people don't see and things like that. Then one of the most interesting things, we've been working with our senior citizen center here. They cannot have in-person meals.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
The senior citizen center, and they've had trouble getting disposable trays and other supplies that they need. They turn to emergency management, and we pull rabbits out of hats and get them the things they need to help feed our senior citizens. So there's a lot of unusual things that small towns do that the big cities may or may not do, or the people may or may not see, or they may or may not be unusual for them. I mean, picking up the phone and ordering a specific item in a big town is not unusual. In a small town, it may take some doing to get certain items.
Well, it certainly is not always the best scenario in every single severe weather setup or whatever weather setup you guys may be anticipating. Sometimes the worst happens. Between Oklahoma and Maryland, you guys certainly see the full gamut of every type of severe weather and threat you need to be prepared for, short of perhaps volcanoes as a kind of geologic threat. When you guys have to make that hard decisions, which I'm sure you certainly do, what goes into that emotionally, and when you just have to make that decision, how do you do that? Ashley, I guess we'll start with you.
If we're making response decisions, it's always going to be priority based, and typically we put lives as number one always. And so any kind of action that we're taking, whether or not it's even in preparedness, but even in response, we're going to try to do what we can to save as many people that we can, and then also stabilize. So it goes lives, and then property, and then economic recovery and economic stabilization. So it is really challenging. I think that there are some situations where, you might be faced with a really tough decision. Like, for instance, a dam. You might have a dam that could break, and if it breaks, it might flood 2,000 homes, or you might have to do the emergency release and it might flood a neighborhood. That's a really hard decision to make. But I think that we tend to kind of err on trying to protect as many people as possible. And usually we can kind of have that support from our community in advance. But yes, we are faced with very difficult decisions in a lot of our incident management.
Felix, I'm sure that you know just about everyone in Hominy, and everyone knows you. With a 2,000 person town, it's a lot more personal than perhaps it may be with the 1.2 million, I believe it was, in Baltimore. Does that sometimes weigh on you when you see disasters unfolding in your area?
It absolutely does, because the chances are, if you don't know the people personally, your kids knew them or went to school with them. So yeah, they're not strangers by any stretch of the imagination. They're your friends and neighbors. But that's also part of the strength of the community, because they are friends and neighbors, and the community bands together. A lot of what we do is, in a situation with a storm, is the pre-storm warnings and get the information out. In the response phase, we leave that to fire and EMS for the rescue part and law enforcement. But we're also out there with them. And not just the day of the event, we're out there with them for a long period of time afterwards. We had a flood in May of 2019 that affected 71 homes and 9 businesses in our town. And I told the city manager, I said, you signed on for the long haul. We're going to be at this a while. We're still we're just now starting into the mitigation phase of that. But part of it is you were working individually with each family. And as we were doing debris removal, I told the guys, I said, now, break this stuff out with the backhoe, out into the street, scoop it up, and put it in the truck. I said, I want you to remember, that's someone's life you're taking away in the truck. It's not debris, it's not junk, it's not trash until you get around the corner. It's their life. And they all looked at me like, never thought of it that way. I said, yes, that's everything those people own in some cases. And it's right there in a pile in the front yard, and you're taking it away. They're starting over from zip. So it changes your perspective and the perspective of your people. So it's important to remember that, one, when the debris is gone and the rebuilding's done, now you've got to go back to those community areas of the community and visit with those people and ascertain long-term needs, make sure that their needs are met both physically and psychologically. So it's a huge, huge job, and it doesn't end. You'll see them in church months later, and they're still the same people. You're still the same people, and it still tends to evoke the same emotions.
In January of every year, in January 2021, we just had NOAA release the $1 billion disaster map that they come out with every year. This year, I believe there was $23 billion, or 2020 had $23 billion disasters. Felix, I'm going to direct this question to you. And Ashley, living in Texas, you've experienced this as well. A lot of those $1 billion disasters were severe weather events. And Felix, it's known you're in Oklahoma, prime severe weather territory, tornado season. So my question to you, and Ashley, feel free to jump in with your experience in Texas. When you're setting in your office or the EOC or the situation room or whatever the case may be, and that moderate or enhanced or high SPC outlook has been issued for your area, and you're waiting for the storms to develop, and then they do develop, and then they're producing the severe weather. What's it like? Take people into like the situation room. What are those high intense weather days like? And it could be flooding or Felix, there's fires that occur out in Oklahoma a lot. You have your wildfire season. So what are those days like? Take the public into what it's like to be in your office on those intense days.
It starts off with a very relaxed atmosphere. They give me a hard time because they'll see me come in and my arms will be behind my head and my feet will be propped up, and I'll be watching radars and chat and different social media sites. And as the storms develop and approach what we call the I-35 corridor, which if you've been to Oklahoma, you're familiar with that. That means they're coming towards us. We're watching the WFO in Norman, which is our adjacent counties to the west, but that's only 20 miles. So I'm picking their brain by reading chat to see what they're seeing in the storms, plus the weather forecast office in Wichita, which borders their county's border is on the north, plus what my WFO in Tulsa is saying. So we're stirring all that together. The intensity level just starts to ramp up. The closer the storms get, the more information you get, the worse they get. The intensity kind of tends to ramp up to a point. Right now, all the fluorescent lighting's on and everything. As the situation gets worse, the radios kind of get turned down. The lights actually get turned down. We have a different lighting setup that we use when that happens to not have bright fluorescent lights. They're toned down on a dimmer, and the noise level goes down. The inversely, as the intensity level goes up, the light level goes down. It's kind of a marked change, and it's like hard to describe, but the quieter it gets, the higher the intensity level, and it kind of just peaks at that point. And it's one of those things where you're sitting there watching and waiting, expecting the absolute worst and praying that, this is one forecast you could bust, and I wouldn't mind. But you mentioned the high levels. That's kind of one of the keys. You're watching the SPC forecast days out to see what they're thinking. You're watching the local WFO stuff and their decision support page. It's a team effort. No one's sitting there making a decision on their own without a lot of base knowledge coming into them.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with that too. So doing a ton of different severe weather events in Texas, but also a couple of hurricanes, Hurricane Harvey activation, though we got lucky with it. And then had some activation up here for one of the storms from last year. And so really it all kind of starts with a lot of briefings and a lot of meetings and a lot of conference calls. We're really trying to talk to our partners, our first responders and the entire county, getting people prepared and ready, trying to get us all on the same page. So in the event that we actually do have to spring forward on a decision, we're all there on the same page. We will open up the EOC. The Emergency Operations Center is basically a giant conference room. We've got screens all over the walls. We put weather radar up on the screens. We put all the different news agencies, local news, national news, all kinds of things for situational awareness. And then it's really just a waiting game, just like he said. So kind of staying in touch with National Weather Service through chat, looking at the latest SPC products, also watches that come out, making sure that we're pushing that to the public because we're trying to get the public to take action on their own before the storms come in. And then also using social media to do a lot of that communication as well. And then once the storm comes, there's kind of that, it's like a uncertainty of what's going on. Like you're kind of lost in the dark because you're sitting in an EOC and there's a storm hitting your entire city or county or jurisdiction. And so you're trying to assess all the weather data and you're talking to your weather partners and you're trying to talk to dispatch and your first responders out there, but you still feel blind. You can't see exactly what's happening out there. And so we're kind of frantic at that point, trying to just find storm reports, trying to get on social media, trying to see if we can get any kind of hint of what kind of damage is going on at the surface. And then once we kind of have a better idea of that, we can start to make those decisions like damage assessment. But we had one storm that came in and we were able to collect all of those storm reports, but we had the media coming up from Austin. And so we had to peg our county PIO to get them prepared for interviews and different things like that. So there is quite a bit of adrenaline that comes with that. And then also somewhat of a lack of certainty of what decisions you're going to be making a short amount of time right after the storms.
And one of the unusual things about it, we both talked about the physical bricks and sticks EOC. The other side of that coin is as you move into the response mode, someone wants to ask, where's the EOC? Like, wherever the emergency manager drops the tailgate of his pickup. Because in fact, the EOC may, as a sticks and bricks facility, may turn out to be the tailgate of your pickup next to the incident command post. When you have limited resources and your supervisors are working supervisors dealing with the issue, it may be more beneficial to have the event run from the field for a period of time than off-site. So it's a kind of an unusual type situation, and it sometimes runs headlong into the incident command structure and doesn't always meld well at points with that for a while. But it's one of those things we've done for years and have tended to make it work pretty well because of the nature of the community.
Emergency management, besides terrorism and pandemic-wise, I want to keep this kind of weather centered. What is the one weather scenario that you just dread seeing coming your way?
One thing that scares me the worst is when SPC puts up an enhanced or high-risk day, and you're sitting there waiting because you know the watch is coming, and it will likely be one of the PDS types. Because if they have that high a confidence level, you know they're expecting the absolute worst. So, when you're talking tornadoes, severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, that's kind of that issue always crops up. The other one that worries me are the ice storms, and we talked before the show a little bit about the Sperry Call Ice Index. That's an incredibly valuable tool because a quarter to half inch of ice on power lines can make an incredible difference. And if a rural area can lose power, and it may be out for days. The ice storm we had in October, which was much worse to our west, one small community, about 800 people, the line going to town and all the lines in the poles in town they had 900 utility poles down. Now, I don't know if you know how long it takes to set a utility pole, but if you can get 4 of them set in a day, you've done real well. So you can imagine what it would take to get power restored to that town. I think they were out 32 or 33 days just in town. Now, there is a whole planning process to hold food for thought. What are you going to do if you have no water or no electricity for 33 days? Does your power plant have a backup generator? Do you have plans, your sewer? Can you keep your infrastructure working?
Yeah, so mine's kind of along the same lines as that. I was going to say derecho because we've had them here in the DC area. We had one that was pretty bad, and it did that. It caused power outages for over a week. And then on top of that, we had a heat wave come in behind that. And so we had heat-related fatalities because people did not have power to cool off. And so you see those collapsing incidents that follow. And so that's always kind of a concern. But I would say a derecho, again, with widespread outages, just like he was saying, losing communications, because a lot of us are, really used to using social media to communicate to the public, even warning systems and cell phones. If we lost that stuff, I'm not quite sure how we would get messaging out about shelters and other things. And then on top of that, I don't think that our general public is very prepared for power outages, especially for long-lasting ones. And I think that we would be very challenged with getting them the right resources and making sure that they were able to get the help that they needed, because I just don't think that we're accustomed to really thinking that way. So that would be my number one. Number two is that I did some research on Baltimore County, and I've noticed that we've had several federally declared disasters that were snowstorms, either blizzards or something of that nature. And while I'm from New Mexico up in the mountains and I've seen snow, I've never seen enough snow to cause a federally declared disaster. So I'm very concerned about what that's going to look like. And what's even worse is they're always in January and February. And so I'm sitting here looking at the upcoming month and some of the winter storms, hoping that I can avoid that. So
some great information. Felix and Ashley, we certainly appreciate your time. I think our audience will really enjoy seeing the behind the scenes of what all you all are doing to keep us safe on good weather days and bad weather days. So would hate to not give you the opportunity to promote any social media accounts that you all would like to. So Ashley, I'll let you go first. If there's anything you'd like to share, or our followers would like to follow you, how can they do that?
Sure. I am addicted to Twitter, so you can find me on Twitter as Ashley Morris or at Miss Ashes 92.
And I'm also on Twitter at Felix A. Nance.
Very cool. Well, it's certainly been a great conversation. Felix, Ashley, thank you for joining us. And thank you all for who are watching tonight. We appreciate it. We will see you next time here on the Carolina Weather Group. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the April 15th, 2020 edition of the Carolina Weather Group Get Together. If you're tuning in tonight to watch the April 16th, 2011 severe weather look back, sorry, we have a new one to talk about. As many of you know, we experienced quite a bit of a severe weather event over the Carolinas on Sunday night into Monday. So tonight, we are going to turn our attention to that. We have a whole host of guests on tonight. We have Rob Fowler on from Charleston, Ed Piotrowski on from Myrtle Beach, Shane Hilton on from New Bern, Brad Panovich on from Charlotte, Tim Buckley in Greensboro, Efren Afonte in Columbia, Kendra Kent in Greenville, South Carolina, and Brendan Goldner, a reporter at WCNC Charlotte. So we really want to say our thank you to them publicly because we put this together at the last minute. So we're very happy for everyone to kind of donate a little bit of time tonight to talk about this. We are live streaming, so if you have any questions or comments, we'd love to hear about you if you had experienced any of this storm throughout the past couple of days. So I'm going to toss it over to Brandon Goldner. Brandon, you've been out in the field reporting kind of the aftermath of the tornadoes. And something we've been talking about here on the Carolina Weather Group is the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we've talked about storm chasing and doing severe weather coverage from home. I know that you ran a little spot about the recovery efforts in COVID-19. I think we're going to dial that up, and then we'll toss it to Brandon and let him kind of give us a few of his remarks from his story.
Brian Morris.
You want to carry that one side?
Is an essential worker.
Go out that way. Let's take it to the van.
He's cleaning up this Gastonia sunroom after a tree slammed into it, one of 5 emergencies his company, Custom US, had to go to.
It was kind of unique in that they were all very large trees, and that doesn't happen as much.
Well, it also doesn't happen as much cleaning up during a pandemic. Morris and his co-workers have to wear masks when going into people's homes. They also have to ask clients if they've been around anyone who's sick.
We've been keeping the pace.
Utility crews are also trying to keep the pace and restore power to nearly 39,000 customers. North Carolina Emergency Management Director Mike Sprayberry says the largest outages are in Mecklenburg, Anson, and Richmond counties. For families uprooted from their homes, the Red Cross's Robbie Sofoli says volunteers are helping them virtually, using platforms like FaceTime and Zoom to interview clients.
We are an organization that really relies on interpersonal connections with our clients and really trying to provide compassion and care. And it's a little difficult to do that right now, but we're adapting and using some of those different digital platforms.
Family and friends helped Robbie Clark's parents clean up a tree that crashed through their Kannapolis home, all while following social distancing rules.
I'm just hoping that everything gets sorted out pretty quick.
All right, so that was a report from Brendan Gollner. Brendan, I'm going to bring you in. This is something we've been talking about, COVID-19 and how it's affected the weather enterprise. As you was out reporting, talking to the folks, what was it like kind of in this new time that we're all experiencing?
It reminds you, we're all talking all the time about reporting during the coronavirus, and yet, Mother Nature, the weather, doesn't care about pandemic. It's going to do its thing. And so, obviously there's the challenges with us as a crew. It was me and photojournalist Kevin Wardlaw. We have the 6-foot stick with the microphone at the end that we have to use to interview everyone. And we have to keep that social distance. But what was really fascinating was talking to some of the disaster recovery crew members, Duke Energy, the Red Cross, how a lot of them have had to change up a lot of what they're doing when it comes to cleaning up during the coronavirus. Duke Energy, they've been trying to do the social distancing, keeping the 6 feet distance, but when they're trying to repair power poles, a lot of times they have to be in close proximity. It's the same way with these disaster recovery people that was said in the beginning of the story. They're wearing the masks. They have to ask everyone before they go into a house whether they were interacting with anyone with coronavirus, and it's the combination of all of the weather damage with having to deal with the coronavirus. So it's been really a double whammy for a lot of people.
And so, after disasters, we've seen it with the Nashville tornado, Jonesboro, Arkansas tornado a couple weeks ago. The community really comes together. How do you think that, how is the community interacting with their neighbor helping neighbor? Did you see any of that, even though we're in the midst of
It's actually a good point. We didn't see nearly as many people outside as normally, especially there was Monday, we were at, there was a fire at a house caused by a tree that snapped power lines and then it went into a house, caused a fire. Thankfully, no injuries, but normally you'd see a lot of people out and about milling around asking for help, but really there weren't a lot of people out. A lot of people were just standing on their porches. A couple people wanted enough, but keeping that 6-foot distance. But it's a good point. We really didn't see those huge crowds of people like we normally do, and probably likely due to COVID-19.
Brendan, we appreciate that. We appreciate you joining us tonight, giving us that perspective. Hang around if you want to. I'm going to toss it to Dan, and Dan, you was out actually chasing this event. Maybe we can talk about that towards the end of the show, but I know you want to bring in one of our panel or one of our guests.
Yeah. So, talking kind of about some of the stronger tornadoes that hit there in South Carolina, I want to send it over to Rob there. There were a couple of significant tornadoes that hit, especially given the fact that this developed with not these ordinarily discrete supercells that would produce larger tornadoes, but they were Within the line there, and especially we saw some interesting things like the Hampton County EF3, the Walterboro EF1s. Can you talk a little bit about that, Rob, that being in your area?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been here in Charleston for 33 years, and I've been through several tornado outbreaks, and I don't know how substantial compared to other parts of the country they are. We know every tornado for us is very important because we don't get that many, so we don't really prepare that often for these. But when we got here early on Monday morning to see what was going on in southeast Georgia, because these really started there and then crossed over the Savannah River and came all the way through eastern South Carolina. So to see the debris ball in Hampton County, which officially the winds are 165, they finished that survey and released it today.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
And I think here in South Carolina since 1950, only 3% are EF3s and 1% EF4s. So you're talking about something very rare for us in a state that, depending on which service you look at, averages 12 tornadoes a year. Then obviously for us here in our Channel 2 viewing area, Hampton County is more in the Savannah area. Our neighbors down at WSAV taking care of that, but that's still in our state. But then Colleton County is the next state over, or next county over. And then we really got concerned there, seeing what was going on in Hampton, transferred to Colleton County. Colleton County, that was released. There were 3 separate EF1 tornadoes there. One of them 110 miles an hour that, if you saw the video, did damage at the Low Country Regional Airport. Unfortunately, we had 1 fatality there. A tree came through a house and killed a lady there. And then kept on moving into our more populated areas of Dorchester, Berkeley, and Charleston counties. Had a separate tornado that moved, probably started as a water spout, moved over Edisto Beach. And then they surveyed just a little while ago that Berkeley County, they released it. And that was an EF2 with the winds of 120 miles an hour. So, and then came into Ed's territory up into Georgetown County. We kind of share that, and they already had confirmed tornadoes up there. And I know Shay, Weatherflow, you guys measured a wind gust of 114 miles an hour right there. So, Dan, to put it, I don't know. I'm still shaking my head. I'll put it that way. It was just something I've never seen before. And I've been through, a lot of the hurricanes that produce tornadoes like Francis, but this was unbelievable. In Irma, we had 4 tornadoes in the Charleston area, but I think we're all still shaking our heads.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and I was watching very closely on radar as that Hampton County tornado started showing up on radar in CC, and also kind of the debris ball that was showing up there. I mean, that was a significant signature on radar that you just don't often see in the Carolinas at all. It's something you would generally see more in the deep south of Alabama, Mississippi, or in Oklahoma, Kansas, something along those lines. The damage report has it at least a half a mile of width of that tornado. Fortunately, it seems like a lot of that did happen over rural areas, but that being one of the first tornadoes that happened in that early morning, did that kind of set a precedent for how you were responding to the other tornado warnings and potentially trying to get the message out to people who may have been asleep at this point, knowing that how huge these could be?
Absolutely, Dan. I think here personally, myself, Josh Marthers, our morning meteorologist, he was on the air on News 2. I was manning Facebook Live for a long period of time. We know that's become a major way to get information out and get information in. But I think we were looking at that couplet, which was, we just don't get to see that on Velocity products very often here, and to see that continue to hold together all the way across the state. Absolutely. We were able to give warnings upstream. And I know it's a cliche, people write in saying, hey, because we watched you, you probably saved our lives. But I think in this situation, it really comes to play, because we could show it, we could tell them, we knew where it was going, we knew who might be impacted. And if we could give them any warning at all, this was the case. Most of our tornadoes that happen could be a water spout. The couplet's not as well defined. It could be very broad in some cases. So this was really fine, that I think it really prepped us for what we had to do for the rest of the morning. But I think probably the saving grace for all of us is the fact that with the crisis going on, schools were not in session, people were not going to work, they were not in the car on the highways going from point A to point B. So if anything, I think we were able to reach a lot of people in their house, and they could just hunker down right there.
And Rob, also, I wanted to ask, how was your response with your audience this early in the morning? This is really early, right? A lot of folks just waking up. There's no commute, but we did get a couple of days of warning out for this event to start happening, right? So we kind of got the word out. But how do you feel folks responded to your?
I think the preparation was great. I loved Marshall Shepard's tweet going into this. He said, "I don't want to hear anything about this. Came out of nowhere, or where did this come from?" Because I think the warnings were there. SBC did a fantastic job, and we tried to disseminate that information here to our viewers that, we couldn't tell them exactly what was going to happen that Monday morning, but we knew that as time crunched a little bit, we felt more confident that something was going to happen and could potentially be a pretty significant outbreak. So I think our viewers were well prepared, and I haven't heard a single comment like, where did that come from? And I never knew that was coming. So I think they were listening, and hopefully we were getting the information to them as quickly and as succinctly as we possibly could.
Efren, I'd love to hear your perspective on the Midlands, because unfortunately you guys saw the highest number of EF3s as well as an EF2 that passed real close to Orangeburg and even over I-26. How has the community responded to all of these tornadoes, and what kind of steps are y'all taking to recover?
Well, the cleanup process right now has been incredible. There's been a lot of community help in this, and even with the coronavirus, in which a lot of people are taking heed to that warning, there was a very large presence of people helping out. Now, the EF3 tornadoes that came through part of the CSRA, the Low Country, into eventually our Southern Midlands community, those areas are very rural. And the fortunate thing was that we were already on the air at 4:30 in the morning. And there were a lot of storms that were crossing over the Savannah River into the upstate, but there was already a knowledge of all of our viewers, since we've been talking about it in earnest since Friday, that we're looking at the possibility of strong thunderstorms. That was the message on Friday. The message on Friday was like, there's very likely going to be a severe weather outbreak of some sort in the lower Mississippi River Valley. That message usually is taken with a grain of salt because it's not us. It's not even near us. And as we got into Saturday, our morning meteorologist, Danielle Miller, started emphasizing that we're looking at the possibility of strong to severe storms in South Carolina. Half of the models from Storm Prediction Center and their risk included the northwest half of South Carolina, and then on Tuesday, the eastern half. So the message is already out there. And by Sunday, it was a clear message that this is going to be an event that we're going to see storms on Sunday, probably late morning, that may be strong to severe, but at least the knowledge that there is going to be storms on Sunday, but that's only the first round. The stronger storms and the worst ones are going to be in the overnight hours, and that was the biggest emphasis that we sent the message. And the worst part was waiting. As a couple of us were talking about before the show started, the Storm Prediction Center alluded to the fact that there were two significant models. One that was indicating that the storms would very likely start entering portions of South Carolina upstate and the high country by late morning, and by midday crossing to the areas from northwestern North Carolina into the Piedmont and the PD down to the Midlands into the early afternoon. That would have been the worst case scenario. The evolution of the storms were far greater, and the magnitude of the damage would have been far greater. The other model was ones that verified showed that it came in a lot earlier. The problem is that when you have storms that early in the morning, and the first tornado warning actually came out, I believe it was 6:30. That was the tornado warning that was in Richmond and Columbia County in Georgia. And then once it crossed over to South Carolina, it was still warned. At that point, we're already talking about it in earnest, that these storms are tornadic. One is already confirmed, and this has got a direction that will be impacting part of our Southwest Midland communities. And at that point, things just exploded. The one interesting thing that we did watch very carefully and with great concern was when the tornado was confirmed crossing out of Richmond County, crossing into Richmond County, Georgia, into Aiken County, South Carolina. Within 3 or 4 scans for about 12 minutes, we noticed that the inflow was pushing at about probably 95 to 100 miles an hour, but there was no debris ball. Once it got right along the county line of Barnwell and Aiken County, there was no doubt a debris ball. Within a span of 5 to 7 minutes, 2 scans later, we now see 2 debris balls. And I mentioned on chat, I was like, guys, do we have twins? And they said, we definitely have a TDS on both storms. Now we got a bigger issue. We now have 2 tornadoes that are heading almost in the same direction, at least parallel. And the message is already out. You have to take your tornado precautions. The craziest part about this is that, and I'm sure a lot of the meteorologists here will say, Rob alluded to it, this is something that does not happen in the Carolinas. We're well known for the Carolinas to have the type of tornadic event that's low Cape, high shear, versus when you go out into the central and southern plains, it's the exact opposite. But we've had our fair share of tornadoes that have been low Cape, high shear, but nothing to this magnitude. I'm really hoping that the viewers were prepared. Unfortunately, we had 2 deaths out of the EF3 tornado that went through western Orangeburg County in the community of Livingston, and as well as 7 injuries. But this happened at least later in the morning. If this happened 2 or 3 hours earlier, the result could have been significantly different.
Efren, you were talking about the twins. There's some speculation on Twitter, and after looking at the radar scans, it could have kind of been like a Fujiwara effect, like they were kind of dancing around each other. Any comment on that?
That's a good possibility. Keep in mind that the only data that we can go off, since we can't really go off of any visual satellite, is off of the radar, but that is the possibility. However, both of the debris balls were running parallel to each other, probably about 7 to 8 kilometers apart, but they were going unidirectionally. Usually when you see a Fujiwara effect, you'd see the debris balls that are actually dancing around each other. They really weren't dancing around. They were running parallel. So at the very least, we know that this was 2 confirmed separate tornadoes. Was the debris ball and eventually the second one from the original tornado that came out of Aiken? Because the deadly tornado actually originated in northern Bamberg County, northern Barnwell County, and then eventually moved into southwest Orangeburg County. But just as the initial tornado dissipated, the other one continued going. So I don't believe, in my best experience, that was the Fujiwara effect. It could have been, but I didn't see enough motion between the 2 TDSs to facilitate that idea.
Yeah, definitely a busy morning for you guys. I want to bring in Kendra Kent. This is kind of where all as the storm system moved in, it kind of hit her area first. Kendra, first of all, we hope we can see you or hear you.
Sorry, Scotty.
You're fine. We can hear you now. And I just want to ask you, I know you guys kind of started the live coverage first when these storms first moved in.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about your morning and how things went there in the Greenville area.
Well, I feel like I learned a lot from this particular outbreak. And can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry you can't see me. I hooked up to a computer that doesn't have a camera, apparently. Anyway, no, we started the coverage a little after midnight. We had a rogue warning. It was essentially a shower that just started rotating. You could tell how much dynamically was going on in the atmosphere. I mean, it was just things were beginning to blow up. So I think I knew from about 12:30 in the morning that we were going to have a very, very long night. We ended up with an EF3 tornado, and as we were talking about earlier, that's incredibly rare in South Carolina, especially in the upstate. I feel like we get wedged in so much with cool air. It's so rare we can have all of this come together to produce such an event. And this was the biggest in the upstate, the strongest since 1994. It hit Seneca. We were on air with the storm as it moved into Stevens County, Georgia. And I had a unique experience with it because my parents live in Seneca. And that was probably the first time I had to cover a storm while I was slightly emotionally distraught. And I had Isaac Williams, who's also on here. You just can't, he's also without a video. But he was pointing out the TDS. And as soon as I saw that, I got that panicked feeling. I started breathing a little heavy. I thought, oh my gosh, how am I going to get through this? But we did. And luckily my parents were fine. But I'm sure many of you have been through that because we've all, many of us have lived in these areas for a long time and you get personally impacted by these storms. But what I learned the most is not to underestimate the timing of something. I feel like I didn't write this event off, but I wasn't necessarily expecting anything like this given the time it was coming in. 3 to 6 a.m. I mean, who expects an EF3 tornado to rip through the heart of your area at 3:30 in the morning? And mostly we get these QLCS lines that produce these brief EF0, EF1 tornadoes. That's what we're used to. And seeing something like that and tracking something like that was a true first for me. And, it was just a million different emotions all at once. That's for sure.
Kendra, since you said Isaac's there, I'll pose this to both of you guys, both of y'all. You had this coming through the rogue cell, and then like the heart of this event was when people were actually asleep, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Talk about how you guys were able to message before the event. And, with this being this late, talk about your schedule too, because I know I was watching the coverage in Chattanooga and hearing of the major damage that happened there. And I'm like, man, I've got to get a little bit of sleep before this comes into our area. So kind of talk about that, because I know a lot of us were watching beforehand to just see what was coming our way.
Let's see. Is Isaac's mic up?
I think it's muted, but we can. Okay, it's unmuted. It's unmuted. He's good now.
Okay.
You go ahead, Isaac.
Okay. Thanks for having me briefly. I'm one of the morning people, so I'm like almost up past my bedtime here. But so just to kind of with the messaging and any rest. Unfortunately for me, I have plenty of interest in Mississippi and Alabama. That's where I'm from, and for whatever reason, a lot of people still ask me, about the weather there, and they depend on me, and that's great. So I didn't actually sleep going into this event. So that's not uncommon for me because I am a severe weather nut. But that being the case, in terms of messaging, we started talking about it, I think, on Wednesday. Just kind of highlighting the threat for storms. That gave people about 5.5 days, and of course we started ramping up, the wording a little bit more once we got to, Friday and Saturday. And, Kendra always, mentioned, like when I first was hired here, we do get a lot of wedge events, and we started that day in the 50s. And I'm like, back in my head, I thought, what if the wedge holds and, we're going to be seen as like hype people, and that's not what we want, but we don't want severe weather either. I think our message was pretty stern by Sunday morning when we got up and saw they had pulled that enhanced risk over a little bit into the upstate, which I've been here 3 years, not nearly as long as Kendra, but I think that's only my personal third enhanced risk here. So I knew that I see parameters, and parameters mean nothing unless you have a storm in them, but I knew with those parameters that we had the potential to have something, fairly unusual happen, but I wouldn't have had I don't work weekends, so I don't even know if I would have said something about a strong tornado even the night before, just because it's just so rare to get them here.
Yeah, and I think just given how late it was at night, and we knew this was likely going to be taking at least some linear form. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either, and it really it caught us off guard. But to see a TDS like that move through our area, and I know the rest of you all saw that too as South Carolina meteorologists. I mean, just something you don't see every day, and it kind of takes your breath away. They're used to that in Alabama and Mississippi. We just don't get that stuff here.
Yeah, and then right after that, right after the Seneca one had briefly lifted right over Clemson, we had the EF2, what ended up being an EF2, another TDS outside of Slater, which that's, almost in the 3,000 feet elevation, in the extreme northern part of Greenville County. That debunks the whole tornadoes can't happen in the mountains thing,
Definitely. So we were watching that, Evan and I, because Evan doesn't live too far from the line there. One last question, and we'll come back to you guys later on in the show. But at the time, we didn't know how long the tornadoes were on the ground. But I think one of the tornadoes there in the Greenville, Pickens County area was on the ground for around 8 miles. So this were not also big tornadoes, but they're also long track tornadoes, something that we're not too accustomed to as well.
Yeah, again, that was a huge shocker. But when you saw the signatures on radar, there was no doubt that that was going to be a large tornado. And they even put that in the wording of the warning, which I was very happy about. I feel like that really brought people's attention up. And the thing you mentioned earlier too, these were happening at 3:30 in the morning, probably the worst time a tornado could hit. I mean, when people are in their deepest sleep, and all you can do as a broadcaster is beg people to wake up their kids, get their dog, whatever they need to do, get to their lowest level. And so I feel like this was one of the scariest nights for our viewers, hands down, and no less scary for the rest of the state, of course, but at least it was more toward daybreak for some of you guys. But yeah, for us, it was just the dead of night, and we were just hoping that people were heeding the warnings.
Right.
And yeah, for sure. With that, with the Seneca one, we were in a situation where the TDS was so strong, so fast. Like I don't want to say it came out of nowhere, but like that TDS appeared and it was like violent looking, like on the first scan that I saw. And we were dealing with the situation, like once it went past Clemson, I think we had debris fallout on CC. So we weren't positive that it actually wasn't still down because it still looked like, something could be there. You thought it was like debris being fanned out or whatever, but you weren't sure, even though the circulation looked a little weaker. But I'm like, we're not going to take any chances with it. Obviously the tornado warning was still in effect. And, that was another little unique challenge, is that I've never actually dealt with debris fallout before, where we said, okay, well, this signature is debris, and yet something similar was happening down the line. And we're like, well, this may be actually debris that's still being lofted, but the tornado's not still down. So it was a very unique situation. And again, Kendra keeps bringing this up. It was in the middle of the night at 3:30 in the morning, but I feel like people were wide awake and they were watching and they were prepared, which is good. All through the days, we were like, Kendra made a graphic, I think on Thursday, that said, what do you need to do? It was just like a simple little headline graphic, but it was like so informative about charging your batteries, keeping your phone on not silent if you sleep with it on do not disturb. I remember saying Friday morning, what you can do, you can, sleep with it on loud for one night, because it can help save your life. So it was a insane, again, I worked in Mississippi. I've dealt with, plenty of tornadoes in my day, but yet this is still a first for me as well.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and bring Ed Petrowski from WPDE in Myrtle Beach. And Ed, we saw what looked like the tail end of this Hampton County tornado pop out all the way over at Murrells Inlet. Brad Panovich was nice enough to share a link with us. I'm going to pull it up here and share my screen. Let's see if we can get it to work here. And the tornado that you're seeing here in Hampton County, there's some debate of whether or not it started over on the Georgia side of the Savannah River. But if we look at the start of the track and draw it all the way over to where it exited the South Carolina coast here, then we're looking at about 144 to 158 miles, somewhere in that vicinity. And so, we know this continued on, maybe up even into the Oak Island area of North Carolina, but it's just impressive to see the length and track of that storm. It did pop out at Myrtle Beach, where one of our weather sensors for weather flow got a reading of 114 miles an hour. We had a pressure drop of 7 millibars within a 1 minute time span. So that reading went up within 2 to 3 minutes, from 46 to 76 miles an hour to 114. And so talk about that area and how it affected your viewing portion of that area of Myrtle Beach.
But for us, considering what happened across the rest of South Carolina, we were relatively unscathed. We had no injuries and no deaths. There was never really any really tight circulation anywhere in our viewing area. We were, of course, watching the ones that were over Orangeburg County and also down near Hampton County in the morning while we were on the air with our regular morning show at 5 o'clock in the morning. And those were the two big storms, two supercells that we were watching very carefully, knowing that they were heading generally in our direction. The one in Orangeburg County faded away before it ever got to our viewing area. But the one in Hampton County that eventually went over Monk's Corner, eventually got into Georgetown County, and they warned for that one where there was EF1 damage done in Sandpit and Graves. And then you hit a really populated area on the south end of the Grand Strand where Litchfield Beach is located and Pawleys Island as well. And they both took a hit on EF0, EF1 tornado. There was substantial damage done to trees and even some homes in Litchfield Beach and also in Willbrook. In fact, one of the things about a lot of people being home is a lot of people took videos. We were able to get pretty good video of at least damage.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
But not necessarily a tornado touching down. And then, of course, it went out over the ocean, became a water spout, and that's when it rolled over the Murrells Inlet jetties with the recording of 114 mile per hour winds. And I look back in that and I think, my goodness, if that was just a couple of miles west of there, we would have had substantial damage on the south end of the Grand Strand. And if it had paralleled the Grand Strand coast, it could have buzzsawed the entire Grand Strand, nearly 60 miles with extensive damage. So we were very fortunate that it actually went out over the ocean. And that was really the only set of tornadoes from that particular supercell that we had in our viewing area. Although I will say in Marlborough County, which is just to the east of Chesterfield County, in the northern part of the state, we had a massive microburst of 110 mile per hour winds that did substantial damage in Wallace. And of course, everybody, when they get that kind of wind, thinks it was a tornado. But in reality, it was a microburst. Although on radar, it did have some rotation. It wasn't very tight there either. But Steve Paff, who works with the National Weather Service in Wilmington, those guys do a phenomenal job. They went out and did the survey yesterday and were able to pinpoint where they had 80 to 110 mile per hour winds. And, typically for us, in the summertime, we get those pulse thunderstorms where we'll get 60, 70, maybe 80 mile per hour winds with a collapsing thunderstorm. But in all the years I've been here, I can't recall one time where we've had a microburst that caused 110 mile per hour winds. But you hear it all the time. They're just as damaging sometimes as tornadoes.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, just looking at that, the one in Litchfield, they classified as an EF2. Do you think the Waccamaw River Basin had something to do with reforming of that, or do you think the mechanical features, right, when it came to land, maybe help with strengthening or re-intensifying that system?
Yeah, there's a lot of, I don't know if you want to call it debate, but there's a lot of speculation out there that there could have been some sort of a influence of the ocean, the wind coming in off the ocean at that time, perhaps creating some sort of a boundary to help intensify the storm itself. But yeah, it was an EF0 over Litchfield Beach, and then it blew up to an EF2 when it went over the Murrells Inlet jetty. So it got pretty strong fairly quickly. And again, we were lucky that was over the ocean. Literally, the jetties are only a couple of 100 yards away from very populated areas of Garden City. And we had two different people that have homes there who have their home weather units, and they both registered 71 and 72 mile per hour winds respectively. So literally within a couple of 100 yards of where your unit is, we had those measurements. So you can see how tight the wind gradient was between Garden City and the actual jetties themselves.
Hey, Ed, there was something, you always try to find something that will make you laugh in these sad times. And unfortunately, we had some sad times in the Carolinas, but there was a tweet going around of you doing your broadcast. I don't know. I've asked James about it, if we can play it. But,
Here it comes.
all right, I'm going to let it play, and then I want you to talk about it.
Your rain is located, and we'll zoom that out just a bit. And, whoa. Oh. That was a close lightning strike. I don't know if you heard that at home, but I feel like I need to change a short.
All right, I'm pulling the audio back down, but Scotty and Ed, the viewers at home heard it, even though we didn't hear it in our headsets. Ed, what's going through your head there?
Well, we were in a sense just about ready to wind down. We were getting through this thing for the most part relatively unscathed. Our last severe thunderstorm warning was still in effect, but the storm was moving out of Horry County. And then there must have been a lightning strike within a couple of 100 yards to the station, because it was this loud explosion that you knew what it was, but you're a human being. It freaked me out. And as you saw, I kind of ducked thinking something was going on, and then just used one of my classic lines, I need to change the shorts. Just one of those things. And that kind of went around the viewers. A lot of them had recorded it and were sending it to me, letting me know that they thought it was kind of funny. And it's something that, that they needed after a morning like that, being so stressed, and of course being stressed with COVID-19. It was a little light moment toward the end of the severe weather when we knew we didn't have any injuries, which was a good thing. And of course, nobody was killed.
Always good to have a funny moment there. So I want to bring it up to Shane. Shane lives just north of the Myrtle Beach, Wilmington area. Shane, you guys kind of got in on the tail end as well, as the sun was already up. Talk to us about the New Bern, Greenville, North Carolina area and what you guys experienced.
Yeah, we were kind of late to the party, I guess, compared to everyone else in regards to receiving the storms, but very much like Ed's situation, very thankful and blessed really to not have any injuries or fatalities with any of our systems. We did end up having 6 confirmed tornadoes, and thankfully for us, the strongest was the EF1 that we had in the Hawes Run area. I believe I've been taking notes here just to make sure it was anywhere from roughly 100 to 110 mile per hour sustained winds. So for us, it was basically like that waiting game where you see the line coming. I was actually filling in for our morning meteorologist. He had a vacation day, but he got reeled back in right towards the end of it. So I was basically tracking it all the way since it was in the mountains, and just waiting, just holding our breath. Our morning broadcast finished up. We had declared it a severe weather alert day for our station, so we were cutting in. We would normally cut in every hour, but our morning meteorologist says, you know what, let's just go ahead and do every half hour. And it was actually very fortunate and wise that we did that, because during the half-hour cut-in at 9:30, with about maybe 1 minute left in my cut-in, our weather radio starts going off in the weather center. And then I said, okay, well, we're starting now. And we were on for an hour and a half with all of the tornado warnings. There just came a point where when we were swapping off, he would just say, we have 4 tornado warnings. And I'd have to interrupt and say, I'm sorry, no, we're at 5 now. I was like, it just keeps on going back and forth. And it was just like a straight line. So when we're trying to describe it for our viewers, it was almost like a complicated mess. And honestly, that's what I started describing it whenever we would switch off and I would be on the screen. I would just say, I know it is very difficult to kind of pin everything out because every warning was overlapping. And I think with my experience with tornadoes, with coverage I've had, which naturally have had many, especially with our hurricane coverage that we've seen over the years, I've never seen that many warnings stacked back to back to back in a straight line. It was fascinating, but also terrifying at the same time, because you feel like you need to give equal coverage to each warning in each area in your viewing area. Even though we knew the strongest one at the time was the one we were seeing to the south, simply because it had held for the longest amount of time. It seemed like it had the strongest signature. Looking back on social media after everything kind of died down a bit, I was able to see what other meteorologists from around the country had done and taken screenshots, and seeing all the feedback and all the scans of it that we weren't even able to see at the time, because we were having to bounce in between 6 different tornado warnings all at the same time. But looking back on it, it was very clear, seeing everyone's screen grabs of the tornado warning to the south, that was the strongest one. It had the strongest sustained winds. It had the longest track out of all the tornadoes that we were tracking that morning.
And Shane, one thing we were noticing, because we were watching that storm, is it was going through a fairly populated area, Jacksonville. That's probably one of the bigger cities out eastern North Carolina. So I'm sure that was kind of pressing to want to get that information out to one of the bigger population areas.
Absolutely. And what was really interesting, something I've never been able to do before while we are doing severe weather coverage, is to be able to pick up anything too crazy on our web cameras. And we did have a webcam situated in the Jacksonville area near the Freedom Fountains. And while we did not see the feature at all, you could see it looked like the flags about to be ripped off of the top of the flagpoles. I've never seen that before, and never been able to capture anything during the height of a storm or during a warning before until this particular system. So naturally, yes, we did have all that concern because even for our specific station, Jacksonville is a very heavy populated area into which they tune into us. They know that we are the closest station to them, so they rely on us heavily. But thankfully, I believe the heaviest damage that was sustained in that area was at a hog farm. So we might have a few pigs that won't be tuning into our broadcast next time. But like I said, just very thankful and blessed that we had 0 fatalities, 0 injuries throughout the entire morning.
Shannon got a good chuckle out of that. Thank you. Tim, we still have 2 areas to cover, Charlotte and Greensboro. So Tim, I want to start off with you. I know you're just dying to talk. We've had you waiting for 40 some odd minutes now, but you guys did have 1 tornado in Alamance County. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about that and maybe some of the relief that you felt that there was only 1 and things weren't quite as bad as they could have been?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, guys. So, this kind of thing that we were tracking for days, all of us were tracking it for days. It was pretty much all anyone could talk about for the Easter weekend. So one of the things leading up to it, I kind of sensed I was kind of trying to read the room and on my Facebook page and to see where people's heads are at. It really seemed like people were dreading this and they were very freaked out and they really were spooked, just in the sense of maybe they were stressed out already. I am not a psychologist, but there was just a lot of stress building up. And I think whenever something is coming in the middle of the night, people are really worried, and justifiably so. So one of the things we decided to do is just let them know, we're going to be there the whole night. Because even with, we had the warm front coming through in the afternoon. I'm always worried about those little warm fronts too. You can kind of get little spin ups. So I was there starting at 8, 9 o'clock, and I just stayed till the morning. We had the rest of the morning Mets come in as well to help out. And good thing that we did, because, one of the things, we just kind of walked people through the night. We would just do Facebook Lives and they would chime in and we would say, everything's still okay. You can go to bed, but make sure you have the phone. And you got to wake up if the warnings are issued. And people really did that, and I think it helped out. But you mentioned we had 1 confirmed tornado in our area. We had 9 tornado warnings, and I had no problem with any of the tornado warnings. And a lot of times I'm complaining in the back of my head about some of them, right? None of them were light tornado warnings at all. There was so much rotation in almost every storm that was pushing across our area. Everyone in this chat knows this. We have a radar issue here. The radar beam is so high. So, of course, when we're showing these warnings, it's showing more mid-level rotation. It's not at the ground. So all we can do is say, hey, this storm is spinning like crazy. Our first tornado warning came in at 4:20 in the morning, and we had continuous tornado warnings until 7 in the morning. So we were on for a while with all of those different storms. And it turned out that the last one in Alamance was the one that, in fact, was confirmed. And we confirmed it on air, too. We were watching it, Taran Kirksey and myself, and there was a clear as day debris ball just a few scans after the first couplet showed up. So I believe they talked about this in South Carolina, too. Some of these, they formed, they came right down, and they did the damage right away. And it was very quick. And thank goodness, the Weather Service did a bang-up job. They had a warning on it right away, and we were just bouncing around. It was a very busy morning, but I think people were very appreciative that we were there the whole time with them, just kind of holding their hand. There's this storm. Here's what you do. Grab the kids, grab the dog, put a helmet on, put shoes on, and get ready to go. And, we made through it. Thankfully, there weren't there were no injuries or fatalities in that one tornado. On the same token, in the squall line itself, we did have a tree, unfortunately, kill somebody in their home. And one of the things with this line that we also tried to do, you have to give the highlight coverage to the tornado warnings. But this whole squall line, we knew it was capable of putting down 80+ mile per hour gusts. Just with all the wind fields. So we did try and bounce around and say, hey, you're not in a tornado warning in Guilford here right now, but this line is nasty. So you should probably be in your safe spot too. So it was a very busy morning, but we anticipated it. Everybody in the weather enterprise talked about it for days. People knew about it. And I actually think it's a big success story that in the middle of the night, people were still well prepared and took good action. And the fatalities really, I think, were minimized, at least in the Carolinas, as far as I can
Tim, you're already kind of making my transition easy, because the second question I wanted to ask was about, there was some information going around on Facebook before the storm that was a little bit unsettling for a lot of viewers, and it was definitely not accurate information. But I know that you were definitely a part of reassuring people, reassuring your audience that the storm, while yes, it's definitely going to be dangerous, this is not something that they couldn't handle. Talk about the importance of the trust that your viewers have in you, and how you're the source where they get all of their information from. I
mean, social media is a blessing and it's a curse, right? Like it gives good information and it gives bad. There was some post floating around out there that was advertising potential for EF5 tornadoes in North Carolina, even though we've not had one before on record. But people were freaked out initially. We of course saw the damage in Mississippi and Alabama. That can freak people out here when they know it's coming our way. So, one of the things I tried to do in the days up leading to the event is, everyone's freaked out right now just in life. I don't get freaked out by weather. I'd get freaked out a little bit about this pandemic, if I'm being honest. So one of the things I told them was just saying, hey, we're living in crazy times. We don't know exactly what's going to happen with daily life with this virus and stuff, but we know how to handle severe weather. We have the technology. We do this every year. We got this. It could be bad, but we know what to do. And if it is bad, we're going to let you know about it. We're not going to go crazy. We're just going to let you know where the storm is, where it's going, what you should do, and what to do next time. Because there's always a next time with weather. This is not abnormal, really. We had a lot of tornadoes, but 1 year ago, basically in April, North Carolina had 12 tornadoes also. So this is not really that different. We do know what to do, and I think that was reassuring to folks, just to let them know, hey, okay, well, they're used to this. They're going to keep us covered, and that's really the whole reason why we're here. We're not here for the sunny days like today. I could not show up, and it would be fine. But Monday, we're pretty important to keep folks calm and hopefully encourage them to make the right choices. And I think a lot of people did.
Absolutely, yeah, Scotty.
And so, Tim, talking about radar coverage, that brings me to Mr. Brad Panovich. And Brad, unfortunately, we had a tornado kind of go under the radar, like that little pun there, in the Charlotte area. So we had one in Anson County. But, you've been on the show several times talking about our radar gaps. And this one kind of bit us in the behind because we didn't catch this one.
Yeah, and I'll give a little bit of a pass to the Weather Service on this one, because I think Tim brought up a good point. Something we were doing on the air Monday morning was we were telling everybody to treat the severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings on Monday morning, because every severe thunderstorm warning had a tornado tag in it, and we knew the environment that these storms had. I didn't want people near a window or near the outside walls with straight line winds on Monday morning. So we actually, for the first time in a long time, I basically treated every severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning. But you're right, there was no warning with the 2 tornadoes we had touched down in Anson County, even though in hindsight, looking back even at the Raleigh radar, there were signs of rotation. But I mean, we were all looking at radar Monday. I could have issued 100 different tornado warnings on some of these. It was just, you knew there was probably a tornado in there. There were several times I saw little couplets trying to spin up where you saw that inflow notch starting to increase, and you're waiting for the outflow to kind of kick in, and it never did. So, there probably was numerous small spin-ups in there that we never recognized, but it does highlight the same issue, right? We've had this huge radar hole over the Charlotte metro area that goes up into the Greensboro metro and really out towards the Fayetteville area. It's kind of that triangle of just horrible radar coverage. So the Raleigh office, they're trying to issue a warning in Anson County, which is basically closer to Charlotte than it is Raleigh. And the 2 radars they're looking at is Raleigh, Greer, and a terminal Doppler at Charlotte Douglas, which doesn't actually have the range to make it into Anson County. So it's a tough situation in a morning like that. Unfortunately, that tornado did damage about 10 homes. It was an EF2, and we had several farms damaged. So it did quite a bit of damage, actually picked up a couple mobile homes. But it does highlight the issue. I just hope that at some point, I think this COVID-19 thing has kind of set back our our North Carolina radar project to do some private-public partnerships. But this problem's not going to go away. And hopefully in the very near future, we'll have the goal is to have 3 C-band million-watt dual-pole radars spaced out over that radar gap to enhance radar coverage going forward. But man, that was, every time this happens, I'm like, I wish I had a better look. I wish I had it, especially that time of the morning when no one's spotting these things. You need that radar coverage. And it really makes it difficult. And I'll just say one of the things about the coverage that morning, everybody knew this was coming. The only messaging issue that I had with this whole event was because of the timing being between day 1 and day 2 outlooks from SPC, there was a lot of disconnect about this thing like skipping over us. And the one thing I tried to do Sunday night and Monday morning was like, hey, you got to understand the day 1 outlook goes from 8 a.m. Sunday to 8 a.m. Monday. And then the new one comes out for Tuesday. It's 8 a.m. Tuesday to 8. And so it looked like it was going to jump over the Piedmont, but it really was just an artifact of it being right at that time of day between the 2 outlooks. So that was the only issue I had communicating. A lot of people thought this was going to happen on Sunday, and it really was a Monday morning event. So from that standpoint, I'm glad a lot of people paid attention, but the timing was a real problem because of the way the outlooks are issued from SPC.
Ideally, we'd like to have had it from midnight to midnight. I think that would have had a much better perspective of what's going on. For the viewers, a few asking about radar. For those who may not be familiar with radar, tell us why the Charlotte area, the Greensboro area, Fayetteville area is kind of in that hole. Why does the radar miss those areas?
Oh man, it's a lot of politics. I'm not going to lie to you. When the Weather Service was reorganized, for whatever reason, Charlotte, which is, I'm biased, I live here, but it is the biggest city between Atlanta and Washington, D.C., all right? It does not have a radar within 50 miles of the biggest population center in this part of the country. And that doesn't just affect us. It affects Tim up in Greensboro and Winston-Salem. It affects Hickory, Boone. It affects a large area. And so there's some little stopgaps. And I hear this all the time from people, well, you got a terminal Doppler radar. I'm like, all right, terminal Doppler is a Band-Aid. It's like a little tiny Band-Aid that helps fix a little bit of the issue. But, if I had to tell another meteorologist, hey, I'll take your 88D out and put a C-band, non-dual pole radar there to take you up, they would never want that, right? They would want an 88D dual band radar. And so it's just a Band-Aid approach. And we just have a huge issue with it. And it's unique to Charlotte. We are the biggest city in the country that does not have a radar within 50 miles of the city. So luckily, local governments are recognizing this problem. We've brought it to their attention. I think everyone brings up their phone app and goes, oh, we've got radar coverage. A lot of people don't understand that radar are like cell phone towers. The farther away you are from the dish, the worse your reception is. And so in Charlotte, we got this big population center, and our closest radar or cell phone tower is in Greer, South Carolina. So it makes it incredibly difficult. It's not that we don't have any coverage. I don't want to make it feel like, we're in this giant hole. We just have degraded coverage. We have really poor coverage. We have 1 bar on our cell phone. We want 5 bars. So what we're trying to do is get that radar closer because the radar beam, as you see in the picture right there, thanks, James, the radar beam goes in a straight line, but the Earth curves. So by the time the radar beam gets to Charlotte, depending on which part of Charlotte you're in, it's at 8,000 to as much as 10,000 feet above our heads. Tornadoes happen down in the lowest 1,000 or lower. So missing a lot of these tornadoes is a problem with the radar gap. And so I hope going forward that this problem will get solved. For years, we tried doing this back 10 years ago, and we went through federal issues, and it's just dealing with the government sometimes incredibly difficult to get things. But now that we have this private-public partnership, it's the closest we've been to solving this problem because we've got local, state, and even private entities involved, and the data is going to be public and free for everybody.
Speaking of partnerships, I wanted to ask Brad and Shane and Tim. Unfortunately, a lot of our other guests had to jump off because they have a 10 p.m. newscast. But in this era of COVID-19, you guys aren't in the weather center with your fellow meteorologists. You're doing a lot of work from home. How was the communication preparing for this event? Was it any different? I mean, I know you wasn't personally beside the meteorologist, but was the communication still there? Was there anything that you think maybe could have went better or not as good? I mean, any comments on that?
We over communicated, and the only reason that I really over communicated was watching Ryan Vaughn in Jonesboro a couple weeks ago work from home and cover a tornado there. And I thought it gave me a little sigh of relief saying it could be done, but they still had somebody in studio. So we talked a lot over the weekend. We had probably 2 or 3 Zoom calls over the weekend talking about coverage. And I said, if this was not COVID-19, I would be in the studio right now. And luckily, my general manager and news director said, you know what, we want you in the studio too. So for the first time in a month, I was actually in the studio instead of home. And I worked in the morning show. Normally, I'm an evening shift person, but I came in and tag team with Larry. We did do social distancing. We never crossed paths. We stayed away. I stayed in one location, which unfortunately meant I didn't get to go to the key wall, but I could be in the weather center with a standing shot and do it. So I think, to answer your question, Scotty, we actually over communicated, probably more so than we ever had, because we knew the logistics of this was going to be really problematic.
Yeah, just to echo that, we did the similar thing. We had the fun part about planning is you get to be on Zoom calls with your boss like every other day.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
A lot of Zoom calls just like this, and it made planning a little bit more tricky because we really had to advocate for the necessity of being in the studio. And it's not just a presentation thing. Like, that's somewhat cosmetic, but I don't have a generator at my house. None of the folks on our weather team do. So that was really the thing. What if, and we have 3 folks working, but it could sure happen that all of us lose power. So we really needed to be there. But when we were, I was at we have a separate room key wall. I was there. I didn't talk to anybody.
You can see Ruben is
and
zooming
then in the studio, Taran Kirksey was there in front of a monitor wall with a computer with our graphics. And we had another meteorologist at home just doing like this on Facebook and stuff. So it really worked out well, but it was more planning and, just jumping through all the hoops that we all have to do just to go to the grocery store or something like that now. Strange.
Yeah, I think kind of just like adding on top of that, this situation has brought anything, it's teaching everyone, in a communication field, how to communicate even more, or the importance of communicating more. In our case, we are still fully broadcasting from our station. We don't work from home. I typically will do noon shows twice a week, and then I do double shifts on the weekend, all of our morning and all of our evening shows. So I'm usually the only one in the station for the meteorologist on Saturdays and Sundays anyway. So I was closely monitoring it. And whenever I saw it on one of my weekday shifts, I think I had sent an email out and said, I think we should go ahead and just start having a plan in place. This is our first time trying it with social distancing. So I think it's even more important that we start planning further in advance. And I just think these are times like this where you do learn how crucial communication is between a team. And I think it really applies for all fields, not just our specific industry. We started it with an email chain. We did not do Zoom conference calls because I don't like my employer to know how many times I'm wearing pajamas when I'm on the call. So it is all on the phone only. But at the end of the day, you're keeping in touch with them. You are making sure that there's consistent points that are going to every single one at every level so that everyone is on the same page.
Yeah, I was going to say real quick, Tim, we had that same issue. That was our biggest concern, was the generator issue. I have a great setup here. I'm great, but man, if I lose power, out of luck. I have backup for my router, but I don't have backup power to my computer or backup power to any of the lights. So that was a big concern. And I thought for sure with just the wind field that we were going to have trees and power lines down all over the place, so we would lose power. So yeah, that was an easy call for us. And honestly, it was kind of nice to be in the station. Not that I wanted to be covering severe weather at 2:00 in the morning, but man, it wasn't nice. That's the first time I saw my morning meteorologist in a month. So it was really cool to be in there.
One weather thing, actually, the surprising part, we talk about how many tornadoes there were. We kind of expected a lot of tornadoes. The fact that the wind field didn't materialize as much in regular severe thunderstorms, I thought was surprising. There wasn't a lot of widespread damage in the squall line. There was a lot, but not as much as I thought there maybe could have been.
Yeah, I agree. Only thing I'll say is that, and I'll give a shout out to Shay and Weatherflow because I have 2 Weatherflow stations on my roof. I had 30 minutes of continuous gust over 50, which was the highest sustained gust above 50 since probably Hurricane Michael came through here. I mean, I've had those things for 2 hurricanes passing overhead, or at least the remnants, and that was by far the highest. So yeah, it was really impressive. And what happened in our viewing area was we had a lot of wake up calls. People just heard that roaring sound of the wind and the rain hitting their windows, and people were freaking out. They woke up, and so it was easy for me to get people to act because it was so loud. It woke people up from a sound sleep. That sound, and we had a lot of people sheltered in their bathroom for these straight line winds. But yeah, I'm surprised we didn't have more damage to him. But I was really impressed with the data from my roof. I looked at it and I'm like, I actually had a camera up there that swung around and broke off, and I had to fix it again because my house got hit by a tornado back in February. So and I had a 71 mile-an-hour wind gust with that storm. So it's been crazy having all these events at my house and having this data now collecting from my house. My wife's texting me. She's like, the kids are freaking out. Should we go downstairs? I'm like, yes, go downstairs.
Well, Brad, what a way to QC those stations with a camera breaking, right? And then the stations are still standing. But I mean, that's pretty impressive if you think about the mechanical features over land, how trees and other homes block wind, and you're still getting gusts like that. You could almost assume that just above homes, right at the treetop level, probably several notch stronger just because of those mechanical features. But yeah, even here along the coast, just like Tim said, I was surprised we didn't see a lot of those gust fronts or there's really strong convergences right ahead of the storms. It never really materialized here. I mean, we got 30 to 40 knots, and then maybe one little spike upwards, but we didn't see any of these big blasts of wind like we normally do here at the coastline, where the energies just drop out of the storm, and then we get a long line of really strong wind. So that was a good thing because it was less damage over the entire area, even though we did have one tornado along the coastline, immediate coastline, and even one just inland. But a lot of folks just saw a lot of heavy rain, lightning, and just some gusty wind at times. It wasn't terrible. So, I mean, there's a little bit of reprieve from that storm, at least here along the immediate South Carolina coast, except for Murrells Inlet area and Litchfield.
Yeah, so today's date, I think, is kind of significant too. The initial thing we were going to air today was going to be about the 2011 tornado outbreak that everybody really thinks about when they think about the strongest storm system maybe they've lived through or seen. We chose to do this instead because this was such a significant severe weather outbreak. Going kind of back to you, Brad, and anyone else who wants to talk about it, is there any sort of feedback that you're receiving from the public that this is going to be kind of the new thing in their heads as the biggest severe weather threat that they've seen? Or how do you think this compares as far as response to what we kind of saw on April 16th, 2011?
I remember that April well because that is the highlight of that month, but there were 4 separate significant severe weather events back in April. We had a derecho, we had baseball-sized hail, we had the tail end of the Tuscaloosa tornado outbreak actually affect the Carolinas, and then April 16th, which I remember that night because I stayed up all night long and watched that line of supercells pass over Charlotte, not touch down, and then immediately as the sun came up, start spinning. But I think what helped us out on Monday, 2 things. One, COVID-19, everybody's home. They're sheltering in place already. But 2 was our tornado outbreak back in early February. That was still fresh in a lot of people's minds. We had significant tornadoes that morning, and that wasn't too long ago. And that was in Charlotte. That was, we had EF1 damage across a big chunk of South Charlotte, including my backyard. So I think that in the back of people's minds helped. And anybody who's worked in emergency management or done this, the level of preparedness is only as good as your memory of the last disaster. And in this case, having that last disaster kept people prepared. And so they were kind of ready for this.
Yeah, for here, this one is not going to be remembered for years for most of the Piedmont area, and at least near the Triad, I wouldn't say, except for the folks who actually were in the tornado path in Alamance County. Just to add to this time of year, it's always very busy. 2 years ago today is the anniversary of the Greensboro tornado, which is still so fresh. You know, we had a reporter do a story today. How is East Greensboro doing? The answer is, still not great, unfortunately. It was a really rough urban tornado, a strong EF2 that came right through the city, stayed on the ground for 30 miles, all the way up basically toward the Virginia border. And that was just 2 years ago. So for a lot of folks, that's still what they remember. Or maybe it's always very personal. So if you're in High Point, you remember the High Point tornado in 2010, right? It just depends on who you are and where you've lived. For me, that April 16th event is still, way up here and everything else is way down. I was working in Wilmington, but that thing was another level. And that year was just another level of severe weather.
And I'll just add my own commentary to that. It was a year ago that we had a tornado outbreak here in the Carolinas. I don't even remember the number, but a year later, our thought is already bouncing back to 2011 and not a year ago.
Yeah, that was 12, and it was Good Friday. I remember that very clearly. You're right.
Scotty, I think that was the first time you sought shelter in your...
I remember doing that, but I couldn't remember what date it was. Like, I forgot 2 years ago. I knew the Greensboro tornado, but I didn't know it was today's date. That's...
Monday the 13th is my son's birthday. And I remember on his first birthday, we were doing severe weather coverage. And on his second birthday, we were doing severe weather coverage.
Yeah, I was in the basement live on this show when that happened. So, yeah, crazy times. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for coming on. As Tim was talking about, I'll go ahead and kind of let the secret out of the bag. We pre-recorded the April 16, 2011 look back. So next week we're going to be airing that. So you'll see Tim back next week on our show. He'll be with us with a lot of other great meteorologists who kind of look back over that event. So we just hope all those, especially who are affected by this tornado outbreak, our thoughts and prayers are with you guys, and hopefully you'll recover quickly. And like Tim and Brad has said, this is the peak season for severe weather in the Carolinas. So we'll continue to monitor the weather for the rest of the month, and even into May is really kind of a high peak for severe weather. So we appreciate you joining us tonight. Big thank you to all of our guests tonight. This was a last minute show, and we got coverage from every market except the Raleigh market, but I don't really think there was much going on in severe weather-wise with tornadoes in that market. So we appreciate everyone coming on tonight, and we will see you back here next Wednesday night for another edition of the Carolina Weather Group, and we hope you have a safe and happy weekend. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we're going to be talking about winter weather. It's getting cold outside, and eventually we're going to be talking about some of those wintry precipitation events that likes to kind of rear its head here in the southeast, here, especially in the Carolinas in the wintertime. So with us tonight is Trish Palmer. She is the coordinating meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg. And if you've watched our show you probably remember Trish, but if you haven't, Trish, welcome back. I know recently you got a promotion there in the office to the WCM. So before we kind of get into winter weather, tell us about that position. It's I know it's kind of different from going from the forecast desk to doing a lot of more things, kind of juggling in the air with the new job promotion.
Sure, and thank you guys for having me on again. As the warning coordination meteorologist, my job is that I'm now the primary liaison with our external partners, and that means the TV meteorologists, emergency managers, you guys out there in the other parts of media world. I'm also in charge of all of our outreach and preparedness programs. So when you hear about Severe Weather Awareness Week or Winter Weather Preparedness Week or whatever it might be, I'm the one that has to coordinate all of those different issues. And I work very closely with our surrounding offices. As part of the transition, I'm no longer actually in the shift rotation, but I still cover shifts because I'm still a meteorologist, and I have not lost my love for the geeky part of meteorology. I absolutely love it. That's why I got into this. But now with the promotion and my title as the warning coordination meteorologist, getting to work with the partners and establish those relationships and working with the media and helping to bridge the gap between what we do in the Weather Service and what you guys and the TV meteorologists do in taking the message to the public. It's the whole weather enterprise needs to work together really well in order to effect the proper response from the public. And I really enjoy being that liaison and working with all these different facets of the weather enterprise.
Forecasting is a big deal, but communicating is another big deal. And you about put half and half now these days with the various ways that we can communicate. And one of those ways that we really want to communicate is winter weather. And it's one that we don't get a lot of storms here in the Carolinas, but when we do, they're pretty impactful. So Trish, talking about the winter weather products, we kind of start with a winter storm watch, and then it kind of builds from there. Talk to us about these different products and what each product, the criteria is for each of those.
Okay, so for a watch, just like any other watch that we might issue, a severe thunderstorm watch, a tornado watch, tropical storm watch is what we had this year as well. A watch means that conditions are favorable for these hazardous weather types to occur, and you need to have a plan in place. You need to be thinking about what you would do or where you would go if that weather event were to impact you. So a watch is basically, we're keeping an eye to the sky, we're watching the weather. Again, have a plan, make sure you're prepared for whatever happens. So in the case of winter weather, we like to issue a watch anywhere from 36 to 48 hours in advance of the onset of wintry precipitation. And the watch timing with that, we're really looking at about a 50% confidence level, that we're 50% confident that this hazardous weather will occur. As we get closer to the event, we can transition the watch to a warning or an advisory. And the difference there is that with the warning, we're looking at 80% confidence that hazardous winter weather will occur. And with an advisory, it's still 80% confidence, but it's more like nuisance winter weather. So the difference would be if you consider snow. Right now, for the Piedmont of the Carolinas, our criterion for winter storm warnings for snow is 3 inches. So if it's below that, that would be more of a nuisance event, which would warrant an advisory. And if it's 3 inches or above, you'd get a warning. Now, we do have flexibility with our forecasters because we all know that, say, 2 inches of snow in Charlotte at 2 o'clock Sunday morning is very different from 2 inches of snow in Charlotte at 7 o'clock Monday morning, right? So we are able to take the societal impacts into account when we're issuing those warnings. So for 2 inches of snow at 2 o'clock Sunday morning, probably an advisory. 2 inches of snow at 7 o'clock Monday morning, you're talking about rush hour, school buses, that's where we would have that flexibility to go ahead and issue a warning, even though the objective, the number criterion isn't quite met. So we have that flexibility there. We have different criteria for sleet and freezing rain too. For a warning for sleet, we're looking at 1/2 inch. For freezing rain, for a warning, we're looking at 1/4 inch. But again, there's a little bit of flexibility there depending on the impacts that we might be experiencing.
And so, Trish, one thing is an advisory really isn't a step down. It's still impactful. It just, the accumulations are different than what a warning is. And, some folks may see advisory as, it'll be okay, when in fact it's still going to be impactful to people.
Right, especially when you're talking bridges and overpasses. You could still have dangerous areas on the roads, dangerous travel conditions, even with an advisory. Again, going from a watch to either a warning or an advisory, we're going from 50% confidence to 80% confidence. So we're confident that something is going to happen. It's just the scale of whatever that is. So we don't want people to just take advisories lightly. You still have to be prepared, and you still have to take precautions. It's just that we're talking the chances of, say, like widespread power outages and stuff like that would be much less with an advisory type situation than with a warning situation.
Right. And Tricia, one of the things that sticks out that I wanted to reinforce is that the criteria for this is it's tailored to each area in your forecast area. Like, for example, the impacts and the impacts are what matters most. So, what would be most impactful for Asheville is different than what would be impactful for Charlotte and Greer. So obviously, you're going to have different criteria for those areas, that's what matters, and that's the thing you need to be thinking about is whether you get this lower level advisory but still important, or the higher level warning, which is even more important, that would be issued for your area.
Right, exactly. And we all know that the mountains get more snow than the Piedmont does, right? So our criteria for the mountains for snow is 4 inches, whereas the Piedmont gets 3 inches. And the further north you go, the higher that gets. You go for places like New York, you're looking at 6 or 7 inches, maybe even 8 inches before they get to a warning, because they know how to handle it. They have the resources. The impact isn't as great up there as it is down here. Again, just partially based on climatology.
And something else to think about if you're traveling outside this area is that criteria will be different elsewhere. If you go into Raleigh, if you go to Philadelphia, if you go to Chicago, those criteria are going to be different still. Think about the level of impact when you hear about these advisories or warnings being issued. It indicates how serious the event's going to be.
Right, and we have the exact opposite in the summer. Down here we can handle the heat a little bit better than people can up north. So somebody down here may go up north in the summer and it's a heat advisory, whereas down here we're expecting heat indices of 105 for a heat advisories, but up north it might be more like 95 or 100. And we Southerners are like, what? I can't handle 100 degrees. But it's different. It's based on climatology and what your body is acclimated to.
Trish, the National Weather Service also issues wind products year-round, but during the wintertime, it gets especially breezy across the western half of the Carolinas, and specifically in NWS-GSP's forecasting area. That's maybe not a winter weather type that most people think about, but it can definitely drive wind chills down and cause widespread power outages. So can you talk a little bit about the criteria for wind products in general?
Sure. Well, we've got the wind aspect, and we've got the wind chill aspect. And then, of course, we have the winter weather aspect. So when we have a winter event, lots of times we roll them all into one product rather than issuing a whole bunch of different products, because as you guys are probably aware, a wind product is handled by one set of products. It's called a non-precipitation warning, whereas the winter storm and wind chill products are handled by the winter storm products. So it can get very confusing. So we often wrap these in together. And so we can sometimes tweak our criteria to make it match what the weather is looking like. And again, just to make more sense to the residents across the Western Carolinas and Northeast Georgia. So for example, when we issue a high wind warning, that's when we're expecting frequent gusts over 50 knots or 58 miles per hour. That's not uncommon in the northern mountains in the middle of the winter, because we have the jet stream coming down. We've got some really tight pressure gradients that set up often. And anybody who's watched the weather at Grandfather Mountain knows it can get very, very, very windy up there. So you'll see those products a lot. The step down from there is a wind advisory. And that's really when we're expecting winds, 30 to 39 miles per hour with frequent gusts over 40 to 45 miles per hour. Again, we have the flexibility to adjust that. It's been kind of a wet season, so maybe we might issue a wind advisory at wind speeds just a little bit lower. We also know that once we get to wind speeds that are over 35 miles per hour, school buses have a real hard time driving in that. So we're trying to line up our products a little bit more with what the schools are needing from us. And that's part of the communication between us and those decision makers. So they let us know what they need, and we tell them what the weather is going to be. And sometimes it's just easier for us to issue a product based on those more widespread impacts. So when we take the wind and the temperatures into account, then we get the wind chills on top of that too, right? So once we're looking at wind chills below 0 Fahrenheit, that's when we're going to start looking at wind chill advisories, wind chill warnings. Again, it's going to be a little bit lower in the mountains than it would be in the Piedmont. But again, we're not going to, during a winter weather event, we're not going to issue a winter storm warning for 4 inches of snow and then a separate product for -5 wind chills and then a separate product for 40-mile-per-hour winds. We're going to all roll them into one product and then just outline it there in the text.
And so, Trish, one more thing, and we'll kind of transition out of the warnings. There is a few more that we've not talked about. One more. That's the ice storm warning. And we've had those occasionally here in the Carolinas. Can you tell us a little bit about that product?
Okay. Well, again, it gets kind of complicated with all these different types of products. But we have a winter storm warning and we have an ice storm warning. The difference is that a winter storm warning is considered, either a mix or a mostly sleet or snow event, whereas an ice storm warning is mostly freezing rain. The difference is, again, in the impacts. When we have snow, we don't have quite as many widespread power outages as we might with a freezing rain event, because the freezing rain is accumulating on the power lines, whereas snow doesn't always accumulate on the power lines. The difference is, like, if we could look back to December of 2018, that was pretty kind of an earlier snow event. So there were still some leaves on the trees that hadn't fallen off. And so we had more widespread and prolonged power outages just because, the leaves were brown, but they hadn't all fallen off. So there are some, again, impact-based issues that we're dealing with there. But freezing rain can often be a bigger hazard for travel than snow can, because if we can get the roads treated for snow, lots of times the road crews can keep up with it. But ice is a totally different beast, because you've got the power lines, you've got the trees.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, Wait 6 feet apart. Wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Sometimes you can't even walk, whereas with snow, you get a little bit of traction just based on the snow itself. So ice storms are a slightly different beast, and we're happy we haven't had a big one in a while.
NOAA released their winter weather outlook not too long ago, and it all kind of it takes everything into consideration, the La Nina state that we're in currently, as well as other factors throughout the year. Can you tell us a little bit about that outlook and how it might impact the Carolinas?
Well, the outlook, like you said, it takes a lot of big picture seasonal things into effect. And the outlook is developed by another branch of the National Weather Service called the Climate Prediction Center. And these are folks who are climatologists by training. They have a lot of experience in seasonal forecasting, and they look at all of this stuff and they produce this outlook. Now, for us, partially because we're looking at a La Nina year, we're looking at more likely we're going to have above average temperatures through the winter season and below average precipitation. Now, I want to be clear that that doesn't mean we're not going to get any big events. If anybody remembers back in 2011, January of 2011, I mean, here at GSP, we had 6.5 inches that year, and that was a strong La Nina year. So it doesn't mean we're not going to get any big events. We actually had somebody call the office and said, well, we're going into a La Nina winter. Does that mean we're not going to have any flooding? No, that doesn't mean that at all. It just means on a seasonal basis, the average temperatures will likely be above normal and the average precipitation will likely be below normal. But here on the local level, we look out 7 days and we're forecasting for these high impact weather events. And we're going to issue watches and warnings no matter what the seasonal outlook is, because you could still have an extreme event any time of year.
Very important to consider when we live in the South here that one snowstorm can bring you double your normal snowfall in a year. So even though on average we're likely to see a warm and dry winter, it only takes a 1 week long cold pattern to give you above normal snowfall. So keep that in mind, because what's normal is actually not much. So you can actually get a lot well above normal snowfall for a year just because you got one big snowstorm.
Yep. And it's really important for your viewers, your listeners, to understand that they need to be prepared for all types of high impact weather. Don't take a seasonal outlook of, above normal temperatures, below normal precipitation, and say, I can let my guard down. No. You always need to have an emergency kit ready. You always need to be prepared.
And so, Trish, talking about that, the forecast, it seems like, with tropics, we get a little sector of that. But with winter weather, we get a bigger sector, seeing these fantasy weathercasts that go out 10, 15 days in advance and kind of show these big monster winter storms developing. But honestly, tell us how hard it is to forecast winter weather here and how those fantasyland storms that some people like to post, hardly ever verify.
You can find a model run that'll say basically anything you want it to say. And what's the saying that even a broken clock is right twice a day, or even a blind squirrel catches a nut every now and then. So there may be some extreme forecasts out there, and maybe somebody gets lucky and it gets right. But the important thing is for people to rely on trusted sources of weather information. So don't just look at one social media post from Joe Blow out there. Talk to your, you guys have a huge Twitter following, and you guys have reliable sources that you tweet and retweet, whether it's your local favorite TV meteorologist or us here at the National Weather Service. It's really important that people rely on trusted sources of information. And in the end, when it comes to watches and warnings, we in the National Weather Service are congressionally mandated to issue those products. And then we rely on you guys on the media side of things, whether it's TV media or internet media or whatever, to get the word out there to the public. I mean, some people will get it through our website. But our interface is more working with the media and emergency managers. So we really rely on you guys to be the go-between between us and the public. So again, we're the ones that are issuing the watches and warnings, but often it's you guys in the media that are communicating that to the public. So that back and forth interaction is really important. And when it comes down to some random social media post with some random forecast, anybody can be right every once in a while. And a lot of that is just clickbait. They want people to click on them to get likes or followers or whatever. And there's really no point in scaring people with crazy forecasts all the time. Again, go to your reliable, trusted sources of weather information.
Absolutely. Know your meteorologist. If you're finding weather information from someone you don't know who is actually posting it, it's some anonymous type of weather site, you may want to take that with a grain of salt. Exactly. If it's the National Weather Service, a company like the Weather Channel or AccuWeather, or a local meteorologist, those are ones you can trust, especially if you're hearing the same or similar message from all of them.
Trish, we were talking about that. Obviously, winter weather gets everyone excited. But there's also some aspects here in the Southeast where we could see severe weather in the wintertime. We have seen, severe weather aspects. And even when you mention La Nina, you in the back of your mind, late winter, early spring, you think of potential of an active fire season. So there's other things that we're looking at in the wintertime besides snow, sleet, freezing rain, and high winds.
Yes. We live in a very active portion of the country. We don't really get a break here. There's not really much of a down season. Sometimes October, early November can be kind of quiet. It's actually kind of quiet out there this week. But certainly recently it hasn't been. We've had a lot of rain and some big flooding events. So there's always something that could be happening. So like you said, winter, we're going into winter weather. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be tornadoes at some point. February 6th of last year, we had a pretty big event back then. This past year, we had tornadoes back in January of 2020. So tornadoes can happen any time of year. And again, that's why people need to be watching the forecast, be prepared for anything. And you mentioned fire weather. We've been lucky in the fire weather aspect, and that we haven't had much of a fire weather season in the past few years. It's been 2016 since we've had a really big one, and that was a bad one. To avoid fire weather, we've got to have a lot of water, right? So you get 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But that is certainly an issue before the leaves start greening up, the big spring green up. As we get into late winter, we still got leaves on the ground. It's not quite as wet anymore. We still got some big wind systems that are coming in that'll continue to dry us out. So yeah, fire weather in the early part of the spring is a big issue. This time of year also, in the late fall, it's also a big issue because all the leaves are falling down. So it's also always important to be monitoring fire weather conditions as well, especially if you need to do some outdoor burning. Check with your local officials to find out if there's a burn ban. Please do not burn a brush pile without checking the forecast. I have personal experience with this. A few years ago, our neighbors did not check the forecast and went to burn a brush pile. And they left, there was one guy there with a tractor to watch it, and it got out of control. And we noticed more and more smoke. We all happened to be home that day. There was more and more smoke coming by our windows. Our baby girl was up taking a nap. And so my husband goes, he looks, and there's a fire in our yard. So we actually had to call 911, and there were 2 different units that had to come out. We had a 2-alarm brush fire around our house. And then they're first concentrating on a propane tank. And, in the heat of the moment, you don't think about it. But looking back, if I had realized that if I had put the two and two together, fire, propane tank, I would have completely panicked. In that case, they got the fire out, but it could have been a devastating situation because our mulch was on fire. It was very scary. Our little boy was terrified. Little baby slept through it all, but you've just got to be careful. You've got to watch what you're doing and pay attention to the forecast.
So, Trish, what are some of the sensible safety precautions that the public can take? We talked about putting together a kit so that you can be prepared, but what would go into that and really tailored towards winter weather?
Well, it'll depend on what you're doing and what you need to be doing and your life situation. So if you're at home and we have a winter storm warning and you don't need to be anywhere, and hopefully not, you're going to want to have your standard a gallon of water per person per day in case you lose power and can't get water, especially if you're on a well. You're going to want to have any medications. You're going to want to have non-perishable foods, and make sure you have a manual can opener for any cans that you have. You're going to want to have extra blankets and stuff nearby. If you're using something like a kerosene heater or something, or propane gas fireplace or something like that, you need to be aware of carbon monoxide issues. And always have a way to vent the carbon monoxide out. And if you've got the best thing is to have a carbon monoxide detector in your house, because that is truly a silent killer. Because people go to sleep and they never wake up. They have no idea, they don't know what happened. So again, have a way to stay warm, have a way to stay fed, and have plenty of water. If you have babies, make sure you have plenty of baby supplies with you. Again, your medications. If you need oxygen or something like that, maybe you need to have some extra supplies with you there. If you have pets, that's another thing. You need to have a way for your pets to have water and food and maybe bring them inside. Or if you have like farm pets, make sure that they're taken care of. If you need to be out on the road for any reason, if you must be out on the road, we've got a lot of first responders that have to be out on the road. Make sure you have a bag of kitty litter or ice melt or something like that in your vehicle. Make sure you have an ice scraper. Make sure you have a blanket in case you get stuck. Make sure you have some food and some water. Make sure you have a snow shovel, maybe even. So there's a lot of different things that you can have with you to help you should the worst case situation arise.
And it's important to do that in advance.
Yes.
Like, for example, current times when the weather's relatively quiet, advanced planning is the key to being ready when things happen, be them a weather disaster or something else. Get ready in advance. That way, for one thing, you can actually secure the supplies. They might be in short supply when we're close to an event and something bad's going to happen, a big snowstorm or whatever. Be ready in advance. And ready.gov is a good place to go and look for other tips for not just weather emergencies, but also other kinds of disasters too, earthquakes and so forth.
Exactly. And always have your phones charged up. Always have these charged. Even if the cell phone networks get clogged up, often text will still work. So if something were to happen and you get stranded, maybe you don't have a cell phone signal, you might be able to still send a text to a family member or something like that and ask them to ask for help for you. But always have your phones charged up. That's a big one too. Especially going into a big event, just keep it plugged in overnight and just have it there. There are lots of like manual battery chargers that you can get. You can get crank chargers, crank radios, and stuff like that. So there's lots of different options out there.
Well, Trish, speaking of winter weather, we'll kind of close with this. For those folks who live in Western North Carolina, upstate South Carolina, and far northeast Georgia, how can they follow you guys? What's the best way for our followers and listeners to get information from the Weather Service there with winter weather coming up? I know your website, you've got social media. What's the different outlets they can check out?
Well, like you said, our website, weather.gov/GSP for Greenville, Spartanburg, weather.gov/GSP. That's going to have all of our latest information, the most official information. We do have Facebook and Twitter at NWSGSP. Facebook and Twitter, social media is not an official source of warning information, okay? Because sometimes that can go down. Sometimes our meteorologists get overwhelmed and we can't always keep some of that updated. A lot of that auto posts. The other thing is that Facebook algorithms sometimes don't always show you the most recent posts. So we have stopped posting warning information on Facebook because we've had a lot of complaints from people getting old warning information instead of new warning information. So we'll use Facebook more to post precautionary and preparedness activities and actions. And we might use Twitter more for the actual warnings and advisories, those kinds of real time, what's going on right now situations. We love to get reports from people. We don't know what's happening basically anywhere except outside our office. And we have these little bitty windows. We can't see very far. So it's really important for people to tell us what's going on out there. And that's not just winter. That's all year round. If you see a tree that comes down, let us know. If there's a thunderstorm out there and it's causing, there's flooding on your road, let us know, because we don't always know what's going on at the ground. So get out there with a ruler, take a picture of the ruler. Those are the best. If you can take a picture of the ruler in the snow and then tweet it to us at NWSGSP, or if you go to our website, there are places that you can report your weather there. We really, really, really appreciate that information, because that helps us to understand what's going on out there so that we can then adjust our thresholds.
That's all good information. Trish, we certainly appreciate you joining us, and fingers crossed. I know I like winter weather. I believe you like winter weather. I know Evan loves winter weather. Frank, I know you've had your winter weather in Pennsylvania, so you might want a little bit of a break. But
yeah, I'll take this La Nina winter. Hopefully it's at least 60 degrees every day for now through March. I'll be fine with that.
But for the rest of us who are wanting winter weather, we hope that we'll get some. And Trish, we thank you and your crew down at GSP for all you do. I know it's been a very busy year, and maybe we can get one or two winter weather events and then let you guys get a little bit of a break.
Maybe we can. And we really appreciate you guys, because like I said earlier, we really rely on you guys in the media, whatever type of media it is, whether it's television or social media or podcasts and videocasts and all of this stuff. Again, we rely on you guys to be the go-between between us and the public. And we appreciate the efforts that you guys make to help in that regard.
We're honored to do it and honored to help you all out any way we can. And we thank you guys, our followers. Give us a like on this podcast. Let us know if you found this information valuable to you. And be sure to follow GSP on Facebook and Twitter, and let them know what you are seeing this winter season. So for everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, hope you have a great evening, and we will talk to you soon.
And good evening from a very warm Charlotte. Happy Wednesday to you. It is March the 11th, 2020. I am James Brierton. It is Severe Weather Awareness Week carrying on here in the Carolinas. Last week, it was Severe Weather Awareness Week in North Carolina with a tornado drill on Wednesday. And we were lucky enough to bring you some special snippets from our friends at WCNC Charlotte. Well, joining us again this week as Severe Weather Awareness Week continues in South Carolina is Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich, back from WCNC. Brad, thanks for taking the time out again for us. So you got an opportunity last week, Brad, to go visit the Insurance Institute in Chester County, South Carolina. The rest of our audience is going to get familiar with it if they're not already, with a rerun of our 2019 interview. But tell us a little bit about what you saw down there at this great facility they've got.
The interesting thing was how they test roofs in particular for hail. The standard test for hail was actually done with just a steel ball that dropped on a horizontal surface, roof surface. Well, what they did is they try to recreate actual hailstones, how they are in nature. And so what they've done, they've gone out and done field studies where they try to measure hailstones in the wild, if you will, to get a more accurate measurement of their density. And then they shoot them out at speeds that are more similar to what you see in a strong storm. Because what happens in most hail events is the hail is wind driven. It doesn't just fall. It's being blown by 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds. And so they test roof structures in particular, metal, asphalt shingles, plywood, just to see how they withstand it. And then they can rate these shingles so that you have, like, as a consumer, a better idea of what you're getting into when you're going to put these on your roof. And it also helps the insurance industry kind of understand, like, what kind of damage certain type hail can cause to your building.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that roof, because you just put a brand new roof on your home about a week before that EF1 tornado came through Charlotte. Did you get some ideas from the Insurance Institute?
Yeah, so last year I went down there for one of their tests where they were taking a roof and they were submitting it to a hurricane, basically. What they did is they took wind and rain and they blew it at a home that had half the roof using what's called the fortified roofing system, and the other half a typical roofing system. So what they did is for several hours, I think the test went on for 8, 10, 12 hours, which is typical for hurricane winds. You know, they're going to last a long time. The winds went up and down and they blew rain. And so they wanted to see how much water intrusion they would get through the normal roof versus the fortified roof. And when I saw that demonstration, and at the end of last year, my roof needed to be replaced, I said, you know what? I'm doing that fortified roofing system. So every contractor who bidded on my house, I basically said, hey, I want this fortified roof. And a lot of them had never heard of it. So I had a PDF that they actually can print out on their website, disastersafety.org. And I gave it to my roofers and I'm like, okay, we can do that. And basically what they do is they tape the seams of the plywood, or in my case, the roofer decided just to put ice and water shield on the entire roof. They also use underlayment that's synthetic with caps, cap nails instead of just regular nails or staples. And then they use double shank nails, which don't pop out when the wind rips on them. And the reason you do this is in a big storm, shingles are going to fail. But with this fortified roofing system, if water gets underneath the shingles, you have the layers of protection that will keep the rain out of your house. That's the goal, is you don't want water getting into your house to cause further damage if the roof gets damaged. So I had just got my roof replaced a week before the tornado came through my backyard. I lost 15 trees in my yard, and we only ended up losing 10 cap shingles, which are the shingles on the peak. Those are weaker shingles, and the nails held. The shingle was actually ripped off the roof. The nails did not pop out, and because I had that ice and water shield underneath, it actually kept the rain out of my house. So my roof held up pretty well. Considering I had a 71 mile an hour wind gust, I was pretty impressed on how well it did.
And our viewers right now on our Facebook and our Periscope and our YouTube feed are looking at pictures from your neighborhood from February the 6th. What have you seen in your neighborhood in terms of neighbors helping neighbors over the past month?
You know, that event is going to be crazy. It was by far the worst weather event in my neighborhood. And, you know, it seems now after the Nashville tornado, it doesn't seem nearly as bad because most of the homes escaped with minimal damage. Most of the damage in our neighborhood was all trees. And obviously, so those trees came down and did cause quite a bit roof damage. We had, I think, 50 or 60 roofs damaged. And you really didn't notice until the following days when you started to see the blue tarps go up everywhere. And we had one house that was heavily damaged because a tree fell through their kitchen in the back of their house. But what's amazing is that here we are, over a month removed. James, there are still tree guys all over my neighborhoods. There's still the sound of roofers nailing stuff. I still hear chainsaws and chippers and fences being put up. So it's a long process. It is still going to be a while. And these trees, there was just so many of them down that there's just wood everywhere. There's tons of firewood in my neighborhood and trees still stacked up all over the place. So I really, the thing that struck me most about that storm is how long it's taking for the cleanup process to be completed.
And to remind folks, this is the same line that came through South Charlotte, starting over in that Pineville area, through South Charlotte, and ended up in Matthews, where we showed you some pictures here on the Carolina Weather Group. But Brad, I'm wondering, this is obviously really close to home for you and your neighbors. The next time we get into a weather awareness day, do you think the perception's a little bit different now for so many people who've came so close to this?
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, for this event, people did a pretty good job. There was some schools that didn't evacuate their students, but in general, I think it was a pretty good success story considering we had an EF1 tornado go through the heart of South Charlotte and no injuries or deaths is pretty amazing. I hope that it serves as a wake-up call for a lot of people just to have a plan. I mean, that's the thing I preach all the time. It's like the warning times, I wish they were longer, but the average national warning time, lead time for a tornado is like 12 minutes. And we were about 16 minutes with those tornadoes back on the 6th. That's if you get the warning right at the beginning. What happens if you don't get the warning until halfway through or three-quarters full? of the way through. You only get like 5-10 minutes. And that's not the time to look at each other and go, where do we go? A lot of people, especially in businesses and structures they weren't familiar with, had no idea where to go, or didn't know what a tornado safety protocol is. So that's one of the things I think going forward I'm going to work on, is try to educate people on getting that plan together. But I think you're right. I think people are going to take these more seriously. Used to have a saying all the time at the coast when I did hurricane coverage, but people's level of preparedness is only as good as their memory of the last disaster. And it's just human nature. If people are going to remember this tornado and the next one, they're going to take it much more seriously because they have that recent memory of this event.
And we unfortunately had another incident last week in Nashville that will be on a lot of people's mind, with a deadly late night, overnight tornadic event that came on through, playing out right in the middle of what was North Carolina's severe weather preparedness week. So for Brad, anyone who may have missed some of the material that went out last week, what are some of the items that you would recommend that people have on hand to be informed and be prepared?
The most important thing, first and foremost, is have at least 3 ways to get a warning. And I mean 3 minimum. That would include watching us on WCNC. That would include weather apps, text alerts, social media, radio, a weather alert radio. Have at least 3. And the reason I say that is because often in these cases, 1 or 2 of those might fail. So you need some redundancy. So first and foremost, think about, do I have 3 ways to get a warning? And the WCNC Charlotte weather app.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Great. Text alerts are awesome. The WIA, which is a wireless emergency alerts, are great. But also, Twitter notifications from me is pretty good. I have a lot of people that actually have done that, and I'm kind of shocked how many people actually do that. They have my notifications turned on when they think there's going to be severe weather, and I push out all our tornado warnings. The next thing is to have a plan. So once you get the alert, you got to know what to do. So whether it's your home, your business, your school, or your place of worship, you need to know where to go for severe weather safety in all of those structures. So think about it when you're at work or school the next couple of days. Where would I go in this building? And it's got to be in an interior room away from the outside walls and windows on the lowest floor possible. So make sure you have that plan in place. And those two things are really the most important things that you can do, because those are universal. Those work with, hurricane season. It works with earthquakes. It works with just about any natural disaster to have a way to get the alerts, but also a way and a plan of what to do. And then obviously we talked about flash flooding, severe thunderstorms, and lightning, which from a hazard standpoint, lightning, severe thunderstorms, and flooding are much more frequent than tornadoes. I did a graphic in my class the other day about risk perception. Tornadoes have a very high risk perception, but the actual hazard is small, and it's just because the tornado is actually pretty small compared to the map. But severe thunderstorms, lightning, and flooding have a small risk perception, but the threat is actually very large. You're most likely going to encounter one of those than you would a tornado. So it's important that you prepare for all types of severe weather, because we have a saying in our business: wind is wind and water is water. It doesn't really matter what causes those. If you get enough of either, it's going to cause problems.
And for anyone who missed any of those explainers, you can find them at wcnc.com/prepare. There's the plug. You can also find them here in the Carolina Weather Group feed by scrolling up or checking out some of our latest posts. So Brad, appreciate you coming on. So happy that you were able to get that work done on your home just before those storms, and hopefully other people will follow that lead. As we mentioned at the beginning of our broadcast, we want to revisit our 2019 interview when we had a chance here at the Carolina Weather Group to learn about the Insurance Institute. They've got one of the coolest jobs in the Carolinas, and it's so great that we get to call this place home and that they constantly are welcoming you guys on down there, Brad.
Yeah, and I would highly recommend go to disastersafety.org. They have a great site of all the things you can do to make your home weather ready, and a way to talk to contractors, because some of these things, James, they're super cheap. Like the things I had done to my roof, it only added an additional couple $100. When you're talking about, a 6-figure roofing job, a couple $100, it could save you a long history of having issues. And the other thing is, my insurance company actually offers a discount for having a fortified roof installed. So really a good way to get a discount on premiums.
And I should ask you before we go, Brad, tomorrow, Thursday.
Yep.
Slight chance of seeing some storms?
Yeah, I think Tennessee, unfortunately, unfortunately looks to be the area that's going to get hit the hardest, but that line of storms is going to move into the Western Carolinas late tomorrow at some point. So wind and hail threat certainly possible, especially along and west of I-77. So we're getting in that time of the year, James, where March, April, May for us is big severe weather season. So we're kind of entering that. And it's a good time to use those severe weather safety tips we just gave you to kind of put them into action over the next couple of weeks.
Stay tuned, stay weather aware. They're tips that you could use tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, it never hurts to be prepared for the next go around.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Brad. We're going to go ahead now and take you to that 2019 interview and check out this place in Chester County, South Carolina.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the Wednesday, July 24th, 2019 edition of our little weather get-together. Tonight is show number 285, and tonight we have with us Dr. Ian Giametco. He is the lead research meteorologist at the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. We're going to be talking about hail and some of the research they've done with hail. Ian, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is kind of your first gig with us, and I told you before the show, glad to know you're in the Carolinas. So let's talk about what you do at the IBHS.
Our lab here in South Carolina was built and opened in the fall of 2010. IBHS as an entity has been around almost since the 70s. It can trace its root back to a few different names and basically started as an advocacy group to help people better prepare for severe weather and try to reduce the losses associated with severe weather. Well, in 2010, our research center opened, and we're taking the model of the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. So think about car crash tests. It's been highly successful. The property insurance industry wanted to apply that to severe weather, and so $40 million later, in the midst of our economic recession, trying to bring that facility to life, we have our lab, and it is a pretty neat place. Our centerpiece is a full-scale wind tunnel. We call it our large test chamber. We have 105 6-foot diameter fans that can take winds up to about 120, 130 miles per hour. We can do full-scale hail simulations. We can do wildfire ember attack scenarios in there. Basically, anything the weather's out there, we can throw at it. And our goal is to understand how all these different hazards associated with severe weather attack structures. How can we build better? What are the systems that we can improve? And how do we show people those steps that resilience is affordable, and then we can start to bend down the loss curve that we see growing and growing each year?
Tell me a little bit more about, one, to go start basic, how do we get hail? And how do you do a hail simulation? That sounds really interesting.
Yeah, so most intense thunderstorms have hail aloft in them. It can grow from particles that freeze or grapple, kind of those melted snowflake conglomerate things, and as they make their kind of horizontal arcing traverse through a thunderstorm, they can collect more ice and water and essentially grow and grow. Sometimes they become too heavy and fall out and get down to the ground. Sometimes they fall and then they melt before they get down to us. And other times they can hang around up there in a thunderstorm and get really, really, really big and then fall down. And those are the ones that can break things. Once you get above that kind of 1.5 inch or so threshold, that's when you start seeing legitimate property damage. Now for cars, it's a little bit less. But for us, it's duplicating the properties of hailstones in the lab. And we can propel them or fire them at materials, basically using electronic controlled potato guns. So in our small lab, we have a single, actually we have two setups, basically cannons with barrels that have a pressurized air tank, and we calibrate that to an exit velocity and associated kinetic energy that a hailstone would have when it hits things. Now in our big chamber, if you ever come to visit us, you can go out in there and look straight up, and you'll see a whole bunch of light pieces of PVC pipe. Well, that are the barrels that can basically put down a swath of hail across the footprint of our large test chamber. We can do 3 different sizes and shoot as fast as 1 per second. So really unique piece of capability. I do a lot of work both in the small lab, very meticulous scientific testing, but we can also test the full roof system on a building.
You have a job destroying things with hail. That sounds really fun.
That's a little bit of what we do. We try to break things in the lab so it doesn't happen out in the real world.
That was really interesting. I can't wait to tell my friends and family that you guys shoot hail out of potato guns for testing. So that's kind of cool. Talk about some of the hail studies that you do in the lab. You mentioned something earlier about recreating hail crystals, and you're actually building hail in the environment in which it forms.
What we found out, because of the strength, it can do about 3 different things when it hits your roof. It can bounce off. That's really hard hail. It can shatter. That's kind of the hard to medium. Or it can just become really slushy. That's the very soft hail. And all of those have different kind of types of damage that they produce on your roof. The soft will kind of dislodge all those granules. The hard bounces and shatters will do more cracks and dents. So we realized all that stuff was mattered, and we needed to simulate it in the lab and also repeat it. That's scientific testing right there, is being able to repeat this stuff over and over and over again. And after about 8 years of work, we released a new hail impact test standard for asphalt shingles, and we have our actually we rated the products that are considered impact rated, and we have a rating scale that's actually out on our website now. So if you're looking to get a roof that's more resilient to hail, I would encourage folks to check that out. It's at ibhs.org. You'll see what products are out there and which ones meet the top of our class and which ones are at the bottom, and where you might want to be.
Talk about the size and how much damage hail creates while we're on the topic. I'd love to hear your take on that.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize hail, we kind of joke, is the Rodney Dangerfield of the severe convective storm hazards. It doesn't get any respect, but in any given year, it's about 60 to 80% of the dollar damage from severe thunderstorms. That's a lot. And we're in probably what will be the 12th straight year of damage totaling over $10 billion. So it's a big piece of the damage that comes from severe thunderstorms every year. Now, when you start talking about damage thresholds, of course, we have the National Weather Service severe criteria of 1 inch. That's when we really start to see some issues, dents and things with auto. On the building side, if you start looking at roofing materials, once you get close to that 1.5 inch mark, that's when you can potentially see some damage. Now, there's a lot of things at play, age of roofs, age of materials, all that, the wind-driven aspect. Now, we can go all the way out to the extreme size, and once you get to about 3.5, 4 inch hail, that will puncture the plywood roof deck that you have. So you're thinking fall speeds close to 100 miles an hour, pretty intense hail.
That I hope we never have to see here in the Carolinas. I'm sure it's happened before, but that size hail, very rare here. So I don't know what's more interesting, the work that y'all do in the lab, with the fact that you also have field work. Tell us a little bit about your field work and what y'all have done over the years.
Yeah, so way back in 2012, we decided there was all this hail data we needed to go get about strength. And a lot of the tests and how we test buildings were all rooted in information going back all the way to the 1930s. So nobody had looked at this stuff for a while. Plus, we didn't know what strength actually did. There was no data on it. So like any good scientist, we just, hey, let's go to the field and let's go measure it. Let's go look. We kind of use the motto, you can learn a lot just by looking, and we kind of took that approach with hail. So we started out back then going out to the field, collecting hailstones after a thunderstorm, doing crush tests, basically measuring the amount of force it took to crush the hailstone. That's how we get to the strength. Making very detailed measurements of them, weighing them all. And we did that for about really 4 or 5 years. That was our focus, to collect this really big data set, which is now somewhere over near 4,000 different hailstones that we've tested. And to guide how we did the lab work that we just talked about. We needed that guide to be able to give us that information. Now we've switched a little bit. We now go to mapping hail swaths using deployable instruments. I come from a background at Texas Tech where we built a lot of deployable weather instruments. So I took that and applied it to hail. So we have a network of about 18 impact sensors that can measure the impact energy of hail, and we can actually deploy them ahead of a thunderstorm and look at what the size distribution is within that particular storm and how it varies and changes within the swath. It's really, really important for how we look at radar hail detection, even looking into how numerical weather prediction manages hail.
And how did it go this year?
Oh, two good missions for us. Spent about I think we spent about 12 days total in the field. Ended up, my target was somewhere, I think 5 to 7 total cases. I think we were right there at 7, which was really, really good for us. So yeah, that's usually the case. We spend about somewhere 10 to 14 days each year in the field, and we'll continue this going into 2020.
Yeah, talk about some of the more memorable cases that you guys have covered, maybe some of the more interesting field tests that you guys have done over the past couple of years.
Yeah, for hail, a couple of years ago, intercepted a supercell near Eric, Oklahoma, that produced just this really narrow swath of just really big 3-inch hail, with a concentration maybe 10 to 12 or so per square foot. That's a lot for big hail. It was the first time we got our instruments into hail that size, so that was kind of a unique experience for us. Now, a memorable case, and this goes back all the way back to I think 2013 or 2014 when we were doing a lot of those crush tests. We encountered some hail. This was in Montana. What we kind of think of as low density spongy type hail, that when you crushed it, it actually deformed almost like a sponge, but held its shape. It actually didn't fracture. And there's some literature out there that talks about how these hailstones can come about. But talk about kind of blow your mind of how complicated hail can be. That the fact you could get this spongy kind of hail that you could compress, it basically just did that and then held its shape even after you took the load off of it. It never broke. I'm guessing those are rare. We haven't seen that again. It was one particular case, and I don't know what kind of environment might produce that, but it's really unique, and it's always been a memorable one from looking at hailstones. And I've seen a fair bit of them.
We got a hail threat, right? So how do we tell businesses and homeowners how to better protect their property?
One of the things you can do, make sure you can get your car in your garage if you have one. If you're like me, you got all sorts of stuff in the garage. I couldn't get my truck in there if I tried. But that's a step you can take, is make sure you can get your car under cover. And maybe, say we're under a higher risk for a particular day. If you can find a way to keep that vehicle covered, that's one way to reduce your auto damage. Now, for homes, it's a lot trickier. If you're in an area that sees a lot of hailstorms, think about the folks in Tornado Alley. If you live in Dallas, Oklahoma City, Wichita, we saw how sick of people were of hail in Dallas this year by their putting pool noodles on cars and inflatable mattresses. And I'm sure they're tired of getting new roofs every 2 years. So I'd encourage people to look at our impact rated shingle test results and look for those good performing products. There are impact rated shingles that do perform, and we tested up to 2-inch. And the top performers really do perform very well. So there are products out there from a roof perspective that I would encourage homeowners to look at, and talk to your insurance agent too, because in a lot of cases you can get a discount for some of these things.
You own a business, you have a building, you have roof, you have items up on the roof, you have your HVAC units, you have satellite dish. I mean, whatever instrumentation you have up there, is there anything we can tell business owners?
For HVAC, that's a very good point, because there are some shields that can be made that actually surround HVAC units that, from what we've been able to tell, looking at their performance, they do a decent job. And HVAC, just the damage to the fins and coils in an HVAC system can be very, very expensive. So there are a few steps you can take if you're a business owner there.
You guys are located here in the Carolinas, and many folks may not know that. How did you guys choose the Carolinas?
The lab came about in the Carolinas. There was kind of a little bit of a bidding process, and this is before my time at IBHS. We wanted to be away from the immediate hurricane coastline. That's having a facility like that could damage by a significant hurricane was a concern for our membership. So that's one reason why we're a fair bit away from the coast. We had a power requirement, and we wanted to be within a certain distance, basically an hour's drive from a hub airport. So what was settled on was essentially kind of the general Charlotte area. And we had two sites that were the original ones. One was closer to Gastonia, just across the South Carolina border up on I-85. And then there's the site that we currently had. And we ended up with a really, really nice package from the community down here in Chester County. Our plot size was a lot larger. We did have some noise concerns, so that also played a role. And they had the power requirements they need. We're right next to a transmission line, and we had a substation on site. So 105 electric medium voltage drives power the fans, and we need some juice. So it all came to fruition, and there we are out in Chester County.
And so talk about, you were talking about hurricanes, talk about some of the wind studies that you guys do there. You have this big wind tunnel, and you actually have some model scale homes, and you can do all kind of testing in this facility.
A very unique thing about our facility is that we can do full-scale home testing. We can look at a full home system, and that's really important from a wind perspective to understand how the wind forces are essentially transferred through all the different connections that are within your home, roof to wall, through the walls, wall to foundation, and all the connections in between. You have to really look at it in a system perspective to understand how wind essentially attacks structures and what you can do to mitigate it. So we do a bit of garage door vulnerabilities. We've seen that garage doors can be a huge damage amplifier. Think about it, they're a big hole, really, if they fail in your house. That allows wind to get in and start acting inward, pushing up and out, and can lead to failures. Once you start the damage cascade, it just goes. Tornadoes, it happens very, very fast. Hurricanes, it can happen over the course of, say, 6 to 12 hours. But that cascade is what we're trying to stop the start of that. And we think we can find those mitigation solutions that are not only useful, but also affordable too.
So before we kind of wrap up the interview, can you tell us a little bit about how you forecast and how you decide where you're going during your field studies?
Yeah, the logistics are actually a fair bit challenging. So we are a good distance away from essentially what is Tornado Alley or the Great Plains. We like it out there, good road networks, good visibility, although we are going to try to explore some southeast hail. There's some environmental questions that we have that I think we're going to try to tackle that. So we basically have to rely on medium range forecasting. So we're looking for just general pattern support for severe weather. So is the Gulf of Mexico open? Is there good moisture transport northward? Maybe not necessarily if there's a trough, but is there just generally enough flow aloft to support supercells? We didn't have the surface features underneath the best flow aloft. It kind of became a day-to-day, almost a mesoscale type forecasting scenario, which is very hard for us in terms of when we pull the trigger. So we work our teams on about a 48-hour lead or 48-hour kind of go, no-go scenario. Using GFS output, Bureau output, try to get our best feel that we're going to get at least 3 operation days out of a mission. We got to have some kind of confidence that we're at least going to get 3. It's just not worth shipping equipment out and bringing the team to the field. So, okay, say we give a go. We actually ship 5 big Pelican cases of equipment. FedEx is fantastic. Out to some target cities, and it's usually where we can store equipment. So Norman, Oklahoma at the National Weather Center, have lots of colleagues there. We've used my wife's grandma's garage in Wichita to store all the cases and equipment. So we do that, pick our target city, fly in. We use rental vehicles. We do try to stay out of the hail as much as we're researching hail, and we've done a pretty good job of that. And we outfit them, get our instruments ready, take all the equipment we need, leave the cases behind, and off we go. And usually each mission is about 7 days. So there's some logistical challenges there, given our distance, but we've managed it quite well over the years.
When you're renting the car, do you have to kind of stay quiet about what you're really doing with the car?
There's one hail. We were out in the field for a hail event in Cheyenne, and the rental car dealership at the Denver airport, they were dealing with a whole bunch of people who were bringing back hail damaged cars, and I kept thinking in my head, I'm like, we're running a hail research project, and we got perfectly fine vans here. But yeah, for us, it's a safety concern to stay out of the hail, and we do a good job of that.
You're talking about these instruments. Can you kind of give us an idea of what's on these instruments? What it's like?
Yeah, certainly. They're on little tripods. They're basically little engineering tripods, and then the plate itself is a little small pyramid. It's 1 foot by 1 foot, and it's actually based on a design that was developed at NASA, Kennedy Space Center, and was published in the literature. So we use that same plate design. It's got a little acoustic sensor, a piezoelectric disc that can record the vibration of the plate. So the higher the signal amplitude of that vibration, the larger the kinetic energy of the hailstone that hit the plate. And then we can work backwards to estimate a size. The unique thing about ours, we actually use robotics microcontrollers as our data system. We use an Arduino Do. It's about $35. A lot of maker components. We needed to make them cheap so we can have a bunch of them. And it samples really, really fast, about 5,000 times per second. So we can actually resolve impacts at 0.05 of a second. So that's pretty neat. And it's got some switches for on, off, and data control to make it easily user-friendly. I think we set a record for deployment time of one of these this year in under 20 seconds. I'm going to give out a shout out to Hank Pogorzelski, who's in our Tampa office, who's been with us in the field every single year since we started. Hank went out the door, set the probe up, and was back in the car before I could log the information of where the actual instrument was. So it had to be somewhere in the 15 to 20 second range. So big old tip of the cap to Hank. I think he set a time speed record there.
Well, Ian, we've certainly appreciated you giving us some of your time tonight. And if our followers want to continue the research you guys are doing or follow along, how can they do that?
Yeah, so we got a couple ways. So first of all, if you're a consumer out there and you want to see some of these DIY resilient type solutions and things you can do for your home, go to disastersafety.org. That's our kind of front-facing consumer website. For some of the research work, you can go to ibhs.org. But please follow us on Twitter at Disaster Safety. You can also follow our hail research specifically at IBHS Hail Study. You'll get kind of an inside look on that Twitter account as to what we're doing in hail.
We've had many guests on this show, and I think you've got one of the coolest jobs because you get to use potato guns and mix it with weather. I mean, I don't know how much better that can be. So good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you tonight, and we have a special treat for you. Chief Meteorologist Bill Walsh from WCSC in Charleston, South Carolina, Emmy Award-winning Chief Meteorologist, who's also an author, a Lieutenant Colonel in the U.S. Air Force Reserve, and much more. We're looking forward to having Bill with us tonight. And
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
It is 34th year in broadcast meteorology, and we're just going to look back over those moments for this next little bit. So we're happy to have you. And towards the end of the show, we'll let Bill give out some of his social media information. So if you're not following Bill on Twitter or Facebook, definitely want to give him a follow, especially if you're in the Charleston area, if you plan to visit. So, Bill, welcome to the show. I know we've had you on before, normally talking about hurricanes or landfalling tropical systems, but we wanted to get you on tonight just when the weather's calm and, well, when we're recording this, the weather's calm. And, we'll put that out there. But we just want to kind of get to know you. So our first-time question for a lot of our first-time guests is, how did you get hooked into this crazy career that we all love to do here in the weather world?
Great to be here, by the way. It's so cool to be with everybody. And I definitely watched love the podcast. It's funny. It's just kind of an accident, actually, believe it or not. I was really into aviation, into flying airplanes, and I got my pilot's license when I was 16 years old. So I actually got my license to fly before I got my license to drive. So I had to get a ride to the airport to take my check ride. But anyway, I was really thinking about going the aviation route for a while. And my sister's boyfriend at the time was working in radio. And I really was fascinated by broadcasting. And he was about 3 years older than me, 3 or 4 years older. And she ended up marrying the guy. But, this was back in high school. And then he wanted to be a broadcaster, and he went into television. And I would hang around the radio stations with him when I was in high school. And I was like, this is cool. I like this. I like the broadcast is cool, but I really am fascinated by flying and weather, and really aviation weather was really what I was interested in, and thunderstorms and snow. Of course, I grew up in the snow belt, with the blizzard of '78 was the biggest thing that hit us when I was a kid. And I was like, by the way, I just dated myself there, but that's okay. So this big giant blizzard comes along. We have 52 inches of snow. I'm fascinated by the weather. I'm saying, I got to get into this. I got to figure it out. So I ended up, believe it or not, I ended up taking a bus. I lived in Rhode Island, and I took a bus downtown Providence. I probably was a sophomore in high school, maybe something, and I snuck up to the TV station, which was Channel 10 WJAR. And the station was way up on top of the outlet. It was kind of like a Macy's type store, right? So it was on the top floor. And back those days, there's no security. There was no, it's just like the door opens in the elevator. I walk out. There was one woman there. And she said hello, and I just looked like I knew what I was doing. So I walked right into the studio, and there was, the guy I watched growing up on TV, John Giorgi. I'm like, oh, there's John Giorgi. Look at that. Look at that green wall. Wow. Well, what is that thing? Look at, wow, a satellite picture. Holy mackerel. One satellite picture. It was, oh, look at those are the maps that they put the little stickies on. How about that? You know, it was really fascinating. So, I mean, at that point I was hooked. So I ended up, you know, knowing that I really like television, I really like weather. I wanted to put the two together. That's kind of how I ended up falling into this stuff.
So you've definitely covered some big events in Charleston. Talk a little bit we'll go into some specifics here later on, but talk about your time in Charleston and, you know, what that's meant for you. I know you've been a figure in the community. So what's it been like forecasting in Charleston?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I mean, Charleston is such a great place. You know, as I said, I was in Rhode Island, and I was looking for a full-time gig. I wanted to get, well, I had a great gig. I did, by the way, my dog is here. if you're wondering what, that's Ruby. And, so what happened was, you know, I was looking for I wanted a, you know, Monday through Friday gig or something like that. I looked very, very young, as I continue to this day, except for the hair, see? But anyway, so I decided that I'd start looking. I wanted to go somewhere warmer. I really like tropical weather. I love hurricanes. So, and we, you know, at that time, even in the 80s, there weren't that many big hurricane events. So I ended up, you know, throwing my tape out there, and I got a call by the station here in Charleston, WCID, and they said, hey, we're interested in you coming down, maybe being our chief meteorologist. Once their meteorologist was leaving, she was going to have a baby, and she was going to, you know, just leave the business. So I came down here. They offered me the job, and I saw, when I flew down for the interview, I actually, they took me out to Wild Dunes for lunch, and I saw a dolphin and I saw a palm tree. And I was saying, wow, those are the two. I mean, that's like, I really was kind of like in Florida, but I'm like, this is like Florida without the traffic, you know? So I'm thinking, you know, let's go down there. So I got a chance to come down here to work at Channel 4, and I did for, that was in '86. And then, of course, in 1989, Hurricane Hugo comes along. Well, you know, the worst strike on the U.S. in years and decades. That came up and really slammed right into us perpendicular-wise, right up the coast, right into the coast. And we had 6 feet of water in the building. We were blown off the air. I mean, we had, you know, I was out of my house for 3 months. I had to live with my soon-to-be in-laws for 3 or 4 months. That was worse than the hurricane. But anyway, that was, she could probably hear me. But anyway, it was, he recycled paper towels, her father. Oh, she can hear me. I can't. All right. So anyway, but so, you know, so that was an event that was just, you know, that was a career making event, because, you know, here I was, young guy, you know, doing my first my second weather job, technically third, because I did part-time on cable way back. But anyway, so, you know, it was a big deal. And Rob Fowler, my pal Rob, you know Rob, and he comes on the show. And he and I both worked that storm from different perspectives, different stations. But we were down here within about maybe a year of each other. I think I came in '86, he came in '87. But, you know, the two of us really kind of, that was our biggest, you know, our biggest weather event, that all of a sudden here we are in our 20s doing that big storm, and they hadn't had one here in years. And it was a devastating storm. So, you know, and then in 1993, Channel 5, you know, was kind of like the big gun in town, and they were you know, their main weatherman was Charlie Hall. He was like an institution. He was an amazing man. He signed the station on. I mean, he was literally the guy who was the first guy on the television station to sign it on. And they called me up and said, hey, are you interested in coming over to work with Charlie? And I'm like, you want me to work with Charlie Hall? I mean, you want me to, you know, and they did. And they said, we'd love you to work together and build a weather department. And, you know, they had Charlie and they had Mike, but they had one computer, and it was just an old Liveline 3, I think it was. And they wanted to build a storm center. They wanted to build a weather brand. So that was when I went over to Channel 5. So anyway, that's kind of how I ended up in Charleston.
I'd like to reminisce about Hugo a little bit, since it was one of the big storms of my youth. I grew up in Rock Hill, and it was still a big deal up in York County. So I was wondering if Hugo was actually the biggest event for you during your career, even though it was in the early part of your career, and maybe you could tell us a little bit about the lead up and the aftermath of Hugo.
You know, I think it was actually. And by the way, Rock Hill, you guys got whacked by that storm.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, that was still it blew all those glass windows out of the buildings up there in Charlotte. Rock Hill was rocked by that storm. I mean, it wasn't extra tropical until it got to New York State. So, you know, I mean, I think in my weather career, as far as like biggest storms that I've, forecast and live through, that's got to be at the top of the list, I think. I mean, we've had a lot of, close calls since. We have a lot of, I call them the drive-bys. They come up the coast and then head up toward, the North Carolina, coast and the Outer Banks. So we've had a lot of those types of storms. But Hugo certainly was the largest that really impacted us here, especially as a Cat 4, 135 mile an hour storm. We had a 22-foot storm surge in McClellanville, and they had people being put up in the rafters at that Lincoln High School because it wasn't really, they didn't think the water could ever get that deep in a high school like that. It was a precedent-setting one for me, but also for the station, all three stations, it really was, and for Charleston itself. The city remembers it every year, 31 years ago now, hard to believe. But there was, I think that and a couple of the snow events, actually, if you think about it. A couple of years ago, we had a snow event where we had, and I know some of you guys are going to laugh at me, we had 6 or 7 inches of snow.
And, that's a big deal for Charleston.
It is a big deal for Charleston. We were, and it was so cold. It was such a cold air event. The cold air was really in place for about 3 or 4 days after that. So it didn't melt off very much. It melted off a little bit during the day, but it was thick enough that it refroze at night. So it was a real mess. So some of these snow events were amazing. Certainly the hurricanes were amazing. We've had a couple of tornado outbreaks. We don't have them, obviously as much as you would back inland. But we had a couple of we had one this year actually in April that was quite impressive. It was, in fact, I think it was the worst tornado outbreak we've had since I've been down here, and that brought a lot of damage, and that was a real strong dynamic system. And we were just, I felt like I was out west there for a few hours that night because it was, they were just, really, it was perfect ingredients. So those, I think Hugo, the snow and, the tornadoes, always an adventure here.
Going back to Hugo, there's one other thing I wanted to ask. Even today, do you still see reminders of what happened when Hugo blew through?
You do, actually, which is kind of interesting. I was on the Isle of Palms not too long ago, just about a week ago. I was out there, and there's still empty lots out there. Same thing on Sullivan's Island. There's still places where things never came back. It took about a year, to be honest with you. When you think about, Florida and Michael and Mexico Beach and places like that, we see these storms, and we see the impact. Like we had Laura, and we had, everybody covering it. We had the storm chasers out there. I was watching Jim Cantore at 3 o'clock in the morning, and then, then the media, everybody goes away. But living through Hugo, we had to live with that for, forever. And certainly a year after that, it was a year until things got sort of back to normal. We didn't have power for 2 weeks, but it'd be interesting to go back. I think that'd be kind of an interesting documentary or something. You just go back to some of these places and say, okay, how are you doing a year later? How are you doing 2 years later? In particular, places like the Bahamas, right after Dorian. Nobody really talks about it, but obviously, those islands, there was an incredible disaster. And it'd be interesting to go back to Freeport and back to Abaco and take a look at some of those places, because see how they're doing now. So I think to answer your question, there are things still around that you can tell that were pre-Hugo or post-Hugo. But we filled in quite a bit in 31 years.
I would echo your thoughts exactly, because even now, if you go and walk around, you look at some of these oak trees and pine trees, you can still see where most of these trees, they were blown over, they were popped in half, so to speak. So you can still see where the knottage is and where new limbs have grown over the years, but you can see where the disformation is in a lot of the trees still, even after all these years. So yeah.
Yeah, you really can. And there's a lot of people that live here that were here then. And they remember it. They remember surviving, getting through it, and things like that, rebuilding their house, or getting back to what was a house. So, it's one of those things that is burned into your memory forever.
Yeah, I recall. I don't remember the exact percentage, but I remember hearing that a sizable percentage of the trees, of all the trees, were knocked down or badly damaged and would soon die in the wake of Hugo.
It was amazing. We were the morning after, we went back to the television station, and the pine trees were snapped at about maybe 20 feet up, 30, 25 feet up. They were all snapped almost at a uniformly, a uniform height, all in the same direction. in one way, and then you'd see them all in the other direction, the other way, depending on where you were. And it was fascinating to look at the damage because it was just so widespread. But a lot of those trees were, I mean, the Francis Marion Forest was completely devastated. And it's been a long time, and it's still being, rebuilt. A lot of those newer trees, or some of those trees that have come back, it takes a while, obviously.
Bill, how was communicating the threats from Hugo, specifically the storm surge? We've made a lot of progress in the past 5 to 10 years of trying to explain what storm surge is and the areas it impacts. What was it like explaining the water that could come with a storm like that back in the late 80s?
So that was interesting because, that was before slosh models, and that was before, we had the LFM. And so, we didn't have a lot of the great, tools we have today. And at the time, remember, the Hurricane Center only went out 3 days. They didn't go out 5 days. And we didn't have, the Euro. We didn't have all of these great products that push us out, so many days in advance. So it was really kind of using that technology, what we had. But, letting people know about the storm surge was because it was kind of alien to these folks. They knew, remember, they haven't had a hurricane strike since, at least I think it was David maybe that came by in it was a 79. Anyway, they hadn't had a major hurricane strike really since Hazel and Gracie way back in the 50s. They had some storms that came on up, but it was the first real major strike that could bring a major storm surge. So communicating that was interesting, and it was you had to kind of explain to people what it was, and a lot of people didn't think that they could see 20 feet of water. And I mean, there's a lot of people are saying, oh, they're overdoing it, and stuff like that. So getting that message out there was rather interesting.
So Bill, I want to ask you a little bit about kind of bring your military background and career into your meteorology broadcasting career, and specifically when hurricanes like Hugo or other kind of big events like that have occurred. Is there part of your military background that helps you communicate that or be present and structured in the way you assist with letting people know the threats?
Yeah, it does, Dan. I mean, what it does is it gives you, in the military, everything's about readiness, right? So when I was, when you're working on a staff, or you're working as, whatever your job is in the military, everything is, especially in the reserve side of things, it's all about readiness. Are you trained up? Are you proficient in the software? Are you proficient in the forecasting? Is your staff ready for this? Is master control ready for this? Do they know how to put the crawls on? Do we know how to evacuate if we have to evacuate? There's, in military, there's a lot of readiness. We had to, you have to do a lot of training. And I think that kind of background also kind of floats over to what we were doing. And I still to this day have, readiness checklist for like tornadoes or tornado warning or severe weather, making sure our master control has, all of the things they need to make sure that they're ready to put us on TV at 2:00 in the morning if they have to. So, a lot of that comes from the military background. Excuse me. That's Ruby. That's Ruby. So a lot of things come from the military background that go into television that help me pretty much get through these storms. But I think it's a good background. And military is a whole different world. When I was doing military on the weekend, I'd go away, or even during the week, I'd be like, it's like literally changing hats. It's a whole different world of the way things are done. Television is, TV is, there's been a show business. We've got the science side of it, but there's show business, and it's a whole different world where military, it's totally different. So if you're briefing a commander, for example, on an upcoming storm, or you're doing a battle group command type of, if you're doing a forecast for a battle group, you're talking about, different types of weather, but, those people, it's a different audience. So, yeah. So you use that training, I think, to help you be ready. Readiness is the most important thing.
Well, that readiness was obviously very important in 1989 with Hugo, and it still is. Though we've talked about before on the show, in the unfortunate event that South Carolina and the South Carolina coast and Charleston area were to ever face another storm like Hurricane Hugo, how prepared are we nowadays in the Charleston metro for a major landfalling hurricane?
I think we're pretty well prepared. We're prepared, and we're at a point where we know what to do. We know how to get the messaging out there. We're prepared better than ever when it comes to communication between social media, the television, the OTT over-the-top stuff, all of the different platforms that we can broadcast to. So getting that word out is going to be even better. As far as evacuation and stuff like that, that is drilled pretty much every year. We have hurricane drills with the state and with the Highway Patrol and the National Guard and stuff like that. So I think South Carolina is pretty well prepared. There are some caveats. We flood on a good thunderstorm on a high tide down there. So depending on the timing of the storm, also the trajectory of the storm versus the coast, how much flooding that we could have. But to get people to move, we had a big evacuation during Florence, and that was a major. It was a Cat 1 actually. It was a major disruption. But it wasn't even a major hurricane as it came down the coast, but it was a rainmaker moving at 2 or 3 miles an hour, just flooding North Carolina and northeast South Carolina. But yet governor, had evacuation all the way down through, Beaufort County down into near the South Carolina-Georgia border. That, put a lot of people out saying, well, why am I evacuating? That storm's up near Myrtle Beach, and it's really flooding like Conway and not us. So, and a lot of that, we have to try to explain to people and say, we don't make the evacuation call. We tell you what's going to happen, weather-wise, what to expect. So in that reference, I think we can be ready. But there are always going to be, and I will guarantee you guys, there will be people that stay on the beach, and they did, and they have stayed through storms like Hugo or like Michael or like Laura and stuff, and they may or may not even survive, but they did. I remember during when we had a couple of storms in Florida, down in along the Keys, people staying. Oh, I'm staying through it. And then they come back to them like, afterwards, like, I'll never stay again. Never. I'm out. I'm gone.
Talking about some of these climate change issues that we've had, certainly the sea levels are coming up, and what has your perspective been on how we've had to handle sunny day flooding since you started here going into now?
That's funny that you say that because when we do have these 6.7, 6.8 tides on a beautiful sunny day, and you're trying to tell people we have a coastal flood advisory until 11 o'clock tonight, and they're like, it's not even raining. What are you talking about? And then all of a sudden, the pictures start showing up on Twitter of people's driveways being flooded and stuff like that, the drainage in the city. So sometimes it's hard to explain to people that, and it's people want simple answers sometimes, and sometimes it's hard to give a simple answer. And and there's not a lot of simple answers when it comes to weather. It can be complex, but even tides. When you talk about tides and talk about drainage, and you talk about some of the even the extreme low tides. Why boats are sitting up on when you have these blowout tides, boats are sitting up on the on sand, and they're like, did you say that was going to happen? Well, yeah, we did, but don't, so it's, it's just a matter of really schooling people. And sometimes it takes people by surprise a lot of times.
It's difficult to communicate that sometimes too in the low country because you have a bunch of visitors. Like I remember when I was there for the NWA meeting in 2013, there was a king tide going on at the time, and you could go down East Bay Street and there was an area that was flooded. And sometimes I think getting the word out to people who aren't local to the area and know this kind of thing can happen every now and then makes things even more challenging.
Yeah, that was a great meeting, by the way, Frank. We had a blast. That was a wonderful NWA meeting, and we'd love to have another NWA. We had an AMS meeting here too before that, and it's a great city for that. There's our shameless plug right there. We'd love to see everybody come back, but when we ever have conventions again. But yeah, I mean, it is, and it's hard to explain that to people that they say, hey, look. This is, this is not a rain event. This is not, we're not seeing a major storm along the coast. Why are we getting flooding? And it's a beautiful blue sky day. So, a lot of it's education. The TV folks will tell you all the time that, they give us 2.5 minutes to do the weather and say, oh, by the way, could you explain how this stuff works? So it can be, it's challenging. And I always, when I coach people and doing weather, I'm like, you're taking such a complex thing and you're making it simple, but you have to, you have to cherry pick the most important things and let people know about them. What's good about today, though, is that we have things like this podcast, things like social media, Facebook, and I'm sure you guys know, when we have big storms, and ask like Rob and everybody, Ricky will tell you. I mean, we're not only doing television, we're doing Facebook, and it's like you'll do six shows, and they'll say, by the way, can you do another Facebook Live in a half hour? And it's like, wow, I just went through all this, but I have to go through all this again. But again, it's sometimes for a totally different audience. So, we're kind of schooling people along the way as well.
Well, Bill, besides the whole weather TV gig, besides the military gig, you've also done some writing, right?
I have. That's kind of like a hobby, more fun than everything. Yeah, I did. I write some novels, and had one come out recently. It was right before the COVID thing, so we were setting up these like we would do like Panera Breads from. We ended up going to different places to do some book events just to promote the book and whatnot, and then boom, COVID hit. Although we've been doing a lot, I've been doing some Zoom, what do they call them? book things, book events, like a lot of book clubs and things like that. But yeah, I wrote a novel when I was flying a lot for the Air Force. Really, I started thinking about this when I was Navy first, and when I went from the Navy to the Air Force, my job in the Air Force had me flying quite a bit in different places on C-17s, and so I started thinking about these stories and stuff like that I put together in a book and in a novel. We actually pitched it. My first book was pitched as it was more of a national security thriller, and it was pitched as a TV show. And my agent was like, you know what, this would be a good book if they don't buy it as a TV show. And they didn't go for the TV show, but the other people came up and said, we'd like you to do the book on it.
So we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
So I've done a couple of books and three novels, and it's fun. I mean, I don't do downtime very well sometimes, so I've got to be doing something. So I guess I write sometimes, and it's really kind of enjoyable. The last one I did, which was Uncle Danny, was actually based on 3 live characters up in New England that were really, they were the kind of the tip of the spear when it came to the booze business and prohibition. They were probably the biggest movers of liquor in the Northeast in New York, and one of them was a great uncle of mine. So, so I got to write a book about it. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Kind of on your weekend job has become air shows and aviation and flying recently. That's actually kind of how we met and talked about things and knew each other better, was through kind of the aviation world. Talk a little bit about your time with the paratroopers and announcing for them and doing all the stuff with the team.
Yeah, I love doing the air show stuff, Ricky, and as you know, and you do too, and a lot of our folks do. So yeah, when I was my last job with when I was doing I was with Special Operations Command with the SOCOM, the Special Operations Command Paracommandos, and my job was kind of a threefold job. I was a DZSO, drop zone safety officer, I was a weather officer, and I was a public affairs officer. I kind of had 3 hats. So as part of that, I ended up doing a lot of they know I was in television, so I did a lot of the narrations of the jumps, either into stadiums, into air shows. We did a lot of football games and things like that. So I did that for almost 4 years. I was on the team, the Paracommandos team, and it was a blast. So I got me into the air show side of things. I've always been fascinated with air shows. Just from being a pilot, just from being part of aviation. So I started doing some air show announcing. And again, there's some big announcers on the air show circuit. They're fabulous and great friends of mine. And I just kind of fill in when there's a show available. I'll throw my hat in the ring if somebody needs an announcer. And I really like announcing air shows. It's fun. It's a lot of work, actually. It's a lot. I mean, it's a long day. You're usually up in the sun and stuff like that. But it really gets you into the aviation side of things, and it's fun. So I really like doing air shows. I've been working with Airshow 360, a team that does a lot of air show broadcasting. We're kind of trying to take that announcing thing and do like Air Show Live, which is another broadcast company that does air shows. So 360 is like that, is kind of like what we've been doing. So it's fun. It's an enjoyable side gig that I do every once in a while. It's a lot of fun.
Talk about how the aviation and weather kind of came together with the Paracommandos and the jump team. You mentioned you were kind of the weather officer. What do you have to look for before you give the go or no go to jump out of an airplane?
So you've got a couple of things: ceilings, right? You got to have at least 2,000 feet. You also have to have wind. The wind at the surface has to be within a certain component, like for a stadium, 13.5 miles per hour. And then like on an air show outside at an air show, we could go up to 18 miles an hour. We had to make sure that we were going to be clear of clouds. So they wouldn't, if we were doing a high jump or a high show, we wouldn't be coming through clouds because you can't bust a cloud. I'd be dealing with that. I'd be dealing with winds aloft a lot because of, where the exit of the airplane is going to be and, where they're going to be landing on the ground. A lot like doing Navy weather, when you're doing strike weather, weather for, where a strike's going to happen. And that's interesting because you're actually, your airport's moving on an aircraft carrier. So you've got to do, your departure weather, your strike weather, your return weather, and the return weather may be completely different from where you left earlier that day. So it's kind of the same thing with the paracommandos. The weather may change from the early show, like if you're doing 2 jumps in that air show, the morning show versus the afternoon show. So it's a constant look and change and tweaking of that. And then you also have to be able to call it off. I mean, the DZSO has the go no go. So you got a lot of responsibility. You have to, if you have to scrub it. If you have to cancel it, sometimes you have to do that as they're standing in the door of the airplane. So that can be kind of colorful, especially when you have the commander is a Green Beret lieutenant colonel who's very, very a lot of these guys they're all special operators. They're amazing people, and they live in kind of a different world than we do sometimes. Because it takes a special person to be a special operator, and they are incredible. But, and to tell them that, oh, no, you can't jump because it's 14 miles an hour, not 13.5, it's going to be, you'll be buying the drinks at the bar that night. So it's pretty fascinating. And then I got to jump with the team as well. As a tandem, I jumping with the team, it's pretty fascinating because you end up, and if you've never done this, it's pretty, and you should try it. It's a lot of fun. And I got to, jump with some friends of mine. I got Cantore to jump with us. In fact, we're supposed to meet up at the end of October for a skydive with him and some other folks down in Zephyr Hills. So, it is it's fast, it's fun, but you just have to be able to make that call sometimes where it's a scrub. So that's the toughest part, is saying no to a bunch of special operators that don't usually get. The weather doesn't bother them for anything they do, but because of the legalities of what we do as a performance team, you had to sometimes say no. So it's pretty fascinating.
If South Carolina were to be defined by one food, only one food, what would it be?
Shrimp and grits.
Shrimp and grits. Oh, I like that.
I agree.
You think so, Frank?
Absolutely. I love me some shrimp and grits. What's your favorite shrimp and grits down there in the Low Country?
Oh, my goodness. There's Fleet Landing is very good. Actually, Poogan's Porch, probably some of the best, and they have the best biscuits in the world. They're about the size of a Volkswagen.
Best sheet crab soup, too.
Yeah. Oh, the sheet crab's incredible. And those biscuits are as big as a Volkswagen. They're fabulous.
Bill, we've certainly appreciated your time tonight and just great stories. And I can speak for all of us. We appreciate you always be willing to join us when storms are about to affect the Carolinas, and we always appreciate that. If our followers who are not in Charleston but travel to Charleston, or maybe they do live in Charleston and don't follow you yet, how can they find you on social media?
So, yeah, anytime, my pleasure. Whenever storm's coming, feel free to reach out. All of us down here are glad to jump on. We love the podcast. Rob, myself, everybody really, and Dave Williams. So the social media, it's just Bill Walsh TV for social media on the Twitter and Instagram side, and it's Bill Walsh Live 5 News on Facebook.
Bill, we certainly appreciate your time, and thank you guys for watching and listening to the Carolina Weather Group. We'll catch you next time here on the podcast and the live streaming show. everyone. Welcome. We are here with the WFMY weather team. We have on with us Tim Buckley, Christian Morgan, and Teran Kirksey. And we're going to be getting to know them over the next few minutes. This is a new segment that we are rolling out and hope to do. But we're going to spend a little time just getting to know our local meteorologist. And everyone has been kind enough to donate some time. So we're just going to do a few quick hitting questions. These are just... you guys can elaborate if you want, or you can just give a quick answer. So our first one is Twitter or Facebook? Which do you prefer more, Twitter or Facebook? I'll start with Tim.
Twitter, as long as it's not bad Twitter. But I like weather Twitter.
Okay. Christian?
Definitely Twitter. Facebook has the ability to take something you posted 3 days ago and highlight it 3 days later, which makes the information very much out of date. And I feel like Twitter, if you can't say it in 140 characters, then you're saying too much.
All right, here's one. I don't know if you guys have dabbled in these as much. TikTok or Snapchat?
Oh, boy. I'm old. I can't have a TikTok. I don't even think that's allowed. So I do have a Snapchat, but it's not something I post weather stuff on.
Yeah, I have Snapchat too, and I can't dance, so I'm not even going to adventure into the world of TikTok because it will be horrible. And I'll just let everybody else share the TikTok videos on Twitter, and then I'll watch them that way.
You don't want to be lip syncing?
No.
They both confuse me. I think I'm like, I'm older. I have an older spirit. So usually I just put my phone down when I get home. I don't want to know what's going on. I watch TV, and then when I wake up the next morning, people tell me what I missed, and I'm cool with it. I'm fine with it.
Keeping on the theme of technology and stuff, what about weather model websites? There's tons of them out there, and I know you guys may have some special software, so you don't have to go to all of these websites that us normal people have to use. But do you have one?
We have so much special software, and we pay all this money for all the great stuff. And I still love the Penn State e-wall the most.
Oh, you're biased.
Undecipherable. No one understands what it is, but I do because I went there, and that's just my comfort zone. It's like my chicken soup for my weather soul is looking at the page of garbled numbers, knowing what it means. So I do like, and it's the only one that has an easy to understand 6-panel chart for like the NAM and stuff, and I like a 6-panel chart.
Okay.
I've used that website for like 15 years, and I'm still confused by it. but it was the first website I used a lot, though. Now I use Pivotal Weather a lot, and occasionally I'll look at some other ones if it's like hurricane season or something like that too.
Yeah, the first time I met Tim, he was showing me this Penn State e-wall, and I said, "What is this thing that looks like it's from 1985 that I cannot understand?" And I laughed at him for it, but he's like, "Oh, it's got all these charts and things on it." I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna find a different website." And then I took my weather classes and stuff through Penn State, and I was like, "Oh man, I really love the e-wall now." It's fun to actually sit and work side by side with Tim because we actually understand the Penn State e-wall and how great it actually is. But also we do have it's something you have to pay for. But WeatherBell has some good maps on it. But I really like to use Pivotal Weather, especially when we look at severe weather parameters. They have it very easy to access on there.
I can't say that we've really dabbled in the e-wall, but definitely agree with you on WeatherBell and Pivotal. I think I'd have to throw in Tropical Tidbits just because that's where I started, and so nice having those easy assignments. Keep on this topic. Do you think that weather data is too easily available?
Yes, but there's nothing we can do about it.
Okay.
I have two opinions on this. Number one, I don't think it should be that easy. I don't think it should be easily available to people that aren't seeking it out. So what I mean is, like, if you want to really be able to look at a weather model, of course I agree that's a good thing to be able to do. But I don't like that it gets out there to people that aren't wanting to see it. So it gets posted to Facebook, and then my grandma gets it and says, "Oh gosh, this is really bad." That's the bad part that we all know about. So in a perfect world, it's 1995 and only the weather folks have the weather models, but you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
I think with it being so accessible, yes, it's public knowledge. it's out there, so why can't you access it? But at the same time, you get a lot of these hype weather sites and, people who think they're weather gurus and don't really understand it. And they like to, screenshot things and then post hype weather stories based on looking at one model. People don't really take the time to actually dive into the models and try to find the consistencies in them. And a lot of people don't even know like the biases of the models and typically how they run. So having it so accessible is kind of doing, the weather folks a disservice. So we actually kind of have to take a step back and say, what you're seeing is not really accurate, but here's what we're looking at. So we almost have to kind of be careful where we step to make sure we cover the bases of what people are really seeing on Facebook and Twitter and what they're, sharing out at a mass rate.
Yeah, because 90% of the time when something looks bad 5 or 7 days out, it doesn't happen. So I know my forecasting philosophy is usually like, okay, that looks like 10 days out. Oh, it looks horrible, but I'm not going to say anything. We'll just kind of pay attention to it. And then once we get in the, okay, it's 4 days out to 5 days out. If it looks really bad, okay, let me start kind of sprinkling this in. And then 3 days or less is when I'm more so like, okay, this is probably going to happen. But since it is out there and, the way that the models are visualized, some of the websites where it looks really, the color tables are really good, but you see something that looks terrible and then somebody will just like, Christian and Tim were saying, they'll see it and they'll put it out there and then it explodes and you have to do damage control the whole time. And then when it doesn't happen, people will say, well, you guys didn't know what you were doing. So that's the way it goes.
Yeah, exactly.
Coran has lobbied for us to change our 7-day forecast to a 3-day forecast.
All my career, I've been like 7-day forecasts. I don't like 7-day deterministic forecasts because most of the time the temperature 7 days out is going to be at least 5 or 8 degrees different, than what I said a week before. But that's just, again, my old man grumpiness. I've been complaining about that for my entire career, and it has not changed anywhere I've worked. So it's not going to happen.
I did a little personal case study not long ago. I was like, okay, I'm going to take, my forecast sheet and I'm going to keep it. And here's what I put for day 7. When I get to day 7, I want to see how much it's changed. And I mean, over those 7 days, the conditions change, the temperature changes. It's an evolving thing, especially once you get past, 3 and 4 days.
Yeah, I even tell kids when I do school talks, like, okay, days like 5 through 7, don't worry about those.
It's more of a here's what we're looking at down the road. This is kind of a suggestion of where things may go.
Exactly. Yep.
And heavens forbid you put a snowflake in day 5 or 6 and it doesn't happen.
Never do that. That's the rule of thumb. Never do that. I could think it could be a blizzard. I'm not putting a snowflake on day 7.
Dig your own grave.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of bringing it back around for your viewers here. What was it that kind of jump started y'all to want to become weather people? Was there a defining moment, or was it something you kind of always knew you wanted to do?
Most people have like one weather moment that they saw or they lived through or they experienced. For me, I don't really have one of those, but I did grow up in probably the snowiest part of the country that people live in, which is upstate New York, right along Lake Ontario. We got like 200 inches of snow a year. And so weather was just hugely controlling of your life for about 4 to 5 to 6 months every winter. So I always wanted to know what the weather was going to be. I always watched the Weather Channel and told my mom what they were saying, even if she didn't care. And that's just what I was interested in. And the TV thing just kind of followed suit. I didn't know that was exactly what I wanted, but that kind of just worked itself out. So that was my spark, were snowflakes. And I hate snow, by the way. So it's just, maybe that's why.
Yeah, I'm going to catch heat for this from Tim and Taran. I really like snow. And see, look. They've unclaimed me. So always, that was my thing. And my birthday is in January. And for a while, there was a couple of years where it always snowed on my birthday or within a couple of days of my birthday. So that kind of, I've always was interested in weather. And actually, I never knew that's what I wanted to do as a career. I always wanted to do broadcasting, radio or TV of some sort, and worked in radio for a while and then tried to get my foot into TV and a couple different avenues. And then the weather thing just kind of popped up. That's where I was able to kind of get my foot in the door. and I knew I enjoyed it, and kind of gotten my foot in the door. And actually, kudos to Tim for helping me, and helping me learn a lot, and teaching me, and kind of really growing that passion for weather that I had. So much so that it sparked my interest to actually go back to school and get my meteorology certifications and stuff. And so here we are. It all kind of came full circle at one time.
For me, I'm from the deep South. I'm from Alabama originally, and so I grew up a bunch of tornado events, and one time I saw one, and that just kind of locked it in for me. And so that just made me interested in, because, when you're a little kid and you have tornado warnings, you get a little scared, and that fear made me want to learn more about them. And so, so now, that led me to kind of pursue meteorology as a career. When I was in college, I was somewhat interested in broadcast, but probably more into research. The broadcast thing just kind of happened, and I've just been doing that ever since. But I do want to say I do not like snow. Snow is terrible. I hate tornadoes too, because tornadoes are bad, as we've seen. So I just like I think I like more so the challenge of forecasting, as opposed to certain weather events, weather phenomena. Yeah, that's a word. Yeah, I said it right.
Phenomenal.
My short career so far that I've had, I've already learned that weather is a very humbling thing. Forecasting weather is a very humbling thing, because you have this period of time where you're on it. You're like, man, I'm accurate. This is, it's working out. And then something falls in your lap, and it's, you're like, okay, come on back down to earth now. But yeah, so the challenge is fun. And also, weather is one of those things, like, you think about it now, we've got everything going on with the coronavirus, but weather doesn't stop. Like, it's something that never changes, and it's something that's always happening, no matter what's going on. And people always, no matter what they're doing, whether they're staying at home, or whether this is a normal period in time where people are going to work and kind of coming and going as they please, weather affects everybody in some way, shape, or form. And to be able to, be one of the folks who's actually looking at that and helping you kind of plan your day, providing that service for you, I think is something that internally, and in my mind, I really, really enjoy.
I have a running joke with Turan. I guess you've been here about 3 years or so, man, like that. Mm-hmm. And when he was on his interview, he was asking, what's the weather really like in the Carolinas? And he's been in Oklahoma and Mississippi, and I say, you know what, man, we don't get that much severe weather. Every now and then we get a tornado. Every now and then we get some hurricanes, but they're mainly at the coast. We're in the Piedmont. And, every once a year or so we get some snow, and sometimes it's big, but it's not much. And then weather just happened all the time, and we had lots of tornadoes. We had a Greensboro tornado. We had all these hurricanes that came right into the Piedmont, all this crazy snow. So it's transformed.
So it is. Is it following you, Turan?
Clearly, it must be. I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone.
So now I'm connecting the dots, because first we blamed it on Grant Gilmore when he left. And so now it's actually Tim's fault, because he said we don't really get, and ever since then, all heck's
jinxed us. Yeah.
That's right. Everything was quiet when Grant was here. When he left, it just went crazy.
No claims about North Carolina weather at all.
A quick follow up there, Turan. The tornado that you saw, you were younger and you had a clear kind of visible of that. What kind of happened in that experience?
There was I remember the day. I was in Huntsville, Alabama at the time, in North Alabama, and there was a tornado warning, and the meteorologist was saying, hey, it's headed towards this part of Madison County, which is maybe about 5 or so miles north of where we are. Then the power kind of flickered or went out, and of course, we looked outside, so you're not supposed to do that. And we were looking north, and you can barely see it, in the distance, but I could see it, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's wow. This is it. I was scared, but I was also kind of mesmerized. My parents knew that it wasn't going to hit us, so they were okay with me, like, looking outside, like, okay, it's up there, it's fine. But just watching it was, it kind of, just solidified my interest, because I've always been somewhat interested in weather, even when I was younger than that. But there was a meteorologist in town that would do such a great job kind of teaching the meteorology. I know some people don't like that, but for me, I would always sit in front of the TV and watch the severe weather coverage, and I would learn so much about how to look at radar. What are you looking for? These are different, variables that, you can look at using the radar. And again, this is in the 90s. And so there's been a huge explosion of different things now, but it made me more and more interested. And then, obviously, I reached out when I got in high school, and he was gracious enough to let me, intern from when I got in college, but to let me shadow him when I was in high school. And it just kind of went from there.
Give us a name. Come on.
It was Dan Satterfield.
Okay.
I know that's a name that, yeah, some people had different opinions, but yeah, he was
awesome.
And even to this day, he's, just so gracious, if I ever have a question or anything, or, he has always been one of those people that I could, like, hey, I don't understand this, I don't understand that. And he's one of the big reasons I ended up going to Oklahoma. He started telling me about, oh yeah, a lot of tornadoes out there, you can learn a lot. I'm like, okay, sure, I'll try it. So yeah.
Well, that's great. I think you're reading right off our question sheet. One of the next ones I was going to ask is, do you guys have a weather role model? So, Grant, just got your answer. Tim, Christian, a weather role model?
I wasn't that active. I mean, it was hard. It seemed crazy back, when I was growing up, which is not that long ago in the 90s. It seemed crazy that you would actually be able to reach out and talk to your meteorologist locally. That is so accessible now with social media. So I didn't really have any interaction with any of my local meteorologists, but there's a guy by the name of Dave Eichhorn up in central New York who was on Syracuse television for a long time. And I would always watch him and Dave Longley and Jim Teskey. Two of them are still there. And they really geeked out about the weather. And I wouldn't say they got excited about the weather when it was bad, but they really did have a professorial approach and really explained it a lot. And I liked that. And I thought that was really interesting. And they would really tell you, if this lake effect band isn't here and it's there, there's a reason why we're not able to predict.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
And so those were definitely the folks that inspired me, even though I didn't really interact with them much. The funny part about now being in the position that I am and having social media is we interact a lot on social media together now, just chatting about local weather, and they know I'm from my little small town that they cover and all that stuff. So it's cool.
That's neat.
Yeah, for me, so I actually grew up in this market. So I was very in tune with all of the weather folks in the market at the time. And so there was one person that I won't name because we're with, a competing station right now, but I watched them all the time. And that's just kind of, I would always, that would always be the thing. And when they were calling for snow, that's what I wanted to know about. That's who I wanted to see. And I wanted to learn, why it was happening, and also more so to know how much we were going to get. But at that point, Tim, like Tim said, I never really thought that, when I was in middle school, that you could actually reach out to those folks and actually, have a conversation with them. And, some folks, that I've learned over the years, some folks are more gracious of giving their time than others are. But I will say, and again, Taran and Tim can probably speak to this because they've been in it longer than I have, of course, but maybe the way that social media and has kind of groomed us over the last, in this age that we're in, I think that the connectivity, being able, whether you're competing stations or not, but kind of the network of meteorologists and kind of being able to toss ideas back and forth and discuss those things. There's a more of an open line of communication, I think, than there used to be, which is definitely a good thing for not only the folks who are in it now, but the people who are aspiring to be meteorologists as well.
Here right now, that's a testament to having access, a little more access to your local meteorologists than perhaps there was back in the 90s, like you said, Tim.
Everything has changed so much. I didn't even know what a computer model was or that they existed until I got to college. Like, I didn't know any of that really. And I don't know that I was unique in that either. Once you got to school, you're like, oh, there are these tools that I didn't know that existed. Here's how we use them. And then I kind of, learned it very quickly. But before that, I mean, the amount of information that 12-year-olds know now that are weather enthusiasts is about the same as like what I had like as a sophomore in college. It's amazing. It really is.
Oh yeah, same for me. I mean, the first time I saw a forecast model was when I shadowed that time. They had the DIFAX maps or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, this is printing out. So this is how you all figure out the forecast weather. Oh, okay, cool. Before that, I had no idea.
I actually have some of those DIFAX. Eric Thomas. I went to visit Eric Thomas in Charlotte, and I have them somewhere in the basement. I need to pull them out, see if I can find them. But I have a question. It's going to kind of tie 3 or 4 questions that we have together. It's kind of the future of meteorology, working from home, and the role of social media, which we all three are experiencing right now in the COVID-19 pandemic. So what are your thoughts on the future? Do you see working at home maybe more of a thing to come and doing a lot more via social media?
I think that, I mean, obviously, kind of hate the reasons why, we've gotten to this point. Well, where a lot of people are working from home, hate that there's, the virus is kind of causing all this disruption. But with that said, a lot of friends I've been talking to over the past, well, somewhat talking to, I'm kind of introverted. Occasionally I'll ask them a question. I got to have one conversation a week with friends. But basically we were talking about, hey, it's 2020. The idea of going into an office every day in many industries is antiquated. If you're in sales or something like that, why do you have to go into an office building when you can just make your calls from home, or you can go and drive to your different sales spots from home and work out of your home office and maybe go to the office once a week. I think a lot of employers are seeing that their employees can be just as productive or even more productive at home, depending on how they work, or what works best for different people. I know everybody's different though, so for extroverts it's probably important that they go into the office regularly to get that social interaction. For introverts, they might work better in solitude. So I think that as meteorologists, when you look at it, most weather days are fairly benign, fairly quiet, and I feel like on those days working from home should be more of an option for all meteorologists. But you also have days where there's the threat of severe weather where that's not probably the best method. That's just kind of my 2 cents on that. I don't know what you think, Tim.
I mean, I definitely do miss being able to interact with folks at the station. However, typically meteorologists aren't interacting with one another personally face-to-face because we're on different shifts. So it doesn't change that much between us working together. Christian and I do have a lot of overlap at the station just because of our schedules. But aside from that, the main difference is just being able to show things in front of a wall and explain things by pointing them out, and maybe some interaction with other anchors and stuff like that. I don't think that I'm surprised at how much we've been able to do at home, and I do think that this might continue, to be an option in the future on quiet days. I don't see why not. So we'll see what happens. It's new for everybody. So what we did learn this past week, though, and whenever this is aired, we had a tornado situation back on this past Monday. That is something that very much needs to be at the station.
Mm-hmm.
And just the reason for that is, we don't have backup power at home. Mm-hmm. The building does, and we can explain it. And I think there's a comfort to folks at home who are able to actually see us at work. On top of it, we got it covered. Don't worry.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'll real quick. I'll echo off what Tim said about our severe weather event this past Monday, and I was actually working from home, and Tim and Taran were in the studio, of course, very much separated because of social distancing guidelines right now. But the other thing, and I know that this is again the quality that we're able to put out, even working from home, video quality, audio quality, is pretty mesmerizing, honestly, because we never thought that we'd be at this point. But the other thing, there's also still a lot of downfalls with it. And one of those being the fact that when you remote into whatever weather software you have, there's going to be some sort of latency at whatever rate, which does, I noticed this working from home on Monday. When you have that, it does make storm tracking, especially in like a severe weather event, it makes it more difficult because, you're trying to move the map around, and because of the latency you may have in some, like if you're remoting into a computer, well, you might have moved past it too much, and then you got to kind of scoot it back a little bit. There's just so many extra steps, and even extra seconds can be crucial in a severe weather event. But taking an overall approach to it, working from home is interesting. I've always been one of those folks who, all right, I have to get up and get ready and then go out the door to kind of get my, get my mind in the right place to do work. So working from home has been a challenge for me to kind of get into that groove. It's not so much a challenge anymore just because we've been doing it now, for a month at least. but having that interaction with folks in the building, even though, you know, here's the weather center over here and here's the news people over here, and we come together at the newscast. Just kind of having that interaction. The lines of communication are, of course, a whole lot better. You know, Tim and Taran, and if you've been in a newsroom, like, you know this, like, you can just, you know, scoot the chair back and you can yell something across the room or say something across the room. Now, working from home, okay, got to send this email, or did I check this on the little chat, or did I send somebody a text message? So the communication line kind of is something you have to kind of double check yourself on. But I think there's something about, you know, if the weather's nice, of course, we can forecast from anywhere. Yes, we have some tools at the station, but we can do a forecast from anywhere as long as we have internet. You know, we can even look up stuff on our phone, you know, if we need to do that. But working from home and putting the forecast together, you know, is easy. But I think when things return to normal, if we are seeing more work from home situations, I think just being in the station, being in the studio, at least for the shows, has a value to it that you can't replace.
No, absolutely. It's amazing all of the just how much you've seen this working from home thing develop over the last 2 months. Who would have thought that every single meteorologist, just about every single meteorologist in the nation, would be broadcasting from their office with their cat in April. So it's just unreal. So we only have a few minutes left, y'all. So we're each going to ask you one kind of silly, lighthearted, fun question. So I guess, Tim, I'll start off with you and we'll go around. What is your favorite non-weather hobby?
Favorite non-weather hobby? Getting outside and hiking and taking pictures. That's it.
Great choice.
And I know it's supposed to be fast, but I got this hobby, I think, by a product of working weather. And the reason is when I moved to Greensboro, I was working weekends. My days off were Wednesday and Thursday. No one in the world, let alone in our building, has days off on Wednesday, Thursday. So I had nothing to do. So I got in my car and I would drive to pretty places like Hanging Rock or the Blue Ridge Parkway or something like that. I would drive a long way and get to know the area. And then I got to know hiking. And at the time, I was just taking pictures on my iPhone. And then I kind of, started getting a better camera. I don't take as good pictures as Dan, but I try. He's my inspiration for good photos as well. So that's my hobby.
Christian, Taran?
Music for me. I'm a drummer in a 10-piece party and dance band that plays across the Southeast quite a bit. So music is my outlet. And then I love being outdoors. So even though I'm not that great at it, I love going golfing. And that's a nice thing from working from home. Like, even on these days, if I don't go in until the afternoon, the days working from home, I can just, walk out or go to the golf course and walk a couple holes and kind of get my fresh air for the day. And so, yeah, but music is my main hobby. Golf would be the second one.
I like to spend time outside as well. Just kind of sitting outside is always nice. And I like the barbecue, which is a verb and a noun.
Okay.
It's a verb and a noun. Contrary to popular belief. Read the dictionary, it's a verb and noun. Sorry, anyway.
That's true.
But
Southern thing.
It is, yeah. It's a verb and a noun in Alabama, and it's a verb and a noun in North Carolina too.
Do people up north not think that it's a verb?
Well, there's
they use it much differently. Yeah.
I can run out the clock on this if you want to.
Go for it.
The actual thing that you cook with, the barbecue instead of the grill. So this is and a cookout up north is called a barbecue as well. Yes. I'm telling you, that's the way it is up there.
Yeah, once all this social distancing stuff clears up, I'm waiting for some Taran ribs. Every Saturday I see a post of Taran cooking.
I've had extra time on my hands. So,
maybe our next lightning round will be in person.
Taran, I gotta ask you, vinegar or tomato-based sauce? Well, I mean, that's the big debate here in North Carolina.
Man, she about to get me in trouble, man. All right, so again, I'm from Alabama, but I spent most of my life in North Alabama. So Memphis-style barbecue is what I'm used to. And then when I lived in Oklahoma, Texas-style barbecue is kind of one of my big things too. I like more tomato-based.
Oh no!
Barbecue sauce. Like, you have to put, for me, I do put apple cider vinegar as I'm cooking it, but I don't just douse it in it. Like, I just want a little bit of tang and then more sweetness. That's just what I prefer.
Very nice. Very nice. We'll give that to you.
And on that, I'm with Taran on that. Even though I'm from North Carolina, I don't want to eat barbecue and have my throat burn. You know, a good mix, a good middle of the road barbecue.
Well, Christian, I didn't
stop because we need the viewers to still like us after that. Disparaging barbecue or whatever.
And these are the fun questions.
Christian, I didn't know you golf, so next time I'm in the air. We'll have to go hit the course.
We'll do it, absolutely.
All right, so one last, I guess, question before we wrap. Do you have a favorite weather or disaster themed movie? And if you all three say Twister, Yahtzee.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. It's so bad, but it was so entertaining. And growing up, I was like, oh man, this is awesome. So yeah.
There was a volcano movie too that was really bad. What was the name of it?
It was Volcano?
Dante's Peak?
Yeah, in the 90s.
Yeah, there were two of them. There's Dante's Peak, and then Volcano was like in LA.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
They're all really bad.
Yeah.
The worst one is The Day After Tomorrow.
Oh gosh.
Are you telling me that's not accurate?
It is horrific. And I was in New York in January, and I went to the New York Public Library, which is a great free place to go. You should go sometime and check it out. It's beautiful. I took a picture in there and said, oh, it's a great place to visit. And everybody posted, this is where they filmed Day After Tomorrow. Jake Gyllenhaal is all over these places. I was like, oh, no, I'm reliving this horrible movie.
Well, guys, I have one question. I know you're talking about places to visit. We want to give a little love to the Triad areas. So what's your favorite place to visit? If you have visitors coming to the Greensboro, High Point, Winston-Salem area, where is your favorite place to go visit? Where would you recommend to people?
Could I guess, vote for Hanging Rock, or is that too far away? I really like.
That's great.
I really like the parks. Hanging Rock is amazing, and I love just hiking up and stuff. And that's probably one of the cooler, public parks I've been to in the state.
Pilot Mountain's a great hike too. It's in the Triad, and it's probably, if we're talking Triad specific, that's probably my favorite. But if somebody's visiting the Triad, a couple, it's a quick shot up to the mountains and the Blue Ridge Parkway too. So we have a lot in our backyard. That's the nice thing about being in the Triad. We got a lot of great places here, but also a quick drive in a car, and you can take a quick day trip, whether beach, mountains, whatever it is.
All those places are great. I will be like the ambassador. If you guys have any questions about where to eat, where to drink, where to go, outside, there are so many good parks here. Seriously, and just having lived in multiple states and multiple places, most places don't have as many parks as we do and as many good parks as we do. And I really appreciate the dedication to saving outdoor spaces. City of Greensboro, every lake, there's a trail around it at all points. That's crazy. And there's really great opportunity to get outside. We don't have traffic. Good food, good stuff. So come on down whenever you're allowed to, and we'll give you a good recommendation.
I'm sold, Tim.
Dan likes it here. Okay, good.
We certainly appreciate your time today. We talked about social media, so I'd feel bad if I didn't say, hey, give your guys a plug. How can they follow you guys on social media?
Sure. Twitter or Facebook. Of course, mine is Tim Buckley WX. Just search Tim Buckley Meteorologist on Facebook. You can find me there. Instagram too, but I don't post much weather there.
And mine is just TK Weather, like weather spelled out. So TK and then weather spelled out on, the internet. So I'm on there. On the Google machine. Just Google it.
Just Google it. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram for me too. C Morgan WX on Twitter, and then you can just search Christian Morgan WFNY on Facebook, and then C Morgan WX on Instagram as well.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate your time. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll do another one of these soon.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, y'all.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we have on meteorologist Jim Gandy. If you've been a follower of our show, You've probably seen Jim appear on the show a few times during these bigger weather events with hurricanes and winter storms. So Jim is joining us tonight from Columbia, South Carolina, and we're happy to have him. He was at WLTX there in Columbia, but has since retired. He retired, in fact, last year. Actually, Jim, I think we're coming up on the 1 year mark. Is that correct?
Just passed it. It was June 1st of last year.
Yeah, so we've just passed that. So I know retirement life, we were talking a little bit before we started recording here, has been good to you. So we'll talk a little bit more about that afterwards. But 45 years in the business, you're known as South Carolina's weatherman. Tell us how it started. How did your love for weather transition you into being a meteorologist on TV?
Nothing happened the way it was supposed to. My introduction to weather, ironically, was something that just scared me to death. I was probably maybe 4 years old. My dad was going to take me across the street to our house, and all of a sudden, the sky right before me just lit up with lightning. It scared the living daylights out of me, as you can imagine. And from that time on, I was scared to death of lightning. Now, this was in Memphis. Then he got transferred to Jacksonville, Florida. And if you know anything about the weather in Florida, thunderstorms are pretty frequent. And so I got really interested in weather living in Florida, still scared to death of lightning. Really didn't control my fear until I went to college. I got my degree at Florida State. It was during that time that I kind of conquered my fear of lightning. Not that I don't have a healthy respect for it, I do. And then I went to Florida State, trained as a research meteorologist, and got out, graduated at absolutely the wrong time. It was 1974. We went straight into a recession. The government froze all hiring. The private sector wasn't what it was today. And so I was forced to kind of look around. My first job as a meteorologist actually was at the Institute of Storm Research in Houston, Texas. But then their contracts dried up. Again, I'm without a job. So I went back to Memphis, and I actually went back to graduate school. In that first semester in graduate school, one of the TV stations in Memphis called me and asked me if I wanted to come down and audition. I had never been to a TV station, didn't know anything about television other than what I saw on TV. I went down there, did the audition. Whatever they saw, they liked, they hired me, and the rest is history.
Starting out in Memphis, I think your next move was to Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. I was in Memphis for 2 years. We were in the midst of a union fight there. The station was being unionized, and I hadn't had a pay raise in 2 years. So I decided, okay, maybe it's time to look elsewhere. And I applied to a number of TV stations in Florida, since my background was in tropical meteorology. And one day I get a tape back from Florida, and I think it was the tape I sent to Orlando. I get the tape back. Obviously, it was rejected. One of the directors in the control room said, well, yeah, they've got an opening in Oklahoma City. Why don't you try for that? Well, I just got this tape back. I threw it in the mail and didn't think too much of it. But then I would say just a few days later, I got a phone call from Jim Williams at KTVY, now K4 in Oklahoma City. And they flew me out there, and I did an audition right there on their set. I beat out everybody that was looking for the job. And so I spent almost 5 years in Oklahoma City. Then I went and spent 2 years with Mike Smith up in Wichita at the Kansas State Network. And then I got the job at WIS in Columbia, South Carolina, and was there for about 14 and a half years. And then Gannett offered me a job. And I worked at corporate for a year, and then came to Columbia at their station, WLTX, and was there for 20 years.
Going tropical, studying at Florida State, like you said, experienced in tropical meteorology. Then going out to Oklahoma, where now the Oklahoma City market seems to be one of the most sought after markets there is, with severe weather coverage. It's turned into something that everybody tunes into now. Was it like that back in the 80s? I know the helicopters now, we have all these storm chasers, but what was it like in the 80s in the Oklahoma City market?
It was fantastic, but you have to understand, I went to Florida State University. We didn't talk much about tornadoes. So when I went out to Oklahoma, I told my folks, I said, well, we're going to find out what kind of meteorologist I am, because Oklahoma City is a tough market. It has broken many people, and we'll see if I can hack it. Well, I went out there at just the perfect time. I got the job in July, which was right at the end of the severe storm season. So I really had about 8 months to prepare. And prepare I did, because down the road from Oklahoma City, of course, is the University of Oklahoma, the National Severe Storms Laboratory, all right there in Norman, Oklahoma. And some of my friends at Florida State were working at the Severe Storms Laboratory. So I knew the caliber of people that were down there. My biggest fear in Oklahoma City was going on the air and saying something that wasn't correct.
OKC to Wichita to Columbia. Is there anything in particular that drew you to the Midlands versus being out west? Very different.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Right. But after having been in Oklahoma City and Wichita for 7 years, and keep in mind, I grew up in the Southeast. So when I came back to Columbia to interview for the job, the first thing I noticed was trees. And I said, oh my God, there are trees here. And not these little scrubby things you see out in the plains. And so I said, boy, if they offer me the job, I'm going to take it. And sure enough, they offered me the job. I took it, and the rest is history. I have to laugh. People always ask me about my time out in Oklahoma City and Wichita, if I ever chased storms. Yes. In fact, that's how I got into photography, was by chasing storms. I tell people that I chased storms before it became fashionable. When I was chasing, it was a rare event to run across another chaser. But today, when I see how many people are on the road chasing out there today, I'm just blown away. I said, oh my God, there's a traffic jam. I'm surprised they don't have cops out there directing traffic.
I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, we see it now even on when folks activate their GPS and they go into their apps, right? And they spell out names of people across 2 or 3 states. It's pretty impressive. So yeah, lots of people.
A lot of people out there.
And the competition is pretty stiff. Every once in a while on Twitter, you'll hear some scuffling going on about who was first in line or who was supposed to be first. So it's kind of interesting.
Well, see, I never had that problem. There wasn't anybody out there.
If you don't know what you're looking at in real time at the sky and what's going on in the environment, you can learn a lot from that outside of looking at radar and all these products and everything. So yeah, I mean, that's folks have access to that technology now, so they know how to kind of gain ahead. They can jump over to another state where something else is going on. So kind of.
Well, for me, it was fantastic because I could take what I was seeing in the field, and when I went back to the radar, now I could start to put things together. And I think that made me a better radar analyst because I could see what was on the radar and I could visualize because I had seen it in the field. Right. And so it was a big help.
Jim, I want to get back to Columbia. So overall in Columbia, you're talking about 30 years total.
34 years.
34 years. Let's talk about some of the major events, some of the major things you remember from Columbia. I was here during Hugo in '89. I experienced that as a teenager in high school. We left. We went to Union, South Carolina, and came back the next day, and it was just absolutely devastating. But I don't think folks knew what kind of impacts were going to occur inland, especially across the CSRA and all the way up into Charlotte and beyond. So tell us about your experience with Hugo.
Well, that was an interesting one because when I came to Columbia, what I had not had to do when I was out in the Plain States was make a 5-day forecast. When I came to Columbia, they insisted on a 5-day forecast. Well, this is 1989. Everybody's doing 5-day forecasts, but granted, they weren't that great. So I had been watching Hugo off the African coast, and I had been reading some of the analysis coming out of Washington. And going into the preceding weekend, they said the weather pattern is shaping up for this hurricane to affect the southeast, which caught my attention. So over the weekend, I'm following it pretty closely. And so I went into work early on that Monday, and I did my analysis. The one thing that struck me was that the computer models were having some trouble. They kept wanting to keep the storm going west. When it came off of Puerto Rico, though, it was moving northwest. But the models kept wanting to turn it west. I have a rule, and I developed this rule in Oklahoma. And that rule is, when it comes to computer models and reality, reality always wins. So I looked at the situation, trying to figure out why would the storm turn west. I could not find any reason for it to turn west. So I decided there isn't much out there to move this storm. So I pretty much interpolated from the 500 millibars right into South Carolina. So on Monday, that Monday night when I went on the air, I said, I think this is a hurricane that's going to hit us in South Carolina. And I was projecting mainly the low country. And the next day, I expected, that was, it hit after midnight on Friday. So you're more than 3 days out. So I expected, okay, I'll have to change the forecast Tuesday, but we can make corrections along the way. Well, when I came in Tuesday, I was within 25 miles of the projected path. So I decided if things aren't changing, why change the forecast? So I stuck with the forecast, and it came right into Charleston, South Carolina, and it did quite a number on South Carolina. It was the strongest hurricane to hit South Carolina since the storm in 1893.
I want to touch on another major weather event topic, which was the October flood of 2015, which affected not only us at the coast, but again, the connection to Columbia and the tropics and an upper low. And it was just the perfect kind of combination. And so I know that there was dams that broke in Columbia. There was all kinds of flooding issues, you name it. So talk a little about your experience with that. And how you
that was an interesting one, because if you'll remember, it was Joaquin that came into the Bahamas and went stationary and sat there for a while. And of course, we were all watching it. One of the things early that week that bothered me was that the projection for rainfall for this area seemed to be unreasonably high. Unreasonably high because every computer model had the hurricane passing well east of us, offshore, maybe going into North Carolina. But certainly that would still leave us on what is traditionally the dry side of the hurricane. So, we're talking about this on the air, and of course I was talking with my colleagues there in the Weather Center, and I said, something just does not add up. And so we kept looking, and I kept analyzing stuff, and still couldn't figure it out. I knew that there was some information that we weren't getting. So the National Hurricane Center decided on that Wednesday night, they would start flying the high altitude aircraft out toward the storm. I said, and by the way, I was on conference calls with our corporate people. Tegna owned our TV station. So I was on the conference call and I said, look, we can make all kinds of projections we want, but the National Hurricane Center is going to fly that high altitude aircraft tonight. When that data gets into the computer model, we will know what this storm is going to do. And that was a Wednesday night. Thursday morning, it wasn't so much a surprise, but the projections for the hurricane had it staying offshore, but it did not change the rainfall prediction for our area. And at that point, I realized we're looking at the wrong thing. The hurricane is not the threat. It is the upper level low that is coming down through the Tennessee River Valley that's going to slow down, almost stall over the Florida Panhandle. It's going to tap a tropical atmospheric river, and it's going to direct it right into South Carolina.
We've talked about hurricanes, snowstorms, and flooding. Were there perhaps any tornado events that you particularly recall from your years in Columbia?
Oh, yeah. In fact, probably the most memorable one was from a tropical depression, 1994. And it was Hurricane or Tropical Storm Beulah. It hit along the Florida coast, came into Georgia, southwest Georgia, and was heading up toward the Athens area, the center. It happened that we were on the east side at just the right point in the heat of the afternoon. So I went in early to work in preparation for, I guess I got to the station around 11:30. And while Joe Penner, who was doing the weather for the midday show, as he was doing the weather, right after he got off, they issued a tornado warning, and it was for Barnwell County. I thought, tornado warning? Now, keep in mind, back then, the Weather Service had Doppler radar, but we did not. So I'm thinking, okay, so we went on and gave a warning and everything, and I'm looking at everything as best I can, and all of a sudden, they happened to say that there was circulation in Lexington County. It was down near Pelion, I think it was, or something like that. I went, oh my gosh. So I notified the assignment desk. They said, where do we need do we need to send someone to Pelion? I said, no, don't go to where it's been, go to where it's going to go. So we sent a photographer out on I-20, and I just said, go toward Highway 6, and then we'll see well, he gets to Highway 6, and he misses the turn, has to turn around. When he does, he sees the tornado. And that was the first of something like 28 or 9 tornadoes that day.
Switching gears a little bit, Jim, climate change has been something you're very vocal about. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
It goes back to in 2007. This is when TV stations were starting their websites. Everybody was kind of green back then, so we really didn't know what we were doing, what we wanted to accomplish. And I convinced the TV station. I said, let's do something. Let's start a science and technology page. But I was also at the time on the station's scientists committee. It just so happens that Joe Whitty, a meteorologist who's on the air in Washington, D.C., made a recommendation to Ed Mabeck at George Mason University. And they wanted to see about educating people about climate change. Joe sends a note to the chairman, who was Paul Gross at the time. And Paul then relayed that message to all of us on the committee. And I had just come inside from working out in the yard, and it said on there that they were looking for an advisor. I said, hey, this sounds kind of interesting. So I responded. But a friend of mine on the committee beat me to it. So when I talked to Joe, I said, well, if you need any help or anything like that, just let me know. A few days later, he calls back. He said, how would you like to be the test case? I got the TV station on board. They supported it. The National Science Foundation gave us the grant. And in 2009, ironically, as ClimateGate was breaking, we were meeting in Washington, D.C. to map out a program that would become Climate Matters. The whole focus of our work was to educate people about how the climate is changing and why it's changing and how it's going to affect them locally. We just wanted to give people the scientific information.
What does Columbia, South Carolina mean to you? And then second part of that is, how is retirement life?
I worked here for 34 years, so I consider it to be home. It's also a great place to be. The cost of living here in Columbia is really pretty low in comparison to other parts of the country. And actually, you can say that through a large part of the Carolinas. It's not just Columbia, but in this part of the country, the cost of living isn't that great. So it's a great place to live. So if you don't have a vast wealth, it's a great place to just kind of settle in. As it turns out, I picked the perfect time to retire. I mean, I was already 66, so it wasn't like I was retiring early. So I decided, okay, let's go ahead and retire. This is it. I'll retire, and we'll enjoy life, whatever it is.
Last question, Jim. To wrap this up, what are your words of advice for any future meteorology student or anybody that's currently in the field?
I read something the other day that kind of struck me. It was a young meteorology student who was struggling or had struggled at Florida State, had gone to another college, had some problems there, but was really passionate about weather. And I thought about it because I felt bad that she was struggling, but I sent her a tweet back, and I said, this might surprise you and will surprise some, but I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I struggled as well. I often joke that I enjoyed the course atmospheric radiation so much, I took it 3 times. And you just have to work hard and persevere. When I graduated, I wasn't at the top of my class. But my parents instilled a work ethic. If you want something, you got to work for it. So in many cases, I wasn't the best person on the air. Certainly, I wasn't always the best looking person on the air. I don't have the best voice on the air. I don't even know why I'm on the air, but I work harder than anybody. One of my colleagues once said, you are the hardest working meteorologist I have ever been around. And it's true. When I go to work, I'm there until it's done. 8 hours, 9 hours, 12 hours, it doesn't make any difference. I get the job done. And I always wanted to be the best forecaster.
Very thankful for you to join us tonight. You're still following a little bit of weather. Are you doing any updates on social media? If so, how can folks follow you?
Follow me on Twitter and Facebook at Jim Gandy WX.
That's awesome. Well, Jim, we certainly appreciate it. We hope that you and your wife can get out and travel soon. Hopefully this pandemic mess will come to us soon or end soon, and you can get out there and enjoy the traveling. And we certainly appreciate you joining us tonight. And from all of us here at the Carolina Weather Group, thank you for your service that you've dedicated to the folks of South Carolina over the 30 plus years.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Everyone, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time. everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to welcome our guest, Mr. Stephen Baxter. He works for NOAA headquarters. He is the Winter Weather Services Program Lead, and we're getting into that season where we're transitioning more into fall and winter, and with that comes the threat of winter weather, and that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. It's going to be kind of twofold. NOAA just recently released the winter outlook for the 2020-2021 winter season. So we're going to go over that briefly, and then we're also going to talk about a new product that NOAA is releasing. And this is kind of similar to what we see in the summertime with storms, the threat of storms. So it's going to be a new outlook that we're going to talk about and really dig into, because this is a new product and one I think everybody will find useful. So we'd love for you to join in on the conversation as you're watching tonight. Feel free to drop any comments if you want to. Stephen, welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us tonight. I know kind of a busy season with you getting ready and ramping up for the winter weather season. One thing we always like to ask our first-time guests, and we talked a little bit about this off air, but we'll go through the short, brief version. Tell us about your weather journey. How did you kind of get hooked into the weather field, and how did you get to where you're at right now with NOAA?
Yeah. So my interest in weather started at a young age. A lot of us have some formative moment where we decided that we wanted to be meteorologists. Mine was the blizzard of '96, early January of '96. I was in second grade, and I still remember it quite vividly, actually, watching the Weather Channel and watching the local on the 8s every 10 minutes. And I think my parents thought there was something legitimately wrong with me as I was just watching this constantly. I loved it. I was hooked. And so I love winter weather. That's always been my favorite type of weather. And so I went to Millersville University in Pennsylvania, where I got my bachelor's degree in meteorology. When I was there, I was lucky enough to do an internship at the time. Was called the Student Career Experience Program. Now it's called the Pathways Program. It's actually a broader, it's not just the Weather Service, but it's a broader federal initiative. But I did it for the Climate Prediction Center. And I worked there, including that time, for 10 years, about 10 and a half years before I went to headquarters. So I worked in a couple different positions in the Climate Prediction Center, but I did a lot of research to operations of applied research in climate variability, subseasonal, seasonal climate variability. And as part of a rotational assignment last winter, I worked over in headquarters in the winter program, and then I took that position permanently during this summer. And so that's what brings me here tonight. So I'm pretty new in that position. So I'm still doing a lot of spinning up. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of awesome stuff and great people throughout the agency. And going from climate to weather, which is kind of funny to say in the Weather Service, but to do that and to do that with winter weather, which is our newest service program, is a lot of fun. But there's a lot to learn, and there's a lot of work that we have to do, but we're really happy with where things have gone recently, and I'm happy to be here tonight to talk about some of that progress.
Well, speaking of the National Weather Service and NOAA, they have just released their 2020-2021, kind of a mouthful, winter weather outlook. And La Nina has been a word that's been talked about a lot, and some of our viewers may not fully understand what a La Nina is. So what is the winter outlook, and how does La Nina play into that?
Great question. So we start with La Nina. So La Nina is the cold phase of what we call the El Nino Southern Oscillation. So the reason this is important is because the tropical Pacific is an important heat source in generating convection in big swaths of thunderstorms across the equator, especially in the central western Pacific. And that plays a really critical role in the formation and maintenance of the climate as we observe it even in the mid-latitudes. Namely through the formation of the jet stream. And what happens during La Nina and El Nino is the sea surface temperatures in the Pacific are either warmer in the case of El Nino or colder in the case of La Nina. And what that does is it alters relative to normal those patterns of troubled convection. And that in turn affects the jet stream across the North Pacific especially. And that has what we call teleconnections. So I think a lot of weather folks or people who love weather are familiar with teleconnections like the North Atlantic Oscillation, for instance, or the Pacific North America pattern is another prominent teleconnection. And so itself imparts an extratropical teleconnection, and so is the El Nino Southern Oscillation. And so that kind of classic La Nina teleconnection, if you will, is what drives in large part the outlook for the upcoming winter. And so if you look at the forecasts that were published by the Climate Prediction Center, so I used to do these outlooks until about 3 or 4 months ago, you'll see that there's kind of a very typical La Nina type pattern that you might be familiar with, which shows, generally speaking, milder than normal conditions across the southern tier of the United States are favored. And then across the northern tier of the U.S., especially across the north central, northwestern parts of the U.S., colder than normal temperatures are favored. And then actually El Nino actually has a slightly stronger precipitation footprint than temperature, in fact. And across the southern tier of the U.S., drier than normal conditions are favored in La Nina. And across the northern tier, generally speaking, it's wetter. But there's kind of two centers of action you'll see. So one is in the Ohio Valley, which tends to favor wetter than normal conditions, the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes. And then again across parts of the northern Rockies and the interior Northwest. It's a pretty classic look that you see in La Nina winters, and it's fairly close to the exact opposite of what you see in El Nino. Not exactly. There's some interesting reasons for that. But generally speaking, with a moderate-ish, maybe strong La Nina this winter, certainly a robust La Nina event, that's going to have an important impact. And so that's what forms the basis for that winter outlook.
So in regards to the La Nina oscillation, what about the NAO, the North Atlantic oscillation? Are there any trends regarding what the outlook might be for this season?
Another great question. So this is actually something
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find a testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
I was at CPC for the last few years. So the short answer is not really-ish. So the NAO is a very important pattern of climate variability across timescales. So we know it's important for short-term climate variability for the next week or two. We know it varies on longer timescales, potentially up to decadal timescales. The problem is the ability to predict it on seasonal timescales, especially once you remove a little bit of a La Nina influence. So the way the NAO is calculated, right? So you think one way you can think about the NAO, or one way it's calculated, is by looking at the relative sea level pressure anomalies in the North Atlantic between, say, near Iceland and the Azores to the south. Well, if you just take El Nino or La Nina and you look at this wave pattern that comes out of the tropics, and you look at the teleconnection that's imparted from El Nino and La Nina, it will have a non-zero effect in the North Atlantic. It's small, but non-zero in a way that can appear to affect the NAO. And so there's some literature that in our academic literature that looks at the relationship between El Nino and NAO. And such as it is, you might favor a positive NAO during La Nina winters, but that's not, as a causal mechanism, is a little flimsy. The example I just gave, quite famously, the 95-96 winter was such a winter where you had a La Nina, but you also actually had a predominance of the negative phase of NAO, and hence one of the snowier winters on record across much of the eastern U.S., including my part of the Mid-Atlantic. But there are some interesting areas of research related to identifying sources of prediction skill for the NAO, and so it's something that we don't have right now. But I'm hopeful that in coming years, we'll be able to talk more explicitly about the seasonal tendencies of the NAO, or sometimes it's couched in its kind of its sister oscillation called the Arctic oscillation, the AO, which is kind of more of a hemispheric look. They're just kind of derived slightly differently, but capture the same, in essence, the same phenomenon. So I'm hopeful that in future years we'll be able to say something more specific about these patterns of mid-latitude variability. Unfortunately, in this winter outlook, and what we're comfortable imparting in the current outlooks from the state of the science, wouldn't really support that quite yet. It's a good question. It's something that we think a lot about.
If I was approaching from the general public and I wanted to take a look at the 4 different colors that were available that represented outlook. Can you tell me a little bit about what those colors mean and how are they decided?
In the case of the winter storm outlook, there's a few different. We added an 80% this year, so there's a less than 10% chance, which won't show up as any color. There's 10 to 30, 30 to 50, and 50 to 80, and then there's in excess of 80%. And so that's the probability of exceeding that local watch warning criteria. Now, how do we come up with this? And so in that sense, those are meant to just kind of fairly easily communicate what the relevant risks are. We can think of 50% as kind of being, roughly speaking, the criteria for a watch. So if it's more likely than not, that would favor a watch. Now, also, it's important to mention that this doesn't take the place of or totally inform watches, because as we're moving towards consistent forecasts across the agency, the other aspect that we're working with is to also improve the impacts-based nature of watches and warnings. So while the probability of exceeding a certain snowfall threshold might say only be 30 or 40%, the local office could still issue a winter storm watch because they're expecting the impacts from that storm to be such that it warrants a watch or a warning. So cases where this gets a little slippery are where you have mixed precipitation, where you have sub-warning criteria in both snow and ice, situations where shoulder seasons, and we saw some examples of this earlier this year, especially in the Central Rockies, where snowfall events that are early in the season with foliage still in the trees, and so snow load and power outages are more of a concern. You might issue watches and warnings for lower snow accumulation criteria because of the increased impacts. And a classic example here in the East is timing is very important. So heavy snow during rush hour, for instance, is more impactful than heavy snow during the middle of the night on a weekend or something like that. So those are local impacts that local offices can take into account. So it's not a one-to-one correspondence yet, but that's kind of loosely speaking. 50% is where, all things being equal, you would start to think about you would issue the watch, because that's where we're saying it's based on the reliable probabilistic guidance. It's more likely than not, so it's worth issuing the watch. But that can be modified by the local office's take on the expected impacts of the storm.
I know impacts is a big deal, and I know each forecast office has different criterias. First thing that pops into my mind would be the Atlanta snow jam in 2014, where we had maybe an inch of snow, but the temperatures were so cold. So it seems like this product that you guys are releasing is really more based on impacts and how it impacts the general public, emergency management, and things like that, than it is maybe about this set range of you're going to get this much snowfall.
That's right. So there's another product that is a very nice complement to this that's been operationally implemented this year, which is the Winter Storm Severity Index. And so what that does is it has criteria, but it's a much more complex and dynamic criteria to better account for some of these impacts. And so in that framework, where you have, and so what it's doing is it's screening the official forecasts from the National Digital Forecast Database. So the local offices are submitting their official forecasts. It's using those forecasts, applying climatology, applying different algorithms to assess different impacts, including snow amount, snow load, ice accumulation, ice impacts, among other things. And it's doing that to get an idea for those impacts, including things like flash freeze, blowing snow. And so using those two together, and as in fact, the vision of the program is kind of an eventual merger of those two products along the lines of what you were saying. So right now, the Winter Storm Outlook is grounded in the very objective kind of criteria-driven realm. The Winter Storm Severity Index is still deterministic, so we're not using probability information yet. It's just using the deterministic forecast from the local offices, but it's applying it in an impacts-based context. So our long-term goal is to get to a place where we have a probabilistic Winter Storm Severity Index that will in turn inform the Winter Storm Outlook, so that the Winter Storm Outlook today, being just the probability of exceeding a fixed snow or ice accumulation threshold, will eventually be the probability of exceeding moderate or severe impacts. impacts being defined, being kind of regionally varying and defined in a much more nuanced fashion. And so it's those two products right now that are a nice complement that we eventually want to see kind of come together and form the basis of these kind of consistent, collaborated, and probabilistic products across the agency.
I think a lot of people hear outlooks and they are thinking of the Storm Prediction Center outlooks for severe weather that they might be familiar with. How might these new experimental outlooks compare to those?
So they might be they are potentially similar in that they're probabilistic. They're giving a probability of a certain event occurring in a daily cadence. So we have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and then the maximum probability across days 1 to 4. That would be different. The Storm Prediction Center doesn't have that component. So they're very similar in that they're trying to give advanced lead time and a heads up, right, in terms of hazardous weather. So the Storm Prediction Center, as you might know, issues severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches for the CONUS. And as you might imagine, their objective probabilistic outlooks, convective outlooks, play an important role in that, and starting that process through which they work with the local offices to issue those watches. And so that's actually one of the we're leaning in on that paradigm a bit in the winter program. Not to say that WPC is going to take over watches entirely, a la kind of the SPC model, but to say that we're moving in a direction where those watches are going to be more closely collaborated in an explicit and defined fashion and process between the local offices and WPC. And so, I think there is a lot of, you can draw a pretty close parallel between those two. And in a lot of ways, the winter program is trying to lean in on the probabilistic element. I think it's recognized how important that is in severe weather because it's, we kind of, I think it's intuitive, right? That the odds of a tornado, for instance, and at an exact grid point at any time is very, very small. And so specifically, right, in SPC space, the outlooks for the probability of the event occurring within 25 miles of the point, right? And so it's this kind of stenciling out of the grid. And in winter, that's not so much our problem, but we do have the problem of conveying the uncertainty in the forecast. So when you're issuing a forecast for winter weather, we need to know how much liquid equivalent precipitation is falling and its phase, and if it's snow, right, the snow liquid ratio, which can vary as well. And so there's a lot of degrees of freedom there. And so it's important that we flesh out all those possibilities. That's why the probabilistic forecasts are so important. And then once we have that suite of probabilistic forecasts, we can kind of take a slice through them and look for these cutoff points where the probability of exceeding a hazardous criteria is enough to warrant kind of these public messages, like a winter storm watch, for instance.
As far as who this product's actually meant to kind of serve the best, on your product description document, it talks about emergency services, different kind of broadcast elements, and it also mentions the general public as well. Can you kind of elaborate a little more on that?
So the product actually has its background in a watch collaborator tool that was an internal tool to help forecasters collaborate between the national centers and the local offices. And basically the idea was to broaden it up and give some of our stakeholders, including the general public, access to this kind of national picture image that gives you the probability of hazardous winter weather at extended lead time, right? So day 1, 2, 3, 4. And in a way that, again, just kind of improves the situational awareness for stakeholders in the general public, as well as the ones you mentioned, like emergency managers and kind of those other stakeholders that work closely with the local offices. And to give them, I know, Scotty, you had mentioned, talking with a meteorologist at GSP, kind of another tool in the toolbox, right? And so that's the idea here, is that we're giving the general public, as well as more sophisticated, maybe decision makers, not to say that the general public's not sophisticated, but the general public, as well as more acute decision makers, another tool in the toolbox to improve situational awareness, to understand the threat of hazardous winter weather, but also to highlight areas where maybe the threat of winter weather is lower than would qualify for a watch, but where certain very sensitive industries might still want to be aware of that. And so it's also an opportunity to better inform the public and those stakeholders about the utility of probabilistic forecasts and how we use them.
So how can the public give feedback on this?
So it is important when we have experimental products. So the process that we go through in the Weather Service is when we have an experimental product like this, it goes out for what we call an experimental comment and review period. So it's reviewed not just by internal meteorologists, but it's also being reviewed by the general public. And so if you go to the Winter Storm Outlook website, which is hosted by the Weather Prediction Center, there's a link there at the top where you can provide feedback in a survey to give feedback on anything from there's a set list of questions, but it will include things like scientific integrity, the accuracy of the product, as well as the aesthetics of the product. Does the display make sense? Does the web page make sense? Is the data easy to access? I do think the Weather Prediction Center has done a really awesome job with that website. It's dynamic. It's in GIS format. You can download the shape files, KMLs. You can pull static images if you want. So there's a lot of great ability to get hands-on with the data there. It has custom level zooms to each of the county warning areas. So for each office, you can kind of get a zoom in to whatever office, whatever area of the country you're in. So it's really a very accessible website, but it can certainly be improved, I'm sure, based on the feedback that we get from the public. And in fact, that's actually important. I'm glad you asked that question because last year, like I said, this is the second year that this has been experimental. In the first year, last year, we didn't get a whole lot of public comment on it. And I think it might have just been an awareness thing. A lot of people weren't as aware that this existed, that this product was out there, and that we were looking for comment on it. And so hopefully one of our goals this year is to get more public feedback. And that's not only important to help us improve the product, that is important, but also helps us make the case to organizational leadership that this is a product that we want to support operationally. It's not a foregone conclusion that this will be around forever, right? If the feedback's not positive or not sufficient or it can't be resourced, we might have to discontinue the product, right? So experimental products aren't guaranteed to continue forever. And so it helps us build that case to transition into operations or to make improvements and then transition to operations in a way that keeps our program and our programmatic goals moving forward.
Well, speaking as a daily GIS user, that new user-friendly interface sounds awesome, and I'm really glad that opportunity is going to be there. Lastly, are there any other winter weather products that y'all are working on besides this winter weather outlook?
So that's a great question. So the winter storm outlook, that's experimental right now. I did mention the winter storm severity index that's operational. Okay, that's that. So that went through this experimental process and has been implemented operationally this year. So a few key initiatives that we're working on, I'll just run over real quick. And they're kind of an experimental space or in development space, just things to look for. But these are just kind of general things that we're interested in from a programmatic perspective. I mentioned moving these products through the medium range. And so extending the winter storm severity index and the winter storm outlook through day 7 is an important priority. I touched on briefly the development of a probabilistic impact-based component. So a winter storm severity index that's in probability form. That's something that we're working toward. We're working with kind of the research arm of the Weather Service to help kind of move that along and get that into the operational pipeline eventually. And then lastly, one of the things that you might also be familiar with is there's the local probabilistic snow experiment. So at the local level, if you go to your weather.gov/3 digits like GSP, although I'm not certain that GSP is participating in the experiment, but supposing it is, if you do /winter, right, you get the main winter page, and one of them is the probabilistic snow forecast. So it shows the expected value and then the high end and low end amounts. And so those are the 10th and 90th percentiles respectively. And what we're working on there is that's been experimental for some time, and we're trying to get that on a path to operations and including probabilistic ice forecasts with that. That might be especially relevant in your part of the country where one of the parts of the country where you get a lot of interesting icing events. And so that's a complicated issue organizationally that we're working through. And, it's something that we're trying to make some progress on, but we're looking forward to there being some experimental changes and then getting that on a path to operations. And so as we kind of tying the kind of, what I kind of say like the synoptic scale evolution of the winter program is looking at a future in a few years where you have a probabilistic impacts-based guidance informing the winter storm outlook that's supporting consistent and collaborated winter storm watches around the country. And all of that is being undergirded by a consistent national to local suite of probabilistic snow and ice forecasts, and potentially extended all the way through day 7 across the board. And with that kind of, and that's kind of that, like I said, synoptic scale. And then longer term, one of the things that we know is important is being able to improve the storm scale side of winter weather forecasting. Heavy snow bands, snowfall rates, hourly snowfall rates, for instance. Those are things that are really important for impacts. We talk about impacts. Looking at a 6-hour accumulation, 3 inches of snow in 6 hours. That's nice. If that 3 inches occurs in 1 hour, that's very impactful. If it's a half inch an hour for 6 hours, that's less impactful in an acute sense, right? So those kinds of storm scale, micro-mesos type scale storm impacts is something that we're also working on as well. And so that's a little farther out in our planning process, but something that we're really aware of as being an important issue that we need to tackle to keep making progress on all the kind of important aspects of winter weather.
And for our Carolina viewers, I was just checking as Stephen explained that, and there, NWS GSP, along with potentially other offices across the Carolinas, do offer that winter weather experimental product to see the 10% and 90th percentiles. That's weather.gov /GSP
Winter. It is there. Yeah. And you'll see it. It'll probabilistic snow. Yeah. Yeah. There's 70, I believe it's 76 offices around the country offer it. So it's not in every office. It's not even in every office that theoretically can have winter weather. As you might imagine, offices in parts of the deep south or southwest and the west coast aren't participating in the experiment. But I'm glad to hear that those parts of the Carolinas are. So that's something to definitely check out your local office as you go through this winter season. And another opportunity to provide feedback as well. As we're going through this season, because that's an experimental product, if you go to that website that Evan just mentioned, you can also click, there's a feedback link there that'll take you to another one of those surveys to provide that feedback to us.
Well, Stephen, we appreciate your time tonight. I'm going to, since you're the program lead, this is your time to let everyone know again how they can find out about all this information. I know you guys are hoping for a lot of feedback. So where should our folks go to find the outlooks and the severity index? And again, remind us how we can provide that feedback for you all.
The easiest place to go to get started on this is to go to the Weather Prediction Center's website. That's wpc.nsep.noaa.gov. There might be some shortcut versions of that also. And under their winter weather tab, on the options panel on the left, you can select the experimental winter storm outlook or the winter storm severity index. I think the WSSI might actually be linked at the top of their homepage. And then for the winter storm outlook, that's the experimental product where they can give a lot of input. For more information on the winter outlook itself, I would recommend going to the Climate Prediction Center homepage. And they'll have a link to the latest press release from NOAA that was put together, and that whole forecast put together by my former colleagues at the Climate Prediction Center. And you can read more about that there.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Stephen. And thank you guys for watching us tonight. If you're a big winter weather lover, hopefully you'll be able to use these products. I know last year was kind of a bust for much of the Carolinas winter weather-wise. So maybe this year we'll be able to use these products, and definitely recommend that you give some feedback.
Full disclosure, right? In a La Nina winter, it doesn't look good.
It doesn't. You're right.
It only takes one. And these are all probabilistic forecasts, so you can get lucky, and you can pull a rabbit out of the hat here and get some winter. So I'll certainly be rooting for it. But La Nina winters are not typically our winters here in the eastern part of the U.S., especially the southeastern part of the U.S. Unfortunately,
that's it.
But
so,
you never know.
You never know. It's like we talk about the hurricane season. It only takes one. So hopefully, if we do get that one storm, you'll be able to use these products and definitely provide some feedback. I personally think it's a great product, and hopefully it'll get out of the experimental stage and into operational stage. So, Stephen, thank you again for watching. Thank you all for watching tonight. We'll see you real soon.
I'm James Brierton in Matthews, North Carolina. This tree, one of many that has fallen here in Matthews and across the two-state region of North Carolina and South Carolina following last Thursday's tornado outbreak. 10 tornadoes in all confirmed by the National Weather Service, who then spent Friday going out and surveying damage like this here at the playground of Matthews Elementary School. The school closed on Friday with power still out and trees like this still down. School was closed in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Now, the National Weather Service happened to be celebrating its 150th anniversary this week. We're going to be talking about that coming up. The important life-saving mission they played today was all created over a century and a half ago. But first, let's talk more about the recovery efforts here in Matthews and across the region. This tree, the EF1 tornado coming through here on Thursday, caused damage across the region. 95-mile-per-hour winds knocking down trees like this, and also, unfortunately, taking down some homes where the roofs were damaged when big trees like this fell. All in all, we had about 2 storm deaths across the region, and that's too many. But it could have been a lot worse, and that's why we're going to spend some time in this episode talking about the very important life-saving role the National Weather Service played, because none of those deaths came inside of tornado polygons, and I think that has a lot to do with the role that the National Weather Service plays, getting those warnings out on TV, on radio, to NOAA weather radios, and now to our cell phones, wireless emergency alerts, alerting people like myself that they were in the path of danger. On Thursday, I was trying to make my way to the day job at the TV station when I received one of those wireless emergency alerts on my phone. I happened to be streaming on Periscope at the time. I'm driving here on Interstate 45. As that message comes in, take a look what happens. Just now receiving an emergency wireless.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
New tornado warning issued until 12:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles northwest of Indian Land or over Carrollton. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those. All right, so this actually might be a problem for me. All right, ladies and gents, we might be seeking shelter here in the next little bit because I'm going to be coming right into this, and that is not my intention. As soon as this lets up a little bit, I'm going to go and look for some damage in that area. Right now, I am not moving. I am just to the south of that warning. That is where I want to stay. I do not want to be in the thick of it, but I want to be able to move quickly afterwards to take a look at what might be going on around there.
Because of that alert sent by the National Weather Service and relayed to my phone, I was able to safely pull off the road, get out of the way, let that storm pass, and then I turned north directly into where the storm had just been, continuing towards Park Road, where the storm had crossed through a neighborhood called Park Crossing. Here's a look at what I saw moments after that tornado came through and as that tornado was continuing east into Matthews.
You can see we've got numerous trees down. This one, as it fell, took down a fence. We see several instances of this as we make our way through this Park Crossing neighborhood. Now, all of this damage occurred during the midday hour when a tornado-warned cell came through the neighborhood and it brought down several large pines, just like the one you're seeing right here behind me. To give you a sense of what the aftermath of storm damage smells like, it smells very heavily of pine and also sounds like chainsaws. We have another tree down here. This one just barely missing this brick home as it did kind of fall here and then continue to land, if you take another look, right across their front yard. So a very close call here for the family that lives right at the entrance of Chatham Oaks. This is inside, again, that Park Crossing Drive neighborhood. Now, we are just to the west of Park Road. I was onto the east side of Park Road, where the Cameron Woods neighborhood was not too long ago. Whatever came through here then immediately went through there, brought down several trees as well, too. Neighbors out there trying to clear the way with chainsaws.
About 10 minutes before the trees started falling, so I was able to be here to help out.
How many trees are down besides what's behind us?
I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's countless at this point. There's trees on houses, there's a lot of roads that are blocked. We're just trying to get cleaned up so people can get through.
And also clear those storm drains, because as you can see, the rain is continuing to fall here at this hour, and so all of this water is going to need a place to run off. So you can see neighbors trying to also clear those drains as well. Back out here in the Park Crossing neighborhood, you can see this fence was no match for whatever came rolling through here a little bit earlier on, knocking down not only the wood sections of the fence, but also tearing it right from the brick pillar. The National Weather Service will be looking at damage like this and like the tree laying across the road to determine what exactly rolled through here during the height of the severe weather. The EF1 tornado that came through Mecklenburg County, not even the strongest of the storms we saw. This EF2 tornado caused damage in Gaston County near Kings Mountain, where it toppled 4 of those huge metal transmission towers that Duke Energy runs to bring power into the region. It took 150 workers this past weekend to get all of that cleaned up and back up and running.
And when they twisted and laid on the ground, I mean, it just, the structures were twisted. If you're going to look at the footing of that, you'll see where it was a twist. It wasn't a break, it wasn't a bend, it just twisted the structures and they came down together. So it was a very severe wind that caused these structures.
From Gaston County to back here in Mecklenburg County, those were just 2 of the tornado warnings that were issued here for the greater Charlotte area. Numerous storms across the region, a lot of them in that greater Charlotte area. Joining us now from his home in Morganton, North Carolina is Scotty Powell with a look at some of the other storms. Scotty.
One of the first tornado warnings to be issued was for Cleveland and Lincoln County. The National Weather Service was able to confirm an EF1 tornado touchdown 1 mile west of Lawndale in northern Cleveland County. The end location was 3 miles northeast of Fallston, right near the Cleveland and Lincoln County line. One of the stronger tornadoes that we saw occur on Thursday was an EF2 tornado that occurred just outside of the city of Kannapolis, North Carolina, in Cabarrus County. The tornado began just west of Interstate 85 near Lane Street. The awning of a service station was damaged. The strongest damage was found just east along Pless Road, where several homes were damaged from this tornado. This damage suggests wind speeds of 125 miles per hour. The tornado weakened as it moved east, snapping and uprooting trees as it went, and it ended in Rowan County. Again, no fatalities or injuries from this tornado. I'm Carolina Weather Group panelist Scotty Powell.
Thank you so much, Scotty. Continuing our coverage now with even more of those storm survey results from the National Weather Service. Here's Evan Fisher.
One of the first tornadoes to occur last Thursday happened in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Now, this one touched down pretty early in the day, before noon. It had a path length of 10.26 miles, so the second longest of the day, and a rating of EF1. This tornado did the most damage near the mall, just to the west, Westgate Mall in Spartanburg. As you can see here, there's a bunch of EF1 damage indicators near the mall area. However, as it tracked closer to Spartanburg, it did weaken a bit, and as it passed through downtown, there was minimal tree damage with just EF0. We had a pair of tornadoes in Stanley County, North Carolina, the first of which was pretty short-lived, only 0.4 miles long, the maximum width of 100 yards, peak winds around 100 miles an hour, only did some minimal tree damage. However, the other one was a little bit longer with a path length of 7.3 miles, albeit discontinuous damage. But you can see here that there was damage indicators on the eastern side, and then again over here where there was a little bit more civilization. This tornado occurred just to the west of Albemarle, out in kind of a rural area. But nonetheless, this one did damage a child care center, ripping off some roofing, as well as damaging some manufactured homes with trees that fell onto these homes. This one actually had a maximum width of a quarter mile, 400 yards, which is one of the more impressive widths of any of the tornadoes on Thursday. Moving a little bit further east, I guess all the way to the east, we actually had one tornado up in northeastern North Carolina in Gates County. As you can see, compared to all the others, if we zoom out, the rest of the tornadoes were down here near Greenville and Charlotte and Greensboro and Raleigh. However, there was one up here in Gates County, rated an EF0. Kind of flip over to the damage survey here. It tracked about 3 miles with peak winds of 85 miles an hour, touched down near Taylor Mill Road and Askew Road, and crossed Turner before doing some tree damage, as well as a few homes suffered damage, mainly from falling branches.
From Evan Fisher now to Tim Pounds, who joins us with a look outside a storm that crossed from Georgia into South Carolina.
Well, thanks, James. The storm team out of the Columbia, South Carolina office of the National Weather Service confirmed that an EF1 tornado touched down in southwestern Aiken County. This occurred near Vaucluse in the Springfield Church Road area near Stableview Farm. Luckily, there were no injuries or fatalities indicated with this storm, and it was a pretty short-lived storm with maximum wind speeds of 105 mile an hour. The tornado only had a path length of about 1.15 miles and a maximum width of 75 yards. Another area of concern in the Augusta area was the Savannah River. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers indicated that there was going to be a lot of extra flow from all the rain that occurred in the area, and they had opened the floodgates on the Strom-Thurmond Dam, releasing almost 30,000 cubic feet of water per second. So it was going to be a lot of water going down below the dam in the next few days. But other than that, that's about the extent of the storm report here in Augusta. James?
So had a lot of water that fell. A lot of water that fell from the sky, making it possible for big trees like this to fall in very spongy soil, but also challenging the water systems, the watersheds, the rivers, the creeks that now have to take all of that water that fell and eventually funnel it out to the Atlantic Ocean. We're watching rising waters along rivers and creeks and waterways that are now having to try to cope with all of that water. When you take a look at the debris that remains days after the tornado outbreak of last week, you have to pause and think for a moment and realize that it could have been a lot worse. But if it wasn't for the folks who tirelessly put in long hours at the National Weather Service, not only forecasting and warning about storms like this, but then spending hours and days afterwards going out into the field and looking at debris and conducting their storm surveys, well, frankly, if we didn't have the National Weather Service, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Now, the National Weather Service celebrated 150 years on Sunday. We, of course, wish them a very happy birthday. Now, we had Tom Nizzle on our program a couple weeks back. Now, Tom spent years at the National Weather Service in Buffalo, New York, before coming south to work at the Weather Channel. He now resides just across the border in Tennessee, and he's a bit of a National Weather Service buff, you could say. And he was very happy to spend some time with us to enlighten us on the history and the important role that the National Weather Service has played in its first 150 years and counting.
Tom, you got to know the National Weather Service from the inside. What does this 150th anniversary mean?
Well, I'm old. I'm not quite that old, but man, I look back. I have 32 years in the National Weather Service. They're celebrating their 150th anniversary. So do the math, man. I've been there for 1/5 of their entire history. I am old. But I'll tell you, I love going back and look at the history of a National Weather Service for the United States. And a lot of it has its roots back to my hometown, Buffalo, New York, which was one of the original 24 forecast offices in the U.S. when the National Weather Service, under a different name, began back in 1870. It's amazing when you think about the United States and think about the roots of weather and weather observations. My gosh, when our forefathers came here to the U.S., think about the fact that everything they did in their lives had some connection to the weather. I mean, they spent most of their time outside. It was an agrarian society. So two of our most famous weather observers and our most famous original weather people in the United States were two of my favorites, a guy by the name of Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, right? Franklin was amazing. He was one of these Renaissance men that was interested in everything, and he was a great scientist. Franklin, by the way, was the first person to really study and chart something that's right offshore of the Carolinas, known as the Gulf Stream. That really was actually discovered in a way in a scientific basis by Ben Franklin. Franklin also took weather observations every day. How about Tom Jefferson, another Renaissance man? This guy took weather observations on a regular basis, and he shared those observations and developed a network with people that were around him. In fact, the cooperative weather observers in the United States today, their top honor that they can get is the Jeffersonian Award for them taking weather observations. So those are two of the guys that really started things off. You know, we get into the 1800s, and as the country began to expand out to the west, all right, now the beginning of the 1800s, Weather Service actually went into a national operation in 1870. So 70 years before that, the U.S. was moving out and expanding to the west, and based on Thomas Jefferson's suggestions, the Lewis and Clark expeditions, they wanted to take science observations. Most of the Army surgeons who were trained as scientists would take weather observations on a daily basis. And they would mail them back in. They would, arrive months later into places like the Smithsonian, where they would gather this information and bring all this information together, begin to plot it onto maps and try to understand this array of data that we are gathering across the country. But my gosh, none of it was timely. It took months to get that information. So you come across to about the mid 1840s, and we had this amazing invention that takes the science of meteorology and rockets it forward. And it was called the telegraph. Because once you got the telegraph, you could get this data from around the country that these surgeons were taking, and in almost real time, you could get it to one central area where that data could be compiled. You'd have the data quickly, you could analyze it, and then understand what was going on a more real-time basis. And this was all done at a place called the Smithsonian Institution. And Joseph Priestley was the guy that was there, that was gathering all this information and beginning to plot weather maps. Well, we get into the Civil War, and that kind of detoured in some way the expansion of science as far as weather was concerned. But boy, the Civil War brought a lot of technical expertise and other inventions that would then help propel all of this technology and science forward. So let's get into the late 1860s now. And we're a couple of years beyond the Civil War. And the railroad transportation really wasn't coming into its own at that point. So a lot of the transportation that occurred between the inland parts of the country and getting out to the coast in the northern half of the United States occurred on the Great Lakes. There was a tremendous amount of shipping that occurred on the Great Lakes and moving not only goods and materials, but moving people and passengers around. And in 1868 and 1869, in 2 consecutive years, there were over 1,100 shipwrecks on the Great Lakes. Think about that, 1,100 shipwrecks and hundreds of fatalities on the lakes. Well, now I go into 4 cogs in the wheel that I think were most important people that were responsible for the development of a national weather service. Because of all the fatalities that were occurring on the Great Lakes, due to weather, by the way, due to severe weather, there was an amazing guy by the name of Increase Lapham, Lapham. This guy was, again, another Renaissance man. He was a geologist, and he was, at that point in Wisconsin, very interested in the weather. Again, a scientist by many, many means. He plotted weather maps, and he sent a lot of news clippings to his congressional representative about all these fatalities that were occurring on the Great Lakes. And there has to be something done to develop some type of weather warning system for these bad storms that were coming across the Great Lakes. So in 1869, I believe it was, Increase Lapham sent this letter out to his congressional representative, another second cog in the wheel by the name of Halbert Payne. And Payne took this information and introduced a resolution under Ulysses S. Grant to the United States Congress. And on February 9th of 1870, the resolution was passed to then bring into service a national weather service for the United States. And it was under the direction of the U.S. Army Signal Corps at that point. Why the Signal Corps? Well, it now brings in our third character. Our third guy that was in big responsibility and a big part of developing a national weather service was a guy who was in charge at one point for the Signal Corps in the U.S. His name was General Albert Meyer, and Meyer has a connection to my hometown of Buffalo, New York. But Meyer actually developed a signaling system during the Civil War of using flags to send signals between military installations. And this signaling system, or wigwag system, was in play, and it was in place during all of the Civil War. Meyer was an amazing character because he had a great military background. He had the ability to organize, and he also was in charge of this signaling system that they were using at that time. And so when Ulysses S. Grant signed the orders to bring into law a national weather service across the United States, Albert Meyer was brought in as the first head of the National Weather Service. And Meyer then brings in the fourth cog in the wheel, the guy that really made this happen from a scientific point of view. His name was Cleveland Abbey, and this guy was a scientist by every stretch of the word. He is the person who first began to issue forecasts, actual weather forecasts across the eastern part of the United States, and he had a tremendous, tremendous science background. And when he came into that first beginnings of the National Weather Service, it was Cleveland Abbey who introduced science, who introduced coursework, who introduced the theory of meteorology and the science of meteorology to those employees who were hired to man the 24 original offices across the United States. It was really, really a fascinating time. And from there, the ability to bring in weather data and weather observations led very, very quickly to production of weather forecasts. Within a couple of years of the formation of the Weather Service, these daily forecasts were something that everybody asked for. People understanding that they might not be all that accurate all of the time, they weren't able to do the kind of detailed forecasting that we can do these days, but they had an understanding of the basic concept, in most cases, of weather moving from the west to the east across the United States. With the ability to plot these maps, the early forecasters were able to trace storms. And as storms were moving from Chicago to Detroit to Cleveland to Buffalo and out to New York City, these forecasters could time to some degree the occurrence of this bad weather that was coming in that direction. And as they would do that, they would put these signal flags outside of places like post offices and other places where the public would frequent within these towns and cities. And so a quick walk down the street, someone would look at the flag and they would understand that the red flag with the black on it, okay, again, if you were in a coastal area, could mean a hurricane warning that was out. There were other types of flags that they used to get this information out. But it was amazing how quickly the science grew and how quickly the Weather Service expanded as we went through that time frame right after the Civil War.
Tom, if you think back to what they started with and what we have today, if you could imagine, what do you think they would make of all the tools we have today?
But it'd be like being on a different planet. I mean, you think about the fact that, yeah, they were getting weather observations, but there was no such thing as a satellite to monitor the weather from space, a radar to look at precipitation, even heaven forbid, a computer model, something that would actually predict, foretell, by using basic laws of mathematics, what the weather would be like several days or maybe even into weeks in advance. It would be like a different world. And by the way, because I'm such a senior person at this point with a history of being in the National Weather Service, I came into the Weather Service at a time before computers were even introduced into weather forecast offices. At a time where there was something called a teletype machine, a machine where it actually typed out the weather observations onto this giant typewriter. And as weather forecasters, we would rip that information off of this machine and sit down and hand plot and draw weather maps. I got to do that when I was an intern in my first couple of years within the National Weather Service. And to go from that to what we have today is amazing. So I can't imagine what someone like Cleveland Abbey would be thinking if we were able to place him into a science office like we have within the National Weather Service today.
This is a very specific reference, and I'm not sure how many of our listeners will know it, but if you've ever been in the New York metropolitan area, and Tom, you're obviously from the state, and you listen to 1010 Winds AM, they have that tick, 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 tick. That's what I'm imagining when you say teletype, just all of that constant automatic typing.
So the RFK bridge getting up to the Bronx is also very slow, and because of that, leaving Manhattan.
That brings back memories for me, because that was the background noise in the Weather Service. It was like the old newsroom where you heard that, and that was the teletypes rattling away. I'm going back to my history. Only 35, 40 years ago in the National Weather Service, when I first came online, that's when we were first beginning to get satellite pictures, we'll call them, into the National Weather Service office. Now, we get satellite data today at minute intervals. It comes in on the computer. We run these huge loops at any resolution in any part of the globe on a regular basis. Everybody can do that online these days. In the weather office back then, we would get one image that would come in every hour. And if you wanted to do an animation of what was going on, all those images were placed on a clipboard. And you literally would take your fingers and take the pictures and let them go, and you could see the clouds moving across the eastern part of the United States. That was our animation back then. And that was after a tremendous increase in science and technology. It's fascinating because, as we all know, wars are terrible. War is hell. But wars also bring out tremendous advances in technology. And, World War II pilots, they were responsible for discovering the jet stream. As we got into World War II and immediately after, we developed the first large-scale upper air network across the United States with the launching of radiosonde balloons twice a day to get that information from the upper atmosphere, because weather occurs on 3 dimensions, right, throughout that depth of the atmosphere. The advance of weather radar. My gosh, you took military radar, again, developed in World War II, and then after that war, they not only saw airplanes when they were looking at the radar, but they saw these.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
In the way of them looking at airplanes, it was precipitation from storms. And, we turned that into the ability to monitor weather systems and then get into the tremendous science of severe weather and understanding tornado genesis and tropical storm formation from all of that technology. So it's just been amazing to watch the history. And it all began back there in 1870 when there was concern for the loss of life on the Great Lakes and of course, along the coastal areas from shipping as well.
Tom, you're talking about the advances in technology. One thing that kind of comes to mind is the advances in the warning process.
Trying to explain to the younger generations that we didn't have things like cell phones, right? Just a generation or two ago, with these text messages and alerts that came across at any time of the day or night, the ability to communicate that information has saved countless lives and will continue to do so. And the ability now to be able to put out 911 messages to a huge area, an entire community, to get that information out, has been married with the technology that allows us to be more confident to get those warnings out by being able to use something like a Doppler radar to understand what we should be warning on and what we should not be warning on. Because in the early years of issuing severe weather warnings in particular, but certainly all types of warnings, much of the public was very frustrated with the fact that the weather forecaster may, for lack of a better term, cry wolf a lot of times and send these warnings and watches out and not be able to verify them because we just didn't have the technology to do that. We've got that technology now. And to be able to then marry that to the ability for people to get warnings anywhere at any time, day or night, it has just gone a tremendous way to save lives across this nation.
Talking about communication, and then I'll toss it off to someone else. One of the biggest tools that I think we all in this chat utilize is NWS chat, and the ability for the forecasters and the weather office to communicate with TV, radio, storm spotters out in the field. I mean, just the instant communication that we have, I think, is pretty cool, and it's cool to see the advances in the National Weather Service with that.
That's a really important point, and what it's done also is it's changed the responsibilities and the type of work that goes on within the National Weather Service offices. A decade, I should say more than that, a generation ago, the main job of the National Weather Service forecaster, the meteorologist, was to issue the forecast. And now we have many, many tools that allow that process to be very, very fast, very efficient, and very smooth. But what the forecasters do now, where they really, really make a difference, is what we refer to as decision support or decision support services. That ability to get that information and get it out and let our special customers know exactly what is happening, when it is happening, contacting emergency managers and working with the emergency management community to have their resources ready to go, to be ready to respond when the weather is coming through. And also, you mentioned this tool that is used on computers called NWS Chat. It's the ability for the forecast office to chat or to talk or message to many of its users, its media, its emergency management system, those types of individuals, to get the most reliable and timely information back and forth from those communities and sending out their thoughts from the National Weather Service offices. I found it fascinating when I worked at the Weather Channel that we, within a matter, and I mean this, within a matter of less than a minute in many instances, a damage report, say somebody had half-inch hail that came down in their neighborhood outside of Charleston, South Carolina, and they sent a report in on their phone to the National Weather Service saying, we got hail here. Within a matter of a minute or so, the Weather Service gets the report, pops it into a computer that goes into this system, and at the Weather Channel, our graphics meteorologists were watching that data coming in, and when they picked that data up with the click of two buttons, it ended up on air. I was amazed to see how quickly that process took, and it's the ability to get that information and communicate it out to the public, because time is of the essence, especially with severe weather. So it's another huge increase in technology that, once again, is helping to save lives.
Tom, I don't know if there's any telling what this world would be like without the National Weather Service. So let me try to phrase this closing question to you this way. What would day-to-day life here in the United States be if tomorrow morning we woke up and there was no National Weather Service?
I think it would be chaos. If you think about how much of our economy and daily life is tied directly to the weather, and the way you see that most succinctly is being in the checkout line at the grocery store, because everybody's talking about it. You have to know what's going on with the weather if you're going to react to the real world. Everything from our transportation to our agriculture to daily life in general revolves around the ability to understand how nature, how the atmosphere is going to impact us over the next several days. Without the National Weather Service, I think we would be way, way behind in where we are right now.
We again thank Tom for his time, and to all of the folks at the National Weather Service who continue to keep us safe each and every day. We can't thank you enough. And to you at home, thanks for joining us for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. For all of us, I'm James Brierton in Matthews, North Carolina. We'll see you again real soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. We're going to be talking space with our good friend Tony Rice, NASA ambassador, also a contributor for WRAL in Raleigh. So Tony is our resident person that we go to, and we have space questions. There's some really cool things going on with this Mars launch. We also have some loon balloons. You may have seen some pictures floating around on social media over the last couple of days or weeks, and we're going to talk a little bit about that as well throughout the program. But Tony, we have this mission. I think originally this Mars mission was scheduled to go off June 20th, right around that date. It's since then been pushed back a few days. So can you tell us a little bit about the mission itself? Well, what are we trying to accomplish as we head off to Mars?
So this is a
was originally called the Mars 2020 rover, and it's a follow-on to the Mars rover you would know as Curiosity. So it's about the size of a minivan, a little bit smaller than that. And its purpose is to go out there and find basically what happened to Mars. It's going to work in concert with obviously Curiosity and all the other assets that are out there at Mars, the orbiters that are studying the atmosphere, that are taking those fantastic pictures that we see of Mars. But it's a very similar rover to Curiosity. It's using the same spacecraft bus. And that's the body of the spacecraft, the wheels, the mobility system, all the computers, all the communication systems. But the really exciting thing about these spacecraft and about these missions are the instruments. So I think of this as like Curiosity 2.0. It has a lot of some of the same instruments that Curiosity did, but they've been upgraded. They've got a little more capability to them. We've learned a lot as we've had Curiosity on the surface of Mars for so many years. We've also added a couple of new ones. I'm sure we'll get into some of the more exciting ones there, but the ones I know that the one instrument, my favorite one, that I know is going to be your favorite as well, is called MEDA. It stands for Mars Environmental Dynamics Analyzer. And I'm really looking forward to MEDA getting on the surface of Mars. It's about a 12-pound instrument. It's chewing up a whole 17 watts of power. You have to really budget your power up there. Curiosity and this new 2020 rover are going to both be both powered by a nuclear power source. We don't have to worry about any of the solar panels being covered in all that Martian dust and causing us problems there. But the deal with MEDA is it's going to be capturing information about air temperature, ground temperature, radiation. We've got a dust sensor that's on there as well, so we can help study those dust storms. If you saw The Martian with Matt Damon, did a pretty good job of showing what dust storms can be like there. The beginning of the movie was a little fantastic, and we don't quite get wind speeds like that, or at least we don't have enough volume in the atmosphere to produce some of the things we're talking about there. We're going to put relative humidity. We'll be able to measure that as well. There's a thermal infrared sensor on there, and there's wind sensors as well. And the wind sensors are kind of interesting. There is wind on Mars. We're getting information about winds from another mission that is on the surface of Mars right now called InSight. It is not a rover. It is a lander, so it stays stationary. It can measure whatever atmosphere comes to it and the column of air above it. So we are seeing winds there that are a little bit higher speed than we expected. You wouldn't be able to feel them, though, because the volume of air there is so little.
So Tony, there's this new device that's coming with Perseverance that I literally just found about in the last 5 minutes. So it's going to be some type of helicopter drone deployment. Tell us about that and how that works in an atmosphere that's a lot thinner than ours.
Yeah, that's going to be the really interesting thing, is how you get lift in such a thin atmosphere. The Mars atmosphere is about 1/100th that of Earth's. So it's very, very, very thin. Sorry, not 100th, 1,000th that of Earth's. Very, very thin. But the drone itself, the helicopter itself, has pretty wide blades, and it's going to be spinning really, really, really fast. So don't think drone like the drones that we know here on Earth. It's not going to be sitting up there and hovering for a good amount of time. It's going to take hops. And its purpose, number one, is a technology demonstrator. It'll be the first time we've ever flown on another planet. That's pretty exciting unto itself. But it's not just a technology demonstrator. It's going to be providing valuable information to the team that is driving this rover. And yes, there are rover drivers. They sit in California. They're sitting at home right now because they're able to VPN in and talk to the rover that way. But their technical term, or their technical title, is rover planners. They're doing exactly that. They're planning what drives need to occur during that day to put the rover in a position to do the science. So this helicopter is going to help out with that a little bit. It's mounted on the underside of the rover, so after the rover lands and everything's checked out, the rover will deploy the helicopter, we'll drive off of it, and then we'll be able to take the helicopter off and move it about. It's going to serve as a form of scout for the geologists. It's going to help us move ahead and make some good decisions about where to move the rover to in order to do some good science.
Now, Tony, I have a question as far as like, I've always wondered the signal, right? So these are being operated remote control a lot of the times. I know there's some automated processes on site that the rovers would do to correct maybe a rock in the way or something. But how long does the signal take to get to the rover as you're steering it? Now, the radio waves travel at the same speed of light, or I mean, what's the difference in
right at light speed?
How much time?
So it varies throughout our year and the Mars year. Mars year is roughly about 18 months. So it's anywhere from about 10 minutes to more than 30 minutes. So when I mentioned somebody that's driving the rover, you might have this picture in your head of a steering wheel and a gas and a brake. Absolutely not that. It's sending commands for the rover to act on at a later date.
Another function of this robot is that it's going to be collecting samples on the surface and to be later taken back to Earth and studied here. How will that work? How is it going to get back to Earth?
To be determined. So there is going to be a caching capability where samples that are first studied by Curiosity are going to be packaged in a way that they can be picked up at a later date and brought back to Earth. We're not quite ready to put boots on Mars yet. That's a goal, but it's a goal that's pretty far into the future. As a step between now and putting boots on Mars, a robotic mission that could pick up those cache samples and bring them back. Why not just go and pick up random samples and bring them back? Why bring these that have been studied by the Perseverance rover, by the 2020 rover? To be able to do additional study on something that's already been studied by a robot is just going to give us a ton of information that we can apply to other studies that have been going on there for years and years, I mean, on back into the Viking days, back in the 70s. So that's why it's being done that way. How it's actually going to happen, there's a lot of different ideas about that. One of the biggest challenges there is how you have enough energy to launch from Mars and get back to Earth. How do you do that? And there's different theories on how that might happen. Do you bring enough fuel with you to be able to get back? Do you use the Martian soil as a source for energy and construct fuel that way? Lots of different ideas. It's being worked on, but step one is to gather those samples and leave them behind so that they can be returned.
In our relentless pursuit for life on other planets, we look at water and potential for water. We've seen pictures of icing on the poles, a type of icing, not as we would know it, but what is the evidence for water on Mars and maybe some of the past evidence that shows you there could have been water flowing? Has there been anything presented in some of the latest information?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the icing that you're seeing on the poles happens every Martian winter. And you can actually see it with a backyard telescope if you look at the right time. We see it on both the North and the South Pole. What you're seeing there is actually CO2 ice. It's actually carbon dioxide. And the poles get, those ice caps on the poles, they get larger and they get smaller according to the season. And we can see that in Curiosity's air pressure sensors. As that carbon dioxide transfers from a solid phase into a gas phase, it adds to the atmosphere. And we'll see atmospheric pressure go up during the summer months. And then it precipitates down, actually snows, dry ice on the poles during the winter months when it gets colder. Mars has seasons because it has an axial tilt, just as Earth has an axial tilt. It's very, very similar. But as far as evidence for water is concerned, it's really in the geology. The geology is, it tells us the story of what happened in the past on Mars. Where we landed Curiosity was an area that was formerly the bottom of a large river system. It was at the bottom of an alluvial fan, and that's kind of a funnel-shaped pattern. If you've ever seen satellite photos, color satellite photos of the Mississippi River Delta as it dumps out into the Gulf of Mexico. You see that triangle. That's all that sediment that's been collected up along the Mississippi River. Well, that's the Martian version of, or we landed on the Martian version of that. It's all dry there now. We're not seeing evidence of liquid water, but we're seeing the geologic evidence of it. So one of the very first photos that came back from Curiosity after it landed was of these rounded pebbles. Those don't form round. Those are rounded as a part of a water process that's picking up and moving them along and rounding them off. And we found lots and lots of that. So through study of the geology and the chemistry of those rocks as well, that's what told us that it was fresh water, determined that the area that Curiosity landed in was probably about knee deep in water a couple million years ago. The idea that Mars was once a very different place and a lot wetter and perhaps a lot greener, that is one of the things that Curiosity found pretty quickly after its landing time.
Tony, looking at some of the points here for the mission, two of them kind of really piqued my interest. It says this is the first leg of a round trip to Mars, and then after that it's also talking about how this could actually pave the way for future human missions to the moon and to Mars. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, every time we put something on another planet, we learn a lot about it. And the road to putting boots on Mars, it's a long one. But even what we're planning on doing around the moon, coming up with the Artemis mission, is going to teach us a lot about that. Being able to live potentially off some of the resources on the moon will teach us a lot about that. We got to really understand the chemistry and the makeup of the Martian surface to be able to have people live there.
I think that's really interesting. You know, we've always heard about people going to Mars, but this actually could be some small steps for that. And I also seen there's going to be like 19 cameras on this that we're going to be able to kind of follow along with the mission.
Yeah, there's a bunch of HD cameras on Curiosity. We got even more on Perseverance. I've mentioned the name a couple of times. I need to tell you the story about Perseverance. So for the longest time, it was called the Mars 2020 rover. NASA's really terrible at naming things. You give NASA engineers and scientists the opportunity to name something, and they're going to give it an acronym. They're going to give it something boring. You know, maybe it'll be a backronym that actually spells something that you can pronounce. But the cool names, those always come from the kids. So Curiosity was named by a little girl in Iowa, who by the time it launched, she was a lot older than that. She actually went on to be, I believe, an environmental scientist. So she got a lot out of that experience. Perseverance was named by a young man up in Northern Virginia, and I was on the team that helped review a lot of the submissions that came in. They had to come up with a name, and they had to come up with a couple of paragraphs about why they chose that. And I can't recall if I read so many of them. I can't recall if Perseverance was among that. But some of the ones I read were pretty out there. I'm glad they picked Perseverance. We tend to call it Percy. So if you hear talking about the Percy rover, that's what we're talking about.
Speaking of Mars, I know you run a Mars weather page on Twitter. I know you kind of keep up with some of the stuff, so we thought it'd be kind of cool to tie in Mars weather, your Twitter page. What all you monitor? How do you get that information? How do you provide Mars weather forecast and observations?
So we don't forecast yet. We're hoping to have enough data here one day that we can start having a forecasting product. We'll certainly need something like that once we get those boots on Mars. But right now it focuses on the InSight mission. It's pulling data down close to daily. There's a lot of data that has to come down, and unfortunately the weather data sometimes gets pushed to the back if there's images or things like that that the science team needs right away, especially when we were working with InSight trying to get a temperature probe to finally be pushed into the Martian soil there. I think everybody that's ever put a spade into the ground in the Carolinas knows what that clay's like. So it was dealing with some of that same problem up on Mars. Those images that were helping them understand that problem, those took precedent. But anyway, we do see data come down from InSight, and that is delivered through the same mechanism that all those pictures are delivered through. It's called the Deep Space Network. Generally, most of these, both the rovers and this InSight mission, have the ability to communicate straight back to Earth, but they don't tend to do that. They tend to upload the images and other data every time an orbiter goes over. And that orbiter acts like a router, store and forward that information once it sees Earth again. It's a little faster that way, and there's a little more bandwidth. But we see that data come down. I know she just popped that up. So we see temperature data. We see air pressure. I find air pressure to be some of the most interesting there. And then we see wind data as well. So the last one that came up was from Sol 566, and Sol is a day on Mars, and that equates back to the 29th of June. It's the last time we saw something from it. As you can see there, the low was 25, the high was 25, the low was 126 below zero, and these are both Fahrenheit. And each day on this Mars weather Twitter, it goes and randomly picks a city somewhere, and Clayton just happened to be picked up there last time it was doing a comparison. You can see the comparison there, but again, the most interesting comparison in my mind is the pressure. So, we're seeing about 1,012 hectopascals, which I think equates to millibars. You guys keep me honest there. That's what y'all speak in.
Yes.
And that on Mars is about 7.7 hectopascals. That's one of our biggest challenges on Mars, is the lack of atmosphere. It's just really, really, really thin there, and it continues to be stripped away by the solar winds. And that's not.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Anytime soon, perhaps ever.
So I guess there's really no wind chill there. I mean, I'm looking 25 degrees with 37 mile per hour wind gusts. That's not really a wind chill there then.
Yeah, not too bad. We do see temperatures go above freezing there. It does happen.
Yeah. So Tony, I mean, obviously you're not using tri-cup anemometers or RM Youngs. I mean, how is this? How is wind speed capture? Is it using like Venturi effect, or you're consolidating the air into a point, or how is that measured exactly?
So the thing to look up is an instrument called a hot dice. It is a couple of basically electrodes that are exposed out there and are measuring differentials. They are without moving parts. That's really, really important when you've got a robot out there that you can't go service. There is no Home Depot on Mars to go get spare parts.
Well, you said one last thing. You kind of mentioned that it does get above freezing on Mars. What if you could just real briefly speak to the general temperature range? How cold does it get in winter? How warm does it get in summer?
Now, we're talking around -200 Fahrenheit with the lows. And during the summer, most of the time we're talking in the average temperature there is hovering around -80, -100.
I just think it's cool. I just think it's cool you have a mesonet on Mars.
We do. We got 2 of them now, about to put a 3rd.
I've heard that there's a team already being picked to possibly go to Mars by as late as, 2028 or 2030? Is that correct?
I will make no comments on when we're going to Mars. You're not going to trick me into that.
I had to try.
There's a lot that needs to be done, and each one of these missions, be they robotic or be they human up to the International Space Station, or once we get Artemis off the ground and have a gateway to the moon, each one of those, it may not seem like it's getting us closer to Mars, but we learn something from each one of them that can be applicable. And when that actually happens, I hope it happens soon, but it's a long road.
Tony, shifting gears, one of the things that I spotted on Flight Tracker this week, and I think several of the people here in the Carolinas have, were alongside all of the little cute icons for airplanes, these circular balloon icons for the Loon Balloon Project. Tell us about it. I understand you're familiar with it, and I think it caught a lot of us flight trackers off guard maybe a little bit, but also people screaming UFOs in the sky as these things were passing overhead.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that, wasn't there? Yeah, it's something that I got to learn a little bit about the other night. So in addition to talking with you fine folks, I've got about 350 meteorologists around the country that I'm in contact with on a regular basis. I try to give them information about the what's visible in the sky, usually planets, usually comets, meteor showers, things like that. But I am perfectly happy to get a "what's this thing in the sky" question when it's something in our atmosphere. And that's what happened. I forget what day was it. Was it Tuesday night?
Yeah, that sounds maybe Monday. I mean, depending on where you were, right? These things went right over Greensboro, down towards Fayetteville, then out towar's Charleston. So it was kind of a separate day.
I first got looking at these things. It was Tim Buckley at WFMY in Greensboro. I get a text from him and it says, "There's this white dot in the sky. What do you know about it?" What? And I looked at it and immediately thought it was a balloon. An unmoving white dot in the sky, especially that high up, is going to tend to be a balloon. It's so high up it doesn't appear to be moving at all. These balloons are operating with between 50,000 and 60,000 feet. So as you mentioned, as part of Project Loon, we came to understand, which is a project that is, I want to make sure I get the relationship correct here. Google and Loon are subsidiaries of the same parent company, which is called Alphabet. It's all business spin-off nonsense, but anyway, they're looking to provide, as I understand it, internet connectivity in areas that don't get it, which I think is great. I think they're pushing to have like 1 megabit ability. There's an antenna that you have to have outside, and it's going to be a network of balloons, not unlike SpaceX's Starlink project, that talk to each other and serve as an uplink downlink network. But as I understand it, they're in a testing phase. I think their launch site is up in northern Arizona somewhere. I'm sorry, northern Nevada. And these particular balloons that floated over the Carolinas, there was 4 that were visible here around the Triangle area, and up in the Triad around Greensboro, they were visible there as well. If you think about 50,000 feet, you think about that circle that you draw around something like that, it's visible for a good amount of space. So we dug into it. It's funny that you saw it on flight radar first, because everybody else saw it in the sky first. We go outside from time to time.
We didn't get the direct overhead pass here in Charlotte.
Yeah, you did have one float a little bit near you. There was one that went on out over Asheville, out over Cherokee, and ended up in Alabama the last time I saw it. The ones that we saw around Greensboro, as I understand them, they floated out directly south off the coast of Charleston and ultimately Jacksonville. But I went and looked just out of curiosity. Once I found out that they were trackable through flight radar, wrote a little script that went up to use one of the APIs of one of those radar tracking sites, or those flight tracking sites. I found 32 of them around the world.
Wow.
I found actually 33 over Australia, the Congo, Kenya, Zambia, Peru. I'm looking at my list here right now. There's a bunch out east of Madagascar and one off Peru. And then we had the couple here that had floated down from Canada, down across Ohio, West Virginia, and into the Carolinas.
Hey, they could be pretty scary if you don't know what they are. I had one other question, and then it sounds like Shay has one too. I'm curious, Tony, in your reading, besides the application of using them to provide internet to rural places that maybe aren't tethered on the ground, have you seen any discussion of an application to use them in storm response when a network might be wiped out due to a natural disaster?
I believe they actually used them for that purpose after, I want to say it was in 2017, but with that pair of storms that went over Puerto Rico. They did some releases from Puerto Rico. If you go on one of the flight tracking websites, I think it might have been Flight Radar 24, don't quote me on that, but there's a blog post on there about them tracking many of these things during some of those storm responses. And providing that kind of connectivity to folks that they may not have power, but they probably have a way to charge phones. To figure out how to do that, it takes a little while to get that infrastructure back up for cellular service. So being able to do that with a balloon is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Tony. I know that when some of our Mets with WeatherFlow, we met and talked about it several years ago when Google was partnering with them. Now they're partnered with HAPS Mobile. And they provide LTE connectivity to these countries, these third world countries, or other countries that lose connectivity during natural disasters. Peru, 2019 was a prime example of where Project Loon was utilized to get LTE connectivity for authorities to get their internet settings back up and for folks to get some LTE receptions on their phones and whatnot. So it's pretty interesting. I didn't know that there were that many balloons, but I know that they started this off back in 2013, where they did their first test flight around the world. So things have kind of progressed over time. Do you see this as being a permanent solution?
I don't know. Not my area of expertise, but I think it's great that we're able to provide that kind of functionality there. One concern I've got, though, is that these things are helium-based. And helium is something that is in short supply right now. I mean, if you were to go to one of the party stores and try to get helium balloons, you probably couldn't do it. Helium is a very important gas in the space industry. It's used for cleanly purging cylinders and spheres and things like that. So we need it for lots of different things. I hope they can find another lifting gas other than helium, because it is a neat and useful project. But I hope they don't use up too much helium doing it. One other thought on it too is, while we're up there hanging around for days and days at a time at 50, 60,000 feet, sure would be nice to get some weather instruments up there too, some atmospheric instruments, and be able to send some of that data down from that close to the stratosphere.
Sure, I know Boeing's doing that with the unmanned craft that flies for weeks and months at a time on solar energy. And I think when I read on Loon's website that they have their partnership with HAPS Mobile, they have test flight. They've done all their they've rolled out their new unmanned craft that goes out. So that may be the solution to what they're looking for. Instead of having balloons anymore, they're going to have unmanned planes going up that just circle around.
We've lost a lot of data from the grounding of commercial airliners too during the COVID situation. It's amazing how much data we were getting from those. That's closer to 30,000 feet, but it really filled in a lot of those gaps the radio songs were providing.
In the past, we've talked about the radio songs that you just mentioned. Could you maybe compare and contrast these Loon balloons with a typical weather balloon, because they have very different lifetimes, obviously, and different purposes?
Different lifetimes, quite a bit larger, and if you find the images of the Loon launch site, I was looking at that the other day. They got some permanent structures out there, and they're building some larger ones as well, just to be able to handle launching these things, because they are so significantly large. And they do get much bigger as they go up into the atmosphere and the air pressure goes down. So most folks that I saw report them or share pictures of them describe them as looking like big jellyfish. It's a kind of a silvery looking material, very, very large. It's not as spherical as a weather balloon looks. Those are, you guys are the experts here. I think they're made of some sort of a latex material, but it's very opaque. Where these are almost like translucent appearance. They're much, much larger, and the volume of lifting gases that they put in there is very, very different too.
So these balloons don't explode at 70,000, or they aren't even meant necessarily to go up to 100,000, like a typical weather balloon.
They aren't. They hang out between 50,000 to 60,000 feet. I think a lot of what the research is doing right now is to understand how the steering winds up there work, how viable this is to provide, how wide a coverage that they can provide, how the jet stream changes in the jet stream and other things like that are going to affect their coverage. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of it. And as you mentioned, we can go on these flight tracking websites and look at them. If you go in and you enter HBAL and a 3-digit number, you might just find one.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate you being with us tonight to talk about the Mars mission and the Loon balloons, and we definitely appreciate your time. If folks want to follow you again on Twitter, how can they do that?
So my personal account is RTP Hokie, Hokie, And if you are interested in Mars weather, the Mars WX report.
Can also find you on WRAL as a contributor and the Weather Brains, right? You're still doing the recorded version?
Still doing the recorded version. It's every Monday night we're putting that out, and I try to put something different out every week that's usually space related. Every once in a while we'll add in some other weathery stuff in there too.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate your time, and if you're watching tonight and you want to know more about the Mars launch, we'll probably be airing those towards the end of the month as we get into with our friends at NASA TV. I'm sure we'll be doing some more events surrounded by that mission and that launch. So stay tuned with that, and we appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group. Until next time, we hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you on the next Carolina Weather Group episode. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the Wednesday, April 8th, 2020 edition of our little weather get-together. We hope you are all staying safe out there. Tonight we're going to be talking about storm chasing and COVID-19. We know that the pandemic is ongoing throughout the United States, and we are entering severe weather season. So we're going to talk to some storm chasers tonight, some familiar faces and some new faces. We want to welcome in Kevin Smith. He's with the National Weather Service in Pocatello, Idaho. We have on with us Tim Marshall, storm chaser, meteorologist, and engineer. If you are familiar with the weather community, you know Tim goes out and performs damage surveys after these big tornado events. So happy to have Tim on and let him talk a little bit about that towards the end of the show. And our good friend Mike Olubinski is with us. He's back with this storm chaser, videographer, located out in Arizona and goes out throughout the plains throughout the storm season, capturing all the sounds and the sights of tornadoes and severe weather. So we're happy to have Tim and Mike and Kevin on with us. We may be joined by an additional guest later on in the program. But bring in our guests. I want to bring in Tim Marshall, Michael Levinsky, and Kevin Smith with us tonight. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. We're happy to have you. How's everyone doing this evening?
I'm still alive.
Well, that's good. We like to hear that.
Doing
Tim,
great. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, Mike.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Tim, we'll start with you. You are in Texas right now. Tell us a little bit for your first-time guest. So tell us a little bit about your weather history, your weather background, how you got caught up in this crazy weather community that we're all involved in.
Yeah, we've come a long way, haven't we? Many, many years. Well, I've always been interested in the weather. Ever since I was small, I really kept weather records in my house. My parents asked me what I wanted for Christmas. I told them a barometer. They said, "What's that?" And I go, "It's a device that measures barometric pressure, air pressure." And I got a barometer, so I kept daily records. I wrote to TV weatherman. They wrote me back in those days. And then Ted Fujita was at the University of Chicago, and I was in a suburb of Chicago, Oak Lawn. I got hit by a F4 tornado on April 21, 1967. I was about 9 or 10. And I knew right then and there I wanted to study tornadoes the rest of my life and figure out what these things are. And I didn't realize at that time I was going to chase them down, but that came later. But I wanted to go to school and learn about tornadoes, and that's what I did.
That's awesome. And Tim, we want to get more into what you do after the tornado later on in the show. Let's bring in Kevin Smith. He's with the National Weather Service in Idaho. Kevin, currently in Idaho, but you also have some ties here to North Carolina. Tell us a little bit about you.
Yeah, so great to be on, and thanks for having me on the show tonight. So grew up in central New York, Syracuse area, right in the middle of New York State, and right on the edge of the lake effect snow belts, which might have helped spur a little bit of my early interest in the weather. And I'm not really sure what really got me into it. You know, a lot of people have stories of a big tornado or a big storm or some trigger for them that really launched them into their meteorology careers, their storm chasing careers and whatnot. And not sure really what it was for me, but ever since elementary school, knew I wanted to be a meteorologist and was particularly interested in the National Weather Service. just for the public service side, public protection side of everything. So went to college down in NC State, Raleigh. So there's my connection to North Carolina. Started in 2007, working on my meteorology degree, and was there for 4 or 5 years. So, got to know a lot of great people down there. And Dan Whitaker and I believe we met possibly doing some local chasing back during that time when I was in college. Got some exposure at the Raleigh Weather Service office, doing some volunteer work there, whatnot, and got involved in the ham radio side of weather spotting and the Skywarn programs there in Central North Carolina as well. And so graduated in 2012, and just like a lot of people are facing, very competitive these days to get into the National Weather Service. And it took several years of applying and kind of refining my credentials and gaining some more experience in different areas. And during that time, I spent some time actually firefighting and doing private security as my paid job during that period. So a little bit of a break, and then was able to get a job offer at the National Weather Service out here in Pocatello, Idaho, just a little over 3 years ago. And I've been out here ever since.
Do you know one of my best friends out there?
I'm sorry?
Do you know one of my best friends out there, Jeff Hedges?
Yes. Jeff was there when I first started. He's retired now, but I was able to work with him for, I believe, a little bit over a year out there.
Yeah, Jeff and I went to school together at NIU.
Yeah, so small, tight-knit community in this meteorology world we live in.
Yep.
So, and I have about 12 or 13 years of storm chasing experience as well that I've continued on the side. So.
Do you know Elizabeth Padian?
I have met her. I believe she is or was working at the Boise Weather Service office. And I've met
Boise.
Her.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, yeah. I shot her wedding like years ago, and she was always, she said she was up from one of those offices, and for some reason, Pocatello always seemed to be where she was from or something in my head. So that's why I remember.
Yeah. No, I have met her as well.
Well, Mike, I'm going to start off with first question for you. Our guests may remember you from December. But I want to ask all three of you guys your different roles. Each one of you have a different role in storm chasing, a different agenda, idea of what you want to do. So, Mike, I'll start with you. Kind of tell us, you live in Arizona, so you make the trek out to the plains every year. Kind of tell us about the role that you want as you're out storm chasing.
I was just talking to someone today. They were saying something about, I bet you'd probably still go chasing if you didn't have a camera. And I was like, I don't know. Like, I would love to watch a storm if I didn't have a camera, but chasing it and going out to the plains and all that stuff, my big thing is I love to capture that stuff. Photos, time lapse, and share that stuff. That's kind of what, drives me. So my whole kind of motivation every year is to go out and do that. And it's, my job has kind of evolved since I've been, started doing this over 10 years ago out here. And I'm, from Arizona, we get amazing monsoon thunderstorms. And that's what I grew up loving out here, was lightning and dust storms and all that. And so, of course, once I saw a supercell and a tornado, I was like, well, that's the next best thing. So, but my job has kind of evolved where I'm out there mainly for me to get footage, but I've also turned into taking people along on tours. I kind of, do more like, I guess I would kind of call them private tours, where there's 1 or 2 or 3 people coming along, try to keep them small because I still want to get, the footage I want to get. And we've also played guide to having some people follow us that want to get the same kind of footage that we're getting. And we're definitely, when I say we, I mean, sometimes I have my buddy Brett ride along or me by myself, but we, we kind of have a different mindset. I know Tim, a lot of these guys are right under the tornado. They want to get close up footage. They're getting the damage. They're getting all the crazy stuff. And we're usually in front of it because we want to stay out of the rain and the hail because we want to capture these images. So the footage we're getting is a little bit of a different type than what other people get, but it's a heck of a lot of fun, and hoping, badly that I will be able to get some more this spring.
I'll bring in Brett Adair. He's joining us. I think he's actually out in the field right now, doing a little bit of chasing. Brett, a guest of our show, so if you've been following us, you've seen Brett before. Brett, you do live storm media, doing some stuff for Weather Nation. What's your objective? What's your goal as you go out in the field and chase?
The number one objective has been a report. Obviously, we want to get in front of these storms and, in some cases get close and others maybe not so close. Today, the objective was we had some inverted V type soundings earlier in the day. So we knew hail and damaging winds were going to be the key elements and components for earlier today. So we did a little chasing in the severe thunderstorm watch down in Alabama just to do a little bit of reporting if we had anything. Now we're shifting into nighttime mode where we're moving up I-65 north of Birmingham headed toward Huntsville. And we're going to go up and see if we can't, confirm anything that might happen. We got increasing shear in the overnight hours, and we're still really unstable. 2,000 to 3,000 cape out here as these storms push out of Tennessee and Arkansas. So we're going to be doing anything that we can to confirm any type of damage and see if we get any wind or hail reports up here.
And so we know chasing kind of a different scenario this year with the coronavirus going on. Maybe some different rules, perspectives coming through. Tim Marshall, I know you was able to head up to Jonesboro, Arkansas. We'll talk a little bit about that later on. But as you're out in the field, what is your guidelines, or what are you wanting to look for as you're out in the field?
Well, we've had to change
now.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, go ahead. Now, right now, I am on this EF scale committee, and what we try to do is get pictures of certain buildings that are damaged by tornadoes. So that's my mission, and that's why I was in Nashville, I was in Jonesboro and Dallas, looking for these specific damage indicators, as we call them, and get photos of that. We have plenty of photos of damaged houses and manufactured homes. What we want to do is look at more details, like your Walgreens and your cantilever lights that we have, street lights, those kinds of things that we need photos for. So that's what I'm doing.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Yes. Get specific photographs.
Awesome. That's some great perspective there. Some good information that we get from your storm surveys. Dan, I know you friends with Kevin, and maybe you guys can kind of talk about that side of the conversation tonight.
Right. Yeah, definitely. So it's nice to have a great round view of perspectives here of all the different types of chasing that the people here do, as well as the professional associations with their job in storm chasing. It's one of the perspectives that I thought was really important to have tonight was bringing on Kevin Smith, who's a meteorologist at the National Weather Service. I've known Kevin for a while. We've ran in storms together. We've in North Carolina, we both would end up on some of the same storms as we were chasing it. He's always been someone who has thought very critically to spotter reports and reports to be used for the National Weather Service. So that being said, kind of, Kevin, what do you think, just for you to speak to it, your overall kind of perspective on storm reports and the importance of those and how those are used for the National Weather Service? What's kind of your history and your, where you feel that importance lies with those reports?
Yeah. So going back to before I was in the Weather Service, my focus chasing has always been on reporting. And I know, we all chase for different reasons. There's research applications, there's chasing with tour groups as a means of making money and whatnot. Obviously, a lot of research going on and whatnot, people looking for photos and videos. My focus has always been on the public reporting side, just because I knew back in the day that it had a lot of importance for the local weather service offices. And I'm also personally very driven by things that help people. So putting on my weather service hat, now that I'm working out in Pocatello, spotter reports are huge. And, there's this distinction. There's skywarn spotters, there's storm chasers. A lot of people kind of put them in two different bins. And there is a difference. Spotters are usually going about their daily life and just when they happen to come across something, when they happen to see something going on in their neighborhood or on the way to work or on the way to their family, they'll go ahead and report that. Whereas chasers put more time and money into following storms over great distances, counties and states and whatnot. And again, sometimes for different reasons. So from the Weather Service perspective, ground truth reports are huge. They are not going away. The importance of spotter reports are not going away. We talk about all these great advances these days in radar technology dual pole radar, phased array radar. We have satellite imagery that's incredible resolution now with even 1 minute updates if we want that type of data during severe weather. And even with these advances, there's nothing that's come along, and probably nothing that's going to come along in any of our lifetimes, that's going to replace ground truth reports. So the Skywarn program, the practice of calling in reports, whether it's to the media or directly to the Weather Service offices, remains incredibly important for our operations at the Weather Service. And I think that's going to remain incredibly important going forward, even with the advances.
Well, thanks for explaining that really well. I guess kind of the purpose of tonight's conversation, how everything kind of comes back around, is how things are going to change this storm season with the threat of coronavirus and the way things are going this storm season already. And hopefully that changes in a few weeks or a month, and staying ultra optimistic that by late May or June things will be a lot closer to where they were, before all of this. But that's just the optimistic storm chaser in me. All that being said, I think one of the important things is, what if we're talking 5 years from now and we're looking back at this storm season, what are going to be the biggest takeaways? What are the most important things that may have happened weather-wise from a lot of people staying home, from a lot of research potentially being halted. So that being said, Kevin, kind of back to you about this reporting, just kind of starting there, as we're all trying to make sense of severe weather and try and figure out the best way to make sense of ground reports and get those in. How do you think that might be affected this storm season?
Part of our security is that we just have. It's really hard to tell. So obviously, and probably everyone on this panel is aware, there's a lot of debate right now going on among the spotter community, storm chaser community on to chase or not to chase, and CDC guidelines, and how is the overall season going to be impacted? With everything going on with COVID. In terms of the reports that are streaming into the Weather Service offices, it's hard to tell. We get a lot of reports from the local spotters in each CWA, so each county warning area, the area that each Weather Service office is in charge of in terms of forecasting and warning operations. I don't speculate that would change significantly, particularly with a lot of people at home. Our spotters that usually call in reports are hopefully going to continue to call in reports throughout the pandemic, as long as they can do so safely. In terms of maybe having less chasers out in the field, it's really hard to speculate on that. Whether that's going to have an impact on the overall verification process or just the amount of reports that are coming in. Officially, from the Weather Service standpoint, we strongly recommend everyone to follow all the CDC guidelines and all the local guidelines related to the pandemic. That's kind of a first priority before we get into, I need to report the wall cloud. But outside of that, pandemic or no pandemic, we want those ground truth reports whenever they can be sent.
Kevin, one of the things that you said that stuck with me was the importance that in normal times, these observations can provide to you guys at the National Weather Service. I'd like to have you speak a little bit more to that in just a second, but what I'd like to do to kind of draw a parallel between the two conversations we're having is play a sound clip today from here in Charlotte, North Carolina, where Mecklenburg County Health Director Gibby Harris actually drew a line between what hurricane forecasting is like and what trying to forecast the coronavirus is like, and it plays off of exactly what I think you were just talking about how today's observations determine tomorrow's forecast. This runs about a minute. It's a little long, but I want to let our weather-centric audience hear this sound.
We have built the modeling that we're using in this community based on methods that were developed by a team of researchers at the University of Pennsylvania. The CDC has also used this model. We're working with our partners at Atrium and Novant, and it requires data from all three of our systems to run these models. We've adjusted the models with our local data and are monitoring the projections daily. Every time we put in new data and adjust the assumptions based on what we're seeing in our community, the forecasts can shift. These models are not unlike what you see when we have a hurricane. When you see models from a hurricane, you see where the hurricane is, and then the cone that goes out from the hurricane. That means that it could happen anywhere within that cone based on the modeling that they're able to do. And the further you go out with the modeling, the wider that cone becomes. That's what we're dealing with in this situation. We have limited data, and we're using what we're seeing in other communities to help us with that modeling. But you have to know that this is a moving target for us, and we're doing the best we can with what we have.
So, Kevin, those observations, whether they come from humans or machinery, really do play a role in the weather world to help with tomorrow's forecasting. Is that right?
That's right, yes. And I think we're padded a little bit as far as spotter reports go. And what I mean by that is, obviously, when we're reducing weather balloon launches, which are directly inputted into the models that we use, if we're reducing observations coming from aircraft, because air travel is down so much right now with the pandemic going on. Things like that are direct inputs into the weather models are going to have a pretty clear and documented impact, I think, on some of the accuracy and just the performance of the overall model. When we circle back around to ground truth reports from spotters and from storm chasers, again, it's hard to ascertain. We're not plugging a spotter report or a chaser report directly into a model. And again, with the majority of spotters being on the spotter end of that spectrum and reporting from home, reporting from work, again, we're hoping that we don't see a big reduction in those types of reports coming in during the pandemic. But I can think of multiple examples all the way back to high school when I was a spotter back in high school. And then I kind of started to stray more and more into storm chasing as we went into college and then my adult life so far. There's a lot of different examples I can think of where actions were taken by the Weather Service immediately based on my report. And that's a really great feeling. As far as, we know spotter reports are valuable. I'm telling you they're valuable right now as a Weather Service employee. But being able to see that in real time. So, for example, back in Cicero, New York, just north of the Syracuse area, called in my rain gauge observation one day. This was back, I believe, toward the end of high school, and said, hey, we've had a thunderstorm. Our total accumulation over the last 45 minutes was measured as this much. And this is what I'm seeing in terms of minor flooding around the neighborhood. And within 3 minutes, an urban and small stream flood advisory was issued. And when you read into the text of the advisory, it said, at such and such a time, a trained weather spotter reported this much rain fell in 45 minutes. The weather spotter reported there is street flooding in Cicero. And multiple examples like that over my time as a spotter, where you can see that direct effect that report has. So I think it's kind of in a different category. Regardless of how the weather models are responding to changes in the data inputs right now due to the pandemic, I think spotting is always valuable. Calling in reports, whether you're a spotter or chaser, is always valuable, pandemic or no pandemic, and hopefully that's going to continue uninterrupted as we go forward this year.
Hey, Kevin, one more question for you before we move over to Brett, Mike, and Tim. As a forecaster at the National Weather Service, if come May, some of these stay-at-home orders haven't been repealed and we can't get storm spotters out in the field, how will that affect the warning process?
Yeah, so again, hard to say. I think the majority, my impression from my experience is the majority of our local Skywarn spotters that report into each Weather Service office, again, are local. And so I don't think there's going to be a huge interruption in general in terms of their ability to report what they're seeing in their backyard, the type of weather that's impacting their neighborhood and whatnot. And again, it's hard to categorize, if people are not going out as much as they would, if some of the local spotters are not driving the neighborhood looking for damage, maybe because of the pandemic, or if we're cutting down on the chaser presence out in the field, just from the storm chasers, whether they're local or coming in from another state. It's very hard to tell what type of impact that would have. But the final thought on that, again, is whether you're a storm chaser, whether you're a spotter, whether you're someone looking to get involved in that process, these reports matter a lot. We use them every single high impact weather event and operations at all the Weather Service offices, and it's a great thing to get involved in. And if you want me to at some point, I can speak a little bit more to that and how to get involved as well.
Yeah, actually, Kevin, near the end of, after we talk about some more things, we'll be talking about that specifically. And for any of the listeners, it would be great for us to give them things to do they can that they can do from home to become involved with better reporting and stuff like that. So we'll be actually speaking to that. I think it's a great and very useful thing that we can all kind of try and figure out what we can all do while we stay at home. So, but over to you, Brett. You're out in the car. You're pursuing storms right now. Just as a kind of overall question, what is so important about today and about what you're doing that you're in the car and following these storms right now? What from a media perspective and from a meteorologist's perspective is the reason you're out there, and why is that so important?
Yeah, Dan, I mean, it's one of those situations where now, some people are definitely scared to go on the field because, the advisement has been to stay at home in most states. For us, we're still essential. We still have to report. We still have to, give the news, whether it be the news or weather news. And we're having to take really drastic steps to change things in the field ourselves. Normally, when we go out, we do this, we're, covering the storms, and then we may be covering damage. And then in most cases, we're going to go and, try to find a place to have a meal, try to find a place to sleep for the night, get ready for the next day, or get ready to head home. For us, over the last month and a half, my wife already has a bit of an issue with lupus. So she has an underlying condition. So I'm having to be extremely careful. We have tons of hand sanitizer, gloves, N95 masks. We've been sleeping in tents on air mattresses at campgrounds that were open. Now we're going to likely have to do some primitive type camping when we go out for the next month or 2 months or however long. We also are having to bring our own food because in many cases we just don't, either A, you don't have restaurants open to do curbside when we're finished with our day, or B, the comfort level of trying to get food right now is just not there because personally I think you could easily spread a virus through, food contamination. So, I mean, we're just having to be extremely careful wiping down gas pumps before we use them, wiping down credit card readers because we've still got to pump fuel. It has really changed the way that we operate, and we're having to really slow down and be more attentive to the things that normally would be second nature to us when we're in the field. So, personally, I'm a little more worried about other things than the storms, and you have to pay attention and really think about things more in depth. And it also, I second guess myself sometimes. I don't want to become complacent about the weather and then have an issue there as well. So it's becoming very challenging, but we still have to be out here, reduce number of spotters. One thing that has not happened yet, and luckily for all of us it hasn't, what if we had a radar failure during, a time of this where we don't have as many spotters and eyes out in the field on storms if we had severe weather? Luckily, our equipment hasn't failed us yet. Let's just continue to hope we get through this without any of those type of issues as well.
Yeah, that's right. So, Tim, to kind of speak to you, you've already been out chasing as well. You've done your damage assessments. You've seen some of these effects probably as well. Is there anything like what Brett was talking about that you think you've had to change, or that's limited your ability to do your job or to pursue the storms?
Absolutely. Everything Brett was saying with regard to carrying hand sanitizer. I have an N95 mask and have gloves, have surgical gloves, have a whole box of them. So every time I go to fuel up, I put on a surgical glove and then go ahead and proceed to use that and then throw it away after I fill up the vehicle. Fast food is the order of the day, obviously, and that's not good for my health. My doctor would certainly frown on that, but that's the way chasing is. So some of the fast food restaurants are still open fairly late at night, and even the Sonics we found were open, and not my first choice to go eat there. But if it's the only thing around, you want something warm there, there you go. Hotels, I have not found to be a problem yet. I've been finding that many hotels welcome to have a visitor because they don't have hardly anybody in the hotels. So I'm not too concerned about that. So far, we've done pretty well. We've had a couple chases already, and it's been fun. But I think what happens is we'll see how things work over the next few weeks and months, and see how bad it gets or if it improves any.
And so, Mike, I want to bring you in because Tim lives in Texas, Brett's in Alabama. You're in Arizona, so you have to do a lot of traveling to get to where you need to be. What do you think the effects may be for you? Have you already experienced some of them? Kind of tell us, walk us through your game plan.
Well, at least I haven't experienced them. I haven't been out chasing yet. I've kind of put a goal in my head of not chasing until May, just so I don't even think about it right now. I just want to wait till things maybe get a little better. Plus, I have 3 kids. They're out of school, and my wife works at our church where there's only a couple people working, so she still goes in every day. And so I'm kind of hunkered down, helping them, get caught up on schoolwork that they need to do. I'm the one going to the store to get groceries and all that. So it's actually been really fun, but also kind of, still trying to work and stuff on my own, which has been a little bit stressful with the kids. But, I'm trying to look at this time a little bit with some silver lining as a gift that I get to spend time with them and help them out. But all the precautions they're taking, I've been taking. I'm starting, I'm freaking out. I sound a little sick. I have allergies out here. But on Friday night, I thought I was like, oh my God, my chest is caving in and I've got all these symptoms, and had like a panic attack on Friday night. So, since then I realized I just have allergies. It's real bad out here for everybody. But I do everything, go to the store and wash my hands before I go in. I try not to touch anything. I've trained myself not to touch my face. And it's just crazy how much your face itches once you've trained yourself not to touch your face inside a grocery store. And then I cannot immediately wash my hands and make sure and wash my phone if I've touched it, or credit card or whatever. So, but for me, at least coming up, it's going to be different. I usually will do tours for 7 days, 10 days. I don't know if any of those are going to happen. They don't usually start until mid-May. So right now I'm, one of the guys coming, he was a 77-year-old man who's come on a couple of my workshops before. He's like, I don't want to come and I don't want to stay in hotels, and which is great. I don't want him to risk anything he doesn't want to. But, for me, when I started doing this, I started in Arizona chasing by myself. And when I started coming out the plains, I had a buddy or two, but really my first time ever coming out was by myself. And I learned to chase solo and how to navigate, look at radar, and do all the stuff at the same time. For me, I'm almost thinking, it's going to be kind of like a flashback to how I used to chase. And right now, the plan is to bring a cooler of food and a sleeping bag and a pillow and sleep in the back of my 4Runner. And if I need a, motel, I might even go in and bring my pillow and my sleeping bag, so I don't really have to touch the bed, and make sure I wipe everything down. And like Tim said, I have a neighbor who works with hotels, and, I know that some of them out there, they're going to need money. They need support as well. And so, in a way, hopefully we're kind of helping them out at the same time of being, safe and all that. So, my plan is to just kind of try to do that as much as I can. I've gotten used to driving out there, especially to, kind of to Denver, chasing, coming back to Denver, leaving my truck somewhere and flying home for, $100 a flight one way, which is pretty cheap, staying home for a few days, flying back out and chasing. So I don't have to do the crazy drives back and forth across New Mexico and everything. But this year I'm probably going to have to get used to doing that again. So I think it's possible it's going to be a little bit different than before, but my plan really is to, hopefully wait till May, maybe first, second week of May. I love late May and June anyway. It's about my favorite time to chase. Usually it's more picturesque, or it can be. But that's just kind of my goal. And if it's safe to go, I'm going to feel real good about it, but I'm definitely going to be ultra paranoid the whole time I'm out there, and try to avoid any, big chaser meetups, no Applebee dinners, none of that stuff. It's just going to be kind of staying below radar, just chasing and having fun and trying to just do what I really love, which is just be out there all night getting lightning photos. And honestly, storm chasing, at least to me, is one of the most socially distancing hobbies you can possibly have. that also, at least for me, is a job. So I get to go do that and really have an excuse to be away from everybody and not have to do anything. But other than, Tim and Brett said, wash your hands before touching the gas pump and avoid, that kind of stuff as much as possible. So at least that's my plan right now, but we'll see. It's only early April. Who knows what's going to change?
Yeah, definitely in a changing world. Kevin, I want to bring you in, and then we're going to go to a quick break. With the Weather Service, I know some things have to be kept internally, but as we get into storm season with the Weather Service, we see these bigger severe weather days. Sometimes the Weather Service brings in additional staff to help monitor social media, Skywarn, things like that. Does the Weather Service have any clue or any ideas or plans on how to address these bigger severe weather event days during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yeah. So the guidance we've been given is operations continue. So broadly in the Weather Service, we have a lot of people teleworking if they can, particularly on the management side, upper management, even some of our IT support and electricians type positions, electronic support, are trying to telework as much as possible. As far as operations goes, doing the forecasting for the airports, providing support for our partners, all of the severe weather outbreaks, all of that. I say business as usual. We're washing our hands more. We're spraying down the workstations. We're trying not to sit next to each other. So we're trying to practice social distancing and disinfect as much as we can. But we're going to bring in everybody that we need to work a severe weather event or a tornado outbreak. And it kind of comes down to risk. If we have the potential for big tornadoes to start wiping people out, there's a point where that risk potentially, particularly if we can't warn for it, that risk is going to become pretty big and be a pretty big threat to life and property. And, right alongside the pandemic, that needs to be addressed. So, we bring in everybody that we need on the operational side to handle the big events, just like we normally would for the pandemic.
So, Tim, you were in Jonesboro just recently in the past few days surveying. Did you notice any...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
COVID-19 outbreak and how that influenced storm surveying as well as storm recovery.
Well, the people there were very cognizant of the stay-at-home order, but they also wanted to go out and see the damage. So there was, two types of people out there. There were people who did stay home, and then there were people who were out in their cars taking cell phone pictures of the damage and destruction. The police were all over there, and funny because talking to the police there, one police officer shook my hand, and then we both thought, wait a minute now, we shouldn't be doing that. And then other officers would say, well, we could just, say hi or something like that. And that's great. So there was some of that. And then the hotel I stayed at up in Jonesboro, they said that before the tornado, they had 20% occupancy. But then after the tornado, it went to 60%, and they expected to be sold out as more first responders and contractors come into town. So in a way, it brings back some business.
Absolutely. Wow, that's scary stuff. It's the worst case scenario that a major tornado goes through a populated area at a time like this. And obviously that's awful no matter when, even when there's no virus wreaking havoc through the world. But that's just awful for those folks. Over to you, Scotty.
Thank you, Evan. Tim, I want to keep you up and bring Kevin in as well. Tim, you were able to kind of go through Nashville, Tennessee, look at this tornado damage that went through downtown. That was pre-COVID-19, before everything kind of shut down. You was in Jonesboro after COVID-19. So you did storm surveys on both. So I want to ask you, how are those storm surveys different? Have you noticed anything? And then Kevin, I want to piggyback that off to you as how will the Weather Service conduct these storm surveys when we're in this time of social distancing? So Tim, I'll throw it to you first.
Well, as far as Nashville and then Jonesboro is concerned, I was still able to get around without any problems whatsoever. I was able to do my survey without any problem. I do a lot of walking as well, and I have all the credentials with me. So, I have my hard hat on and I have a jacket on that says, that I'm a surveyor. So those kinds of things, people recognize me as somebody who's supposed to be essential out there doing the job. And that's what I do. So I've had no problems with it myself. And, like I was saying earlier, there's two kinds of people out there in the Jonesboro area, those that stayed home and those that went out and took a look at the damage. And it wasn't anything too bad because it's a rural town, and it didn't have the hundreds of people that have had it or died from it yet. And so it wasn't really that impactful to a lot of the people I spoke with. They didn't realize the full extent of it, I don't think, like some of the bigger cities have. It's because they're out 2 hours from Little Rock, for example, and they're out in the country, and they don't have the concentration of COVID positive cases as something like Little Rock.
And Kevin, with you guys doing out National Weather Service storm surveys, I know you got the credentials and stuff, but sometimes you maybe interview or interact with homeowners and business owners and things like that. Is there any guidelines that are changing during this COVID-19 period?
Yeah, so luckily we haven't had anything to survey yet out here in Idaho. Certainly less severe weather than the plains, which makes it a little bit nicer. But, storm surveys are a responsibility of the Weather Service, usually a lot of times in conjunction with local emergency management and some other partners. And as they fall under operations, we're going to proceed forward with what we need to do. Certainly there's going to be social distancing. There's going to be an increased emphasis on safety and disinfecting and masks and things like that, just like everyone else is doing. So that's the main difference there, is that type of stuff is going to come into play in a pretty big way as we go out and do that. But storm surveys will continue. I'll mention too, since it relates to chasing and spotting, we've had to cancel our outreach. A lot of Weather Service offices are essentially locked down. We're not letting contractors in anymore. We're not interacting with people who are delivering packages. We're not allowing tours or visits or any in-person meetings of any kind. And that includes the outreach we do out in the field, like Skywarn classes to train new spotters. So a lot of that has been canceled, and actually just about all outreach across the country for the Weather Service has been canceled or postponed until things get better in the course of this pandemic. We have increased, most offices have increased their virtual presence. Some offices are doing more virtual online Skywarn classes that people can dial into live. So there's been a little bit more of an emphasis there. And that's a trend that's been going on for years. A lot of offices have been starting to do that anyway. But that's certainly taken on a bigger role here during the pandemic, since we're avoiding all of that in-person
So
contact.
Kevin, if I was, let's say this was my first year trying to get involved with severe weather, whether that's the information or the spotting or and I have to do most of that from home, what other things would you recommend that I could get into to be able to kind of enhance my knowledge and also my ability to report from my local area for home, things such as CoCROS or MPing, anything like that you can think of?
Yeah. So there are two ways to look at this. One, business as usual as far as reporting for local spotters. If you're going to work, if you're at home, you see severe weather, before we wanted to know about it, we still want to know about it. And it's certainly, a safe social distancing activity as far as reporting electronically or over the phone. CoCROS is great. We use that data at the Weather Service offices across the country routinely for precipitation events. So getting involved in CoCROS, whether the pandemic was happening or not, is certainly something that's encouraged. Getting involved in your local Skywarn program and becoming a spotter, certainly encouraged. And then there's other technologies out there such as Spotter Network and MPing that are both pretty popular among the spotter and chaser community. And those are fair game as well during the pandemic. So if you haven't gotten involved in Spotter Network, there's a training that you can take online to get involved there, and that's a way to submit reports. And those reports do process into a lot of our systems at the Weather Service offices, like NWS Chat and some of our other systems. And then on the MPing side, MPing, it can be a little less useful at times depending on the category you're using. In terms of whether we can directly use that for storm verification. So, for example, if you're reporting quarter-size hail in MPing, perfect. A lot of Weather Service offices have started using that data on a regular basis in an official capacity. Some of the wind damage categories in MPing are a little more binned. They're a little more broad and not very specific, and that isn't always the most helpful as far as verification goes. But remember, MPing is being used for research by the NSSL, by OU, and I believe SIMS is involved in well. So outside the Weather Service, there's a lot of applications for the MPing data. So that's still a great, valuable way to report. And they're still looking to really push that and get more and more reporting through MPing. Utilizes crowdsourcing to really provide its value. So all of these are on the table, regardless of whether there was a pandemic or not. And we certainly encourage people to continue to take those routes and get involved if you're interested in getting
involved. Tim, in years past, you've been involved in projects such as Vortex 2 and more recently Rotate. How might this diminish travel and be more careful about what you do while you're out chasing? How might all of those things affect severe weather research this season?
Well, there'll be no project this year for me. I was informed that the folks that are in charge, Josh and Karen, lost funding, unfortunately, with NSF, so there's not going to be any kind of program this year. But they have asked me in past years to go along with them and to serve as one of the lead probe vehicles out there to deploy those instrumented pods. And the reason for that is because of my long years of experience and how I had this passion for getting up right in front of tornadoes. And we've had some good success over the years with them. It's just, I wish it would go every year instead of kind of waiting on the whims of funding. But I guess that's the way it works. So there won't be a project this spring, but I'll be out. I'm always out every spring, have been since 1978, and I will continue to go out and chase.
Brett, I want to talk to you. I know you, Live Storms Media, you guys are out shooting video and different media outlets contact you about that. Do you think that might be a bigger thing this year to kind of break the COVID-19 news cycle, people wanting to see something besides the coronavirus with severe weather video?
It's already been that way. We've been kind of noticing an uptick lately. A couple of other issues, though, with it. Unfortunately, some of our clients, particularly within the CBS News headquarters in New York City, have actually died of COVID. So it has created internal challenges on the administration side for the bigger networks. As you can imagine, treating their people and covering the story as much as they can. Another issue that we have actually ran into this year is we covered the Eufaula, Alabama tornado last week as it roared through. And your first thoughts are to get out and check on people, number one. Number two, when people start talking to you and coming up and telling you about how the storm was, and then, from my media background, my perspective is, okay, would you like to do an interview? And it's very, very hard for me to try and retrain myself. Wait, I can't mic this person up, or we're going to have to take a different approach. We're trying to stay 6 feet back. Well, the boom mic pick up the audio, those type of things. So the actual coverage element has had to change overall as well due to COVID. But back to your original question, yes, we've seen an uptick in weather video. I think really and truly, there's so much doom and gloom with the curve and the number of fatalities nationwide, the number of cases, that anything that is different going on television, people are kind of glued to, because they know the seriousness of the situation, but they're getting burned out on hearing about it.
Definitely so. Well, I know we're running up on the hour. I want to invite you guys to stick around for just a little bit more. We're going to do a weather roundtable, but before we do that, I would love to give you an opportunity to promote any website, social media that folks can follow you on. Mike, I'll start with you first. How can people keep track with you as we get into the storm chasing season?
Pretty much, unless it's something called TikTok, which I've never understood what that is, you can find me. So Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, and my name for my website and all that. But if you Google my name, you'll probably find it.
I think we may see Mike on TikTok before long. Tim, how about you?
Well, I'm on Spotter Network. When a storm gets going, then I put my beacon on, but not until my target storm is going. So people cannot follow me until there's a target storm there. And I'm on Facebook. That's the only social media I'm on. Even though I do have a Twitter handle of Tornado, I don't really post very much on Twitter. So it's best to follow me on Facebook. I put out a forecast in the morning if I'm going chasing, and I show kind of the setup and show you my target. So that's not done by too many other chasers, but that's what I do. So at least they have an idea of where I'll be in the afternoon.
I always enjoy seeing your Facebook posts, drawing the target area of where you are headed towards. Brett, how about you? How can we follow you?
Yeah, we're on Facebook. Obviously, I have a personal Facebook, but Live Storms Media, you can see all kind of cool videos. And then the YouTube channel, Alabama Storm Tracker on Twitter. And if you got an iPhone, Android device, which most people do these days, the live chasing app. That's one thing where people are going to be able to get some entertainment. We're going to have a lot of new live streamers streaming storms this year. And we're going to be running on livestormchasing.com. Also, lots of cool new features coming as we go through the season.
And then, Kevin, if we find ourselves in Idaho up in your area, how can we follow you?
Well, unfortunately, with my focus always being on calling in reports, and that's been, always been kind of my core focus. I haven't really dabbled much into having social media pages for people to follow me on. So not super helpful there. I have a personal Facebook page. I post some photos and video, mostly for friends and family. And I'm on Spotter Network. So for the chaser community and the spotter community, you will see my beacon moving around when I'm out on chases on Spotter Network. I'll toss out there too, since I don't have a personal page that's public. The last question I kind of said, well, there's two different things here. One of them, like I talked about, is the spotting and chasing side and calling in reports. But for people who are home teleworking right now, or maybe just have more free time on their hands because they are isolated because of the pandemic, one way to get involved if you want to expand your knowledge a little bit in the world of weather, weather.gov/learning is one of our official websites where we've collected together a lot of different things. So some of it designed for children, some of it designed for everybody. And I believe there's links to like Comet Med Ed and some different programs in there where actually you can take Skywarn spotter training online and get that to your local office. But a lot of different resources there for anyone looking to pick up a little extra knowledge or learn a little more about weather if you have extra time at home during the pandemic.
Climatologically, this is the prime time for severe weather in the South. So we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on that. And James, today, the National Weather Service, NOAA, Weather Ready Nation ambassadors, all were promoting Safe Place Day. Safe Place Selfie Day. I'll say it that right the second time. Safe Place Selfie Day. And so, James, I know you were able to capture a few selfies.
Yes, the first one comes to us from the National Weather Service in Greenville-Spartanburg, making mention of social distancing. Have you thought about where your safe place is at work? For that point in time when we actually went to work. For them, it would be their break room, which doubles as their storm shelter. And you'll notice that it is empty here, as we've talked about with so many of them working from home. This guy's going to look real familiar to you. Here's Scotty Powell in his, is this a basement closet, Scotty?
This is the basement bathroom, yes.
Yeah, you got your helmet on, which is good. You have your tools, and loyal viewers of the show will know that we've actually seen Scotty reporting live from this space while seeking shelter, so we're used to seeing that wood paneling there behind him. And then... Remind me, it happened about this time last year, right? Yes, I believe
we were talking about that earlier.
A year ago, coming up, not the 16th, because that's a different tornado outbreak, but it was about a year ago that it all took place. And then here's my picture. We moved into our new house a couple months ago, and I'm still trying to figure out where everything is, but we have this really nice space under the stairs, and I was going to pose with my emergency hand crank radio because it's important that when you go into a shelter, you can continue to receive information, but it's actually acting as the flashlight in this particular photo. So it's not too late. If you have not already taken your picture, you can send it using hashtag #SafePlaceSelfie. And it's just always good to know exactly where you're going to go, how you're going to get there, and if you're like me, make sure you clean the space out, clean the closet out, maybe the day or so ahead of time so you can get in there in a moment's notice. Scotty, back over to you.
Yes, we have a couple of days. We'll be watching that severe weather possible setup over the weekend. So that's all for tonight. Next week, we're going to be talking about the April 16th, 2011 tornado outbreak in the Carolinas. So be sure to tune in next week. We all hope you have a great Easter weekend. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather Group.
Good evening, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. It is May the 6th, 2020. Can you believe it is May already? We had a thunderstorm roll on through here earlier and brought the temperatures way down as we are looking ahead to a cool down the next few days and through the weekend. Could be pretty chilly as you wake up on Mother's Day, Sunday morning. But we're so happy you're with us tonight on this Wednesday night. The panel will be along in just a few moments for tonight's episode. It's kicking off a new series that we're calling Quarantining at Home. We're kicking it off with the weather team from WECT, the NBC affiliate in Wilmington, North Carolina. It's designed to be kind of a lighthearted experience among all of the serious news that is going on. But first, we do have to start on a more serious tone tonight. The National Weather Service has confirmed that an EF1 and an EF2 tornado struck southern portions of Chester County and Lancaster County in South Carolina about this time yesterday. It all kicked off at about 6:30 when the National Weather Service out of Greenville-Spartanburg issued that tornado warning as a tornadic supercell was moving to the east just south of the city of Chester. It continued to move to the east where it produced an EF1 tornado, brought down some trees and some power lines, and much of that town was in the dark for a good portion of the evening. Now, the storm itself was moving just north of Little Rock Creek when it most likely lifted and then dropped again. What is being considered a second tornado then touching down near Interstate 77 as it began to leave Chester County, enter into Lancaster County, move towards Great Falls, where the National Weather Service out of Columbia took jurisdiction of the storm. Now, both Weather Service offices went out there today, did storm surveys, and the team out of Columbia came back with EF2 damage caused by the tornado in Great Falls, and that would have been winds of about 115 miles an hour. The other thing you're looking at here on your screen, we're going to go ahead and bring these beautiful and stunning pictures full screen for you. This is friend of the show, Chris Jackson, was out yesterday in the area with his drone. I believe it's a DJI Maverick. And take a look at these stunning pictures. You can see that supercell coming towards him, the lightning that is being produced by this storm. Now, the tornado itself is not believed to have caused any deaths or injuries. However, one man did die in Chester County yesterday from a lightning strike, and you can see some of that powerful lightning here being produced by the storm. And then it dropped hail up to 2 inches, golf ball size hail reported as associated with this storm, and you can see how it littered the ground. Almost looks like a winter morning here as Chris is showing us these aerial pictures, and you can see almost a fog rolling in, and it is actually a fog rolling in over the valley caused by the sudden cool of those temperatures and all of that cold ice particles now sitting on the ground. So the National Weather Service is still working to finalize most of their storm surveys, and we'll have updates for you on Facebook and Twitter as we learn more. But again, to recap, EF1, EF2 tornado in parts of Chester and Lancaster County on Tuesday evening, and thanks to Chris Jackson for these pictures. Now let's get over to Scotty Powell and the panel for tonight's kickoff of our Quarantining at Home series with the meteorologist from WECT in Wilmington. Scotty.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome. We want to welcome the WECT weather team out of Wilmington, North Carolina. They've gratefully accepted our invitation to just have our question and answer segment with the folks. So happy to have on with us Gannon Medwick, Eric Davis, and Kelly McGlynn, as they all are at either home or the weather state at the TV station doing some work. And so when this is recorded, we actually had a severe weather event move through. So Eric and Kelly are actually in the studio, it looks like. So happy to have them join us for a few minutes. Guys and gals, we just want to start off with some quick hitting questions. So I'll throw out the first question, and I'll let Dan and Evan join in. Our first question is about social media. Which do you prefer better, Twitter or Facebook? Gannon, I'll let you start.
A good one. I'd probably say Twitter in terms of the way things just come up and they have to be succinct. So I'd probably say that. Although Facebook, I have had more traction and followers over the years. So that's a positive.
All right. Kelly, Eric?
I'm personally probably more of a Twitter myself. I have a lot more followers on my Facebook page, but I think in terms of weather information, if you're looking purely for that, I think Twitter is definitely the way to go. But Facebook is definitely a different way to interact, I think, on a more personal level.
Kelly, do you have a choice?
I would say I like to use Twitter for active weather events. I think folks tend to appreciate that more than Facebook, where it could pop up, days later. And, sometimes people will get that mixed up with actually what's going on outside. But in terms of Facebook, I think it's good because people like to see a personal side to you. So to get kind of who you are outside of the studio out to social media for people to kind of connect with you on that kind of level is why I like Facebook a little bit better than Twitter.
Absolutely. Those are great answers. I'm going to hop in with one of my favorite questions from the list. What is your favorite weather disaster themed movie? I know there's one big forerunner here.
That's a great, yeah.
But Gannon, we'll start with you.
Weather disaster. The first one that popped into my head was Perfect Storm with Mark Wahlberg and George Clooney back in the day.
Someone said that last time. That's a good choice.
Yeah, and it was kind of fun. I mean, you pick out in any weather and disaster themed movie that you pick out the inadequacies of the weather and the geography, and that gets you a little bit. But that one was fairly entertaining, I guess.
Good. Kelly?
The first thing that popped into my mind was The Day After Tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
Just because
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Like that movie, so I kind of, grew up watching it and always kind of had some kind of appreciation for all the wild stuff that happens in that movie.
Good choice.
I guess mine would be Twister. That was out about the time I was graduating graduate school, or graduate from college. Just about probably aged myself a little bit, but I just love cow, flying up in the air. That's just classic. And there's a lot of liberties with that movie, but it's kind of a cool theme. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are great. Dan, you got one?
Yeah, and I'm with you there. That Twister. Personally, I think if you haven't seen Twister at least a dozen times, you're missing
exactly.
out. But kind of in the same mode here. Back to you, Gannon. Kind of circling around. As far as music goes, do you have any favorite type of music, or even any music that kind of gets you in the mood for weather or weather-related music?
There's really no weather connection to music, but that's it. That's an interesting thought. I wonder if there's something deeper going on that maybe I'm not aware of consciously. But if I'm in the forecast center, I'm listening to a variety of music. My couple of favorites are hip hop, either classic or modern. I like classic alternative, like 80s new wave, and I also like some classic rock, like Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. So I'd say that it's pretty rangy in terms of those styles.
Gannon also likes to listen to rap too. He always has some sick rap songs.
That was number one. Yeah, hip-hop, yeah.
Not on board with the rap so much, but I'm a big 80s fan. Just love all kinds of 80s music. I mean, Michael Jackson. I mean, the range. Def Leppard. I like the hard rock, and some 90s stuff is good too. I like.
I'm gonna move to a different room.
We also have
Kelly might be moving to a different room.
We're hearing each other.
A little bit of feedback, I think.
We have Gabe Ross joining us. Gabe also a meteorologist at WCT. So Gabe, welcome. As Kelly's moving, we'll let you answer that question. Any favorite type of music for you?
Favorite type of music? Great question. Typically, my go-to is 70s classic rock. Anything that's got a good beat to it. Typically, my Sirius XM is tuned to 70s on 7. So any of that, even like early 80s rock that kind of bleeds over. Gannon and I have a soft spot for Hall & Oates, I think.
Yeah. Oh, Hall & Oates.
Yeah.
Good stuff. 80s, I'm on board.
That's like the common denominator, I think.
We all had a lot more hair then, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Some of us weren't born yet.
I was going to say, yeah, Jess.
Some of us had no hair.
I think Kelly is moving around, so we'll let her chime in here in a second. Here's another
Kelly's
one.
gonna blow your mind.
Some of our quick hitting questions. A dog or cat person? Gannon, I think I already know the answer for you.
Dog.
Dog.
Score one for dog right here.
I would go primarily dog, but, if the cat's tame enough, why not?
Okay. All right.
Great answers. So I want to transition a little bit into some weather-themed questions. This one's coming from one of our followers on Twitter who doesn't have a name, but Psych K8, I guess. And I wanted to know, what is the weather event that impacted you the most? Gannon?
I'd have to say the April 16, 2011 tornado outbreak in terms of formative and impacts. Even though I was shorter than Florence. Florence is maybe an easy reach on a recent level, but it just had everything. April 16th, the build up, the actual event, it's the emotions of it. We lost people, and then the aftermath, and plus everything that's going on in my life around that time as well. We were speaking about that on a recent Carolina weather group, and so that one's going to stick with me forever and probably hold the top spot in terms of real raw impact.
Kelly?
I would definitely say Hurricane Florence, just because that was the first hurricane I covered on air. And as impactful as it was, I think that's kind of just something that's always going to stick with you. I mean, we're still remembering stories of what happened, because I think at one point, like, you just start to kind of like black out from what's going on. And so we've talked about it, just with some other people in the newsroom, like, hey, do you remember this? And you're like, oh, wait a minute, that did happen. So there's always kind of just more stories, and just, just looking back on everything is kind of just something that will stay with me for probably the rest of my career.
Good answer.
I'd probably say recently, I'm with Kelly, probably Hurricane Florence, but Gannon makes a good point with the April 2011 tornadoes. I happen to actually be working in Texas on the May 3rd, 1999 outbreak. Remember, Texas and Oklahoma, more Oklahoma. Now, I wasn't in Oklahoma at the time, but I was in Abilene, Texas, and we had a couple of what would now be classified as EF2 tornadoes touching down, baseball-sized hail, just incredible stuff. But I was on the periphery of that event. That was pretty exciting. And just to maybe turn it in a different direction, I guess two of the big weather events that really inspired me to go into weather. I think growing up, I'd always had an interest in being a meteorologist, but two big weather events happened right about the time I was graduating from high school and kind of pushed me more into the meteorology field. The Raleigh tornado of 1988. I don't know, we're kind of going way back here, but the Raleigh tornado of 1988, I just remember the damage. And one of my friends in high school, there was only 2 deaths, surprisingly, with that tornado, but a friend of mine in high school actually had to perform CPR and unfortunately lost one of the girls who died in that tornado. So that was kind of a direct impact. And also, I think Hurricane Hugo, which was just a little bit later in 1989. So I think those two events really kind of pushed me into the meteorology field and really had a big impact on my life.
Wow. Yeah. Heavy stuff. Gabe?
For me, I mean, I'm with Kelly. Florence was certainly substantial. Prior to that, I guess within my first year of doing weather professionally, there was a massive derecho that came through Ohio, June 29th, 2012. And it it ripped through the Buckeye State. A lot of folks were without power for a week. For me, memorable because I was working at a very small market TV station in Zanesville, and I was the only one working that weekend. So I basically lived at the station for 48 hours. We lost power to the TV end of things, so it was constant radio updates. I slept in the basement. Temperatures were, I would say, in excess at times of 85 degrees just in the actual studio. Outside, daytime highs were in the deep 90s, and I want to say some low hundreds, but just an incredible system to see it sweep through. I mean, straight line winds, I want to say they were close to 90 miles an hour, if not more than that. It's been so long, but it's certainly sticking in my mind. But of course, most recently, Florence, and even a little bit with Dorian too, just the tornado outbreak that Gannon and I were covering that morning. It will stick with me for a long time.
Well, and so sticking with you here, you've talked about what's most memorable, but what would be your favorite? What's your favorite type of weather to forecast?
Favorite type of weather?
Winter weather. That's the easy one. I love snow.
Eric.
Don't get to see a lot of snow, so I get pretty excited with snow.
Yeah, pop-up showers and storms are, pretty expected during the summer. So after a while, it gets kind of tiresome. But yeah, anytime there's a threat of snow, mixed precipitation, especially down here, we get it from our viewers all the time. They're just, oh, is it going to snow? Well, a degree or two difference, and that's what we get. So it's a lot of fun.
Okay. Kelly, Gannon, choice on that?
I love tropical forecasting. That's my jam. I don't like winter weather forecasting at all, just because people are so mean about it. God forbid you get chilly rings instead of snow, and it's the be all end all of the Carolinas. But I've always just loved tropical weather. That's been my thing for probably quite some time now.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Tropical is my favorite. Challenging weather to forecast and impactful weather to forecast. In terms of just favorite all around, though, I love those first couple of fall air masses that come down in September, October, August. If we're lucky, we get a little taste. And I think those are fun to sort of gauge and talk about, just because you realize everybody's ready for that at that point. Even if you like summer, everybody seems to be happy when the weather just gets a little more mellowed out. So that's the kind that I like, that makes everybody happy. Hurricanes and tropical storms probably take the top spot, though, in terms of the challenge in the meteorology. It's just fascinating.
So speaking of your favorite weather, kind of the reverse of that, do you take it personal when you miss a forecast? I mean, does it bother you, or do you just kind of shrug it off and say on to the next one? I'll start with you, Eric.
I guess it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes, I know early in my career, I kind of got a good lesson in when I was in Rapid City. I completely I went outside and I said, "Oh yeah, beautiful sunny day," and then all of a sudden, some big storms developed in the Black Hills. Like, oh, and then of course, Rapid City that was my first job, was in Rapid City, South Dakota. Of course, obviously, I've had many more misses since, and I guess it just depends on the experience. I guess when I go back and I look at something, I miss something, I'm a little more bothered. But sometimes, I guess Mother Nature just throws a monkey wrench in your forecast, and at that point, you just kind of have to say, "Oh well." But I guess I'm a little more upset when I maybe didn't look at something and I should have, and then I missed the forecast.
Ellie, Gabe, Gannon?
Ladies first.
Yeah.
And I don't mean you, Gannon. No.
He wants to answer. I mean, yeah, of course, it's something that, if we miss a forecast, or, the timing of a line of storms is off by a couple hours and it arrives earlier, and, a lot of people work outside in the summer, like landscapers, and, people have businesses along the beaches, and they rely on those forecasts for their businesses. So, from time to time, we know how the summer goes here. Of course, we can't predict where those pop-up storms are going to be, but, I think it's a kick in the butt when we miss our own forecast, and, we let some viewers down, if you really want to say let them down. But I think for the most part, our viewers are very appreciative of our forecasting and how, accurate we can be in the summertime, and especially during hurricane season. We get a lot of emails saying, how appreciative they are of, how interactive we are on social media and whatnot. So there's, pluses and minuses to that too.
I don't really feel like I take it personally, except for you got to put your name and your face on your product, so that when your product is less than perfect, it reflects on you that way. So you can't help but be personal. But I think I've learned to kind of compartmentalize that and shake it off, if you will, maybe more than if I was a really young forecaster. And then also you learn when you have to eat humble pie that maybe you should have messaged it different. Maybe you knew there was a possibility that the outcome could have been that. Maybe I could have articulated that better. Probabilistic approach to forecasting, as opposed to, the high's going to be 75. And then if it's like 73, is that bad? No, we're talking about the same kind of flavor. So yeah, take it personally, but grain of salt. But only because we have to put our name and our face on the product. Otherwise, treat the instance as a learning opportunity to do better next time.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that, Gannon. At least in my case, probably compared to the other Mets that are on the team, I'd say I have I won't say least experience, but I know these guys could write books on the stuff that they know by comparison. And when I miss a forecast, it is just that, a learning experience. And agreed with Kelly that our viewers, I think, are very generous. They understand that what we do is difficult, and if it's a huge blow in the forecast, for instance, cold air is rushing in and it comes farther south than we anticipate, and so instead of seeing highs in mid 70s, we don't even make it to 70, and that becomes tricky. And to Gannon's point, how could I have messaged that differently? What steps can I take to be clearer about that message going forward?
We blame it on the wedge here in Western North Carolina. It's all about the wedge.
Yeah.
All right, Evan.
So last time I asked this question with the WFMY crew, we got somewhat of an unexpected answer. So this will be interesting. What is your favorite model website, if you have one?
Okay, I'll jump in. I use Weatherbell. I use the other ones like Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits occasionally. I probably need to use those a little bit more than I do, but I started paying the Weatherbell man, and I feel like I got once you pay for the ticket to the amusement park, we're riding every ride. We're gonna use that all day. So that's kind of what I'm stuck on for the time being. It's good. It's good.
I didn't get a Weatherbell account, but Pivotal just started charging. I was kind of using their Euro model, and then I think it was like Monday. I think they started charging. I was like, I gotta have something. Gotta have my Euro. So yeah, I went ahead and just sucked it up and paid Pivotal. So I'm paying Pivotal. I'm with Gannon. I like Tropical Tidbits a lot. I'd say Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits are probably my two favorite.
Okay.
Complete agreement with the two of you. Pivotal, Tropical Tidbits. Good to know that they're paying. It's been since Sunday since I forecasted. So if they're paying now, then it looks like I'm going to have to knuckle down and get an account.
Just ask old Gannon. He'll help you out there.
Eric, can I
Weatherbell's a good side note. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you, Kelly,
I have to agree with the rest of the guys too. I like to use Tropical Tidbits obviously during hurricane season, but I favor Pivotal Weather for severe weather. I just think they have different parameters than Tropical Tidbits has, and I like to use that more.
Now, did those answers surprise you?
No, they did not.
Okay,
those are generally what we were expecting last time.
Sorry, guys.
Last time we got the Penn State E-Wall as the resounding answer from everyone.
I've used that a little bit.
Yeah.
I've used it.
And I haven't heard of it before.
Gannon, I mean,
even with the hat, I've been using that for years. But I haven't used the E-Wall so much recently. I gotta be honest. I probably need to go back and check it out. That used
me
to be my
too.
go-to for the HRRR mod for her. I used to go there on the E-Wall. Now I use Weatherbell.
So, Gannon here, while while we're on you here, this is kind of a multi-part question. Were you scared of thunder and or lightning as a kid? And also, was there kind of a period connected to that or after that you knew you wanted to be a meteorologist?
My answer to the first part was not especially. Like, I don't have one specific knock your socks off thunderstorm memory that really freaked me out. And I have a couple of thunderstorm related memories. Like, we actually had a lightning strike to a tree outside of my house, and I remember the current got in the house somehow to the extent that some electronics were messed up. And I remember thinking, "Whoa, how would that?" So it's like 3-4 years old. That kind of gets the gears turning in your head that something bigger is at play. It didn't really turn into fear. And I would say it was just a compilation of thunderstorms and other weather phenomena in aggregate that got my interest in meteorology going throughout my childhood years and in my adolescent years.
Okay, great. And Kelly, do you want to speak to that?
Was I scared of thunder and lightning when I was younger? Is that the question?
And then did that kind of evolve into an interest for meteorology one way or another?
I don't think I was ever scared of thunder and lightning. I actually would love when a summer storm would pop up in Pennsylvania in the summer, and you just feel that nice rush of cool air. But I don't think that necessarily led to my love of weather. I mean, growing up in Pennsylvania, I mostly remember like huge snowstorms, even though I don't like winter weather forecasting that much. Kind of ironic there. But that's kind of, what sparked my interest in weather, is waking up to like 2-3 feet of snow, just overnight. And it kind of just snowballed, if you will, from there.
I have to say I wasn't really that afraid of thunder and lightning. I certainly had an awareness of it. And one interesting thing is my house, I think when I was maybe 15 years old, was struck by lightning, or at least some streamers got into our house. And I remember my mom was making spaghetti that day, and she was cooking spaghetti sauce on an old cast iron pan, and the lightning actually burned a hole in the cast iron pan. I remember that very, very vividly.
Well, see, I'm going to go the opposite of these guys. I was scared to death of storms growing up, and I think doing weathers has helped me over the years, of course, get over that. I remember, I was living in Thornville, Ohio at the time. It was the summer of 96 or 97, I think 96, and we had just a huge, string of showers and storms that came through that resulted in what was basically tornadoes, and constantly the EAS tones going off. As a kid, that's kind of scary. So it always stuck with me. From there, I was always at least keeping an eyeball on the weather forecast, no matter what it was. And then when I got to college, I had actually. Long story short, my folks had us grow up basically in TV. They were both TV personalities, TV managers in Columbus, Ohio. Got out of it for a little bit, and then college came around, and then got back into it. And so I started on the news end, and then I actually dated a meteorologist my junior year of college, and then that sparked the love of weather. So the relationship didn't last, but my love of weather from there on did.
At least you had something lasting from that.
We'll call it a nice parting gift.
Another question, and then we want to kind of get to some more fun questions. While we're taping this, we've been going through some crazy times in the country with the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is kind of another two-parter question. A lot of folks have been able to do weather from home, a lot of meteorologists. So my question is, what are your thoughts on doing weather from home, and what do you think the future of meteorology looks like? Do you think we can incorporate this more into your daily routine of what you guys do on TV? Whoever wants to start, I'll let whoever.
Well, my thoughts of weather from home is I think it's a great way to offer the the service, the public service of distancing as you can. We've kind of followed the guidelines at work from our middle and upper managers, and we're kind of as weather in terms of directives, the last off the boat, really. A lot of our anchors have been broken up, and our reporters have been taken away. Some of our producing has been doing sales, etc. But they've left us in place. But I mean, I think it's great when it can be done. I know Gabe has a great setup that he's probably going to speak to, and but I'm enjoying watching some of the setups and the creative things that people have in other media markets. Every little bit helps, I suppose.
Yeah, Gannon's right about that. I for sure think that this entire outbreak is going to change the landscape. Are we going to be doing this completely at home from now on? No, but certainly we have a baseline of what to do in the event that we can't be at the station. I mean, it's really no different than doing live shots, but the key is going to be for stations to help as much as they can, their meteorologists, their anchors, reporters, utilize the technology they have or provide them with the technology they have that is comparable to what they would have if they were in the building.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Gabe. Again, I think it is incumbent upon the stations to make sure that the meteorologists have the tools that they need, the computers, the broadcasting equipment they need to broadcast from home. I love the idea. Of course, I think you always run into the issue, of course, is probably severe weather. It's probably a little easier to obviously broadcast from home on a quieter weather day, but when you start getting a severe weather situation, especially, it kind of feels like it's more incumbent to be at the station where you have all of the tools that you would really need to do a broadcast, especially on short notice.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what they were saying, I have personally seen a lot of very impressive work from home setups. And I think, at least for me, going in, you normally think you're a broadcasting major. Everything that you do needs to be done from the studio. And now that we, kind of are taking that step forward to work from home,